money is safe.
Thanks, Annie. For more information about how Cornerstone can help your business, visit our website at cnbtc.bank.
Member FDIC.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
This hour brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Chicago, it's time for the Mully and Haugh pregame show with your host, executive producer of the Mully and Haugh Show, Dustin Rhodes, on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Good morning. All good here.
Morning, Chicago. Welcome to a Wednesday, 12th day of the month. It is the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Mully and Haugh have you covered live and local beginning at 5:30, carrying you all the way up until 10 a.m., and they'll do that from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Plan of attack on this Wednesday, the Pick 6 at 6. The top 6 sports stories of the day will be discussed. 7:25, we're talking Bears with Dan Weeder. 8:44, Chris Chelios skates in. 9 o'clock, Stacey Dales. 9:25, we head out to Las Vegas, bringing our guy Bruce Levine live from the general manager's meetings, and the guests join us on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, it is the hometown tire, Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. Bears back to work at Hallis Hall prepping for the Vikings. That's a Sunday noon kick on Fox. The Vikings are -3, the total 48.5. The A-team from Fox will be in Minneapolis to call this one. Brady, Burkhart, Andrews, and Tom Rinaldi. And before Chicago takes on Minnesota, tune in Sunday from 9 to noon for your local four-dealer pregame show right here on 670 The Score. Olin Kreutz, Patrick Manley, Mike Mulligan getting you set for the game. Immediately following the game, instant reaction on the postgame show presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing and Atturo Tire. And all of it can be heard right here on 670 The Score and that free Odyssey app. Week 11 of the NFL kicks off on Thursday. That's tomorrow. Jets at the Patriots. Our coverage beginning at 6:30. The Patriots are -13 in this one. The total 43. Tonight on The Score, the Bulls take back on the court. They're going to be in Detroit taking on the Pistons. It's a 5:45 pregame. The Pistons are -2. The total 233.5. Josh Giddey is questionable. Cade Cunningham questionable for the Pistons. Kobe White and Noah Essengay not with the team. Essengay playing last night with the Windy City Bulls. They beat the Wisconsin Herd. Essengay's line, 28 points, 11 for 21 from the field, 2 for 6 from three-point distance, 3 for 3 for his free throws, 8 rebounds, and just 1 turnover. The NBA is announcing a long-awaited plan to overhaul the All-Star Game, laying out the new United States once again versus the world format. We'll go how the teams will be formed beyond the obvious change, going to a 3-team format featuring 8-man rosters, 2 of which will be made up of American players only, and then a third of international selections. The first 3 quarters will be made up of a round-robin play featuring the 3 teams, allowing each of them to play twice, and then the quote-unquote fourth quarter will be the game featuring the 2 best teams after the round-robin action. And all 3 teams have a 1-1 record. Then the 2 with the best point differential will advance to the championship game. Hopefully you took some notes there. There will be a quiz during Mully and Haugh. Blackhawks 8-5-3 host the Devils tonight over, of course, at the United Center. The puck drops at 8:30. Connor Bedard is the NHL's second star of the week for the week he had. Brewers, Pat Murphy repeats as the National League Manager of the Year. Murph receiving 27 first-place votes. The Reds' Terry Francona was second, followed by the Phillies' Rob Thomas. College football playoff rankings Part 2. Top 5 teams remain the same. Ohio State, number 1, followed by Indiana, Texas A&M, Alabama, and Georgia. Texas Tech, Ole Miss, Oregon, Notre Dame, Texas, Oklahoma, BYU round out top 12 teams in the rankings. College hoops, number 14, Illini take down the 11th-ranked Texas Tech Red Raider, 81-77. DePaul fell short to Buffalo, 66-53. Notre Dame topped Eastern Illinois, 78-58. Of course, it is Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit subscribe.chsn.com to sign up for your 7-day free trial of their all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage. Just got up. Welcome to a Wednesday, 12th day of the month. It is the Mully and Haugh pregame show, and we are broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. The Pick 6 at 6, Dan Weeder talking Bears 7:25, Chris Chelios talking Blackhawks and Chicago sports at 8:44, Stacey Dales at 9, Bruce Levine live from the GM meetings out in Las Vegas. All those guests join the Mully and Haugh show on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. Let's take you west to start things off. Out to Las Vegas, and let's hear from the Cubs president of baseball operations, Jed Hoyer. First order of business, the Shota Imanaga decision.
Ultimately, it was just we obviously value Shota a ton. I think he's, he was amazing for us as a pitcher, as a teammate, and I don't want to close that door completely by any stretch. But ultimately, we didn't think that the club option was right value. He didn't think that the player option was right value, and that happens. And so, clearly we made him a qualifying offer, and there's nothing that prohibits us from still talking to him. So I don't want to close that door. But obviously, like I said, the way that we value the club option, the way he valued the player option, obviously we didn't meet up there.
You say don't want to close that door. Is that just in terms of the qualifying offer, or could you work out something?
No, I think we think incredibly highly of him, so I don't want him either way.
Either way, plenty on the table still between the Cubs and Shota Imanaga. Just the first two legs of the deal were not met by either side. Jed also promising the media and the fans here that the Cubs will be active this offseason.
Take that for what it's worth. I think that we'll, I think largest focus, I think, will be on pitching. I think that's obvious. As I look at our depth chart, that, I think we're in pretty good position on the position player side. On the pitching side, we're thinner. And so I think that's going to be our focus. And I expect to explore trades. I expect to explore free agency, both, at the top of the market, but then also looking at for minor league free agency. I thought, about last year in a lot of ways, we gave Boyd a multi-year deal, and then we got a lot of value out of Brad Keller, who was a minor league free agent. And I think all of those Drew Pomeranz, we had made a tiny trade for. I think all of those transactions matter, and so I expect to be really active in doing that. I think on the pitching side more than the hitting side.
Cubs looking for pitching this offseason. Jed Hoyer, could be a trade, could be free agency. They'll have to replace Andrew Kittredge. Why was he let go?
I mean, I think in the end, I would say I thought it was a close call for us. He was fantastic for us. Ultimately, we felt like using that, kind of waiting on that, using that money later in the offseason, felt like, that was probably the biggest decision, was doing that decision then versus potentially later on in the offseason. So, obviously we made that move. You saved the buyout by trading him back there, and then we could redeploy that money elsewhere. But it was timing as much as anything, because I do think Andrew was great for us. Really impressive. I mean, he came in after the deadline. It's hard to do that, and he kind of hit the ground running, and you got so many big outs for us. So great job, and that was really the decision, was timing as much as anything.
So the Cubs saved money, no buyout for Kittredge by sending him back to the Orioles. And Jed did say there that they would use that money in this offseason. Pete Crow Armstrong had a really great first half pre-All-Star game, had an okay after the All-Star game. How does PCA get better this offseason?
But Pete's not a finished product. I think he's going to continue to get better. I think that the season he had was incredible. I thought he was the best defender in baseball. And I think he had flashes of being a really great offensive player. I think he struggled at times, and I think that's pretty normal for a 23-year-old. So I think he'll continue to get better, and I think that we'll continue to work with him. But, I thought Pete's year, but what Pete did to help us win baseball games was exceptional.
Do you think it's simplistic in some ways that he doesn't approach it trying to be a home run hitter and just be the hitter and quick twitch player he is?
Well, his ability to get the ball in the air to the pull side this year was really strong, and so he has home run power. I think he'll continue to refine his approach. I don't know what the best version of Pete will look like in the coming years. I don't know whether it's fewer homers or not. I don't know what it looks like, but I think he'll continue to just get better, improve, and I think that one of the best things about playing great defense is he gets in the lineup every day, always. He's always going to play. He's always going to be out there because he helps us win. The more reps you get, the more at-bats you get, the more chance you have to refine your craft. And I think that's why I think a lot of times those young, good defenders can continue to develop offensively because their defense gets them in the game.
Cubs President of Baseball Operations, Jed Hoyer, meeting with the media and our Bruce Levine. Again, Bruce Levine joining Mully and Haugh this morning at 9:25 live from Las Vegas. Jed calling PCA the best defender in all of baseball. If you just woke up, welcome to a Wednesday, November the 12th. We're broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. The Pick 6 at 6 on Mully and Haugh. Then Dan Weeder, 7:25. Chris Chelio skates in, 8:44. Stacey Dales, 9 a.m. Bruce Levine, again, 9:25. All those guests joining you on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, the hometown tire, Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. Let's switch gears and move over to the Bears. They are back up at Halas Hall today, prepping for the Vikings. It's a noon kick on Fox. Right now, the Vikings are -3. The total, 48.5. We'll get a little look at the first initial injury report later on today, so keep it right here for all your Bears coverage. Rex Grossman, yesterday on the score with the Rahimi, Harris, and Grody program. First thing they talked to him about, of course, is QB1, Caleb Williams.
Just watch him from afar, he just seems like he's more comfortable with his decision-making. Last year, I think, first of all, the offensive line's a lot better this year. Plus, he's more confident where he's looking and going through his reads instead of just holding the ball a little bit too long and dancing in the pocket and doing some things when maybe guys were open and he was trying to make a wild play. I think he's understanding the game a little more, has better protection, and I think his coach is putting his eyes in the right spot.
Rex Grossman with the Rahimi, Harris, Grody program, talking to us about QB1 Caleb Williams. How about new head coach Ben Johnson? What does Rex think about him from afar?
Well, I think Ben Johnson is an amazing coordinator that really has a lot of trick plays and everybody talks about, but just be able to create separation for the wide receivers schematically is what it's all about. We had that a lot with Ron Turner, but when I was with Kyle Shanahan and understanding defenses and how you affect linebackers to create holes behind them and was just eye-opening. And it all pretty much starts with the running game. And I think the Bears have been running the ball pretty well, which makes it a lot easier on the quarterback because then the play action starts to really affect safeties and linebackers, and you can start to attack those holes. But I think that's exactly what they're doing. And then they're so young, but they're so talented that some of the plays Caleb makes is just you can't schematically draw that up. So if he gets really good at just the basics, he's going to be amazing.
Former Bears QB Rex Grossman on the score yesterday with the Rahimi, Harris, and Grody midday show. Rex obviously knows a thing or two about the pressure of being QB1 here in town. Here he describes that for our midday show.
There's a lot of negatives. Everything you said is true, but there's also, you're in Chicago, you're playing for the Chicago Bears in the Super Bowl, you get drafted in the first round, you're in a beautiful city with passionate fans, and, a lot of them loved me. A lot of them didn't. But, that's just part of it. And during the 2006 season, our defense was playing so well and our special teams was making plays, and we would play great on offense. But when we didn't, I was the lightning rod, and the 670, the score was all over it. So everybody just was talking about, well, the defense is going to play great. Special teams is going to play great. We're going to run the ball decent. How's Rex going to play? So I became a lightning rod as big as it gets. So that was a little bit of pressure for sure, but the biggest pressure was on me to figure out how to play consistently well. And I was good at times, and, at times I wish I had a few things back.
Rex Grossman on what it's like to be QB1 for the Chicago Bears, especially when the Bears are doing well like they did back in 2006. Again, Rex Grossman, a guest here on The Score with the Rahimi, Harris, and Grody program. You're listening to the pregame show for Mully and Haugh. They will be live and local for you beginning at 5:30. And don't forget, before Chicago takes on Minnesota, tune in Sunday, 9 to noon, for the local Ford dealer pregame show right here on 670 The Score. Olin Kreutz, Patrick Manley, and Mike Mulligan will get you set for the game. Immediately following the game, we'll have instant reaction on the post-game show presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing and Turo Tire, and all of it can be heard on The Score and that free Odyssey app. So the Bears are at the Vikings. It's the first repeat game in the division for the Bears. What will the Bears have to do differently this time to win on Sunday in Minneapolis? Find out next right here on the Mully and Haugh pregame show. This is 670 The Score.
Coming up at 5:30, the boys are back with the Mully and Haugh Show, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show. 5:30 till 10 a.m. Mully and Haugh on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
This segment of the program brought to you by Grand Appliance. Shop the Black Friday Now sale at Grand Appliance for Black Friday deals like the LG Counter Depth Refrigerator starting at just $15.99. Visit grandappliance.com or your local Grand showroom to save all month. That's Grand Appliance, appliance experts since 1930.
If you're waiting for the perfect time to get into a new Hyundai, your wait is over. Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai is clearing out all remaining models during the year-end model clearance event. We're talking incredible deals. Rebates up to $11,000 or 0% financing for 72 months on select vehicles. Rosen Hyundai is the goods. Don't miss your chance to save big. Stop by Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha, right on Highway 50 at I-94, or visit them at Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin, just south of the expressway on Rendell Road. Rosen Hyundai, where you always save a fistful of dollars. Find your new ride today at buyrosen.com.
Financing to qualified buyers.
Coach Dave Wannstedt here, and I want to tell you my good feet story. I'm a guy that likes to walk everywhere. When you're coming off ruptured Achilles and knee replacements, that puts stress on your feet. And I have tried everything with no relief until I stepped into the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk. Since I've been wearing the Good Feet shoes and supports, I haven't backed off my activities either. Sure, walking is the big part, but I'm using the elliptical, I'm biking. The Good Feet arch supports can help with foot, ankle, knee, hip, even back pain by properly aligning your body from the ground up. And they slip into the shoes that you already have. You can use your HSA or your FSA account to purchase your arch supports. Live the life you love, free of foot, knee, hip, and back pain. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com or just stop by a store nearest you. Locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
Save big money at Menards. From smoke and carbon monoxide detectors to fire extinguishers and more, Kidde home safety products keep your family protected in case of emergencies. Did you know that your detectors need to be replaced every 5 to 10 years? Kidde detectors feature enhanced sensing technology that reduces false alarms and fast alerts for more time to get out safely. Visit us in-store or on Menards.com and shop our great selection of Kidde safety products.
Save big money at Menards.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
It's about time pros had one partner for every part of the job. Simple ordering, fast delivery, continuous support, all from one partner. The Home Depot delivers supplies on your schedule. Our pro team helps you plan ahead so projects run smoother. And with Pro Extra benefits, you can simplify ordering, track spending, and save time every step of the way. Because with one partner, you get more than materials, you keep your job moving. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
Winter is coming, Chicago. Atturo Tire is your hometown tire and knows this climate. Check out their new all-weather tires at your local independent Atturo Tire dealer. To learn more, visit Atturo.com and find performance within reach.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening. Because health is a long game and it's yours to win. Now here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi? Learn more at Depend.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you know why a jeweler who sells you a lab-grown diamond will never agree to buy it back from you? It's because they know it's worth far less than what you paid, and it's losing value every day. At Rasny Jewelers, we only offer natural diamonds, made from the earth, not a machine. And we will make you this promise. If you buy a diamond from Rasny, we will buy it back from you when you decide to upgrade and pay you 100% of what you paid us for that same diamond. You see, a Rasny natural diamond has real lasting value. It took billions of years to create. You can wear it, upgrade it, hand it down to the next generation, and the value will always be there. Come to Rasny Jewelers and learn the facts. Let our experts explain the difference. We're all about educating, building relationships, and protecting our customers, providing real value and peace of mind. Rasny Jewelers, 7 decades of integrity, transparency, and trust. 4 Chicagoland locations: suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, Chicago's Gold Coast, and online, rasny.com.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
This season, some gifts don't come wrapped in paper. They come wrapped in trust, commitment, and integrity. At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise, especially during the holidays. That's why we created the Patrick Promise. Now through the season of giving, enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select new 2025 models. Here at Patrick, we stand by our word, just like the traditions that bring us together.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
Time is ticking away. Don't let another minute pass.
Plan your retirement now with Trajan Wealth for the future you deserve. Call Trajan today at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. You're listening to the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Coming up in 60 seconds. And coming up at 5:30, it's Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the Mully and Haugh pregame show on 670 The Score.
Morning, Chicago. Welcome to a Wednesday, 12th of the month. It's the Mully and Haugh pregame show. We're broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Mully and Haugh have got you covered 5:30 until 10. They've got the pick six at 6. Dan Weeder, 7:25. Chris Chelios, 8:44. Stacey Dales at 9. And then we're going to take you out to Las Vegas for the MLB GM meetings. Bring in our guy, Bruce Levine, and all those guests join us on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, the hometown tire, Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. Both the Bulls and Blackhawks are back on the fields of play tonight. 5:45 here on the Score. Bulls at the Pistons. Pistons are -2. The total, 233.5. Josh Giddey questionable for the Bulls. Cade Cunningham questionable for the Pistons. Your Bulls sit at 6-4. Blackhawks are 8-5-3. They host the Devils. Will drop the puck against the team from the East Coast at 8:30 tonight. Connor Bedard is your NHL's 2-star athlete of the NHL. Brewers' Pat Murphy repeats as NL Manager of the Year. The college football playoff rankings part 2 are out. Top 5 teams remain the same. Ohio State, followed by Indiana, Texas A&M, Alabama, and Georgia. Then it's Texas Tech, Ole Miss, Oregon, Notre Dame, Texas, Oklahoma, and BYU to round out your top 12. The Bears returning to Hallis Hall today, prepping for the Vikings noon kick on Fox. Let's hear from Matt Bowen, who was on with Spiegel and Holmes yesterday, talking about Caleb Williams being able to make the plays that matter most at the end of the contest.
It means that he's developing into a playmaker. And that's what we talked about coming out of the draft. When you watched the tape at UFC, a lot of highlight plays. And what you wanted to see was the next step. And you're starting to see it. Like I said, throughout that football game, when he's playing on rhythm and driving the ball, especially in in-breaking concepts, everything looks crisp. Okay, now you add the playmaking element to that. Now, still, you need more refinement in terms of, comfortability inside the pocket. I go to one play, okay? Remember, we're talking about a young quarterback, but when he extended the play into the boundary, made the deep ball throw to DJ Moore in the corner of the end zone, right? Everyone talks about the arm talent because it always pops with him. But if you're looking at the elite quarterbacks in this league, Mahomes, Allen, Herbert, I think Joe Burrow's in this mix right here. Did they climb, reset the window, and throw the deep over route on time to DJ Moore? That's the next step for him. And look, that's a lot to ask for a second-year quarterback because we're talking about big-time players that I just listed. But that's where he wants to get to, where he doesn't have to leave the pocket, where he doesn't have to eject, where he can step up, reset that window, and still stay on time. I think that's the next step in this progression for him.
Matt Bowen with Spiegel and Holmes, weekdays on 670 The Score, our afternoon drive program. Matt telling you that Caleb is getting things done at the end of the game, but also telling us what is next for him to take that next step to become part of an elite group of quarterbacks in the NFL. Of course, don't forget on Sunday before Chicago takes on Minnesota, 9 to noon, your local Ford dealer pregame show right here on 670 The Score. Olin Kreutz, Patrick Manley, Mike Mulligan getting you set for the game immediately following a game. Instant reaction on the post-game show presented by TimberTech Decking and Railing and Atturo Tire, and all of it can be heard right here on The Score and that free Odyssey app. It is 5:30 on your Wednesday, and now it's time for Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Yeah, we're done.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan David Haugh.
Being told they're dropping the ball too much, you can create sort of you don't want to make a suggestion. Just knock it off is about all you can really say to them. Hey, you got to catch the ball.
I don't believe it come in Wednesday to alienate your players or give them reason to stop thinking that you are the right guy at the right time for this year. What you want to do is you reward the people who aren't dropping the football.
Dustin, the cut there was of his new T-shirt.
Drops equal no rock.
How about no grip, no rip?
I hated it. That's all I'm going to say.
I don't
Could you
get
explain
that.
the rip part?
Yeah.
Well, you let it rip. You see a guy open, you let it rip.
If you can't catch it,
I don't know.
You'll have to fetch it.
No.
Because
no.
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 670 The Score.
How about get too droppy, make career sloppy?
Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That's left unresolved. There'll be no T-shirts about drops apparently coming out of this show. Wow.
Good morning, Mully. Happy Wednesday. No, that was something we didn't quite workshop.
No, we forgot
I don't think it's going to take off anytime soon. Let's hope the drop stops so we don't need a T-shirt.
No grip, rest in peace. We will kill you.
Let's hope not. That would be a bit drastic overreaction.
That might be an overreaction.
Yeah, it would be. But maybe the drops will stop in Minneapolis, and the Bears, the first place Bears, that is, will get the job done.
Stop the drop.
Stop the drop. There you go.
That was a good one.
It's very simple. Very simple, basic, and strong. Yeah, Bears back in action today. Quiet night last night. Not a whole lot going on. Big Ten basketball, a little early for the college basketball interest to be kindled.
You don't know how horrible things have been going for the Ramblers. It's been just awful. They were favored in their first game by 17.5 points. They won on a last-second shot.
I remember. It was glorious. It was.
Then they lost to, help me with this team name, Mercyhurst?
Mercyhurst, yes.
Is that a team?
Yeah, it's a team.
I don't think I'd ever heard of them.
They lost to Mercyhurst?
They lost to
Mercyhurst
here. And then Layla's North Texas useless players came in and they beat the Ramblers.
They beat them too?
At
the big
Loyola.
The Green Machine? Mercyhurst is in Erie, Pennsylvania.
Okay. Like I said. Never heard of them. What year did they win the state title? Did they win the the Ramblers won the state. They're the only NCAA team from Illinois.
You're making my point. It's way too early to be talking about college basketball because
they got to go recruit a new team.
Little has happened that has captured my interest.
The Illini suffered an injury, right?
Illini held on last night. Michigan held on last night. Ball State lost to Wisconsin.
Duke somehow got past was it Army? Because Coach K was there, right? And they beat him by like 57 points or something. It was crazy.
Yeah.
I do want to say real quick, the Illini, Peja Stojakovic kid is going to be a problem. I'm just saying he's going to be really good. Just be on the lookout for him. I feel like he's going to be
excellent.
a high pick. He's going to be a
transfer
stud.
from Cal, correct?
Correct.
Wow, good for him.
At one point in time, did Cal have Peja Stojakovic's kid playing basketball and Fernando Mendoza their quarterback? Both of them left for the Midwest.
Fernando Heisman-Doza?
Yes, thank you. Catching on.
I'm here for you.
Yes, Fernando Heisman-Doza.
Dustin just has another confused look on his face.
It's okay. He's going to win the Heisman, I think. He's a front runner. Maybe
may
not.
Unbelievable. Poor Gus Johnson.
You got the Ohio State quarterback.
Lost his voice over it.
And Justin Sayin, right? That's
yes.
The front runner, perhaps, the Alabama quarterback. You have the Notre Dame running back, Jeremiah Love.
It could be a running back year.
It could be a running back year every year.
Sure.
It always goes to a quarterback of late. But I'm more into seeing what happens now with the college football landscape.
Did you watch last night's production? They had the second reveal of the CFP, and they really didn't change the top 5 teams.
No, they did not.
They didn't do anything.
They did not.
We'll talk about it.
The brackets are forming together. Still a lot of football to be played. and you find yourself wondering things about matchups and if that would be a preferable matchup.
Yeah, for instance, the Fighting Irish who play Pitt this week, and we say go Pitt and go Irish because we're going to get coffee out of it either way. Dave and Dustin squaring off on that one. And apparently they were going to play BYU, which is great news. BYU not as good. Mm-hmm. Now they would get Oregon. That's not so good. They at Oregon. Oregon's 9 and Oregon's 8 and they're 9, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. So they play. I mean, I'm just saying that's not as ideal. Going out to Oregon and playing them isn't as ideal as beating up on BYU.
Notre Dame's got to take care of business before they even get to that point.
Yeah, you're right.
They are not out in the clear.
No, they're not playing as well defensively as I thought they would.
Defense has been an issue all season long.
They are steamrolling people with the run.
Getting a lot of shade thrown already. It's early. Boy, it's 5:36 and already the texters. 415. Hey, David, was at the Knicks-Grizzlies game last night. Saw your superstar Ja Morant in person. Great stat line. 4 for 14 shooting. 2 for 6 from 3.
16 points.
Always complaining about not getting the calls. Heard you advocating the Bulls to trade for him yesterday. Not sure what you are seeing with this guy. He's no superstar IMO.
I think this is a person who doesn't want to be on the Grizzlies, and the Grizzlies don't want him.
Yeah.
You can see it.
Yeah, he's not fitting into anything they're doing, and they are kind of not trying to make sure that he gets his or set him up in the same fashion. It's not his team right now.
It's not. And
Which
I
is
think
why he wants out.
When you say advocating for a trade, we had a conversation about the value of having a star, and what the Bulls really don't have is that one guy.
Well, the closer.
The closer.
That's kind of what they're lacking.
It's a debate who should get the ball when they need a big shot hit on a final possession.
And again, it happened 3 times kind of over the weekend and Monday, but you had your Josh Giddey out for one of those games, injured for another one. So I think if it is him, then here's hoping he's back tonight. But if he's not, I mean, I guess it would balance out if Cade Cunningham can't go. They're both questionable in this game. But you would rather see everyone at full strength and see what you got versus what they got.
Did you see Cade Cunningham, his last game out, missed 40-some shots? He was 14. I got to figure this. I got to get the information here. Cade Cunningham, not shy, and he's a guy that is.
He's a good player.
He's a problem every night. Yes. Yeah. He missed 31 shots. Excuse me. He was 14 for 45, I believe.
Wow.
That's not really getting hot ever.
He was on one leg.
45 shots. Is he going to take 45 shots tonight?
Not
he scored 46
play.
points on 45 shots, and they won in overtime. That is crazy.
Yeah.
And the Bulls get them tonight in Detroit.
Yeah, that's the game he had that triple-double, but the shooting is horrible.
Where are they playing in Detroit these days? They moved downtown, right? Or is that just the Lions? I forget. No, they built that new building for the Red Wings, right?
Yes.
Is that where they're
I've
not
been to
out
a Pistons game downtown Detroit.
Little Caesars Arena.
Yeah.
Yes, it's
downtown. Yeah.
Midtown Detroit.
They're not way the heck out like they used to be.
Auburn Hills, right?
No, they're not in Auburn Hills. No,
yeah,
or
Auburn
Pontiac,
Hills.
where the dome used to be.
Yeah.
Cunningham's 31 missed shots, most by a player in an NBA game since the 76-77 merger.
Oh my gosh, that is unbelievable.
That's confidence.
Well,
I mean, after you miss like 25.
Didn't John Starks do that a couple times in the playoffs?
You always felt like that long.
Yeah.
Bulls got a challenge tonight, though.
Yeah, they do.
Pistons are good, and they got him the first time, but I don't know if they're playing at as high of a level, and they're certainly not as healthy if Josh Giddey's compromised.
Saw me some Noah Essengay yesterday.
Where did you see him?
He was on your channel. The Windy City Bulls were playing. He apparently was here to talk French to Wemby, and then he drove to, where is it in Wisconsin? They must have driven him. wherever it is in Wisconsin, and they played the Wisconsin Herd, Herd, and they won.
I heard
and he had a good game.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Windy City Bulls. There was no Mike McClurg. I was disappointed.
No, he's with the Pacers, and then I think he's been cut by the Pacers. He was traded to the Pacers or signed with the Pacers.
He was there for a hot minute.
He was there
no
for a
Mac
minute.
McClung. He was there for maybe 5 hours.
Oh.
He's been everywhere for a hot minute right now. He was with the Bulls, got cut.
I thought
Pacers
I might see him
cut.
dunk. I wasn't following his career closely. You know who was on the Wisconsin Herd? Victor Oladipo. Oladipo.
Yes, Victor Oladipo.
Who's a great player.
Former Magic.
Who was a former Hoosier.
Rocket. Former Hoosier, thank you.
I mean, he was a hell of a player.
Yes, he was an all-star.
He's apparently been hurt. He's 10 years in.
Working his way in.
The Herd just traded for him.
Well,
I didn't even know they did trades.
The Bucks maybe envisioning him as somebody who could contribute to the roster.
I can't verify that that's the Bucks team.
I can. I'm
you
looking
can?
at the Wisconsin.
Okay, good.
They're affiliated with the Milwaukee Bucks.
Okay,
They play at Oshkosh Arena in Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Oshkosh, by gosh.
Oh, my gosh.
Yes.
It's Oshkosh.
Yeah. Been there.
Done that.
Been through there.
Yeah.
Driving elsewhere. But I did stop and have a sandwich in some
Victor Oladipo, you never
shopping
know
mall.
what you're going to find in a G League.
I'm just saying it was so weird. It was so like I remember him as a good player. I don't remember him as a G League player.
Well, G League is for a lot of different
it's for
reasons.
guys getting healthier. And, I got
guys
you.
trying to work their way back into the league.
Right.
For whatever reason, Victor Oladipo, he's been injured quite a bit, but at one point in time, he was a max player, I think.
He was a really good player in the NBA.
Well traveled.
And he was a great college hooper. So it's a guy whose name you recognize. You're just kind of like, what? How did he end up here?
He is 33 years old, so it's going to be quite the journey back if he's able to do that.
I also saw Murph win the Manager of the Year award. That was hilarious. He was in his car. They cut to him, and he's in his automobile. He was driving. It had pulled over, but he was, gracious, accepted it. It was very funny.
Well, it's funny the way he received it. I'm not sure how funny it is for Cub fans. 2 years in a row to see Pat Murphy, friend of the program, really happy for Pat Murphy.
Great dude.
Boy, the Brewers manager, the guy left behind is the two-time National League Manager of the Year. Congratulations. It's got to be tough.
Texter wants to know, it's the Herd? Shouldn't it be the cheese curd? Wisconsin curd. That's very funny. I agree with you. I think that it's just kind of, what can you say about it, David? It is really an oddity seeing players that good reduced to comeback trail, but that's life.
Yeah, I mean, as for Pat Murphy, I think you look at
Murph's the best.
The Brewers, and you wonder what their offseason is going to bring in terms of
who they're trading,
who they're acquiring, and then you're like, well, they're going to get the most out of the roster either way because that's what's happened in the last 2 years. And just when you're ready to maybe think the Cubs are in a position to pass them, then they put everything together like they did last year. Yeah, interesting night at the MLB meetings, GM meetings. We heard from Jed Hoyer. I think later Bruce heard from Carter Hawkins. So both Cubs top executives spoke. Jed Hoyer, very interesting, as we'll talk during the Pick Six, prioritizing the Cubs' offseason needs in terms of pitching, number one. Talked about Shota moving on. And I don't know that there was a big discourse over the Kyle Tucker situation, but I don't think there's any expectation that's realistic about the Cubs and Kyle Tucker. Have not gotten that sense.
Yeah, it is. We'll play this and we'll talk about it, but it was very interesting to hear that it's all about pitching. And I can understand that when you think about what happened at the end of the year and how the season ended. But wasn't there some issues with hitting as well? I mean, didn't there? Should it be I mean, it would be fine if it was all about pitching if you had Tucker back and everyone healthy. But if that's not the case, then don't you need to replace that bat in your lineup somehow?
I think that almost goes without saying. I think that is almost the expectation for, you lose a guy like Kyle Tucker, Silver Slugger.
Yes.
You're going to have to replace him. And I don't know that – I think that we could have – it's almost one of these things where he came out and he identified pitching as a priority. And you watch the Dodgers, and they didn't. They had all the starters,
pitching.
And that was almost like the takeaway.
That's how they won. Yes.
So if Jet had come out and said, you know what, our biggest priority is to make sure that we have a power bat in the outfield, I think our reaction might have been, well, did you watch the World Series?
Yeah.
You got to get studs. You got to get a top of the rotation starter. You got to get this and you got to get that. And also about the rebuilding the bullpen and then the starting rotation. So I think that the safe answer for any executive
pitching. Okay.
It's all about.
I don't argue with that. I just think there's more to it than he kind of made it. We're obviously concentrating on pitching, and he was very loose about it.
Very, very, very.
It's a great time
very
of year.
Very transparent.
Yes.
He always is, and does not ever sound really terribly defensive, even when he could have, because the Shota thing, he made them parting ways with Shota sound like kind of steps in a negotiation.
Yeah, he made it sound like, we're just going to have to rework this deal. It didn't sound like we got to get rid of this guy.
It did not sound like we have to move on. It's our price point is so far apart. It sounded like they were either A, willing to accept Shota back at 1 year for $22 million, which is what happens if he accepts the qualifying offer, or B, work out a 2-year deal, which is a less annual average value for the salary, but gives them 2 years and maybe with an opt-out involved. So creatively structuring that contract could be what they're working on now. It doesn't sound like.
Let's take a listen.
All right, let's listen.
Ultimately, it was just we obviously value Shota a ton. I think he's, he was amazing for us as a pitcher, as a teammate, and I don't want to close that door completely by any stretch, but ultimately, we didn't think that the club option was right value. He didn't think that the player option was right value, and that happens. And so, clearly we made him a qualifying offer, and there's nothing that prohibits us from still talking to him. So I don't want to close that door. But obviously, like I said, the way that we value the club option, the way he valued the player option, obviously we didn't meet up there.
You say don't want to close that door. Is that just in terms of the qualifying offer, or could you work out something?
No, I think we think incredibly highly of him, so I don't want him either way.
I think the only problem with that, and God bless him, he's being very transparent there. I think the only problem is he could just accept a qualifying offer. Now he's got a 1-year deal, and he's making a lot of money.
Yeah.
What would he make on the open market next year? In his mind, does he believe that he's going to be back to the entity he was, and then maybe he can get paid twice? Or would he be willing to negotiate for less money this year and next year than he originally thought he would get?
Either outcome involves him returning to the Cubs.
Yes.
So that did not sound like sayonara.
Oh, boy.
It did not.
No. But
he's not saying goodbye to Shota.
It may have sounded like he has to negotiate against himself a little bit.
But that
to get an extra
he's got to
year.
decide whether or not 1 at 22 or 2 at 40, say, is a better deal, or 2 at 35.
See, yeah. Now then the math of that becomes, all right, let's subtract the 35 from 42. Like for the 22 from 35 leaves you 15. Could you make more on the open? Would you be better off signing the qualifying offer and then rolling the bones on the extra year? I mean, it just seems like that's a lot of money you could make that would set you up.
I hope that everyone's focusing on those semantics and the 5th starter while the Cubs swoop in and make a whopping offer to Dylan Cease and take him away from the Astros.
That sounds like a really good idea.
And pitching-wise,
Framber Valdez.
There's a lot of
right?
there's several bullpen arms, closers that are available that I don't know if the Cubs are going to be in that market because of their long-held philosophy about paying closers top dollar. But they do have a track record of building a bullpen around veteran arms that have been maybe dismissed elsewhere. I guess you're going to have to trust him again.
Well, and with good reason. They did very well in the bullpen by the end of the year. They had to cycle through some things, but they did excellent. And they have done that pretty much since Tommy has been there.
Yeah, when Jed said pitching and free agency and trades, when he said trades, I thought the guy from the Twins, Joe Ryan. Yes. And when he said free agency, you think Valdez and Cease.
Yes.
And when he talks about help from within, you envision Jackson Wiggins. So they do have, opportunities here to bolster their starting rotation.
No doubt.
And the bullpen will be pieced together, and it'll be something we'll have to just have faith in the fact that they have had a good success doing that.
Would you be disappointed in the long run if Shota came back on a 1-year, $22 million deal?
I'd be fine with that, as long as it doesn't preclude them from going after the pitchers at the top of the free agent market. I'd be fine with Shota.
But you just put an asterisk on it.
There's also an asterisk on everything.
See, I'm trying to.
This is going to be a great day
if I win the lotto.
This is going to be, you're going to enjoy breakfast. If there's always an if.
If I find gold bullion somehow.
Yeah, you're always going to be. It's always going to be contingent about something else. So if Shota is back with the Cubs, okay. I don't want that to be the biggest move to the rotation, addition to the rotation. They could add Shota and trade for Joe Ryan, and that would be a nice offseason for the starting rotation. That'd be really good.
If they got one more starter.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not arguing, but it would be great if they really just put it over the top.
You know what was really nice yesterday, though, and enjoyed before all the Wisconsin herd captured our imagination last night? Rex Grossman on the score.
Yeah, that was great.
Rex Grossman.
Good to hear Rex.
With the Midday Show.
He was
talking about his experience, where he's been since. I love Grody's question, kind of like, well, Rex, where'd you been?
He's been in Florida, hasn't he?
He's been in Florida. He's been in business in Florida.
Yeah.
He had a long NFL career.
He did.
After his 6 years in Chicago, a cup of coffee in Houston, and then 5 seasons, I believe, in Washington, D.C.
He said his best time of his career was here.
He did, and he's right.
And he's right, yeah.
Yeah, you look at there are two quarterbacks who have started games for the Chicago Bears in the Super Bowl. One of them is Jim McMahon. The other is Rex Grossman.
That's right.
It's pretty good company to keep. Why is Dustin looking that way? I think he's wanting to say something, but not really saying it.
Rex, I was good to hear from him. I mean, it is. He talked about it, played a cut in the pregame show, how difficult it is to be QB1. And he said, a lot of the arrows, if you will, that he took were from right here at the score.
Yeah, he did mention the score. Yeah, they weren't a big fan of, the Grossman.
It was nice to hear from him.
Wasn't a big fan of talk radio back in those days. He was polarizing. There's no question about it. He described it well when he did, because he was really inconsistent.
Right? What if they would have started Kate Horton instead? Or not Kate Horton. Kyle, who was it? No,
Kyle Orton.
Kyle Orton. I'm so Cub-focused.
You are the meatball machine.
I am so Cub-focused right now.
He did
after
eventually
that opening segment.
Start, but they probably were forced to start him earlier than they wished.
Was Kate Horton born?
No shot. Probably not.
All right. We got the Pick Six. We're going to go through all the stories of the day, and we'll break them apart for you. There's a lot going on. It's Mully and Haugh on the score.
Mark Grody.
Mark Grote.
Chicagoland native.
You're darn right I am.
Covering all of Chicago's teams on the Rahimi Harris and Grody Show.
I absolutely love it.
With live Bears reports from Hallis Hall on Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Bears.
Mark Grody, a lifelong Chicago sports fan and longtime score guy. Talking Chicago sports on the Rahimi Harris and Grody Show.
A win is a win is a win.
Right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
Got it right there. Everybody pause and cut.
This segment is brought to you by Moderna.
mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
If your garage floor looks lousy with stains and cracks or a bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor and installation by the holiday on a new Comer and Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor and installation by the holiday, it's going to end soon. So here's the number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. It's guaranteed to never chip, crack, show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever, and they make it so easy. Comer and Cross employees are all professionals. They don't use any subcontractors. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly, and they even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer and Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to Comer, C-O-M-E-R, cross.com.
Pretty much hurt doing anything. I couldn't ride a bicycle. You don't have your life because you don't have your mobility.
So when Patrick heard about QC Kinetics and their non-invasive regenerative treatments for pain, no waiting, he called them immediately.
There's no downtime. There's no rehab. That was the tipping point for me. I didn't have to take any drugs. I didn't have to rehab.
Before considering surgery, check out QC Kinetics' all-natural treatment options that restore and repair damaged joint tissue in your knees, hips, shoulders, and back.
If you have knee replacement surgery, and then the knee is not yours, and there's no guarantee that that's going to be successful.
QC Kinetics. Patients around the country are raving about the results. They're getting back their mobility, taking back their lives with no downtime, no drugs, and no surgery. Don't wait. Call QC Kinetics today for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report, United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Nearly 75 years, one family name, and generations of Chicago area families forever connected by something rare, trust.
At Rasny Jewelers, it's the same family for 75 years. That's a powerful statement that few can make.
The Rasnys have built something lasting, a family business that treats every client like one of their own.
We don't look at somebody that's making purchases in the store as clients. We look at them as part of the Rasny family.
And it shows in the faces behind every display, many of whom have been there for decades. For the Rasny family, jewelry isn't business, it's legacy. From Stan and Ingrid to their children, Eric, Christine, and Michael.
Rasny Jewelers is truly a family business. You can be in any one of the 4 locations and typically always find a Rasny somewhere in the building.
So if you're looking for high-quality craftsmanship and personalized service, visit Rasny Jewelers in suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago's Gold Coast, or shop online at rasny.com. Family-owned, operated, and proudly Chicago.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-834-7766. 800-834-7766. 800-834-7766.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard Update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. Bulls back on the court tonight and back on the score. It's a 5:45 pregame. We're not sure if Josh Giddey will play. And for the Pistons, we're not sure if Cade Cunningham will play. Right now, the Pistons are -2. The total, 233.5. 8:30 at the United Center. The Blackhawks, 8-5-3 overall, hosting the Devils. Connor Bedard is the NHL's second star of the week. College football playoff rankings part 2. Top 5 teams remain the same. Ohio State #1, followed by Indiana, Texas A&M, Alabama, Georgia, Texas Tech, Ole Miss, Oregon, Notre Dame, Texas, Oklahoma, BYU round out the top 12. 14th ranked Illini take care of #11 Texas Tech in college buckets, 81-77. DePaul falling to Buffalo, 66-53. Notre Dame got the best of Eastern Illinois, 78-58. Bears returning to Hallis Hall, prepping for the Vikings noon kick on Fox. Vikings -3, total 48.5. Week 11 of the NFL kicks off tomorrow night right here on The Score. Coverage beginning at 6:30. It's the Jets at the Patriots. Patriots -13 and the total 43 in that one. Now it's time for the Pick 6 on Mully and Haugh.
It's Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
How big of a game is Sunday for the Bears? Before we see the injury report later today, what is the biggest key to the outcome? And is this bigger for J.J. McCarthy or for Caleb Williams?
Well, I would say that this is a big game. It's the next game. It's a division game. They are 3-17 in their last 20 division games, right? It's not good. So you would like them to start to make a move in the division. This is a game against a team they should have beaten earlier. Bears, every game is big right now because it is this, they got 6 wins and it's a race to 10 minimum, I would imagine. I know that teams get in with 9, but given their division and given how difficult things are around the division, I think that they need to jump and take advantage of it and take advantage of the fact that that Caleb Williams has a lot more playing time under his belt than J.J. McCarthy. And, you could argue that, well, J.J. was around in the same system now and it should be easier for him. But I think it's playing the game that helps quarterbacks grow. So I think the biggest key to the outcome really is Caleb Williams. I think, unfortunately, they're going to do a really good job of kind of defending, as Dave told us yesterday, the outside running lanes because the Bears have excelled at that. And maybe, Monungai can run inside a little bit. Be great to see him get some carries. But for the most part, you're going to need your passing game, and that's going to mean Caleb and his understanding and his growth in the offense. And I think we've seen that ever so slowly begin to develop. I thought he played a good game. Even when I went back and watched it, I thought he was throwing the ball okay early. And I get it. There were a lot of drops in that game, but I don't think that necessarily should be a problem indoors. So I'm hoping that goes away with the weather going away. But I think Caleb's going to have to, they can't really do a hell of a lot on defense. and I'm just being honest about it. You got to see who's available. Their defense will fluctuate depending on their personnel. And they've got some guys that aren't coming back. TJ Edwards, they need him back. I don't know if he can play with a club on his hand. I don't know if he can play because of his hamstring. We should learn something today injury-wise. But if they're going to score points, if they're going to win this game, they're going to have to score points. And they've been doing a good job. I like the idea, the Ben Johnson thing of you got to score every time you get the ball. If they can do something like that, they can win the game. But I don't think Caleb can be a passenger. I think that the comparison between him and J.J. McCarthy at this point, they need J.J. to be a reason they don't lose, not a reason they win. He's just struggled a little bit. They've committed too many penalties. You don't know if that's related to cadence, etc., what's going on with them. But that's not our concern. I think they just need a big game from Caleb. He needs to be the better of the two quarterbacks. As far as J.J. McCarthy, it's a big game for him because he was awful last week.
It's a massive game for the Bears if the Bears hope to be respectable, be a team that's not just beating the under 500 teams. I thought really interesting yesterday, Mike Florio said to you guys that he really starts paying attention to the schedule and to the standings when we get to after Thanksgiving. Let's see where teams are then, because that's going to really give you an indication. You will have played a couple of division games twice. You will have played most of your non-conference schedule by then, and you'll be going into the home stretch of your conference play at that point. So where will the Bears stand after Black Friday against the Eagles on the road? And there's a lot of hard there. So win a game in your division on the road, second time you're playing a team, and show everybody, and show yourselves most importantly first. Show yourselves that you're as good as right now your record says you are. I'm from Illinois. I'm a Bears fan. I give a rat's rear end about J.J. McCarthy, especially this week.
Really?
Now, any other week,
wow.
week, I care.
Yeah.
So the bigger game, it's for the Bears QB1. It's for Caleb Williams. That's the bigger game. He's going on the road.
Out,
he needs to win on the division.
Fine.
I don't care about J.J. McCarthy unless he's playing the Packers.
Then
I want J.J. McCarthy winning a good game.
You care about him this week.
I hope he has an awful game.
It's a bigger game for him than
I
it
hope
is for
the
Caleb
Vikings
Williams.
have 10 false starts on offense this week from 8 last week. 10. How about 10 false starts?
Okay.
At home.
I think it's unlikely, but possible.
Most of the things I say are unlikely, David.
Thank you. Yeah, the Bears have to look at this as a game that legitimizes much of what they've done so far to this point. They're in first place. I don't feel like it's a must-win for them. It is a must-win for the Vikings. That matters because of what you're up against. That matters because even if you want to put on blinders and earmuffs, that you can't ignore the fact that the Vikings have to be approaching this with a sense of desperation. It's a dangerous team because if they lose and drop to 4-6, then they're fairly out of it, and they have to look at this as a win or else game. That's the mentality and that's the atmosphere you're walking into. That matters because it will affect how you approach this game, maybe offensively from a game plan perspective. And the key here is the Bears secondary cannot have holes in the middle of the coverage the way they have been exposed the past couple weeks. Addison and Jefferson will be akin to Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. That's how good they are, so they have to come through. And as for J.J. McCarthy, this is a bigger game for him than Caleb Williams, whether or not Dustin wants to acknowledge it or not. He is going to be the quarterback under the most pressure. He has had a terrible run since his fourth quarter against the Bears. Last time out against the Ravens, his passer rating was, I think, in the 50s. That's not a good thing for a franchise quarterback, especially when you have Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones, the guys they let out the door starring elsewhere. Bigger game for the Vikings doesn't mean there's not a sense of urgency for the Bears.
I lost the tail end of your question.
That is the voice of Dan Weeder, 725, talking Bears with Mully and Haugh. What do you expect from the Bulls tonight in Detroit? Is it too soon after 3 straight losses to consider this a must-win? What do you need to see more from?
I'd love to see Josh Giddey. I don't know if he's healthy enough with the ankle situation to return. Like to see some defense. Maybe you'd let Cade Cunningham shoot 45 times again and you have a shot, although they won the game where he had 31 misses. So the Pistons are starting to put it together at the top of the Eastern Conference, so this is no small challenge for the Bulls. You'd like to see Matas have one of those games. We talked so much about coming into the season, and he's had a few nice moments, but you had a giddy day when he carried the Bulls in a couple victories. You've had Vooch hit the last second shot. You've had other guys step forward. I think it's time for Matas to take a giant leap forward tonight and to be the guy if the Giddey is compromised, if this, if that. Have Matas just be the guy. He wasn't in the game the other night when they closed. I don't know if that was injury. I don't know if that was just because they liked what they were doing with the five on the floor. But I don't know if you could be the guy that you have the highest ceiling on the team and not be more consequential in the outcome. So I'd like to see more from Matas tonight.
100% agree with you, David. I don't know if you've got x-ray vision and you're looking at my notes from through the glass and underneath the equipment, but Matas Buzelis needs to step up. You want to talk about a statement game for that guy after not being in the game when it mattered the most. And if it was injury, okay, we're not totally in touch with that, but Billy said he wanted guys on the court with more experience. That's why he didn't lead on like there was some type of an injury that Matas was dealing with. So, and we mentioned Josh Giddey, but let's also mention that again, Cade Cunningham is also questionable tonight. So if you take the two quote unquote best players off of each squad, that's why you need a guy like Matas to step up and play. David, did you notice the Jazz? How many they scored last night? Did you notice?
I did not.
152 points.
Did they really?
Yeah. So don't sleep on the Jazz.
Whoa.
When that was the game that the Bulls were going to
dismiss that yesterday.
Yeah, when the Bulls were going to get right, that was the team. They're 152
Mully,
points.
You were watching the Wisconsin Herd. You should have been watching the Jazz.
Yeah. I enjoyed the Herd game. I got to see a couple of future Bulls. That SNK is only 18 years old. Is that possible? Yeah. Why can't he transfer to Loyola? They need immediate help.
Yeah, wouldn't that be like a better, right? So while we're going to loan you out to the Ramblers or to the DePaul Blue Demons instead of the Windy City Bulls, we're going to have you go over there for a little bit.
That would be awesome. I got to tell you, I really am interested in this game tonight because the Bulls are favored in the game. It's a team they've beaten before. I really hope Josh Giddey is able to go. That is the guy they really missed. And I think that, unfortunately, Wemby beat him. It was as simple as that. They were in that game. They played pretty well in that game. He closed the game, and they didn't have anyone to close the game. But I'm seeing the same stuff that I've seen from the Bulls. They are the try-hard Bulls. And I think that their style, their wide-open play, the fact that they have so many people involved, and I really believe that you start the season and you try to steal some games if you're a team like the Bulls, and they've done that. Now you're getting into sort of the engagement part of the season where everybody, okay, here's what our weaknesses are, here's how we have to play, here's what we're going to change. And unfortunately, I'm not sure they can step up as much as some other teams can. They kind of have what they do and how they do it. But the way they play, how they do it, the number of people, they got such a lift from the bench early in that game against the Wembies. It was unbelievable. They were really getting it, and they will do that all the time. And I think they're going to win a lot of dog day games when most teams are kind of know whether they're in or out. I think they can do a lot of damage later on in the year because they play hard and they try and they're together. But I think that could win them a game tonight, and I'm counting on that happening.
That'd be great.
As long as if Giddey doesn't play, as long as Cade Cunningham doesn't play, I think they're in good shape. But my fear is that somehow they're at full strength and the Bulls aren't, and that's a problem. They need everyone.
It's a good question.
That is the voice of Chris Chelios. He's here at 8:44. How about the top 5 teams in the second rankings of the CFP, the College Football Playoff Selection Committee, remaining the same? Were you at all surprised that Indiana get dinged in their narrow victory at Penn State? That's David's Hoosiers. Should Texas A&M be number 2 and Indiana number 3? How about Notre Dame, now scheduled to get at Oregon in the opening of this thing?
Yeah, I honestly think that I was a little surprised. As Penn State lost 6 games now, their season's fallen apart. I thought they played really well against Indiana, and I think that's a really difficult place to play. And I think all that matters is Indiana came back and won that game. And we talked about it before that game, that if you had looked at it on paper before the year started, you'd have circled that one as one of their tougher games on their schedule going in to Penn State, that being in the middle of nowhere, and that rabid crowd and all. But things have turned, and they've obviously fired James Franklin, and they are kind of a rudderless team. They nonetheless played very well against Indiana, came back, got the lead in that game, and I just thought marching down the field and throwing a touchdown pass at the end of the game was a real kind of happy face on the sheet on the test of one Mendoza. I think he's going to, if he wins that thing, it'll be in large part because of the touchdown pass that wins that game, and it was a spectacular play by the receiver, somehow getting down and getting his feet in. Amazing. But I did wonder if Texas A&M looked better on the weekend, and how this group, it's very strange the way they're measuring this, because I think there is some gut check going on, which really upsets people, but I think it's not a bad idea. So whether they're second or third, they didn't lose the game. They won in a very difficult circumstance. I think I was glad that they didn't get dinged, because I don't want, style of victory to matter as much as just being able to win. So I'm glad that they didn't mess with it. I would not want to go on the road to Oregon. I think that could be a problem. So I hope things change, as they will. We know who's playing? Oklahoma, Georgia? Are they playing this week? There are some big games. Georgia, Texas. I'm sorry. There are some really big games left to be played in some of these power conferences.
There's a lot to be determined, but it is fun to discuss. Obviously, that's why we're talking about it right now. I don't like Notre Dame being 9 and having to go to Oregon. And then, what do you get if you beat Oregon? A trip against Ohio State. that I'd rather take on Indiana, like I had said last week. I don't think you should go backwards for winning a slim game. It was on the road. It was basically Penn State's college football championship type game. It was Mendoza's moment. We were in a group text on Saturday. I was just about ready to send something out. I'm glad I hesitated and did not. And then I said that that wide receiver that caught that ball and made Gus Johnson look like a high school play-by-play man, he needs to be invited to New York as well, along with Mr. Mendoza.
That was clever. That was a really clever line there. But it was Mendoza who had the previous passes on the way down the field that put him in that position. But it was a terrific catch. You won't find a better catch.
I don't think you will.
And they don't get punished for winning on the road in a terribly difficult venue, which I think was one of the loudest places in America on Saturday afternoon. This is like getting too worked up about the Joe Lunardi rankings in February and all of the power rankings in college basketball. This is going to change between now and the time that it's final. That this is pure speculation about where Notre Dame is going to land. Notre Dame is getting a lot of heat from, as they typically do, from other coaches. They're catching strays about being an independent, which is really a tired story. You can make the argument every year, but they also it seems like it reflects more on the person who is doing the criticizing than the source than the target of the criticism. Nonetheless, I don't mind the idea of Notre Dame going to Oregon if that's the question, because Indiana went to Oregon. They beat them out there, and they're beatable in that building. College football has so many factors have to be perfect. I think Ohio State right now is obviously the team to beat. I don't know about Indiana because of how they were threatened. They look vulnerable to me, but in a month this will be a lot more clear. Right now it was just fun to project and speculate and to wonder where your team's going to be and whether or not they'd be better off. Some teams want to keep playing. I don't think a bye. If you're Indiana, you're looking at a bye. Maybe it's a good thing. I don't know. You might lose some momentum.
The one question that really bothered me the most.
That is the voice of Bruce Levine. We'll hear from him at 9:25. He's in Vegas, and he reported from the GM meetings in Vegas that Cubs president Judd Hodder indicated he'd be open to a 2-year deal with Shota Imanaga. How big of a priority is that?
Shota's not a huge priority. Shota is somebody, if he were a huge priority, they would have made it one, and he would not be available. He would not be in the midst of these negotiations. That's all this is. When you hear Jed Hoyer talking about Shota and saying the nice things and how much he values him and these things happen, what he means and these things happen is contracts are negotiated like this, and this is all part of it. So have a lot of time for Shota. If he comes back, he will be embraced with open arms as the 5th starter. He is not your ace. He is not your number 2. If he is your ace or your number 2, you are not a team that has serious World Series aspirations. So bring him back. Let him pitch in the rotation. He can recut the commercial, and everyone can be happy.
I just think it's a hell of a roll of a dice to offer this guy the $22 million just for a draft compensation. I just don't understand that you're that desperate for a draft pick that you're willing to. I'm thinking they're crossing their fingers and their toes, hoping that he doesn't take this. Of course, he's going to say everything he said. Again, it'd be massive breaking news. Shota's done. He's got a tired arm. His velo's garbage, and he throws too many balls that are going to go out of Wrigley Field. We don't want him near Clark and Addison next year. Okay, that would be breaking news, right? Of course he's going to say what a good teammate he is, and every time they, ask him to cut a promo for the Marquee Sports Network, he's willing. He's even willing to take his shirt off for the cameras. So you had a healthy, supposedly a healthy, available guy that you're now willing to pay $22 million from, and you weren't willing to throw him in a game that was do or die for your season, and now you're willing to pay him $22 million? Something doesn't add up.
It's a really interesting one because I just wonder how much Shota is willing to play with this. I don't know. You need to know more about the man. He's made a lot of money already. That's a ton of dough, $22 million. Does he want to continue pitching to his 40s in Japan? Could he accept $22 million and then go back if he didn't have anything here? I'm sure he'd be welcome. I just think that there's a lot of missing information. How much do they want him back? I know they probably want compensation if they lose him. They don't want to lose him for nothing. But what's to keep him from just accepting that deal? It doesn't make sense to me. Well, we're going to give him a 2-year deal, so we'll pay him less money for the second year than we're paying him now. I'm just wondering.
Why does that bother you, though? Or why does that bother people, do you think? Because if the Cubs are willing to risk $22 million on a 5th starter, I think that...
So you're calling him a 5th starter?
4th or 5th. He's not a top of the rotation guy.
So, David, why wouldn't he take the $22 million?
Because he doesn't view himself the same way, maybe.
So what? So he's willing to undersell his value. I'll take. I mean, what would that look like?
1 year, $22 million. Why would he take that?
Why wouldn't he take it?
Because he thinks he can get more in the open market. More than likely.
Well, then he'd take it. I'm saying, why would he not take the $22 million? If he picks up the phone and he calls David and he says, "Hey, you know about contracts, and I'm lost. I'm not from this country. Should I take this $22 million deal,
Yes.
or should I accept a maybe 2-year $22 million deal? 2-year, $42 million."
I would encourage him to probably take the sure thing.
This is my point.
Yes.
So I don't understand what the like. Oh, we really like him. I could tell when you tagged him for $22 million that you liked him, and then if I'm him, if I'm a philosopher, a throwing philosopher, I would reason to myself that better to have this deal in hand, and then I can get more money somewhere else, or just go home.
A bird in the hand
is worth, George Bush.
Yes, there we go.
I got it.
That's very philosophical.
He's the throwing philosopher.
But if the Cubs are willing to spend that, if they are willing to spend and money is no object, then they're okay if he accepts it.
But my point is simple. You wouldn't have offered him that deal, would you?
I mean,
you wouldn't.
I have to come around on Shota. I have to admit.
Yeah, it's
great guy for the clubhouse.
It's a weird one, and we will be right back with a couple of other very strange stories. We're going to talk about things going on in baseball. We got a really nice, fun question for your Bulls, your Bears, etc. We're going to get to all of it next. The Pick Six continues on The Score.
It's game night, Bulls fans.
To the rack, and he throws it down with a windmill right-handed slam. Tonight, the Bulls are on the road to take on the Pistons. Pre-game at 5:45, tip-off at 6 on The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts. Bulls win! What a ball game! See red, Chicago!
And now a word from our sponsor, BetterHelp. As seasons change and days grow darker sooner, it can be a tough time for many. This November, BetterHelp is encouraging everyone to reach out, check on friends, reconnect with loved ones, remind the people in your life that you're still there. BetterHelp can help you do this. BetterHelp does the initial matching work for you so you can focus on your therapy goals. BetterHelp can help you get in touch with yourself in a better way. A short questionnaire helps identify your needs and preferences, and their 12-plus years of experience and industry-leading match rate means they typically get it right the first time. With more than 30,000 therapists, BetterHelp is one of the world's largest online therapy platforms, having served more than 5 million people globally. And it works with an average rating of 4.9 out of 5 for a live session based on over 1.7 million client reviews. So this month, this November, as it gets darker, don't wait to reach out. Whether you're checking in on a friend or reaching out to a therapist yourself, BetterHelp makes it easier to take that first step. And listeners who take that first step for The Score get 10% off their first month. Just call pound 250 and say the keyword David Haugh. That's keyword DAVIDHAUGH after calling pound 250. This segment brought to you by BetterHelp. Give online therapy a try at betterhelp.com/HAUGH and get on your way to being your best self. It's Mully and Haugh here for Window Nation's end of the year sale. This November, you'll save big with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0% financing for 5 years. And Window Nation will include their professional one-day installation.
Window Nation's proven quality windows are so good, you'll actually save money on lower utility bills and come with a lifetime warranty. Don't miss out on 50% off and 0 interest for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com to get started. Just tell them that Mully and Haugh sent you.
Ready for action, basketball fans? BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, is giving players another reason to hit the court this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to every basket, every slam dunk, and every buzzer-beating shot with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and same-game parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like Dark Mode 2. Log into BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, all throughout the basketball season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER, 426-2537, or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside information on your home team before they play the next game. The Insight on Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Guys, you can feel your energy slipping away, losing what makes you, you. It could be low testosterone. Take action now. Synergenics and Low T Center can help reclaim your energy with a quick and simple free T-test. Visit a local Synergenics or Low T Center and receive pharmaceutical-grade testosterone, never compounded like other clinics. Experienced providers increase your testosterone to the level that's right just for you. Treatment is covered by most major insurance with affordable self-pay options available. The best you is waiting. Book your free T-test at trtmvp.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Earlier, I predicted that surprised AFC division leaders Indianapolis and New England will go on to capture their respective divisional titles. Meantime, in Pittsburgh, they're hanging on by a thread, folks. In the North, the slumping Steelers and red-hot Ravens meet twice in the final 5 weeks. Now, out West, Denver's schedule gives it a good shot to hold on, offense permitting, but they have the Chargers and Chiefs breathing down their necks. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
University of Maryland Global Campus offers more than 55 flexible online certificates that provide short-term credentials and real-world skills you can use immediately. With a range of affordable undergraduate and graduate certificates in high-demand fields like business, AI, cybersecurity, data analytics, and healthcare, you can earn credentials quickly to help advance your career. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Welcome back to Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
If I'm asked a question, I'm going to tell you what I think.
That is the voice of former Cubs skipper Joe Maddon. And do you agree with Joe Maddon, who told KNBR that the Giants hiring a Tennessee coach, Tony Vitello, as a manager was, quote, insulting? Take a listen.
Well, you know, quite frankly, I'm using the word insulting only from the perspective that it appears as though you don't have to have any kind of experience on a professional level to do this job anymore. Because when I was coming up, you had to have all that. You had to go through the minor leagues. You had to ride your buses. I was a scout. I started in 1981. I finally got a managerial job in 2006. I mean, there was a rite of passage, a method to get to that point. So to think that somebody could just jump in there and do what you took 20-some years to be considered qualified to do, it is kind of insulting. Now, having said that, the next part is, I wish him nothing but the best.
Okay. Do you agree with Joe Maddon?
Joe is awesome. I miss Joe. That's
Joe.
So funny. Hey, listen, what anyone can get it. I got no problem. I told you that that Tony Vitello thing, it's interesting to me because they've tried it in other games and it hasn't, it has worked to varying degrees. College coaches learning at the professional level. Some guys are better at it than others. It used to be something that you thought couldn't work. I don't know. I think that, I think it's fascinating to me that like a lifelong baseball guy is making these decisions and feels like this is a guy that can bring some kind of swagger to his team. He's drafted some of his ex-players. I just find it like really, really interesting that that they hired this guy, and I want to keep an eye on it and see if it works or not. You can make good money in college baseball now that you couldn't previously, and he's had very quick and very sustainable success at Tennessee. So I'm very interested in the guy. I think it's really kind of cool. Is it going to blow up? Very easily it could. Very easily. And I totally understand what Joe is saying about how hard he had to work. I mean, isn't that where Respect 90 comes from? Wasn't he on an airplane and he was thinking about giving it up, and the woman he was talking to talked to some elder lady, and this all clicked in that you know, you got to have a plan and you got to have a way and all that. And he ended up being a phenomenal success and made a ton of money after starting out and going through this whole rigmarole to get there. His jobs with the Cubs and the Angels paid him really good money, and he didn't make as much money when he was in Tampa. So I can understand his feelings about his path, but I think the problem is with a lot of different professions, people take different paths to get to to their end game. And you really have no business kind of trying to shut off anybody else because they didn't go through what you did. And in fact, I think that it's kind of small-minded for a guy who's as open-minded, let's say, as Joe Madden is. So, I mean, I do understand the human impulse to be offended, but I think Joe's done awful well for himself, and I would just, if I were in his position, I'd probably keep my mouth shut on that.
Well, he's not brought on television or radio shows to keep his mouth shut, obviously, and he's correct. It is insulting, whether you're driving, walking your dog, emptying your dishwasher, however you're consuming Mully and Haugh right now. Think of your job. And if you were replaced in your job by somebody basically coming from the minor leagues of what you do and replacing you. And it's not like the Giants are paying the guy $900,000 to do it. He's also coming in, and he's a top 10 paid manager, skipper in the game.
He was making money. Yeah.
And this is a job that Joe Madden would want. This is a job. So I understand why he's insulted. And he didn't have to do the right thing and say, but I wish him nothing but the best. He tried to do both sides of it and try to be even
he's
keel.
a diplomat.
But I think of yourself, think of your job, think of your career and how long it took you to get to wherever you're at right now, and think about somebody much younger than you. And again, it's one thing if it's a money thing. Like, listen, we're cutting fat, we're cutting costs, we're backtracking. But this is kind of the way of the world. And if you're of a certain age, it's kind of scary.
Well, the bigger picture is that Joe Madden is not railing necessarily against Tony Vitello. The Giants made him a rich man by plucking him out of college baseball and putting him in the Giants dugout. But this is about the broader picture of what's going on with managers in Major League Baseball. Tony Vitello is part of a trend. It's been going on for several years, but it's really been exaggerated and amplified this offseason. I will buy all of you breakfast if you can tell me the Nationals manager's name. Blake Butera, 30 years old, okay? How do you think Joe Madden feels about that? How about Craig Stammen? Craig Stammen and the San Diego Padres taking over for Mike Schilt, 56 years old. This is a young man's game, and it's a young man's game because front offices can control these young men. They can control these new managers who have never done it before. Joe Madden is on to something. Experience doesn't matter, despite the fact that we're just talking about today, this morning, congratulating 65-year-old Pat Murphy, the two-time defending National League Manager of the Year, the Brewers guy that the Cubs maybe should have hired. So I think that when you hear from Joe Madden, yes, I get it. And I understand he's great communicator. He's a little bit hurt by the fact that he's been overlooked. You know what? Ozzie Guillen probably feels the same way. And somewhere is nodding loudly and saying, yeah, I get it, Joe. This is about a bigger picture, not just Tony Vitello. So I'm glad that Joe Madden spoke up.
As a leader, I think if you shy away from those questions,
That is the voice of Jed Hoyer. We're going to hear from Jed again in just a moment. Jed Hoyer says the Cubs will be active this offseason.
Take that for what it's worth. I think that we'll, I think the largest focus, will be on pitching. I think that's obvious. Just a look at our depth chart that, I think we're in pretty good position on the position player side. On the pitching side, we're thinner. And so I think that's going to be our focus. And I expect to explore trades. I expect to explore free agency, both, at the top of the market, but then also looking at for minor league free agency. I thought, the last year in a lot of ways, like we, gave Boyd a multi-year deal, and then we got a lot of value out of Brad Keller, who was a minor league free agent. And I think all of those Drew Pomeranz, we had made a tiny trade for. I think all of those transactions matter, and so I expect to be really active in doing that. I think on the pitching side more than the hitting side.
What would your definition of active be?
Active would be getting a seat at the table for Kyle Schwarber, Cody Bellinger, Eugenio Suarez. Talk to those guys about coming to town. As you guys just totally make faces at
but there's a reason. There's a reason. I'll get to it when it's my turn. But there's a reason I'm making Dustin. A face.
Come on, before you.
No one interrupted you.
Yes,
no one interrupted you.
With your looks. I want to know if Joe Ryan can be traded for. He would be great in this rotation. If not, I want to know if they can seriously pursue Dylan Cease and Framber Valdez. Active. I want to be involved with all of the big names and all of the big possibilities. And yeah, if you have to say goodbye to Kyle Tucker, I get that. Just replace him, please.
I'm so sick and tired as a Cubs fan as having a seat at the table. We offered him a contract, fell short. We visited his agent, fell short. We're always the bridesmaid. We're never the bride. Kyle Tucker's gone. Okay, Kyle, if they're going to be active, as he just said 3 times in that piece of audio, in the pitching department as opposed to the hitting position department, he's gone. Because you couldn't be more active than if you gave somebody 10 years and $450 million. Okay, he's gone. So let me get this right. Owen Casey is playing right field next year.
Didn't say that. Did I say that?
I didn't say you said that. That's what I heard from Jed Hoyer.
I didn't hear that.
I didn't say you said that. That's what I heard.
I didn't hear
that.
But
I am sick and tired. David, you're being, I cannot believe what I did hear you say, and you can tell me I'm wrong because that's what we do here, is that you're okay with the Cubs having a seat at the table.
No.
I want to sit at the head of the table.
Before you can have dinner,
I don't want to be at the card table
that
we're going to play Monopoly or Uno at after the meal.
All right, here's the problem, okay? Here's the problem. First of all, I don't like a guy saying, take it for what it's worth. That's telling me that's not worth much. Yeah, I'm kind of just going to say some stuff. I don't like that. But when you start to echo Rick Hahn, seat at the table, that is a famous quote of the failed Manny Machado experiment with the White Sox, how they needed to get a seat at the table. We're not going to sign anyone. We're not going to spend any money, but God, we had a seat at the table. I'm sorry if you didn't mean that, but when I hear that,
I want them involved.
When I hear seat at the table,
yes.
I have Rick Hahn's voice in my head.
I didn't say it like Rick Hahn said it.
And I had a shudder that goes through my spine. I know, but it started with seat at the table back in the day.
Ask me after the parade.
Stop it, Rick.
Yeah, no, the seat at the table line was just, it made me go like, oh, shit. I'm with Dustin. I kind of feel like Toronto, right, where you've been waiting and we're going to get this guy. No, we'll get this guy. No. Maybe we should sign our own guy. Maybe we should pay $500 million and see if we can keep Kyle Tucker here. Maybe it's time to tap into something. You want to know what the problem is with the whole idea of they need pitching? Yeah, duh, they need pitching. They ran out of pitching. But how did they get run out of the playoffs? They go back to, you want to hear a quote that echoes through the years? It's Theo Epstein. Our offense broke. That is what happened to the Chicago Cubs come playoff time. They could not get any offense going. And now the guy that helped you earlier in the year, and I know no one wants him back and he's not worth it. He's still the top free agent. He's no longer your priority. Oh, now we're going to go get some pitching. I got news for you. You do need pitching, but you need hitting too. You need a big power bat somewhere in your lineup to the point where you gave up 3 guys last year, including an all-star, to get one. I just feel like this is no one is telling us how much money do you have. Have you been told? And I haven't heard a single general manager say, well, we've been told we can't spend money this year because of the potential
Nobody's
labor
going to say
issues.
that. Nobody's going to say that.
But that's the truth, isn't it?
I think it is the truth.
Okay. All right.
Doesn't mean you
our
can't.
offense broke.
That happened this year, too. Anyway, we got to get to the extra point. That is next. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Extra point is coming up.
Bears fans, it's week 11 and the 6-3 Bears are heading to Minnesota, looking to get payback against the Vikings. Can the Bears continue to find ways to win and get their first division win of the season? Stay tuned to the score as we continue to get you ready for Bears Vikings right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hey, if your garage floor looks lousy with stains and cracks or a bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor and installation by the holiday on a new Comer and Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor and installation by the holiday ends soon. Here's their number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A new Comer and Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement. It's like pulling into a new car showroom every single night. It's guaranteed to never chip, crack, show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And they make it so easy. Comer and Cross employees are professionals. They don't use subcontractors. They're in and out in one day. They fix your cracks and pits perfectly. They even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer and Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to Comer, C-O-M-E-R Cross.com.
Officer, can I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends December 1st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Can you digs it? Yeah, this better can. And what could be a Thursday night bloodbath in Foxborough, Stephon Diggs has have himself quite the night. End zone spiking in 3 straight. The Pats WR1 should extend the trend. Give me a Diggs anytime TD at plus 135. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Helzberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Helzberg.com for up to 50% off.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on the score.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Set up this extra point.
It's time for the Extra Point with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Who wins their first rematch of the season? Billy Donovan tonight against the Pistons. The Bulls have already beaten. Or is it Ben Johnson on Sunday at Minnesota? Does it depend on injury news? Josh Giddey remains questionable with an ankle, while the injury list for the Bears will be released, the first one, later today.
Well, I think that the Bears have a better chance of beating the Vikings in Minnesota than I think the Bulls probably have of beating the Pistons tonight. Cade Cunningham's status probably determines that. I don't think the Bulls are playing well of late. They really let down in the fourth quarter. I know it was Victor Wembanyama and it was the Wemby show, but they still have lost 3 games in a row, and 2 of the last 3 they blew in the fourth quarter. So I don't have a ton of confidence in them going into Detroit and beating the team that is at the top of the Eastern Conference standings right now. It's opposite. It's an opposite feeling with the Bears. You feel very good about their focus. You feel very good about their momentum. And you feel very good about them taking advantage of a Viking team that is struggling and perhaps injured. If Grenard doesn't play, that's a game changer for the Bears in terms of the pass rush. J.J. McCarthy's headed in the opposite direction he was the last time the Bears saw him. So I think the Bears are more likely to beat the Vikings than the Bulls over the Pistons.
Now, if Cade Cunningham doesn't play tonight and Josh Giddey does, there's a very good chance that the Bulls will beat the Pistons. But I'm going to assume that both are out tonight and the Bulls will lose, and I like the Bears' chances on Sunday at this point.
I really think that when I consider, I think, this is just off the top of my head. It's not deeply thought out, and I will spend more time on it. I honestly feel like both teams are going to win. I feel like the Bulls are going to win tonight. I just feel like they're going to win. I don't think they're bad enough to start stacking losses like this, and I know that they've lost some games, and a little bit of the luster has come off their terrific start to the season. But I think I've seen them beat this team before. I think they can win this game. I think they can win on the road. I really think they're going to win the game tonight. And I am leaning toward the Bears winning in Minnesota. And it has nothing to do with Minnesota. It's because the Bears have to start winning in the division. The Bears have confidence. They've done a lot. They know everyone's still looking at them. They know they still have a lot to prove, and they know this is a team they should have done better against the first time. And I for whatever reason, I just have this good feeling about our sports teams right now. Maybe because I heard Connor Bedard when I woke up this morning tell me that it's a great place to be in Chicago when you're.
We should probably play that at some point.
We got to play that. We got to play that, and we got to talk about it.
The kid is just on fire.
And he's totally spot on, and I got a good feeling. And so I'm saying that both teams are going to win their second game. And I think it starts tonight, and it continues through Sunday. That's way too positive for me. I apologize to everyone. Mully and Haugh, it's Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Mark Grody, part of the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show on The Score.
The 1997 Chicago Bulls, the clinching game at United Center in 1997, because I happened to have been there that day. I could not have been farther. I had standing room only tickets. We paid a guy named Big Bad $150 to get into the United Center that night.
Mark Grody, a lifelong Chicago sports fan and longtime score guy, talking Chicago sports every day on the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show, right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
Guy named Big Bad.
Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial of the all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
Breezy and sunny today. We'll get up to a high of 53.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points to rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way that you want. Head over to FanDuel.com/score and sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/SCORE. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. Businesses with seasonal workloads know just how important it is to have reliable banking behind you. Business owners like Annie Leslie agree.
Hi, I'm Annie, president and owner of Raimondi Drilling Corporation. We have been providing soil and bedrock drilling and sampling services across the country for more than 50 years. In 2004, my company needed a loan to complete the largest project in the history of Raimondi Drilling. Due to our seasonal income, our previous lender wouldn't approve the loan needed to perform the work. Cornerstone, however, was just the bank to step up. Since then, Cornerstone has been there for us, from offering advice to cash flow monitoring to protect our financial stability and give us peace of mind that our hard-earned money is safe.
Thanks, Annie. For more information about how Cornerstone can help your business, visit our website at cnbtc.bank.
Member FDIC.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop the Black Friday Now sale at Grand Appliance for Black Friday deals on LG counter depth refrigerators starting at just $15.99. Visit grandappliance.com or your local showroom to save all month. That's Grand Appliance, appliance experts since 1930.
Save big money on your interior stains and finishes now at Menards. Provide exceptional color to your staining project with Minwax Color Series. It applies evenly and dries fast with just one coat. Get a quart of Minwax Color Series wood stain in over 240 colors on sale now through November 16. Save big on Minwax wood stains. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Coach Dave Wanstead here, and I want to tell you my good feet story. I'm a guy that likes to walk everywhere. When you're coming off ruptured Achilles and knee replacements, that puts stress on your feet. And I have tried everything with no relief until I stepped into the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk. Since I've been wearing the Good Feet shoes and supports, I haven't backed off my activities either. Sure, walking is the big part, but I'm using the elliptical, I'm biking. The Good Feet arch supports can help with foot, ankle, knee, hip, even back pain by properly aligning your body from the ground up. And they slip into the shoes that you already have. You can use your HSA or your FSA account to purchase your arch supports. Live the life you love, free of foot, knee, hip, and back pain. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com or just stop by a store nearest you. Locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard Update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. Josh Giddey questionable tonight for the Bulls, who are back here on The Score. It's a 5:45 pregame. Bulls at the Pistons. Cade Cunningham questionable for the Pistons. Kobe White and Noah Essingay have been assigned to the Windy City Bulls, and Essingay had himself a night last night. 28 points, 11-21 shooting in a Windy City Bulls win over the Wisconsin Herd. The NBA has a new All-Star Game format that was announced last night. We may get into that later on during the Mully and Haugh show. Tonight, the Blackhawks are on the west side hosting the Devils. It's an 8:30 puck drop. Connor Bedard is your NHL two-star athlete of the week. College football playoff rankings part 2. Top 5 teams remain the same. And then after that, it's Texas Tech, Ole Miss, Oregon, Notre Dame, Texas, Oklahoma, BYU, rounding out the top 12. College buckets, 14th ranked Illini taking down number 11 Texas Tech, 81-77. Bears back at Haugh Hall, prepping for the Vikings. It's a noon kick Sunday on Fox. Week 11 kicks off Thursday right here on The Score. Coverage beginning at 6:30. Jets at the Patriots. This hour of the program is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Take that for what it's worth. I think that we'll, I think the largest focus, will be on pitching. I think that's obvious. I'll look at our depth chart that, I think we're in pretty good position on the position player side. On the pitching side, we're thinner. And so I think that's going to be our focus. And I expect to explore trades. I expect to explore free agency, both, at the top of the market, but then also looking at for minor league free agency. I thought, that last year in a lot of ways, like we, gave Boyd a multi-year deal, and then we got a lot of value out of Brad Keller, who was a minor league free agent. And I think all of those Drew Pomeranz, we had made a tiny trade for. I think all of those transactions matter, and so I expect to be really active in doing that. I think on the pitching side more than the hitting side.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is the voice of Jed Hoyer, and he's talking about getting the Cubs back to where they were last year, and the way you do it is through the arms they're going to be seeking.
For what it's worth,
define
active.
That's a good question.
For what it's worth, tell me what active means.
I think
because that's the answer to the question. And active, does that mean coming close? You're active. Activity and accomplishment, not the same things.
Yeah, that's fair.
We can't confuse that.
Yep.
So I think
But weren't they active last year because they made a big trade and they brought in a big stud guy?
They were active and they accomplished something.
Yeah.
They brought in Kyle Tucker. They rolled the dice.
So is that, to me, active would be bringing in a pitching equivalent?
Perhaps. That would be the equivalent. Yes, if you want to put it in those terms, I'm okay with that. Because if you want to pick a lane, I hope that I'm okay if they want to go all in on pitching. I really could be, if you get the right pitchers. And if you are boldly going down that path and you're saying, well, we're not afraid to outspend everybody for Dylan Cease or Framber Valdez. I said, or. We're not afraid to trade for Joe Ryan to give up what's necessary to the Twins because he can put us over the top. We're not afraid, comma.
What is his deal? What's Joe Ryan's contract look like?
It's not very big. That's why he's very tradable. And the idea would be the Twins would get, in their rebuild mode, a lot of prospects in return. I think that's the idea. They were talking to him. He was dangled at the deadline, if you recall.
Yep.
One of the bigger names out there. Certainly would change the complexion of your rotation, would give you another top-of-the-rotation guy. So
would you think at all, boy, they should have done that then if they do it now?
No.
Okay.
No,
Just
because
asking.
I think that
they could have used him.
They could have used him. They could have used Alcantara. They could have used a lot of things, but I think they still were able to. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I don't want to live like I don't want to go back to that idea, because if they can put themselves in a better position to go one step further this year, that'll be the focus.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is the potential labor issues that are kind of hovering out there and how teams react to that. And will some teams react differently than others? In other words, is it an opportunity to take advantage of and to use in your favor if you're willing to take the financial pounding that could signify to some teams? Or is this a case where at some level teams will say, hey, we got to take a step back. Let's not worry about trying to compete in the same fashion as we normally would. We can do that after that's resolved.
Well, I think that every team is going to have their own approach, but I do think most of the teams are going to have a similar approach, and it's just, everything's going to be relative. You can't ignore that dark cloud that is hovering over baseball right now. It's impossible to. And it clouds every conversation about the future.
If the Dodgers wind up with Kyle Tucker, are they ignoring it?
Yeah, they're the exception to the rule, I suppose. You're right. I mean, to call me on that, I do think it's the Dodgers that would be the one that would be oblivious to any kind of potential work stoppage, because they just have a different revenue stream, and they have a great contract television deal.
Yeah.
And they're able to finagle contracts in a way that other teams have yet to adopt, and that is the deferment. That's the way they got Ohtani, and that's the way that they do business. And they are intelligent, and they are effective, and they are the defending two-time champion now of baseball.
And I think that, as much as you look at it and you say, well, of course they're winning, look how much money they're spending. Well, the Mets spent as much money and didn't win. But the takeaway has to be, if you're a team like the Brewers, you've got to understand, well, we can go a certain distance, and that's as far as we can get, because we are trading people. We are when contracts get big, we get rid of people. We're trying to keep rebuilding and keep bringing people in. And they had two guys in the Rookie of the Year voting, is pretty impressive.
They draft, develop, and they have a
some guys
business
down there. They still have some pretty good players on the
Brewers
the way.
aren't going anywhere.
No, but I think that if you look at what is your takeaway from watching one of the best World Series that we've seen in a while, it's that both teams in it, the highest spending team, and I think Toronto was fifth, both teams in it didn't mind parting with money, didn't mind paying for the product. And that means, frankly, that if you want to win in Major League Baseball, if you want to repeat as a champion, you got to do something differently. You got to spend some capital.
Yes, you have to be willing to have a $500 million player, a player worth $500 million on your roster, on your payroll. The Dodgers do, and so do the Blue Jays.
So do the Mets.
They weren't in the World Series, though. I'm trying the World Series parallel.
Right.
The reasons that both of those teams got that far, in large part, were because their stars, highly paid stars, performed like them and carried them into the World Series. Now, does that mean that you are advocating the Cubs spend that on Kyle Tucker? I don't feel that way about Kyle Tucker. I don't.
And David, I got no problem with not feeling that way. I just want to know who. If it's not him, who? Who is the leader of this team? Who is the offensive star on this team that is growing into a player that you have to pay that way? Who is it?
Well, I don't think that if you're talking about Pete Crow Armstrong, I don't think that his second half suggested that he is that player yet.
No.
He could be one day.
No, but I'm talking about who replaces the guy.
Who replaces Kyle Tucker?
Yes.
Well, I think that, as I said, and I don't want to use the phrasing that I use because it triggers something within you and Dustin, but I would say that
I
you
think
would
different things for both of us.
I know, but I'm being very careful here. Choose my
Don't
words.
be careful.
I think that you want to pursue with all of your organizational gusto.
Yes.
A player like Cody Bellinger, who is very comparable to Kyle Tucker, and you know how he would fit. A player like Kyle Schwarber, a player that you know very much about because you drafted him, you developed him, and then you discarded him like a minor leaguer. A player like Eugenio Suarez, who could play third base and hit 40 home runs at Wrigley Field. Those are the three guys that come to mind first when I say, how do you replace a guy like Kyle Tucker, both on your payroll and in your lineup? It would be with somebody who has that kind of history and that kind of heft.
It's interesting. The problem, of course, is that I don't know that there are that many of those guys available this year. And you mentioned
those
a couple
three
of
are.
them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
I would settle if they want to get crazy and say, all right, Pete Alonso.
Yeah.
Come to Wrigley Field. Polar Bear.
Bregman.
Alex Bregman. It's another one. I probably should have mentioned him first. Alex Bregman would be somebody that you missed out on last offseason for really financial reasons more than anything. But both those guys, now I know before the text, I know that Alonso plays first and Michael Busch does too. He's a good athlete. You could figure it out. But the point being, a power bat that's impactful is something that you need and that you have to replace if you lose Tucker.
Yeah.
More so, or not any more so, as much as you're prioritizing pitching. You can't ignore the loss of Tucker's offensive firepower in the middle of that lineup.
Yeah. I find the whole thing really fascinating just because the whole Shota thing would seemingly get in the way of being able to buy, in quotations, a free agent pitcher. Are you willing to not give back that much money and bring in somebody for more money than that? Or if he were to pick that up, how do you justify $50 million over two guys? Or would you be willing to spend $50 million on two guys if one of them wasn't him?
It's a fair question. It's a roll of the dice. The Shota sweepstakes or the Shota negotiation represents more of a risk maybe than maybe some people are looking at it as because of what you said. I want to separate Shota from everything else. I don't know if that's naive, maybe that's wishful thinking, but I would hope that they're not going to be limited by pursuing the ace that they need and lack because of their dealing with Shota Imanaga at the end of the rotation or at the back end of the rotation.
Here's what I need to know. Like, can they get like for like? In other words, if they make a big trade and they bring in a big name, and whether it's a pitcher or any other position, do they have to clear out the same amount of money? In other words, we talked about they went and they got Tucker, and then they got rid of Belly, and that was basically a salary dump. We said at the time,
didn't replace him.
Let's see how they spend
Cody
the money.
Petit was not replacing Kyle Tucker.
Yes.
Or Kyle Bellinger, excuse me.
Yes.
Cody Bellinger. Getting flabbergasted here because, yes, I know, texters, Pete Alonso plays first base. He also could be a designated hitter. You have options. You get a bat under contract, and you get a guy capable of hitting 45 home runs. I think you figure it out.
Yeah, I'm with you, okay? So the texters can just please stop trying to pick apart anything said. We're having a conversation basically about how you are investing the revenue. Is it increasing? Should it increase based on how well things went last year, presumably with the playoff games?
Five home playoff games
that increase the amount of money.
Make you feel better about spending.
Shouldn't that equal a player? Especially knowing that if you get the right player, you're going to get the same thing.
I would hope so. I would hope so that it would result in the Cubs landing a big ticket free agent. That's a very broad term. Does that mean the third pitcher available? Does that mean the fourth hitter available? I don't know, but I do think you have to pursue and land an impact bat, as well as either trade for, acquire, or sign an impact pitcher. This is where you are if you're the Cubs. This is a neighborhood you live in. It's big market baseball, and you are looking at a league dominated in the American League this year. The Blue Jays won it, and the Dodgers won it. And as you point out, those two teams share something in common. And the Cubs have to be willing to get to that point.
Copycat league. All leagues, copycat leagues, all professional leagues. 312-644-6767 is the telephone number. There's a lot to get to this morning, and we're having fun here with the Cubs conversation because we finally heard from somebody, and it's interesting to get explanations for what you're doing and why you went about it the way you did. And, you were very upset with the Kittredge news. I was
upset with the Kittredge news.
And to hear a response to that was interesting. It's just interesting to finally get everybody on the record, to finally understand what the plans are and what the things shift and change, and we understand.
Can we hear from Jed Hoyer again? Because I don't want to say I overreacted, but I reacted the way that I felt at that time. Andrew Kittredge was a big part of the reason why the Cubs won that series against the Padres. And it felt like it was just a bookkeeping act, or it was just a simple checking a box or dismissal when they let him go back to the Orioles for cash considerations. This is Jed Hoyer on Tuesday in Las Vegas explaining the Andrew Kittredge news.
I mean, I think in the end, I would say I thought it was a close call for us. He was fantastic for us. Ultimately, we felt like using that, kind of waiting on that, using that money later in the offseason felt like, that was probably the biggest decision, was doing that decision then versus like potentially later on in the offseason. So, obviously we made that move. You saved the buyout by trading him back there, and then we could redeploy that money elsewhere. But it was timing as much as anything, because I do think Andrew was great for us. Really impressive. I mean, he came in after the deadline. It's hard to do that, and he kind of hit the ground running, and he got so many big outs for us. So great job, and that was really the decision. It was timing as much as anything.
I mean, that's an interesting answer, because he's telling you, okay, or at least what I'm hearing. You want to know what I'm hearing there? I'm hearing that in order to make the offer they made to Shota Imanaga, they had to clear up $7 million, and they did it by just tossing him out so they didn't have to pay a buyout.
That's what I heard as well. That's what I heard, and I didn't feel much better after hearing it.
Yeah.
And I think that they are understandably banking. That's a wrong verb. They're understandably
they are banking,
placing a lot of faith in their track record and their pitching coach, and their pitching infrastructure to create a bullpen.
Yes.
Build the bear, create a bullpen.
They've done that quite a bit.
It's one of these things that I shouldn't doubt, and I guess Cub fans shouldn't question. At the same time, I do. Because every year, the most volatile part of any major league roster is the bullpen. And after they seem to have some pieces that would think, run it back. Let's see what you got. They're moving on.
Let's try Jeff. Jeff is listening on the Odyssey app. Hey, Jeff. Hey, Jeff.
Good morning, Jeff. Did we lose Jeff? Oh, no.
Good morning. How are you doing?
There we go. Jeff. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, good morning. Hey, I got a question for you. I don't know how many years ago it was when we got into the Marquee Network, and they were talking about my feeling is that we were going to try to compete with the Dodgers and the revenue that they had, and that my belief was that they were going to continue to start drafting more people like the Kyle Schwarbers of the world, get the bats in lineup that we needed, and take that extra revenue that they were getting from the Marquee Network and buy pitching and actually stay competitive for a long period of time. I'd like to hear your guys' thoughts on that.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate the phone call. It's a good memory and observation.
Yep.
The landscape has changed dramatically since the Marquee Sports Network and the Cubs became partners, and that is a product of the media market in Major League Baseball that is
we're in a different world than
it's
we
a
were.
different world.
Yeah,
That's
really
the best way
is.
to put it, Mully. And the revenue streams that they thought were going to be wide open because of that alliance, they've really just dried up.
And the whole marquee network, like you compare that to what happened with the Dodgers. The Dodgers are the only team that still has a really active, ongoing television deal that pays through the nose. And, the marquee network is a struggle. It's not, I don't think they're losing money.
No, but the regional sports network model is changed forever. And I think that has affected payrolls, spending, and it does. You do remember the wheelbarrows of money quote. You remember the optimism expressed at the day that deal was struck. But things change, and the market is now forever altered. And I don't know if that's the Cubs' fault. That's going on everywhere in Major League Baseball.
I don't think that's the Cubs' fault at all. I think it has turned on most teams, and obviously the exception to that rule is the one that you know about because they're winning back-to-back World Series.
That's not an excuse. That's reality.
That's exactly what's going on. All right, we're gonna shift to some Bears talk. We're gonna bring in our guy Dan Wiederer, and then we're gonna get to all your phone calls. So we apologize we couldn't get to everyone, but Dan Wiederer will join us next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Did you know you can take the Score's Mully and Haugh with you to start your day on the Odyssey app?
I think it's a really good question.
Well, you can. After all, they are the #1 sports radio show in the morning.
David Haugh would like to recognize that I pointed that out.
Start your day with Mully and Haugh on the Odyssey app.
You get out.
Whether you're catching us live or on the Rewind feature, use the Odyssey app to take Mully and Haugh with you everywhere.
It's David Haugh for Trajan Wealth. Gotta love football season, Chicago. Tailgates, rivalries, that first kickoff, nothing beats it. But think about this. When it comes to your retirement plan, who is calling the plays? Because here's the truth. Without a real game plan, you're just hoping for a Hail Mary. And hope doesn't win games. That's where Trajan Wealth steps in. TRAJANwealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors build custom strategies, your playbook designed around your goals, your risk tolerance, and your lifestyle. Rolling over an old 401k? Done. Need a retirement income plan that lasts as long as you do? That's their specialty. Schedule a free, no-obligation consultation. Call Trajan Wealth today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100. Or visit them online at TRAJANwealth.com. Again, TRAJANwealth.com. One more time, TRAJANwealth.com. Don't fumble your financial future. Put Trajan Wealth on your team today. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick promise.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Ready for action, hockey fans? BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving players another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like Dark Mode 2. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, all throughout the hockey season to see what's new.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER, 426-2537, or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days. in partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
It's time for Black Friday, Dell Technologies' biggest sale of the year. Enjoy huge savings on select PCs like the Dell 16 Plus, featuring Intel Core Ultra processors. And with built-in advanced features, it's the PC that helps you do more, faster. Plus, earn Dell rewards and enjoy many other benefits, like free shipping, price match guarantee, and expert support. They also have huge deals on accessories that pair perfectly with your Dell PC and make perfect gifts for everyone on your list. Shop now at Dell.com/deals.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Whoa, what happened to the Bills in Miami last Sunday? Never thought I'd see Sean McDermott and his entire squad running penalty laps. They'll be joined by the Packers and Steelers offenses. Nice to see Aaron Rodgers and Jordan Love jogging side by side once again. Meantime, the Jaguars and Giants defenses are logging some mileage. Big Blues D got Brian Daboll, unfortunately, fired. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Congress had approved $60 billion for their swift IRS deployment. Now this army of IRS agents are seeking out their quarry, you.
This is the IRS. Come out with your money.
Scary commercial, isn't it? Unfortunately, it's reality. With the IRS's $60 billion increase in their budget and hiring 87,000 new employees, they're now sending notices to taxpayers' homes. Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more? Has the IRS garnished your wages yet? Have they levied your bank account yet? They will if you ignore them long enough. This is Patrick Noon of PJN Tax Solutions Group. We're a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. We're right here. Give us a call now at 630-415-5296. Once again, 630-415-5296, or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
The holidays are back at Starbucks, so share the season with a peppermint mocha. Starbucks signature espresso, velvety mocha, and cool peppermint notes, topped with whipped cream and dark chocolate curls. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
It's the season to come together over your holiday favorites at Starbucks. Warm up with a creamy caramel brulee latte. Get festive with an iced gingerbread chai. Or share a velvety peppermint mocha. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
Dan Wiederer.
I mean, the dude is a tone setter, and that's undeniable. And I don't even think Ryan Poles and anyone in that front office would deny that.
On-air contributor for 670 The Score.
Hey, listen, we're not going to accept the status quo. We are going to push for more. We are going to strive for more.
Co-host of the Take the North podcast.
We're going to take the North and never give it back.
Dan Wiederer with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Bear down, baby.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always fun to talk to Dan Wiederer. He joins us now on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Dan, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you guys?
I am really interested to ask you a question, which is the Bears are now ahead of the Packers. The Bears are now tied for first place, and we'll see how the tiebreaker stuff works out. But they are now competing with the Lions for the number one division seat. And I'm just wondering, do you believe the Bears are behind the Packers? Do you believe that they're actually competing with the Lions for the number one team in the division? I know what the numbers all say, but there's been a shift here just based on them winning these games they've won and the opportunity, if not the ability, to take advantage of it.
What a place to be at, right? Where you're having to justify your 6-3 record rather than having to explain away your feeble winning percentage. And so the Bears are in a position here now where we all realize that in time, the schedule is going to stiffen and they're going to have to prove that they're this team that right now is on top of the NFC North, tied with the Lions and inside the playoff picture as it stands here on November 12th. And we'll see. We'll see how they can handle those things. They've played only one game to this point in the season against a team that would currently be inside the playoffs if the playoffs started today. And so, yes, they've feasted on bottom feeders, but bottom feeders is what the schedule has brought them to this point. And now it's their opportunity to go out and try to beat some better teams down the stretch of the season to validate who they are. Their strength of schedule or their strength of victory quotient right now is second worst in the NFL, ahead of only the Cowboys. So we can use that as context, but 6-3 is 6-3, and the NFL doesn't have like an admissions process to the playoffs where you've got to go explain to Roger Goodell and company why you belong in the playoffs. They just look at the records at the end of the year and they take the teams that belong inside and they say, come on in.
9 games in mid-season, if you are going to play a playoff game. 9 games in, Dan, who is the most valuable offensive player for the Bears? Who's the most valuable defensive player?
Well, you got me stuck here to start. I mean, like the knee-jerk reaction on offense would be to say that it's Caleb Williams just because of what he's doing down the stretch of games and because of the ability to basically rescue you now, at the end of 4 wins here. Mm-hmm. It's a big deal to have a quarterback that has that ability, and it's obviously been a reason the Bears are where they are right now. I might go with Kevin Byard on the defense, David, just because I think he's been a playmaker. He's been reliable. He's a guy that kind of gets the defense set every week, and Dennis Allen knows how to use them. And so that would be my early Wednesday morning answer to that question.
I know this is. I didn't know David was going to ask you that question, but my knee-jerk reaction to that question, I might say, and this is wrong, but I might say Montez Sweat, just because he's a living, breathing defensive end, and he's getting a sack a game.
Past month has been impressive,
and I'm
no question about that.
And maybe he's improving, and maybe his playing time's going up. I know that's an insane answer.
I think Tremaine Edmonds makes a good case, Dan. I thought that's might be where you went. I wasn't trying to lead it there, but
he improved when Edwards came back. You know what I'm saying? And Edwards been in and out. It's hard. It's a hard question on defense.
And to your point, Mully, like Sweat has made himself felt here in the last month, right? Like every single game, you're getting a splash play. You're getting this sign of disruption that he's capable of being kind of that standout that you want him to be every single week. And so you want to see that continue. I feel like the coaching staff has been very encouraged at his increased comfort with what they're asking him to do within this specific system. And now you just want to see that production become consistent, which it has been now for the last 4+ games. And now you want to see that continue, obviously, Sunday in Minnesota against a young quarterback that you should have a chance to disrupt.
Dan, we're getting way ahead of ourselves a little bit, but I think that I'm curious about Jalen Johnson. There was some Instagram post yesterday from a doctor he's working with that suggested that he's going to be back sooner rather than later, and you saw some video of him moving around. I don't know what to make of it because I don't think you speak of injured players necessarily in NFL buildings, and you just kind of wait and see. But as we wait and see, what is realistic, do you think, for Jalen Johnson?
The short answer is I don't know. What I do know is that winning is contagious. And when you're on the outside watching your teammates celebrate win after win after win, the stretch here of 6 wins in 7 games is unlike anything that Jalen's ever experienced in his playing career here in Chicago. And so it probably adds a little bit more fuel than if you were 3-6 and going, I might just, take the cautious route with my recovery. And so, look, like Jalen's a competitor. He's a guy that's going to give his all every single day to try to speed up his timeline. And we'll see where it takes the Bears as they enter the month of December. What you don't want is what happened at the start of the season where you bring him back and he's on the field for 2.5 quarters and then he's gone for a few months. And so everybody that's in charge of that medical oversight is going to have to be very, very careful while also understanding that he could be a really major addition to this defense.
Dan, since the formation of the NFC North, the Bears have struggled, and they've been really struggling over the last few years. When you look at what are they, 3-17, something like that of late, I'm just wondering, can you take the North, and can you never give it back if you can't beat any of the teams in the division? How important is this game for a breakthrough in that regard?
Yeah, there's no question. And particularly against an opponent that's already beaten you in a game that you won for 3 quarters until you fell apart in the fourth. And so that motivation should be there. The Bears understand that. Ben Johnson understands that the path to great things in this league starts with being able to handle things within your own division. To your point, they've been historically really, really bad for throughout my entire time on the beat. And so you have to go into a game like this really, really hungry to change that and to find a way through it. Look, like we all realize the Bears aren't good enough to overlook any opponent right now. They haven't reached that state yet. And so they better understand how dangerous this Vikings team is. I know they've been in some, up and down roller coaster mode through much of the year, but they went into Detroit a couple weeks ago and beat the Lions. That they're pretty good at home for the most part. And so you better be very, very sure of what you're going to face on Sunday. And that's a pretty good team.
And the Vikings might be injured if Gennard doesn't go. And I think even if he does, Dan, the Ben Johnson commitment to the run wasn't as obvious early in Sunday's game as I thought it might be. Could that change on Sunday in Minnesota in a building where I think that would help neutralize some of the outside elements? And if it does, how do you see the carries being distributed?
Yeah, I hope it changes a little bit because the first half of that game against the Giants left me a little bit unsettled. I think they had 19 called passing plays and 13 called runs against a defense that we'd said all week would be one that you could run on, regardless of what they showed you up front. Sometimes you just have to commit to it and say, like, look, this isn't a favorable look. We're better, and we have offensive linemen that are gonna do some things, and we're gonna, just commit to this and get our backs going. And I didn't think they did that great on Sunday. We'll see how they respond this week against a very different defense, against some very different looks. But I would hope that that's a focal point. Look, like I think you watch the Bears and you're like, man, this offense has shown flashes, but they haven't really hit stride. And then you get into the numbers and you're like, they're third in the NFL in total offense right now. They're second in the league in rushing. And knowing where we've come from with this franchise and the historic struggles to be anywhere near the top 10 in total offense, it's staggering to look at that and be like, wow, the Bears are ahead of the Lions, they're ahead of the Rams, they're ahead of the Chiefs in the yardage that they're putting up right now. And so in Ben we trust, right, until he proves that he's untrustworthy.
So, Dan, we had this conversation yesterday where we talked about the division and the quarterbacks in the division and where you would put each guy, and it would appear that Caleb, as you mentioned earlier, with the 4 comeback victories and being at his best late, other than Goff, he might be the next best quarterback currently in the NFC North. Do you agree with that? Has he shifted from a more lowly position within the league to maybe breaking through a little bit under Ben Johnson's guidance?
He certainly jump-started the conversation, and I put out a tweet during that game Monday night classifying Jordan Love as mid because I think David, I've been saying it for years that I think there's a lot of people in Green Bay that think that quarterback is better and has a higher ceiling than he's ever had, and he's going to be one of these guys that keeps you in middle-tier quarterback play for a very long time, and so they've got to decide what their comfort level is there. With Caleb, I think one of the things that truly has me enthusiastic is that, one, we've talked obviously about the clutch play down the stretch of games, but he also takes care of the football. And so when you have those two boxes, checks and Sharpie, and you have this long list of things to work on, it gives your coaching staff a ton of comfort where you're like, man, there's a lot with this quarterback that we've still got to squeeze out of him, but He doesn't give the ball away. And when the game's on the line, he goes and wins a bunch of games for us. And so that's where Caleb's, future seems so bright, and where you keep believing it until you can't believe it anymore. And it's been great to watch him, David, improve in the sack avoidance, his sack rate down from 10.8% to 4.6, and then obviously the scrambling's come alive in the last couple of weeks as well.
Yeah. And in Green Bay, they do not have that certainty that they thought that they had.
You're right.
I thought that
the lovelorn Packer fan,
but losing Tucker Kraft,
it's got to hurt. No doubt about it.
And I don't know. I honestly, he seemed to be the one guy on that team that caught everything thrown his way.
He did, and he's
a big guy, you can see him.
Dan, before we let you go, I want to ask you a question about one of your favorite players that I've really been impressed with this year in terms of, before you chuckle, his acceptance of a different role, of a diminished role. Cole Kmet has been injured. He came back. He's got 11 catches at midseason, and yet it hasn't affected his blocking. How do you think he has fit into that role? Is it reluctantly? He hasn't spoken as much. Is that as a product of because he's not been as involved? What do you make of Cole Kmet?
Great question. I haven't given it a ton of deep thought, but I do think what you have in Cole and what you've had since the day he got here is a selfless player who has had his fill of losing here in Chicago and really would trade anything to be part of these winning locker rooms. And to watch him stand up after the game on Sunday and be so enthusiastic about what this team is building here with both Caleb in the clutch and with Ben. I thought his comments on Ben being very calming with his patience, even when a team is behind and needs to get its offense going, was telling of a player who had bought in and feels the surge of a football team that's won 6 times in the last 7 games. So look, I think Cole would probably love to be a lot more productive in the passing game, but he's been since day one a professional. He makes himself available to play as often as he can. Missed his first game of the year earlier this season, and I think you've got a lot to work with there as you go forward. I'll give you one last little nugget here, David, on the totally off topic, but Sunday is the Bears' last roof game. And this is interesting as we go forward, guys, for a team that has struggled on 4th down, doesn't have certainty in its kicking game. This is the last time they're going to play indoors in the regular season. And so I just want to throw that out there because that one struck me as I was looking at the schedule yesterday.
Especially for a play caller who is used to late in season calling games that matter indoors.
In a dome.
Yeah. So after Sunday, get your long sleeves out and get ready to be outside for the remainder of the run.
Dan, just for snorts and giggles on the way out, I'll ask you David's question again about the offense, the offensive MVP who is not a quarterback. If you had to pick a player on the offense, you weren't allowed to say, Caleb, who would be your guy?
I'm almost leaning 58, guys, just because of what he's put on tape in the last few weeks and the edge he's given that offensive line. But maybe
and the nickname the coach has given him,
the unicorn.
That's it.
I don't know about that.
If he's a unicorn, then he should get that.
That's a good answer. I would lean toward DeAndre Swift, even though they won without him.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this offensive line right now is doing things that we haven't seen an offensive line do in a while. They're together. Everybody's playing every week. We're not spending 10 minutes of this segment asking who's going to be at guard, who's going to be at tackle. Like they've got stability at this moment, and it's really refreshing because we've lived so many years where it's just a complete revolving door on who's starting every week.
Thanks a ton, Dan. Great stuff.
Great stuff, Dan.
All right, guys. Talk soon.
Yep.
That is Dan Wiederer. That's a lot of fun. When we come back from the break, we're going to hear from one of the best athletes in Chicago. We'll do that next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
Rex Grossman, the former Bears quarterback here from 2003 to 2008. Yes, that includes the Super Bowl.
You're playing for the Chicago Bears in the Super Bowl. Passionate fans. And, a lot of them loved me. A lot of them didn't. 670 The Score was all over it. So everybody just was talking about, well, the defense is going to play great. How's Rex going to play? So I became a lightning rod as big as it gets.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio. 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Mully and Haugh for Window Nation. You want your home to be comfortable year-round. You want your family protected, and you want to make an investment you can feel great about for years to come. Now, During Window Nation's end of the year sale this November, you could save big on windows to do just that. You're going to save 50% off all window styles, plus you could get 0% financing for 5 years.
And your total price even includes Window Nation's professional one-day installation. Window Nation's proven quality windows, they're so good, you'll actually save money on lower utility bills every single month, and they're backed with a lifetime warranty. Window Nation even has an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau.
That is real peace of mind when you're choosing the right company to upgrade your home. Prefer to hear what customers have to say about Window Nation? Check out over 45,000 five-star customer reviews.
And don't wait. Window Nation's end of the year sale is your chance to save big with 50% off all window styles, plus 0% financing for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com today to get started.
Just tell them Mully and Haugh sent you.
Winter is coming, Chicago. Atturo Tire is your hometown tire and knows this climate. Check out their new all-weather tires at your local independent Atturo Tire dealer. To learn more, visit Atturo.com and find performance within reach.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Compassion is more than just care. It's commitment. At UI Health, your story guides us, shapes us, and inspires us. And we're with you every step of the way. Whether it's your stroke emergency, your cancer journey, or your transplant victory. At UI Health, our care heals, our care saves, and our care triumphs. Find expert care for your journey at uihealth.care.
This segment is sponsored by Chicagoland Roofing Council, roofers and waterproofers, Local 11, training skilled craftspeople for the roofing and waterproofing industry. Whether you decide to go green or go solar, they provide their contractors with professional roofers to meet all your roofing and waterproofing needs. Visit them at chicagoroofing.org.
Kick off football season like a pro with the world's largest sports book at your fingertips. Circa Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. With high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Other books may charge you just to get on the field. But with Circa Sports, every play is yours to call. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Guys, you can feel your energy slipping away, losing what makes you, you. It could be low testosterone. Take action now. Synergen and Low T Center can help reclaim your energy with a quick and simple free T-test. Visit a local Synergen or Low T Center and receive pharmaceutical-grade testosterone, never compounded like other clinics. Experienced providers increase your testosterone to the level that's right just for you. Treatment is covered by most major insurance with affordable self-pay options available. The best you is waiting. Book your free T-test at trtmvp.com.
Bulls fans, Chuck Swirsky here. Join Bill Weddington and me for all the high-flying action of every Bulls game on 670 The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network powered by Heli Forklifts.
Bulls red! What a ball game!
See red, Chicago.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya Guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit tremfya.com.
It's been a blast. Like, every day going to the rink, I'm so excited. We got such a great group, and we haven't. I mean, obviously we're on the road for a bit, but when we play at home, it's it's electric, and I think the fans are really getting behind us right now. We're a fun team to watch. We play the game, I think in an exciting way, and we have a lot of speed and pace, and we're really competitive, and I think people here appreciate that. And but I mean, it's unreal. Like, this is maybe the best city in the league as well, and the sports, like you mentioned, how people get behind us, and we're so lucky to be able to play here and live here, and it's a blast.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is the Blackhawks star Connor Bedard, the NHL's second star of the week.
Second star of the week, second leading scorer.
Sounds like he might be interested in signing a contract to return. Mr.
Well, I think he has said all the right things. And certainly the Hawks are open for business. And the sooner they can get him locked up, the better. I think it's going to happen. It's a matter of when, not if. I don't know if that's wishful thinking. I don't think it is, because of everything you hear from both sides is that, every time Bedard talks, he talks about how special it is to play in a city like this. Here's what's happened this year that's changed, Mully. And the price keeps going up. And if you're the Blackhawks, it's money well spent. He's gotten better. He's taken that next step.
No doubt about it.
And that's not just a provincial point of view, somebody who loves hockey or is in Chicago and get to see him play.
Second star of the week.
Second star of the week. What happened yesterday, too, earlier this week was interesting because Team Canada general manager Doug Armstrong, he was talking about Connor Bedard in The Athletic to Pierre LeBrun.
Okay.
And he had this to say about both with Macklin Celebrini and Connor Bedard. They have popped this season in a way that has put them squarely on the radar of Team Canada. This is about the Olympics. This is about making the Olympic team. And this is Doug Armstrong saying that Connor Bedard has made himself, been playing some great hockey right now, taking his game to a level it wasn't at last year.
That's fair.
And I think one's related to the other.
He's winning at the dot that he didn't do last year.
Great point. And he's winning faceoffs. He committed himself this offseason to going back home, recommitting his fitness, recommitting to reshaping his body, all with the idea that he wanted to make the Canadian Olympic team. And the Blackhawks are benefiting from that. I'm not saying he cares about one more than the other. That doesn't really matter. He wants to represent his country, and he was driven by that this offseason. As a result, he has taken a step that I think a lot of us hope that he could take this year. Second leading scorer in the NHL. Fun to watch.
Yeah,
Hawks are fun.
Hey, listen, they are fun. It's good to hear him having a good time. It's fun that he enjoys the atmosphere. One of the greatest things about, if you're ever going to a Hawks game, you better get there early and hear the national anthem and really just kind of throw yourself into it. It is just a blast. And, not only is it a lot of fun what's going on with Bedard and hearing him talk about it, seeing Duncan Keith get into the Hall of Fame and all the photos of all his teammates coming back to be there for him.
That was cool.
That was really
Trip
awesome.
down memory lane. Yeah, no doubt about it.
That was fantastic.
The Hawks are playing at a high level. They're 8-5-3, I believe. So they're better than people expected them to be. I think Bedard is the biggest reason why.
Yes.
Spencer Knight in goal is another reason why.
He can stand on his head. And the thing about him, they got good keepers behind. The goalies with the Blackhawks are pretty
and guys
good.
in the system, you're exactly right.
And yet he is it's going to be a hard guy to overturn.
Organizational strength.
Good.
Yep. And also give credit Bertuzzi and Oliver Moore that's flashed. And you have guys that are young on the up, Frankie Bedard. But I'm sorry, Frankie Nazar. along with Connor Bedard. But Jeff Blashill has done a nice job of demanding them to play at a high level every night, and he's also made some tweaks to the way they play defense. Hawks are a surprise team right now in the NHL.
Yeah, no, they've been really doing well. Jeff Blashill's done a great job. We're going to talk to Chelly a little bit later, and Duncan Keith mentioned him in his acceptance speech. It's just, I think there's cool. A lot of positives floating around the Blackhawks right now, and it's, again, when you see young players coming into their own, you get excited about the future. All right, we shall be right back. 312-644-6767. Mully and Haugh on the Score.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on the Score.
Is Jordan Love versus Caleb Williams back on the table in terms of who is better now, who's going to be better long term?
Forget about the in the hunt graphic. You're in it. You're not even in that section.
No, you're in the playoffs graphic.
Yeah.
You're in that one. Just told you, your matchup is declared and decided right now.
The bin bowl.
Yeah, you get to play in the bin bowl.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Getting engaged soon? Well, engagement ring shopping is harder and riskier than ever before. Diamond shape, diamond size, ring style, even the cut of a diamond can impact its value by 40 or 50%. So if you're not careful, you can really overpay. Listen, make it easy on yourself. Go to Rasny Jewelers. They'll teach you how to not make a mistake. These are the diamond experts. 4 Chicagoland locations. Rasny Jewelers is a family-owned operation. They're not just some corporate chain. At Rasny, they respect you. They respect your budget, and they offer personalized service, the kind that you deserve. They've been serving Chicagoland for 75 years, so they know how to make this process stress-free. And their diamonds are the best out there, cut to perfection for maximum brilliance and symmetry, handpicked with no middleman markups. The diamonds they reject are the ones that you will see at the online or at the big chains that claim rock bottom prices. A Rasny diamond is one that she's going to be proud to wear, and you're going to love the engagement ring settings at Rasny, both trendy and classic. So before you try to buy a diamond online or go to one of those corporate chains, visit any Rasny Jewelers location and let them teach you how to buy smart. Rasny Jewelers in Edison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and on Chicago's Gold Coast. Online at rasny.com.
FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Hey, it's Speaks. FanDuel's the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay, where you can track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers, you get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love. Bet on them the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Matt to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Matt. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There's still time to save big money on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Whether you're pouring a sidewalk or setting a post, we have what you need to get the job done right. Check out our huge in-stock selection of concrete and mortar mixes in-store or on Menards.com to finish your project today. Plus, check out the weekly flyer for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards. Coach Dave Wanstead here, and I want to tell you my good feet story. I'm a guy that likes to walk everywhere. When you're coming off ruptured Achilles and knee replacements, that puts stress on your feet. And I have tried everything with no relief until I stepped into the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk. Since I've been wearing the Good Feet shoes and supports, I haven't backed off my activities either. Sure, walking is the big part, but I'm using the elliptical, I'm biking. The Good Feet arch supports can help with foot, ankle, knee, hip, even back pain by properly aligning your body from the ground up. And they slip into the shoes that you already have. You can use your HSA or your FSA account to purchase your arch supports. Live the life you love, free of foot, knee, hip, and back pain. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com or just stop by a store nearest you. Locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larter, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard Update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeat.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. Back to work for the Bears. They're 6-3. They're at Minneapolis, taking the Vikings on Sunday noon kick on Fox. Vikings -3 total, 48.5. We'll get that first look at the injury report later today. Week 11 kicks off tomorrow right here on The Score. Coverage beginning at 6:30. Jets at the Patriots tonight, 5:45. Bulls at the Pistons. Josh Giddey questionable for the Bulls. Cade Cunningham questionable for the Pistons. Connor Bedard will be on the ice at the United Center tonight. The 8-5-3 Blackhawks hosting the Devils. Bedard also is the NHL's second star of the week. College football playoff rankings part 2. The top 5 teams remain the same. College hoops, number 14 Illini taking care of number 11 Texas Tech, 81-77. Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeat.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Hell yeah! Man, I tell you what, I feel like I'm on repeat each and every week right now. I mean, I got nothing new to say to you guys. Did you even waver for a second? You knew exactly we had them right where we wanted them. Gosh, man. Goodness gracious. Hell of a job. Took all 60 minutes. Golly, and you felt it, man. Shank punt. You capitalized. Awesome. Awesome. Bring it on in, gentlemen. Come on. Good, better, bad. Good, better, bad. Never let it rest. Good gets better. You better get better. Bears on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always fun to hear the winning locker room. Always fun to see it. If you haven't seen the video.
Yeah, it's a great video.
Yeah, you can see the
speech leading into the good, better, best. Was that Ben Johnson or Gus Johnson?
Oh boy, he didn't. His voice never broke.
They were screechy.
He wasn't.
He wasn't
going through some kind of a seizure.
It's very exciting.
Yeah, that was hilarious. You know what's wild is Kevin Warren in the background mouthing the good, better, best, bent over, screaming it, and it's Ryan Porth is there kind of repeating
no,
it,
he's not. No,
but he's more composed.
No, he's not.
Did you see it?
Ryan Poles is there.
Ryan Poles. Poor Ryan. I keep. That's our guy, Ryan Poles.
Your point.
He's always on my
Kevin
mind.
Warren knows where the cameras are.
Oh, he's literally right there chanting that thing. And Poles is next to him, and he's saying it, but he's more composed.
I think that every week that happens, it is a terrific commercial for the impact of Ben Johnson on the Bears and the potential impact that any head coach can have on a team and a franchise and an organization.
And that's what we want to talk about.
And that's the point of this.
That's exactly the point.
Because when you look at the Ben Johnson effect, I asked Biggsy about it yesterday, had a really good answer. Everyone's going to have their own version of that answer.
Yes.
But everything that we talk about the Bears sitting here at 6-3 mid-season with playoff possibilities is because of the move they made last January. They were shopping in the right aisle, as you point out.
Mike Vrabel was another guy on their list.
They knew what they wanted. They went out and they got it, and they're seeing the results now.
And they hired the right guy in Ben Johnson. It feels that way. You like everything that he's doing thus far. Listen, it's not going to get any easier. He's been in this division. He knows this division. You know, can I argue that he's by far, did I say that? The best play caller in this division, which I don't know that I would have said at the beginning of the year.
Let's talk about that for a second. You really believe that?
I think he's the best play caller in the division. I don't think
it's by far, though.
But I mean,
he's having the best season.
No, I believe that the play caller in Detroit has been replaced by a guy he used to work for. I think he's a better play caller than Dan Campbell.
I'll say that.
I think what's going on in Green Bay has really taken a lot of the bloom off of the flower.
I agree with that as well.
Matt LaFleur.
Not having a good year.
Okay.
Defense is carrying that football team.
Now you got Kevin O'Connell, who is the quarterback whisperer. Let me ask you a question. Who's doing a better job of getting their quarterback righted and in the system better than Ben Johnson? Is Kevin O'Connell doing that?
I don't want to have an argument where it sounds like I'm not giving Ben Johnson the credit that he deserves.
No, it's okay.
But I will say this. I believe that when Ben Johnson inherited or took over calling plays for Caleb Williams was further along than J.J. McCarthy was for Kevin O'Connell.
Yes.
So I think by virtue of that, he's going to look better, and his plays are going to look like, oh, boy, that's brilliant, because they're executed at a higher level. I think J.J. McCarthy has a long way to go. And if I'm going to question Kevin O'Connell, it's more for not making the judgment the right call on the quarterback as much as it is on the plays that he's calling not working.
I don't know that he is the guy making the call on that. I don't know that he's the guy that decided that, we should let Indiana have their Jones. We should let Darnold go to Seattle. I don't think he made those calls. But I do think that you know how I feel about him. I think he's a great coach. And I think there's a reason that Caleb Williams wanted to play for him. And really, a lot of quarterbacks around the league would love to play for him.
You know what I think you're getting at?
And I think he'll get it together.
Yeah, it's an interesting debate. And it's interesting. It's a good – both guys are very impactful the way they call plays. If you're talking about the coach, though, that has had the best year, 9 games in the division, it is Ben Johnson. It is Ben Johnson, even over Dan Campbell.
Well, let me tell you something. Ben Johnson is the guy that kind of changed the career of Goff. Don't forget that. He really was very effective and essential in Jared Goff living up to his number 1 draft status.
Can't deny that.
And
that's true.
So I'm not.
That's true.
I'm giving him a little nod in the division because he's fixed 2 quarterbacks in it.
He's fixed 2 quarterbacks in it, and right now I believe that Caleb Williams is just behind Jared Goff if you're ranking quarterbacks in the NFC North, because he surpassed Jordan Love. It is a fluid situation, but he's had a better season, and the arrow is pointing up more emphatically than it is for Jordan Love, who is a guy that's hard to trust right now without his tight end, understandably, but his coach is also not doing him any favors. the Bears are in a very enviable position. The thing that now is they have to prove that they can handle success. If they prove they know how to win, that's part of knowing how to win, is knowing how to handle success, relative as it is. They have to not get too – they can't assume too many things right now.
So let's go to an overview in football. So before Kevin O'Connell put magic hands and whispered sweet things into the ear of one Daniel Jones, he was playing for Brian Daboll in New York, and it started out better than maybe some thought, but it ended badly there. And now he's doing much better, although he struggled a little. We're seeing more, instead of the Indiana Jones, we're seeing more of the New York Jones, sadly, the last couple of games.
He was in Germany, though.
Yeah, but I do think that that Daboll being fired by the Giants opens up a world of possibility for them. Some of the ideas that have been floated. First of all, I am delighted for Mike Kafka, son of the South Side, being an interim head coach, and I hope he does well. But I think that they are probably much more ambitious in terms of changing the culture of the program, which we hear that kind of stuff all the time.
Well, it isn't fair, but in that market,
Yes.
they will want to make a splash, and they will want to find somebody who is the right person for that. And an interim coach seldom is that guy.
And so they're probably going to hire a big name guy. So Vrabel's not out there. We know Ben Johnson is gone and under contract for 5 years. Who are they going to hire? And the various rumors floating around. We talked a little bit with Mike Florio yesterday about this. Some of the rumors are downright comical. Some of them are very intriguing.
Well, let's go with three, because there are three big ones that I think that are at the top of many people's lists. And it starts with Bill Belichick leaving North Carolina and going to New York.
What a wonderful parachute for him. Given, although, Carolina has slowly but maybe a little bit improved.
Well, they're more respectable than they were. They're 4-5 right now.
Yes.
They expected more because the hype surrounding his arrival at Chapel Bill was considerable, but it has not lived up to expectations. So I think that if you're looking at, there are a lot of people who are viewing that maybe as a failed experiment. Some people are looking at that as a return to respectability. Whatever the case is, those rumors are not going to die down despite Bill getting behind the microphone and saying, I'm committed to North Carolina.
So anyway, that is pretty funny. The idea of Bill back in New York, where he once won Super Bowls as a defense coordinator.
Would that work?
I just find it intriguing because he's basically, or I thought he was, chasing the all-time wins record, and the idea that he went to college didn't make a ton of sense to me. And listen, if he goes to New York, you think that the gossip stuff is out there. You think that the kind of stories surrounding his personal life could get really
it could.
amazing.
By the same token, that organization's one he's always respected.
Yeah.
Because of the fact that he won a Super Bowl there as a defensive coordinator.
No question.
And it would be kind of symmetry to his NFL career, the success at the beginning of it, and then his last stop. We'll wait and see. He would need, I think, an offensive guy like maybe Kafka to stay and to run that offense, because schematically on defense, he could run the show there. But that seems to be 73 years old. I don't know what the Giants would be doing at that point.
It's just an intriguing, funny
It's
name
a very
to bring
New York.
up.
It's a very New York thing.
Yeah.
All right, so that would be plan A. What would be plan B?
Well,
or the second most hot rumor
I don't know that they would do it, and I don't want to step on anyone's toes, but I saw, who was it? Who was the columnist who wrote this yesterday?
Ian O'Connor.
Ian O'Connor wrote they should make a trade for Mike Tomlin. We talked about that with the Bears at one point, and his column included the idea that, hey, it's the Maras and the Rooneys are longtime friends, which we included the Hallis connection in that one, and the three families have known each other forever, and it's a funny idea that what's going on in Pittsburgh, and I have friends who are Steelers fans, and it's amazing to me how I look at Tomlin and think, wow, what a tough guy, what an admirable job he's done. And they look at it and they say, can't win in the playoffs. Yeah, so what if he gets his team? And you're just kind of like, you have no idea.
They've got the Super Bowl. They want to move on because he hasn't let them back.
What it's like to watch a series of bad coaches while your great coach is getting them into the play.
Yeah.
All they want is a Super Bowl. That's all they're chasing, and they're not getting close.
Bottom line is there's some maybe Tomlin fatigue in Pittsburgh.
That's what I'm saying. So would they be willing to trade him to the New York Football Giants?
Maybe.
Old family friends.
I think Mike Tomlin, after the Aaron Rodgers experience, might be ready to move on himself.
Well, it's not going well.
You wonder? Well, 2 weeks ago it was, though.
I know.
And 2 weeks from now, it could again.
You never know.
Tomlin's an intriguing option.
Not in a couple of weeks. They need one more big loss before they get to turn it around.
I hear you. But Tomlin to the Giants, I think, would be a way that they could regain a lot of respectability quickly. I think if Belichick goes there,
that would change your culture.
It might have the same approach, same impact, but it also might take a little while because of the way that maybe he has damaged his legacy a little bit by going there and all the other stuff. Mike Tomlin, to me, would be a no-brainer if you're the Giants and you could pull that off.
You would become seemingly overnight a significantly tougher, smarter football team.
No doubt about it. Well, the third option, though, I think is the most realistic one, and that would be going to Steve Spagnuolo of the Chiefs.
Yes.
With his own history in New York.
Right.
And I think having that kind of credibility in the market, that kind of credibility in the profession, would that be a splash higher? Not as big as the other two guys we mentioned, but it certainly would be one, I think, that would get the attention of people who are serious football people, and they understand what that would mean and why he might be able to succeed as a head coach this time.
Would he bring Matt Nagy with him as his offensive guy? Or would Nagy prefer to be a head coach somewhere
My guess
else?
is Matt Nagy's going to be looking to be a head coach somewhere. There are going to be some jobs open. I talked to someone in
Can he bring Mahomes?
You know who was I saw speculation surrounding Matt Nagy with the job? Tennessee. Already, just kind of looking at that situation. Let's face it, I could say any team and you would be.
No. I think that Tennessee needs to get tougher. They don't need to go on a sleigh ride.
I think you're probably right there, but isn't it somewhat? Isn't it somewhat unfair?
It's totally unfair.
Attach that one thing to Matt Nagy all these years later after he has.
No, it's double doink that I attached to him.
He's going to get another shot. Doesn't he deserve another shot?
I mean, listen, I don't know. I guess, when you're around Andy Reid and you look at Kansas City and what they've done, okay, maybe he deserves another shot. But, I mean, I probably hire Dave Tobe ahead of him.
You would?
When I'm looking to raid that staff.
Okay.
Just saying.
Well, that's going to be a job that's available. And I also think that when we're talking about the Giants, so we mentioned Spagnuolo, Belichick, Tomlin. There's a couple other guys that you have to maybe cross off the list before you get to that point. Is Lane Kiffin a serious candidate in your mind?
If he's allowed to coach both Florida and the Giants at the same time.
One plays on Saturday, one plays on Sunday.
Or get cloning technology.
Well, they'd have to talk to Tom Brady for that.
Yeah. You'd wind up with the third clone,
And by the way, is it going to be Brady in the booth on Sunday or just some sort of reasonable facsimile of Tom Brady?
I think now that the Bears have beaten Oakland, he can cover any of their games. They don't play them again.
That's true.
He can't take that secret
beyond those
information.
three, and the Lane Kiffin thing, I think, is not going to happen either. Who else would make sense?
Lane Kiffin. I'm not kidding you. You literally cannot pay that guy enough money because of all the options that he has. Whether it's with the Giants or with LSU or wherever he ends up, they are going to give him a king's ransom. And maybe it's Ole Miss stepping up and trying to keep him.
Could be.
But whatever it is, he can write his own ticket.
His own quarterback is Jackson Dart, and that's the future of the Giants. So that's the reason why that's
And I'd like to talk about that for a moment if we could.
Please.
Caleb Williams, 2 games running, has gained over 50 yards rushing the ball.
Mm-hmm.
I personally think that's on tape. Everyone knows about it. Let's back off a little on that one before you get some Jackson Dart thing going. I worry that Jackson Dart you don't
strike me as an alarmist.
Was
that sounds
his
very alarmist.
4th concussion of the year?
Yeah.
So David,
I know.
Count me as alarmed.
Okay, but why? Because Caleb Williams has not been hit in the head.
I think he's done a great job of getting out of it. I'm just saying, good things don't happen when quarterbacks are running the ball.
I've just come around to the idea.
It's a great thing to have in your pocket. It's a great thing.
Well, I'm not
it's
saying...
on tape, but you don't. We talked to Dave yesterday. His whole thing
Keep
is
it a threat. Keep it a threat.
He said what you got to do. What he believes Brian Flores is going to do is shut down the outside run. So what does that mean? That means you need somebody to run through the middle of the field.
Well, yeah,
don't give the ball to DJ.
You know what?
That's not his job.
But
and don't have your quarterback run down.
But Brian
the middle
Flores
of the field.
also could be coming after the Bears with an array of blitzes and man coverage. And if you are going to play man coverage, the best way or an effective way to beat that is having your quarterback unafraid to take the ball and run with it when everyone's got their back to him.
And provided he pulls up and slides and does all the things, he's very smart with the way he's
Here's
done
why
it.
I don't think that is necessarily apples to apples here, because Caleb Williams, to my knowledge, does not have a concussion history as an NFL quarterback.
And let's keep it that way. David, he went out and he slid and he went down, and a guy came over and
I saw it.
And
he
kneed him in the head.
Yeah.
It was a glancing
Should have
blow.
been called.
I got a concussion watching it.
I got a headache getting through it. I agree. I'm getting a headache now because I don't think I want to worry about Caleb Williams being concussed. I'm just coming around to the fact that using his legs as a weapon makes the Bears' offense much better.
I just want to preserve what they got going, and there's nothing wrong if he gets out of some trouble, if they're clutching at him and whatever. I'd prefer him to have a clean pocket, but if you're still struggling, then you need to be able to take advantage of that and do something with it. But goodness gracious.
Gracious. I know.
You just
I hear
don't
you.
want anything
I know. He's the franchise.
to interrupt the flow.
I get it.
What we're looking at is good.
It's very good. And on Sunday, he willed the Bears to a victory by virtue of running the Bears
but he also
into success.
When you get into those late game things and he's on his star trip, he will die for a goal line. He will die. I've seen him put himself in harm's way. I would just prefer.
I low-key love it, though.
That doesn't happen.
I
don't low-key love it.
We don't ever talk about Caleb Williams and his toughness and his competitiveness.
And his
then
injury
in that
history.
moment, he shows it.
Yeah, but I just don't want. I don't want to ever talk about any quarterback injuries. I feel like even you bringing it up the way you have here
I did not
is
bring
putting
it up.
the Mully on us.
You turned a conversation over coaching into fear over Caleb Williams getting Jackson Dart syndrome.
The guy's run for 50-yard 2 games running.
Okay.
It's enough.
Enough.
It's on tape.
Okay.
Hey, have you guys seen this one? Look, prepare for it. Now we're done.
You can prepare for it. It's hard to stop in real time because he is Houdini.
Oh, boy. As I said before, the Houdini thing ended badly. He got some guy, remember what happened? He got punched in the stomach he hadn't set the stomach. He got whacked there. Next thing you know, he's getting into, he's going to break out of a thing.
Who's your
and he's
favorite
on the
magician?
bottom of the ocean.
312-644-6767.
Yeah, I think, don't rely on sleight of hand.
Okay.
Just throw the ball down the field. Mully and Haugh, 312-644-6767. Gosh, I don't like that you brought that up. Mully and Haugh on the score.
Bears fans, it's week 11 and the 6-3 Bears are heading to Minnesota looking to get payback against the Vikings. Can the Bears continue to find ways to win and get their first division win of the season? Stay tuned to the score as we continue to get you ready for Bears Vikings right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hey, does this sound like you, where every step is a reminder of what hurts, of what you're not able to do, of how far you've drifted from the life you used to have? Well, I got good news for you. Relief is closer than you think, and it doesn't have to come from a scalpel. At QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli and her team tap into your body's own regenerative power. They use natural healing factors to help restore damaged tissue, to reduce inflammation, and to relieve pain. At its source, it's your body's comeback story. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery, just your body remembering how to feel alive again. Imagine swinging that golf club or hiking that trail, dancing again. That's the freedom that QC Kinetics helps people rediscover. Don't just mask the pain. Let QC Kinetics help you regain what the pain took away. This Veterans Day, around Veterans Day, they're giving back. Veterans get $500 off treatment, and for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. Call QC Kinetics today for a free consultation. 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside scoop on your home team before they take on their next opponent. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Hey, it's Spiegs. FanDuel's the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay, where you can track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers, you get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love. Bet on them the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Matt to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Matt. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
This segment of the show is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. New teeth, new smile, new you. Tired of hiding your smile? At AlmostFreeTeeth.com, we make full mouth implants affordable. Save up to 95%. Get your confidence back at AlmostFreeTeeth.com.
Guys, you can feel your energy slipping away, losing what makes you, you. It could be low testosterone. Take action now. Synergen X and Low T Center can help reclaim your energy with a quick and simple free T-test. Visit a local Synergen X or Low T Center and receive pharmaceutical-grade testosterone, never compounded like other clinics. Experienced providers increase your testosterone to the level that's right just for you. Treatment is covered by most major insurance with affordable self-pay options available. The best you is waiting. Book your free T-test at trtmvp.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Hey, Saints rookie quarterback Tyler Shuck notched his first NFL win, earning my first game ball. Jonathan Taylor and Nico Collins added to their game ball collection, as did Jason Myers, now the most prolific kicker in Seahawks history. Dolphins linebacker Jordan Brooks and Rams safety Quentin Lake stood out on defense, while good old Mike McDaniel unexpectedly garnered top coaching honors this week. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Just watch him from afar. He just seems like he's more comfortable with his decision making. You know, last year, I think, first of all, the offensive line's a lot better this year. Plus, he's more confident where he's looking and going through his reads instead of just holding the ball a little bit too long and dancing in the pocket and doing some things when maybe guys were open and he was trying to make a wild play. I think he's understanding the game a little more, has better protection, and I think his coach is putting his eyes in the right spot.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670, The Score. That is the voice of Rex Grossman. Gosh, it's great to hear Rex. That was
takes you back, doesn't it?
It takes you back.
Yeah,
and it was him on with the Layla and Marshall and Mark Grody yesterday. It was really fun to hear that.
Fun interview.
It is time travel. No
good
question.
insight. He spent 6 good years in Chicago.
Yeah.
And as one texter pointed out this morning, has as many NFC Championship victories as a quarterback as Aaron Rodgers. Nicely played. So I think you look at Rex's, he's in town next week for a cruise with Brian Urlacher and Alex Brown. And It was funny to hear him reminisce about what his Bears days represent to him, the best time of his NFL career in his words.
Where are they cruising to?
I'm not sure.
It's interesting.
It's a cruise, probably on Lake Michigan. I don't know where else would they cruise? Is it a river cruise?
You could technically, get in a boat and I don't know. I up in Michigan maybe, or can you get out to the ocean? Can you really go?
I think they're going to be out for probably an hour and tell some stories. I don't think they're going on an excursion. It's called a cruise.
A 2-hour cruise?
It's a 3-hour tour.
3-hour tour.
Yeah, no, I don't believe so. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Those were the days, though.
Who would be who? Who would be the professor in that group?
In that group? No, that would probably be Rex. I don't know.
It's just a joke.
Yeah. He's in town. We haven't heard a lot from him over the years.
No, very low profile.
Very low profile for a guy who spent about a decade in the NFL.
Yeah.
As a backup quarterback. His thoughts on Caleb Williams were interesting.
Yes.
Certainly, he's a guy that went to Houston after leaving Chicago. And didn't he align himself with Kyle Shanahan there?
I hope so.
Yeah,
that's a good guy. That's a good guy to align with. I mean, you'll have success with him. He's what would you call him? A coaching what? What would the word be for how good he is as a coach?
You would call him a stud.
I did once, and I've been teased about it forever. That's when Dustin was dismissing him, and I said...
As we were discussing the alarming feeling you have watching Caleb Williams run, it made me wonder what you are most fearful of today as the injury report comes out. What are you looking at, and how will that guide you in your analysis of this game?
Well, unfortunately, I've been trained, especially over the last few weeks, to find out what horror hidden injury is going to pop up and keep somebody that I deem essential out of the game.
What are you referring to?
I'm referring to, whether it's the running back missing a game, the finding out that the linebacker had hand surgery, whether you find out that there's a defensive end or two who's been knocked out for the year. It just feels like the injury list has not been your friend.
No, it has not been because
Gordon.
the Bears are playing essentially without 4 starters
right now.
Well,
and,
and I say starters, in the offseason as we make our predictions after the schedule comes out, in the draft and free agency and all those things. Jalen Johnson, Kyler Gordon, Dio Adangbo, and TJ Edwards were all 4 guys that you counted on to make this defense work.
And they'd be a lot better with those 4 guys.
Without a doubt.
Bring
one of them back.
Dio's not coming back,
yeah,
right?
It's okay.
We know that.
I'm
just saying we know he's not coming back.
Of the 4, he's the one they would miss the least.
Shamar Turner's not coming back.
Oh,
right?
That's another guy. He wasn't a starter, but that's a big loss.
But it's a guy that
that's
you
a depth piece. Second round draft pick.
Is Jalen coming back? I saw that.
There was an Instagram post yesterday.
Yes, I saw that,
and it suggested that Jalen Johnson would be back sooner rather than later, meaning December. And I don't know. I'm not qualified to make that call. I think it's
Dr. Haugh. Will he come back?
I think his motivation in seeing something happen that he has not experienced as a Bear.
So you're more kind of you're a head man, you're a brain man. You're more interested in his whether he is getting better help as opposed to whether or not he's physically ready to come back.
I think physically, mentally, if he can come back, he can help. There's no doubt about that. I just don't know that I'm willing to, on November 12th, predict that. I don't have anything to base it on. So he looks like he's
Kyler Gordon coming back this lifetime. He's got 2 more games, and then they can open up the window.
Unfortunately, I'm in a position of with Kyler Gordon. I'm skeptical. Can he stay on the field? Is he one of these guys that is always going to be all about the potential rather than the production?
Edwards playing on Sunday, Mr. David.
Doubtful. Doubtful. Hamstring injury kept him off the field. He's going to be wearing a club. I don't know if a hamstring injury can heal that quickly. If it was bad enough to keep him off of the field last week, did he just get better this week? It'd be tough.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really a difficult one.
I just look at what their injury situation is, and I'm not expecting good news from the injury report. So they have guys who have to step up. Noah Sewell has to play better than he did last week. And on the defensive front, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, I don't know what you have in him. I don't think we saw much from him, but it would be nice if there was a defensive lineman that emerged as a good. Austin Booker flashed a little bit. I think in Adangbo's absence, it's an opportunity for Austin Booker.
Yeah.
And as you point out, you surprised me a little bit talking to Dan Wiederer and giving as high of a praise to Montez Sweat as you did.
Well, as I said, he is a living, breathing defensive end. I understand the number of people that are concerned about it, but he has made an impact play in each of the last few games. He's leading them now. How many sacks they have? 5.5, something like that. It's a little better than you would think off the top of your head. And if he keeps improving his playing time, maybe he can make more plays. I understand, but I mean, when you start, we all were choosing, and I think the very fact that we had 3 different choices, I believe you mentioned, I said Sweat because he's coming around and because he's their only defensive end and he's their highest paid player. I believe you said Tremaine Edmonds, and Dan talked about Byard. So I think that's pretty interesting that we were in 3 different positions.
Yeah,
as
I do
we
too.
tried to name a defensive MVP. And, I'm not claiming that Montez Sweat, that anyone is pleased or overwhelmed by it, but he's coming around and he might be as essential a player as you have on that defense.
5.5 sacks this year on his way to double digit.
What are you going to do?
Oh, if you lose him, I think if you're looking at it in that way, yeah, it's valuable. You can't lose Montez Sweat and still expect to have a pass rush that's going to threaten any quarterback.
Right.
I think Tremaine Edmonds has been more of a factor than I expected him to be this season.
That's fair.
And he has been around the football more than I think we thought.
I think he's played really well when Edwards has been available to kind of put him in the right spot.
Last 2 weeks, I'll stand by this. Last 2 weeks, it's not a big sample size, but C.J. Gardner-Johnson has been their most valuable defensive player the last 2 weeks.
Well, and I'm not arguing. He's got 3 sacks in those 2 games, but they're dialing that up for him. I mean, he is, as the defensive coordinator, Dennis Allen said, a football player.
Yeah.
And he's able to do the things that the coach wants him to do at the time the coach wants him to do it. He led them in tackles. He had that huge forced fumble. And he had a sack, so 2 sacks in
Just
that
bring
game.
your attitude. That's all he has.
There's a lot to like.
He's got a lot of energy. He's got a lot of just that abrasiveness that you do appreciate when you have a defensive mentality and you've got a defense that needs it. So now they're getting used to it. I do wonder, that's a problem for another day. And whenever Kyler Gordon comes back, and what are they going to do? They'll figure it out. You can never have too many good cornerbacks or defensive backs, but it's not something, until Kyler Gordon can stay on the field, it's really not something worth considering.
Yeah, I think it's a really difficult question to kind of point out. I think Caleb Williams is the obvious answer on offense because he's the quarterback. You touch the ball on every play. Of course, he's the most important player, but if you take him out of the mix, I thought that was interesting that you wind up with Darnell Wright. And, just as emblematic of the offensive line and its improvement this year, that's probably a good answer because I'm not sure there is one skill position player. You're right about the running back, DeAndre Swift,
but
has
it's
been
pretty balanced.
Important. Yeah, that's
the numbers
the
after 9 games are very balanced,
yes,
and that's coaching as
that
well.
Is, yeah.
I think that Darnell Wright is a trendy, good, smart choice, if that word Dan's choice. I also think that we tend to overlook Joe Thuney because very quietly he's having another solid year, another Pro Bowl caliber season.
I am super amused that trendy, because it is trendy because the coach called him that word, unicorn.
Do you disagree?
No, but it amuses me that that's trendy because it isn't trendy to like Joe Thuney. It isn't trendy. Because
he doesn't have a clever nickname.
Yes.
He's not getting talked about because he's not exceeding expectations. We had put maybe an artificial ceiling on Darnell Wright's potential at the beginning of this one.
Why did they draft Trapillo?
Exactly.
But go ahead.
Well, that's a good point. Ozzie Trapillo. Well, he has been playing a lot of tight end. He's that extra offensive lineman on the field. I love it when he comes into the game. He's like playing the banjo. It looks like that's the motion to declare yourself eligible.
Yeah, I'm just a banjo player.
Well,
is it banjo strumming or is it picking? I don't know. Dustin, when you play the banjo, are you strumming or are you picking?
Guy.
Good question.
Ukulele.
I figured Mr. Country and Western would know that.
How about ukulele? David, when you have your ukulele out, what are you picking or are you strumming?
I'm picking the ukulele.
Okay. I just don't know how what your instruments
Could you see Olin playing a ukulele?
Well, I mean, he is Hawaiian. Is that what you mean?
That's what I mean.
Yeah. Okay. I think he's probably capable of hiring men to play the ukulele for him.
I'm just going to say he can play whatever he wants.
Exactly. Yeah. He can do whatever he wants.
Speaking of a guy who does whatever he wants, whenever he wants, that's Chris Chelios.
We're going to talk to Chelly next. It's Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Tomorrow and every Thursday, tune in at 5 p.m. for the Four Winds Forecast with Dave Wanstead. Coach Wanstead will join the Spiegel and Holmes show to preview the weekend's games. And for your chance to win a $200 gift card to Four Winds Casino and Resort.
You know, he's got the arm, he's got the intelligence, he's got the athletic ability.
On Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Brought to you by Four Winds Casino and Resort in New Buffalo and South Bend. Your entertainment escape.
The cost of healthcare coverage is rising this year. That's why we're here to help.
At getcoveredillinois.gov, you can get financial help with the cost of your premium.
Most of our customers get that help at getcoveredillinois.gov.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Hey, it's Coach Wanstead. When I need a perfect getaway, I hit the Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend. My wife and I love the first-class treatment they give you. The staff, from the valet to the dealers, are absolutely incredible. The hotel rooms are first class, the live entertainment is next level, and the food is out of this world. Whether you're playing your favorite table games or just watching the games at the sportsbook bar, it's always a guaranteed win. Four Winds Casinos in New Buffalo and South Bend. Your entertainment and sports escape. Tell them Coach Wanstead sent you.
Hey, Chicago, Thanksgiving is coming fast. Make it easy and delicious with Wild Fork. From whole turkeys to tender breast, plus duck, lamb, ham, and beef roast, they've got every centerpiece covered, and they've got every side you could dream of. Shop in-store or have it delivered right to your door. Enjoy turkeys starting at $1.28 a pound. Smoked spiral sliced ham, that's delicious, $3.28 a pound. Or boneless lamb leg roast at $4.98 a pound. And they have so much more. I absolutely love the place. The food is delicious. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
When it comes to cancer, expertise matters. Loyola Medicine offers leading-edge treatments and a team dedicated to your whole health. From prevention to advanced therapies, we're here for every step. Discover more at loyolamedicine.org/cancer.
Hey, if your garage floor looks lousy with stains and cracks or a bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off labor and installation by the holiday on a new Comer & Cross garage floor. Call them now, because 50% off labor and installation by the holiday is going to end soon. Here's the number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A new Comer & Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement in years. It's like pulling into a new car showroom every single night. It's guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever, and they make it so easy. Comer & Cross employees are professionals. They don't use subcontractors. They're in and out in one day. They're going to fix your cracks and pits perfectly, and they even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer & Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Do it now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to Comer, C-O-M-E-R, cross.com.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This holiday season, Target has your back with irresistibly cool gifts for everyone on your list. For the trendsetter, start with affordable beauty kits and gift sets. Need something the whole fam will love? Grab snuggly matching fits in every size and style. And for the thrill seekers, don't forget the hottest toys and tech of the season. Target's got you covered with the best deals for endless fun. Shop in store or online. And step into the holidays with Target. Restrictions apply.
Bobby Hull, Tony Esposito, Stan Mikita, Jeremy Roenick, Denny Savard, Eddie Olchuk, and of course, the OG of Blackhawk defenseman, Chris Chelios. But you realize it's never about you. It's about the crest, the team, and the legacy. Chicago became my second home. The fans, the anthem, there was nothing like playing in that building, especially during our cup runs.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Time for our guy, BetMGM Ambassador Chris Chelios. BetMGM, make it legendary. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Chris joins us now on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Chris, we just played the voice of Duncan Keith going into the Hall of Fame, and he respects the OG. That was a great moment, and what a good dude. And, man, it was so much fun to see all those ex-Blackhawks, his old teammates, with him as he was inducted.
Yeah, that was incredible. You know, the speech, obviously well-deserved. He's such a good, humble, sincere, like the ultimate team guy. All his teammates loved him. Afterwards, not a crazy event because guys are a little older now, but just great to spend the time with his family and his teammates. And his dad had a really great speech at the after party to just thank all his friends and teammates for making the trip up there. But, so happy for him. And it was such a great, I was lucky to be a part of that and was able to make it up there and celebrate with those guys.
Great moment, great celebration. And a little buzz has been created here in Chicago by another great player, Connor Bedard. Not sure if he's headed to the Hockey Hall of Fame one day, but certainly in year 3, Chris, he seems to have been doing the things that people have been waiting for him to do. Second in the league in scoring, second star in the NHL this week. What's been the difference, do you think?
I mean, definitely his skating. He's whatever, we talked about it earlier, and he, committed to training and changing things up. And, whatever he did, he picked up a step. And plus, the third year, as you mentioned, maturing, adjusting to the pace of the NHL. It's not junior, and it's not American League pace. It's NHL. And whether guys have the skill or not, everybody can skate. So, a couple of days ago, he's leading the league in scoring, and then, McKinnon's on fire in Colorado, and Carlson's having a good year in Anaheim. But to see him up top in the top 5 now and doing what he's doing, and the team, obviously he's helping his team. He's plus 10, Connor. Say what you want. It might be too early about talking about playoffs, but they've sure done themselves a good favor by getting out to a great start, and it's in the conversation. So good for Connor. He's showing why he's going to someday be the captain and the leader of this team.
I'm curious, Chris. I know you're not the biggest follower of the Olympic hockey team from Canada, but he could well, given the way he's playing, be involved in that. I mean, he and Macklin, I can't think of the kid's name. Celebrini.
Yeah.
That was my guy.
Yeah.
He went to school with my daughter, for God's sake. Anyway, those two could be added to their list, and Connor is now, winning at the dot. He's like turned things differently. Maybe the conversation, I know it means a lot to him. Do you think he gets back in that mix?
Yeah, there's no question. And injuries are going to play a part too. Again, Canada has that depth. U.S. has depth now more than they've ever had before, and they're going to have some tough decisions too. But, I spoke to John Cooper. He loved, having him at the Canadian Olympic camp, prior to the season. And I think, he sure helped his chances with the start he got off to. There's no question. But, again, that's such a deep team, and it just remains to be seen. The good thing is that, there's extra roster spots, and, even if he was to play and be one of the extras, just the experience alone playing with some of the greatest players. Look at Crosby, too, off to such a good start. I don't see anybody saw that coming either. So it's going to be tough, but again, he's only helped himself by the great start he's gotten off to.
So, Chris, before I let you go, obviously, away from hockey, word is that you may need a realtor, and Mully and I are looking for maybe a cut of the commission. Anything that you could add to that report?
Yeah, bring your wallet. How's that? I don't, this whole Instagram thing and the brokerage thing, that I guess, that's, to me, it's cheesy putting that out there. But like I said, it's tough love. I've raised my kids this summers, some great memories and being out there. So, like I said, either way, I'll spend more time in Chicago, I guess, if I get rid of that thing. But
that's good for us.
But like I said, it's just got so many great memories raising my kids there. It was some of the best summers of my life, and now you can't do that. You got grandkids, and you got obligations. Everybody's working, so it's tough to get out there. So I think we're going to resort to New Buffalo or Michigan City, Long Beach, somewhere down there, and find a place where we can all get together in the summer.
Great stuff, Chris. Great catching up. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Chris.
That is Chris Chelios. Good dude all the way around, and obviously well-respected by any defenseman who ever played for the Blackhawks.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Yeah. Duncan Keith, some people refer to him as the best defenseman in Hawk history. That's a good debate for maybe another day. But he gave him some credit and paid the respect in a speech that really was very eloquent and very touching. And in 11 minutes, really, Duncan Keith covered a lot of ground.
We'll be right back. 312-644-6767 is the number. We've got Stacey Dales joining us next. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Coming up at 10 with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, we examine the national conversation surrounding the 6-3 Bears. FS1 host Danny Parkins joins the show at 1 to share his thoughts on the Bears' win over the Giants. Plus, our Mark Grody brings us the latest from Hallis Hall at 1:25.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel is the number one sportsbook for same-game parlays, from points and rebounds to threes and assists. FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now, it's the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So, bet on the players you love the way that you want to bet on them. Head on over to FanDuel.com/SCORE, FanDuel.com/score, and sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply. Select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
The premier name in bridal and engagement rings here in the Chicagoland area is Rasny Jewelers. If you're ring shopping, Rasny Jewelers is your destination for exceptional quality, far from the big corporate chains, the diamond wholesalers, and the online sites pushing mass-produced diamonds and settings. With Rasny Jewelers, you'll own a natural diamond that has inherent value, a diamond that's been handpicked for maximum brilliance, and a diamond she will be proud to wear. Guys, she's going to look at that ring every day for the rest of her life. Make the right decision. Rasny Jewelers is a name you can trust. Their team will guide you every step of the way, sharing their expertise so you feel confident in your choice. Rasny Jewelers, Chicagoland's local jeweler, Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and Chicago's Gold Coast. Online at Rasny.com.
You're losing your hair and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology with top-rated physicians. Something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need advanced hair. They've completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair. Address them all with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced team. Advanced Hair has performed tens of thousands of these breakthrough treatments, and get this, your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day. No one in Chicago can offer anything like the Advanced FUE offered by the world-class team at Advanced Hair. It starts with your free consultation. Call 872-217-HAIR. If you qualify, you'll also get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that's redefined hair restoration. 872-217-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard Update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. Back to work, back to Hallis Hall for the Bears as Week 11 kicks off tomorrow. Bears-Vikings part of Week 11 is Sunday, noon kick on Fox. Week 11 will start right here on The Score. Coverage beginning at 6:30 as the Jets are at the Patriots. We've got Stacey Dales to talk NFL, talk Bears next with Mully and Haugh. 5:45 tonight, Bulls at the Pistons. Josh Giddey's questionable, so is Cade Cunningham for the Pistons. Connor Bedard, not questionable. He'll be on the ice tonight. He is the NHL's second star of the week. Blackhawks hosting the Devils. They're going to drop the puck at the UC at 8:30 tonight. Number 14, Illini, take care of number 11, Texas Tech in college hoops, 81-77. The Hour is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles. The Segment with Stacey Dales, brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants. Do that today.
Stacey Dales, NFL Network correspondent.
Doing great. Good morning, everybody.
Breaking down the Bears beating news around the NFL.
Caleb Williams, Bears fans, ecstatic. This was really the best case scenario for the Chicago Bears. Gets a dynamic offensive play caller and teacher in Ben Johnson.
Former WNBA star.
Clean steal over to Dales, easy layup. Stacey Dales off a beautiful feed from Elaine Powell.
Stacey Dales with Mully and Haugh.
And I live in Chicago, and I do the Score radio, a little plug there.
On 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a treat to talk to Stacey Dales, and she joins us now on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Good morning, Stacey. How are you doing?
Good morning, guys. Doing well. I feel like I'm still in Berlin, actually. So
you're back, though. You made it back,
I'm
finally.
Back.
Ich bin ein Berliner.
I had the worst travel I can ever imaginably explain to you guys. Like, I got stuck in Newark for 24 hours. They lost my bag.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. Thank you, ATC. And I did not get my bags on the return, so they arrived at my house roughly 8 o'clock last night. But, hey, it is what it is, and this is the time we're in.
24 hours
That's
at Newark because of delays, because of
air traffic controllers?
Well, there's a little thing called the government shutdown that's happening right now.
Okay.
And my plane was delayed out of Chicago, headed to Newark. And I missed my connector to Berlin on Wednesday evening, which means, you just can't get an international flight, right? So you got to wait until the next night. I was waitlisted, and I got on a plane, but they lost my bags. I was at the baggage claim in Newark, which is quite possibly the worst airport in America. So until about midnight on Wednesday evening, because your bags go to a warehouse, they get stuck there. You have to wait for them to be retrieved and scanned, and so I sat at the baggage claim kind of looking at the carousel for a while.
That's awful.
That's the
and
worst.
you could not have told anything by watching you work in Germany. Great job at the game. Great job in the build-up. What was that experience like? I hope that was better than the trip itself.
Incredible. It was amazing, David and Mully. I just love Europe. You guys know, it's absolutely stunning to begin with. And then you go over there and the people are so kind. It was a wonderful experience, from the people to just the scenery, the stadium. The Olympic Stadium is, you know about Jesse Owens and you know about the history.
Right.
And you walk into that place and it was electric. Like, your mood just goes from a 1 to a 10, and it was really special. So I'll treasure that, and at the same time, finish that game and go jump on all the games taking place back domestically, including the Bears.
I wonder what that Spain game will be like. Right? Are you going to that too? You've been all over the world the last few years.
I'm not. I'm not headed. I'm not going to be there, but I'll be back here watching, Chicago against the Vikings and kind of the rest of the league this weekend. So it'll be a nice respite, Mully.
Stacey, as you catch up and as you look at the league through 9 games for the Bears, it's week 10. We just finished. Mm-hmm. What's your level of surprise at the NFC North in terms of maybe the Bears are the biggest surprise, but anything else stand out to you? Because I don't think the season has gone exactly according to the way we thought it would in that division.
I'm very surprised by the Packers. Very. I don't know what's going on there, but to see their performance here this week, and then just, the Eagles are a really good team, but I don't know what Matt LaFleur is how he's approaching this thing. So I'm just really surprised by the Packers, and especially since the addition of Micah Parsons. I just think that they're too talented. Obviously, Tucker Kraft is a massive loss, but they're kind of alarming to me. The Vikings, for me, have obviously, without J.J. McCarthy through a stretch with the injury, are what they are. I expected them to be better, but when your quarterback's hurt, it takes a while to find your groove. I think the Lions are very interesting. I thought it was kind of fascinating that Dan Campbell and what I love about him is I don't like the way the plays are being called, and I don't like the way things are transpiring offensively, so I'm just going to take it back. He doesn't care, right? He just does what he does, and I think Ben Johnson's very similarly minded. And then I see the Bears at 6-3. They've won games they should have won. People can say, well, they haven't had a tough schedule. That's okay. I mean, they're 6-3. I don't have a problem with being 6-3 and winning games that you're supposed to win, including the Giants this past weekend. So I think that coaching matters, and I think that Ben Johnson and Dan Campbell have the cojones, if you will, to get the job done. One of the things I would say about the Bears is the more I watch this thing evolve, the more I appreciate when a play caller head coach hires a defensive coordinator that can run the entire operation and on the other side of the football. And so, if I look around the league and I look at offensive play callers that have struggled as head coaches, who was your defensive coordinator? Go get you a Dennis Allen. I mean, I know the Bears have given up points, but they're still very turnover savvy. I think they've done well in the fourth quarter, and I think that Dennis Allen has done as much as he can with the personnel as possible. So I'm impressed. I'm impressed with Dennis Allen. I'm impressed with the fact that Ben is just he doesn't have to worry about that side of the football to a high degree. And the more I watch this thing evolve, the more I feel that way.
I'm curious, Stacey, when you look at the Bears' record in the NFC North, it's 58-82, and they have not done very well of late. I think they're 3-17, 6-21 over the last 5 years. It's just every time you turn around and you think about them in the division, it lets you down a little bit. And here you go. This is the first game that Ben Johnson will be having a rematch in, right? A team they already maybe had beaten for three quarters and then found a way to lose to. How important is this game, in your opinion, just for the idea that they are in contention, the idea that they can prove themselves or improve themselves within the division?
Well, I think this game is vital because they have an onslaught of divisional games remaining. Yes. They haven't seen the Packers yet, but you mentioned the loss to the Vikings in week 1. They're an entirely different team right now. I mean, the Chicago Bears, if you look at what they've done just over the last couple weeks, they've outscored their opponents 30-18 in the last 2 games in the fourth quarter. So that coaching matters. But this is a really hard environment to go into. I think Ben is familiar with it. And that's the other part of this thing. Ben has been in this division for many years. He knows what he's going to get in Minnesota. This isn't like he's walking into something like, what can I expect? The Bears should go in and beat the Vikings. They're a better team than Minnesota right now. And so, if you want to get to the playoffs, you got to go win a game like this. So you look at the schedule. They've got Minnesota. Then they've got their previous owner, Aaron Rodgers, back in Chicago. And they've got to go on the road against Philadelphia and Green Bay. This next 4 games for the Chicago Bears will dictate what their identity is, because this next 4 games is really hard. It's really hard to go play at Minnesota. It's really loud there. You got your former owner coming back into Chicago in Aaron Rodgers, who stank it up this past weekend, and then you've got to go on the road against Philadelphia and Green Bay. We're going to learn so much about the Bears after this next 4 games.
Do you think the Bears are a playoff team?
Right now, I think it's possible. I think the parity in the league, David, is the best I've ever seen, honestly. I don't know who's going to win it every week, honestly. I feel like it's just a wide open run for every team right now, and I do think that they can be a playoff team because I believe in Ben Johnson.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Maybe the weirdest thing that's happened has been particularly with Green Bay, but also with Minnesota, where the quarterback you're starting is just not kind of getting the job done. Now, we know that Jordan Love lost his tight end, but it's a confounding experience watching them fail to score points. And then you look at J.J. McCarthy, and he's been in and out, but it's just he's certainly not the guy that won the Offensive Player of the Week against the Bears earlier this season. So Caleb is, in a way, moving up the ranks in the NFC North, and Goff is obviously the best guy there, but he's another creation from Ben Johnson. So there is a connection anyway.
I agree with you, Mully. I really think that we're seeing so much growth from Caleb Williams. I'm in Berlin and just on our rides and whatever I'm doing, I'm around Kurt Warner and just love talking football with him, and to see the growth of Caleb Williams, to see his progression and to see his ability, his life, he kind of gives them life in the fourth quarter because he's a winner. He has a winner's mindset. And then I would also add this, like when I look at this offensive line, what he has in front of him, there's a trust that is formed. When you have a Hall of Famer on your offensive line, so like if I'm any general manager in the National Football League, I am going to ensure that I have a future Hall of Famer on my offensive line. Joe Thuney is a future Hall of Famer. And just that presence, that sheer presence alone elevates everybody else. Like I think about Jason Kelce and his impact in Philadelphia. And I look around, and I was just with Joe Thomas in Berlin, who didn't have the success in his career that he wanted, but their offensive line was always really good. I think that was so vital for Ryan Poles to go and get Joe Thuney, that one player. That Caleb's experience has been totally different this year, and that's why he holds the ball and throws it longer than anybody in the league. I mean, his time to throw is, we've talked about every week, is right up there at the top. And I'm really impressed with the evolution of the offensive line, and I think Caleb has benefited from that.
Stacey, it sounds like you spent a couple of news cycles in Newark, so kind of curious what you thought of the Brian Daboll firing and what might be next. We've heard everything from Bill Belichick as a possibility to Steve Spagnuolo. There's going to be other people in the mix. It might even be guys who get fired, like potentially Zach Taylor or, dare I say, Matt LaFleur. What do you think of what happened and what comes next?
Well, I love Brian Daboll. He's one of my favorite people in the NFL. I'll say that first. Kafka takes over, I think, right? This isn't surprising. I mean, the Giants have struggled mightily. They have a rookie quarterback. We've seen notoriously them struggle for the last several years. I mean, they had that one good year with Daniel Jones. I've even heard Lou Anarumo's name being thrown around, and I know he wants a head coaching position. I really don't know what's going to sort of come for the Giants in New York, but I do know that this is the NFL, and if you don't win and you're part of an historic franchise like the Giants are, I mean, this was bound to happen, especially after this kind of meltdown. The Bears overcame a 10-point deficit. The Giants just have given up so much in the fourth quarter, and multiple games, 33-plus points they've given up, like going into that Bears game. So 3 in a row, I think it was. So I wasn't surprised, but it's a tough life in the league.
Yeah, no doubt about that. It's been really interesting to watch the Bears navigate all the injuries. And, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson played very well over the last 2 weeks. They are still, but we didn't see any great improvement from them. I just worry that they are reaching a point where they've lost too many players. They're down 4 starters on defense, and you can tell.
Yeah, but that's the league, right, Mully?
Yeah.
I mean, look across the landscape. Every team is, well, there goes another starter from whatever team it is. I mean, credit to the Bears for going and picking up CJ. Remember when the week it happened, we were talking about Dennis Allen, how he was going to use him. 9 tackles, 2 TFLs, 2 sacks, 1 forced fumble this past weekend. Mm-hmm. That's really cool to see that. And who knows if Jalen Johnson's going to come back at some point. So you certainly hope that in Chicago's case, they're going to get healthy to make this playoff push, right? I mean, that's going to be everything. And there's still so much football to go. What do we have left, guys? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 games to go. So there's plenty of football left to play, and they're finding ways to win.
Stacey, by the time we get to the end of that season, the 8 more games to go, do you expect Caleb Williams to be among the top half of the league in terms of quarterbacks?
That's a really good question. If the wins are there, certainly, I think, based upon the growth that I've seen, yes, I do. There's 32 teams. I think he's in the upper. They're 6-3. I mean, right. What he just did, his fourth quarter heroics this past weekend. That's why I got a game ball. I mean, when he needed to make plays, he made them with his legs, and that's what point guards do, right? I mean, if I'm taking you into the fourth quarter as a point guard, and I can't figure out situationally, I mean, I always go back to my sports career and how much I sucked when I was young. And then a couple of years later, I was like, I made that mistake before. I'm not going to do that again. So here's how I'm going to win. That's what's happening with Caleb Williams right now. He is correcting mistakes that we saw him make last year. Go back and watch the film from last year, all the situational football that didn't get played well, and then go back and watch the Giants game and the fourth quarter and his savvy. And all of a sudden now Cole Kmet knows where he needs to make that block. His 26-yard throw to Luther Burden in the fourth quarter was sensational. Do you guys remember that play?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was a pivot. That was a game changer. To me, that play, that throw was, okay, this is Caleb 2025 versus 2024. And he did it with a rookie. So I see the growth. I think that he's definitely in the upper echelon if they keep winning and go to the playoffs.
Great stuff, Stacey.
Thank you, Stacey.
Welcome back. Glad you're safe. Hope you can get some downtime.
And guten Morgen.
Danke.
Okay.
Something like that.
A little German.
Thank you.
Morgan.
Yeah. You know who's out in Vegas?
Bruce Levine.
Yes.
We're going to bring in Bruce next. We're going to talk to him. He had a conversation, got to talk to Jed, got to talk to, I think in the
Carter.
middle of the night, he had some Carter information.
Hanging out at the tables with Carter Hawkins.
And we will talk to Bruce next. Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Always talking Chicago sports with you, the fan. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2.
You're on with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody.
I love you, love the show, 100%.
Tony and Joliet, you're on the Score.
Grody, it used to be the Bears. Every time I hear Bears, now I'm thinking Bears.
Kevin.
You guys are really the voice of the fan.
Tune in to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop the Black Friday Now sale at Grand Appliance for Black Friday deals like the LG Counter Depth Refrigerator starting at just $15.99. Visit grandappliance.com or your local showroom to save all month long. That's Grand Appliance. Appliance experts since 1930.
Cars for Kids, your trusted charity for car donations, also accepts donations of boats, RVs, motorcycles, and real estate. Call today, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Hey, if your garage floor looks lousy with stains and cracks or a bad epoxy job right now, you can get 50% off labor and installation by the holiday on a new Comer & Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor and installation by the holiday ends soon. The number 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to be your favorite home improvement, and it's like pulling into a new car showroom every night. It's guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And they make it so easy. Comer & Cross employees are pros. They don't use subcontractors. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly. They even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer & Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Call it now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to Comer, C-O-M-E-R, cross.com.
Saving money on your next project at Menards. For over 50 years, Mastercraft has been making great doors inside and out, from traditional to contemporary. Mastercraft offers styles that fit every home. Shop the best in-stock selection of doors, or design your door your way in-store or online. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Hey, it's Spiegs. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay. Or you can track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers, you get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love. Bet on them the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Matt to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Matt. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Kristen Press. And I'm Tobin Heath. We're World Cup winners, Olympians, and the hosts of The Recap Show. Every week, we sit down with the icons, disruptors, and game changers on the field and beyond it to talk victories, heartbreaks, and everything in between. We've built a space where athletes, changemakers, and people creating the future of women's sports can show up and show off as their full, unapologetic selves. Follow and listen to The Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Addison Barger. In Game 1 of the recent Fall Classic, the Blue Jays' 26-year-old outfielder clouded the first pitch hit grand slam in World Series history. The night before that, believe it or not, folks, Barger had slept on the pull-out sofa in teammate Davis Schneider's room at the Toronto Marriott City Center. That couch is now on display in the lobby. Amazing. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Paid for by term provider. Premiums will vary. Plans depend on age, location, and other factors. Visit BigBlue.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-777-1225. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-777-1225. That's 800-777-1225 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225.
On payroll, and I'll preface this by telling you what Jed said, we don't talk about payroll. On the other hand, I asked him about the white noise of so many media talking heads talking about that the Cubs are not spending money. He said he had no idea that existed. What's your take on it?
We don't talk about payroll.
Right.
Look, I mean, we'll be active, talking about payroll and where we're going to be. It's just not an advantage for us in any way, shape, or form. Either with other teams on the trade market or with agents on the free agent market. So, it's kind of just something that we're not going to touch. But we're have the resources to compete, and we'll continue to try to put the best teams we possibly can out front for our fans at Wrigley.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. It's kind of like Fight Club. The number one rule is don't talk about payroll.
Nice try, though, Bruce.
Bruce Levine is in Vegas getting all the info, and he joins us now on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Bruce, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, guys. Yeah, the money issue. So the national media out there, many of the national baseball people have been coming after the Cubs for the last few weeks, saying, why won't they spend? They need to spend. They have the money to spend. Why aren't they spending? And that was my first question to Hoyer before that, and as you heard Carter Hawkins, and Hoyer said he doesn't read or listen to any of the noise out there. Hawkins was a little more direct, just saying, we don't talk about that. But, the reality is, it's a $230 million payroll. It was 11th in baseball, and people want to know why it's 11th. I think the real answer is, how are the Cubs putting their team together to improve on what was a pretty good year last year?
Well, that may be the priority, and certainly that is the focus. But I do think that the Cubs they could help themselves by getting in front of a story that is already out there, as you suggested. The reason it's out there is because of the number that represents a disparity between revenue and payroll. And if they could explain that, or maybe it's not Jed's place to do it, but he is the team president. Maybe it's something that Tom Ricketts needs to address, or Crane Kenny. Nonetheless, Bruce, that will remain the focus until they address it. And I think until they do, we have Jed's vow to improve the bullpen, focus on pitching, and have an active offseason.
Well, I'll talk to a super agent today by the name of Scott Boras, and we'll see what his opinion, if he has one, on that. Going into free agency with a lot of good players, it's going to be interesting to see how he responds to all of that, because a lot of this is driven by agent speak as to why teams like Chicago wouldn't be interested in player X, right? Why wouldn't you be in the hunt for a $400 million player if that player was somebody like Tucker? Why wouldn't you be in that derby? And the thoughts right now are that if indeed Tucker does get that type of money, the Cubs will not be in on it.
I am very curious. Do you feel that when Jed talks about pitching as a priority, he says, make of it what you want, but I'm wondering, is that really the priority? Is it always going to be pitching this year? Is it going to be impacted by whether or not Shota accepts the $22 million or they can reach a bargain with him? Is it going to be impacted by what happens with Kyle Tucker? I would think that they probably need hitting as well as pitching. I get the idea that they're going to be trying to get better pitching, but I wonder how much money that would take and how committed to that they are.
So, everybody concentrates this time of year, Mike, on the payroll and getting free agents. But I think the Cubs have shown that they have other ways of going about it, and that is trades. What did they do last year to really change the dynamic of their team, right? They got Tucker. And I don't think you can, with a team like the Chicago Cubs right now that has only one player under contract past next season, being Dansby Swanson, I think everybody and anybody could be traded. Now, there's no trade for Haugh. There's no trade for Suzuki. They talked to Suzuki last year about being ready if another team is interested, would he waive that? But there are a lot of guys that are going to be free agents after next year. The Cubs might pivot right now, start making moves toward the future, and put one of those or more than one of those guys in a deal. So there's the international market, that has a terrific third baseman and a pitcher as well. The Cubs have done extraordinarily well with their last two signings of Japanese players. So there's a lot of ways to build your ball club, and I think the Cubs were pointing to both Hoyer and Carter were pointing us to that direction yesterday when we spoke to them.
Bullpen, starter, either or, what's the priority? Because when you talk about pitching, it's a pretty vast category. Just wondering what you're hearing based on what we've heard.
Well, if Shota turns down the $22 million, they don't come to a deal on a longer term. He's not there. Steele will not be starting until probably the earliest of May, and then after elbow surgery, how many innings do you expect from him in 2026? Will it be full bore after elbow surgery? I don't think so. So I would say the starting pitching is really essential. And then the bullpen, when I asked them about it, they said, well, the guys that are free agents right now that were so good for us, we expect to talk to all of them. We expect to talk to Keller. We expect to talk to Thielbar. We expect to talk to Pomerantz. So 1, 2, 3, how many of them will be back? Certainly they have the resources to do all this. Again, I still think, it's pitching. But the Cubs, as Mike pointed out, they were not a good offensive team the last few months of the season. They were nowhere near what they were when Tucker was at his best, and they were flying high in April, May, and early June.
Yeah, I guess I look at this. Has there been any news yet out of these meetings? It's great that you get a chance to talk to people, but it's going to be kind of, usually by the end of the meeting, something is going on. What is the big topic of conversation?
Well, the big topic of conversation right now is the lockout of 2027, and that's a damper. Is it going to control general managers? Are owners going to control presidents of baseball operations and general managers from spending beyond 2027? How cautious will they be? Will the big markets like the Dodgers, Yankees, Chicago, will they blink and just say, if we need a player for 7 years, if we need a Tucker, if we need a Framber Valdez, if we need, Bregman, we're going to just pay them like we normally do and ignore the fact that there might be a different pay system in 27. So when baseball fans hear that right now, it's not exciting, and it certainly bothers them. But, that's the reality of what we're facing initially here in this free agent market and this offseason.
Have you heard much chatter, speculation, it would have to be, about Tarek Skubal being shopped by the Tigers?
Well, that's the like $1 zillion question right now. Will they take a step backwards to move forward? Can you get 3 top players for Skubal, knowing that he's only got 1 year left before he's a free agent? How much is that going to be worth to Detroit? Or is Detroit better off competing with him through the up until the deadline and then making that decision then? Will they get more at the deadline for him, for a team that's desperate to go to the World Series and know that Skubal would be their ticket to the World Series if Detroit's not competing? So those are the things that the Tigers are trying to figure out right now. But I don't know. I think Skubal, going anywhere, he should be staying in Detroit. But again, for a medium market to face, what is it going to be? 40 times 10, more than that? Is it going to be more money than that? It's going to be $430 million. That he's considered the top pitcher in baseball, right? So if he's that, I think that's what they're going to try to get and demand.
Bruce, when we look at the Shota thing, I heard what Jed had to say yesterday. What if he just takes the contract that's offered to him? Would that kind of ruin their plan? Would that damage what they want to do? Is that, I mean, it's clearly a possibility. What do you think of that idea?
Yeah, I think that is a real possibility. I also think the possibility is that they work out and try to get a 2-year deal. So the Cubs said 3 years, we don't like that 3-year deal we had. Shota said 1 year, I don't like that 1-year deal. He can get $7 million more by taking that 1-year deal this time. So I think that's a real possibility. The other part is, you get a player, you get a player from the draft if he leaves. So they're set with that part of it. But I think they're gonna need Shota, and they're gonna need a better form of him. And right now, he's been training in Florida, and he's been getting stronger, and they feel that he can regain that mile or 2 mile an hour pitch that he needs to separate himself from being an average pitcher to an above average pitcher, as we saw last year at the end of the season, where he just didn't have it. And ultimately, at the end, when they're in an elimination game with Milwaukee and there were top pitchers sitting there rested, they don't use them. That speaks volumes as well. It's like, we've lost our confidence in you. We don't want you giving up 2 home runs. It's going to cost us the game. We're not pitching you. So all those things come into the equation right now as they're trying to figure this out. We do know that both sides, say all the nice things about each other right now. There's no animosity on either side at this point from what we can detect.
Bruce, I'm sure Cubs are talking trade with a lot of people about a lot of different possibilities, or will begin to. When a team brings up the possibility of trading for Cade Horton, what is the Cubs' response, do you think? Do they have a list of players they don't want to deal or are willing to trade? You said that nobody's under contract past 2026 except for Dansby Swanson, making everybody else tradable. Is everybody else really tradable?
Oh, yeah, I think so. I mean, would you trade Cade Horton? I mean, it's the same conversation they have in Pittsburgh, right, with Paul Skeens. Like, are they going to trade Paul Skeens? That's the conversation.
They came out and said no.
Right. But them being down as far as they are, many baseball people feel that's the best thing for this team. Cubs are a better ball club than the Pirates by far. So, trading Cade Horton is like, is there another Cade Horton out there making $750,000 a year? I mean, I think it would have to be an extraordinary situation, but there's nobody out there that doesn't think that Horton's going to be one of the young dominant pitchers over the next 6 or 7 years.
I'm just curious, Bruce, when you say that the leading topic of conversation is the potential lockout and what that will mean for teams, etc., what's the value of accepting a 2-year deal if only 1 year is assured to be paid?
Yeah, it's a great question, and just turn it around to Shota's thinking and go, okay, I can get $22 million this year. I'm a free agent next year. I can go back to Japan let these American teams figure it out while I go pitch again back at home. So there's always that option you have to think about for him as well.
Bruce, I hope you have your puns ready for Boris.
Oh, I will, but his jokes are a little slower these days. They're, it's not the same, Johnny Carson lines that he used to have back in the day. So we'll see how that goes. Guys, have a great day, okay?
You too.
You're the best. Thanks, Bruce. We appreciate it.
Boris also represents 3 of the top 6 free agents.
I always worry before I would say that his jokes aren't as fast as they used to. It's like, am I understanding them like I used to? Could that be more an indictment on me than him?
Yeah,
is he as funny as ever?
Always
he's
prepared.
As wealthy as ever.
Certainly
seems like he's doing as well as ever.
And he's going to be in the middle of several of the big contracts signed in free agency, assuming they get signed this offseason.
But if you feel that there's definitely going to be a chance you don't get the second year of the deal you sign, why would you sign for a second year when you can get the 22? You got to talk to that guy. You got to explain this to him.
Okay. You seem very caught up on that. I don't know that it's like going to prevent him from being in a Cub uniform next year.
Okay.
Do you?
Oh, I think he's assured of being in a Cub uniform next year because I don't know that anyone else would give him more than $22 million.
Right. So if he wants to negotiate a 2-year contract for security,
where's the security?
Well, I mean, they're going to have to pay you that money at some point.
Yeah, but if there's no season or
they're going to play baseball again.
Okay, but not necessarily.
No, I know, not immediately
right away.
Right,
and I'm just wondering if they're doing the math on this thing, Mr. David. That's my curiosity.
Call now to win exclusive access to the Football After Dark show. Yes, Tuesday, December 2nd. Layla Rahimi joined by Nashawn Wright for a live Q&A in-depth analysis at Moretti's in Bedford Park. Enjoy delicious food and drinks, diving in to the latest insights about Chicago's football team. Exciting event, proudly sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com. And brought to you by Remy Martin. This is my city. Be the 6th caller to the Scores contest line, 312-540-0670, and you can win those tickets. Good luck.
It's Mully and Haugh. We're going to talk to Layla and Marshall next on The Score.
Mark Grody.
Mark Grote.
Chicagoland native.
You're darn right I am.
Covering all of Chicago's teams on the Rahimi Harris and Grody Show.
I absolutely love it.
With live Bears reports from Hallis Hall on Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Bears.
Mark Grody, a lifelong Chicago sports fan and longtime Score guy. Talking Chicago sports on the Rahimi Harris and Grody Show.
A win is a win is a win.
Right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
Cut it right there. Everybody pause and cut.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays, from points and rebounds to threes and assists. FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Bet on the players you love the way that you want. Head on over to FanDuel.com/score. That's FanDuel.com/SCORE and sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable Beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
The best bulls in the world have come to town. For bull riders, 8 seconds can make them a champion or nothing. Moto Casino PBR Chicago bucks into the United Center December 19th and 20th. Tickets at pbr.com/tickets or Ticketmaster.
Kick off football season like a pro with the world's largest sportsbook at your fingertips. Circa Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. With high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Other books may charge you just to get on the field. But with Circa Sports, every play is yours to call. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
You know that expression, put a little spring in your step? Well, whoever said it must have been talking about Glide Step hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with Glide Step, you get a pillow-like soft landing, then an explosive takeoff. It makes walking feel effortless. So springy, it's almost like you're floating. And speaking of effortless, have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins technology? Just step in, and instantly your shoes are on. No bending down and no touching. Try Glide Step hands-free Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Now we're in a transition a little bit.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We are broadcasting live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them. Thanks to Jacob Stutz for getting us twitching away this morning, and thanks to everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Also, thank you for listening on this Wednesday.
Absolutely. Thanks to our executive producer. He is Dustin William Rhodes.
Well, the 2025 National League Manager of the Year, once again, is Pat Murphy. Congratulations, Murph.
That's right. Thank you very much for the help with the announcement, Brian. We appreciate it. Enjoy the offseason. Once again, Pat Murphy is your National League Manager of the Year, and it was a sizable win as he got 27 first-place votes.
There are only 30, so 27 of 30 pretty much ensures that you are the victor. And thank you, Brandon Fryer, for that.
Yeah, we don't talk about payroll.
No.
That would be Carter Hawkins.
Don't ever talk payroll.
Not talking about payroll.
You know who doesn't want to hear about payroll? It's Marshall Harris. He's right here.
I mean, if I'm included in the payroll conversation and giving me more of it, I'll listen. I'll entertain it.
Number one rule of Fight Club. No talk about payroll. Layla Rahimi is here too.
His name is Robert Paulson.
The number two rule.
I think that if the question would have been worded differently, not telling Bruce how to ask his questions.
Oh, no.
But if Bruce would have asked about the 2032 payroll, it might have had a little bit more receptive audience.
That's when they're really going to spend some money.
What will the Dodgers payroll be then? Like billions?
Yeah, exactly. At that point, Ohtani still will not have received his first payment.
No.
His first full payment on that contract. Deferred into perpetuity.
Did he have a child, or is his wife close to having a child? I think they're very.
Otani?
I
saw him walking his dog yesterday.
What's his dog's name again?
Decoy.
Yeah.
But that's not really the name.
No, but it's the closest to the Japanese word that is his dog's name. I'm just curious if his growing family will somehow change the contract demand.
I'd bet on it.
I
my
doubt
bad.
it. Oh.
I don't think so. I don't
either. No.
I think he's
I
not
think he's
hurting.
doing okay.
Yeah, I think he's doing okay.
I just wish I didn't have such a exercise in futility attitude when I hear Carter, Hawkins, and Jed talk about this.
It's tough. It's tough.
Sorry,
I
haven't talked a lot today.
It's okay. You're doing fine. I'm with you.
I have a dust allergy, so it's been good times. Like every time I walk into a new room, I sneeze. I don't think it's you.
Myself.
I don't think it's you.
Mully has a Dustin allergy.
Yeah, Dustin.
How hyped are you guys for this doubleheader tonight?
There he is.
I'm very excited about the doubleheader.
The doubleheader, the Bulls and Hawks doubleheader. Yeah,
that's a nicely lined up, viewing experience.
It is. Yeah,
I really am hopeful for the Bulls tonight. I think they can win this game.
Do you think they can win?
Dustin has said they're going to lose 7.
I heard him. Do you think they can win this game without Josh Giddey? That's my question.
No, I don't. I have my doubts about the Bulls tonight.
If Giddey and Cunningham both don't play,
then maybe.
Yeah, I'm just running options out here.
How about this, Marshall? Giddey and Cunningham both don't play, and the Bulls have a 5-point lead in the fourth. How many different scenarios?
Well, no, I'm with that because then there's no Kate Cunningham to close the gap.
It's going to be tough. Pistons are good. Bulls already got away with one. I felt like getting and beating them.
I agree with that.
Kobe's coming back next week, guys.
Kobe might be coming back this week.
Oh, really?
Right? Is it on the road trip? They go on the road?
Yeah, I thought it was going to be next week, though. If it's this week, they're in good shape.
Did he go to play the Wisconsin Herd? He wasn't. He didn't play.
He watched
was
the game. I don't know.
He wasn't out there with
on
Noah.
The bench. I didn't see him.
I loved all the G League talk this morning.
It was hilarious.
You guys kept talking about the Herd, and I thought it was a college reference. No.
Yeah. As a D League truther,
Please.
I'm with it as well. Huntsville Flight, original member of the National Basketball Developmental League. Before Gatorade got involved.
Kobe White will help, though, the Bulls answer that question, but I don't know when he's coming back, and I don't think they can necessarily keep waiting for him. They need to play better than they did the other night. I want to see Modest Buzelis have a better game and start to play with more consistency.
David, you going to listen to us today? Because I have something that you need to hear.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah,
about service announcement.
The Ja Morant talk. It's got to stop.
When will we hear that?
That will be at 12:25, Molly. Okay. Funny you should ask.
The gaping.
I don't even know how to respond to that, though. Marshall just dropped. The Ja Morant talk has to stop?
Yes.
Because he had 9 turnovers last night?
No, because he's not the move. That's not it.
Okay.
You're holding out for Anthony Davis.
Nope. That will also be addressed.
That proposed trade, yeah, that got us going a little bit. So 10 o'clock, we're going to start the show asking the question, if the Bears beat the Vikings, should expectations for this team change? So we're going to parse that through. The Cubs, I just wrote down, are we doing this again? I'm going to need somebody to speak up for hitting and having men on base in 2026, apparently. So we want to parse that through as well. 11 o'clock is Mike Florio. The national conversation surrounding, I think, not just Caleb Williams, but the Bears deserves examination at 11:25. 5 on it is at noon. Like we said, we got some basketball talk and some hypotheticals at 12:25. Danny Parkins is at 1. Mark Rohde at 1:25.
Have a great show.
See you guys.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, oh, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're gonna leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Getting engaged soon? Engagement ring shopping is harder and riskier than ever before. Diamond shape, diamond size, ring style, even the cut of a diamond can affect its value by 40 or 50%. Listen, make it easy on yourself. Go to Rasny Jewelers. They'll teach you how not to make a mistake. They are the diamond experts, and they got 4 Chicagoland locations. Rasny Jewelers is family-owned. They've been serving Chicagoland for 75 years, so they know how to make the process stress-free. Their diamonds are the best out there. A Rasny diamond is one she will be proud to wear. So before you try and buy a diamond online or go to one of these corporate chains, visit any Rasny Jewelers location. Let them teach you how to buy smart. Rasny Jewelers, Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and on Chicago's Gold Coast. Online at rasny.com.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose vasectomy clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
Hey Chicago, it's David Haugh here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with my plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on my plan. That means new and existing customers. There's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Chicago Verizon store, and they will give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-to-verizon/.
Hello, Crushers. It's your host, DJ Divine, telling you that Candy Crush music season is here. Tasty. Conquer levels to mix your own track and win sweet rewards. Divine. Now let's swipe to the next track. Take it away, Thundercat. Candy Crush music season. Play now. From November 3rd to December 7th, selected players level 36+. Terms apply. See in-game. Optional in-game purchases.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bulls fans, Chuck Swirsky here. Join Bill Weddington and me for all the high-flying action of every Bulls game on 670 The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts.
Bulls win! What a ball game!
See red, Chicago.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grody should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grody may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, 10 to 2 on 670 The...
Hey, thank you so much for your call. And yeah, the Kringle he brought us last year was top notch.
What is Kringle again?
It was that Danish bakery. You know, the one up in Racine? Oh yeah.
I was thinking of the Kris Kringle Mart.
Guys, we need a team outing. Let's get some hot chocolate at the Kris
I'm
Kringle
good
Market.
on that. You guys have fun.
What?
I don't like just waiting out in the cold.
How dare you, sir?
It's a good date place, is what it is, Mars. You get one of your ladies.
You know who's not going on dates?
Oh, that's
This
right.
guy. I'm locked in. I got stuff to do.
I'm going to find a date. I'm going to take a date. I'm going to take a date. That's going to be my challenge to
Oh
me.
God, this is going to be an Always Sunny episode.
Yeah.
Do we all get a date to go to the Kris Kringle Market?
You guys can go on a double date.
God help the individuals that we have just pulled into this mess.
I love it.
We're going to get you back on the dating scene, bro. What do you think about that? Yeah, that's actually why we're here. We want to put your profile on Match.com.
I thought you were going to ask me to walk behind you the whole time just taking notes during this Christmas market.
Yeah, I can see where this is going. Let's just not do that right now.
Robbie just walking around with a notepad.
This is 100% a bad It's Always Sunny episode.
Russ?
Hold on. 815. Why does Marshall hate Christmas?
Now more than ever, it's because I want to see Robbie wearing like a big coat and gloves and writing stuff down for me the whole time. And the girl wondering what's going on.
Why
like
are
an
you
elf hat, too.
The date's wondering why Robbie's your personal assistant.
He was really nice, but he had this guy like writing stuff down the whole time.
This is not good radio!
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
I'm going to laugh at that for a while. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. I'm like holding back another sneeze. It's just a matter of time.
Let it go.
Bear with me. No, I don't work that way. They go when they want. I don't really have a choice. There's a myth that if you're on air that you won't sneeze on the air. It's a lie. I've sneezed on the air. Yeah, the looking at the light thing doesn't work.
Works for me
either.
every time.
So we've got that going for us today. Abject chaos in my sinuses. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. And I fell for it, okay? I got really hyped. I saw a playoff graphic, and it got to me. It got to me a little bit. And let's face it, the standings are what they are. You know, right now, I know that the Lions have the tiebreaker over the 6-3 Bears. I know this. But it's just something about seeing all the visuals and knowing the team won. And they have this massive game against the Vikings. Nobody's saying it's not. But then I saw the graphic that I sent to us on the group thread, which was, if the playoffs were today. And they had the matchups. And I believe it was Adam Schefter who posted it. You know him from, I don't know, being the main football reporter in life for us.
I think he was NFL insider, Adam Schefter.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't do the ESPN voice. And heading into week 11, he posts this graphic. I'll hold it up here because it's on my phone for our Twitch crew. Twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. Playoff picture after week 10. Bold fonts, everybody. AFC division, the 1 seed, of course, divisional round. AFC, it's the Colts. NFC, it's the Eagles. And then wild card round, 7 seed and 2 seed. Green Bay Packers and Seattle Seahawks. Seattle's obviously the 2 seed. On the bottom, it's the Rams is the 5 seed and the 4 seed Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then there's that line in the middle. 6 seed Bears at 3 seed Lions. And I got hype. Did we not get hype when I sent this to us? Like, I'm like, oh, look at this. And it's not like we're talking about this in September, and it's not even being the 12th team out of, 15, 16 teams in the Hunt graphic. So this is different. You're making the big graphic. That's what the Bears are. I know that it's jumping the gun. We know what the flaws in this team are. We've seen them. But that brought up my next question. Does this graphic get more real to you if the Bears go to Minnesota at one of the roughest places to play in the league, and they win? Do your expectations change? Does it start to get more real? Even Rex Grossman alluded to it yesterday when we were talking in a way, when he said, these things can take shape a year before you might expect them to.
Well, the Bears are coming.
Yeah.
He said that too.
I think it gets way more real. There's a couple reasons why it gets more real if they win at Minnesota. Because let me tell you something. It all falls apart if they lose at Minnesota. It falls apart because at that point you're 0-3 in the division. And the best you can finish is 3-3 in the division. And knowing how tiebreakers work, the fact that the Vikings would then have a tiebreaker over you if they catch you, the fact that the Packers you haven't even seen yet, you still got to face them twice. And of course, the Lions already have a win over you. You know 4 teams from the division are not making the playoffs.
But look how pretty this is.
Oh, I see it. Look, I understand the glamour
Bears
of it all.
are right there.
You know
They're
what it's
not
like?
in the group. They're in there.
You know what it's like, Layla? It's like when Halloween happens and you understand you've been hit with a barrage of online advertising for Christmas and early Black Friday deals. And then you find yourself somehow on Michigan Avenue and you're literally window shopping. Like, oh, that would be nice to buy. That would be nice to buy for me or for my friends or my family, my loved ones, whoever, right? And the reality is you ain't got the money yet to buy that stuff, all that stuff you want.
Or you're just insulted because it's 90 degrees outside at 6 a.m. on October 19th in the high-end shopping center in Houston where all the oil money goes, has their Christmas stuff up. Who are you fooling? That's wishful thinking. But this I don't, it's not, we are not to wishful thinking when we've had 9 games in the season.
This playoff graphic is still window shopping because nothing's happening tomorrow. There's still way too much time that needs to pass, way too much money you need to earn, aka wins, to be able to afford the things you see in the window. You want to look at that window right now, the window on your phone. It's got the standings.
He's laughing at me because I keep looking at the graphic.
And it looks pretty and it looks nice, and you're like, I think I could put this on layaway. Let me tell you something.
Layaway's back.
You might have to get a part-time job to be able to afford that, even on layaway.
You and I are no stranger to side hustles. I think that's what we do.
Yes, but for the Bears, they have things in front of them right now. It's like they've got a big job coming up this weekend. They're part-time / full-time hustle. If they don't get a win this weekend, it all goes away.
Connor O'Donnell, our video moderator on Twitch and also our big man on our video team, he posted the link to the Adam Schefter graphic. Look at it. It's on our Twitch chat. When you look at it, it makes you feel some type of way. It does. And the reasonable take with this is, what does it take for you to really believe this? And for me, I think the answer is a win over the Vikings in Minnesota.
That is a powerful first step. Let me
Slow
tell you why.
clap that skull all the way out the house.
Yeah, I forgot about this. I actually forgot about Skull. I'm glad you reminded me. That game is on the road. It's a very tough place to play. That's another reason why this would be such a big win. But let me tell you something. If they get the win, if they improve to 7-3, first of all, there's a chance that they're almost to the top of this graphic. I told you who the Lions have next.
That's right, the Eagles.
In Philadelphia.
Birds, as we like to say. Birds.
So they could legitimately be alone at the top. It could be the same graphic next week, and they could be the 3 seed.
Also, did you see the CHSN post that an alliance is forming?
Yeah, between the Eagles and the Bears, right? Because the Eagles took down the Packers at Lambeau.
Yeah.
And of course, 3-0 against the division are the Chicago Bears as far as the NFC East goes.
I feel like as two people who have worked in Philly, and that's where I met you, is at Comcast Sportsnet there, that we should really kind of lead the charge on this alliance. The problem is the alliance falls apart on Black Friday.
I mean, it could really fall apart.
Yeah, in front of
go
apparently the world watching on Amazon Prime.
Yeah, they might break it.
Not just the nation. They've decided the world needs to watch Eagles and Bears. But none of that is important to me right now. What's important is in this moment on this Wednesday, the alliance that's forming with Eagles fans, because I am a believer that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Unfortunately, you know that they're going to turn enemy to you in a couple weeks. And then the other part of this is that if they do beat the Vikings, who are for them reeling, I say that in quotes. Now that pretty picture that Adam Schefter and the ESPN graphics people painted gets more and more real.
It does.
And frankly, as we've said before, we're going to get to the Cubs next segment, by the way. But as we've said before, when it comes to raising your standards, shouldn't we be in a place where that discussion happens again for the first time in many years?
If the Bears beat the Vikings and get their 7th win of the season in their first 10 games and only have 7 games left to get 3 wins to get to 10-7? Absolutely. The expectation changes. Win 3 games in 7 games. You should be able to win 3 out of 7.
It sounds so simple, but we know that the Bears, at least by Tankathon.com, are ranked 4th in the NFL in difficulty of remaining schedule. And that's what makes this so tough. At some point, you have to ask yourself, what really is going to refine this team? What is going to prove that the first 9 games weren't a mirage to you? What defines real progress as far as reward in the NFL? And we know that that means playoffs, number one, for the teams who try, especially in the NFC, especially there where it's more wide open, as we've seen. And then additionally, is it going to be a game like going on the road, playing a team you played before, avenging that demon from Monday Night Football, and having a different discussion once you come out on the other side if you get the W? This is Rahimi Harrison-Grody, by the way, on 670 The Score. And our segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. Are you ready to embrace the concept of being not only in the hunt, but on the graphic that's got the real playoff contenders?
Well, it's here. You don't
seeds.
Just accept that it's here, and accept this also. This is the first time that Ben Johnson and the Bears will face a team for the second time. This is a great data point, a measuring stick, a recalibration point, whatever you want to call it, because we saw what happened in week 1, the very first game of Ben Johnson's head coaching career. They blew a fourth quarter lead to a quarterback making his first NFL start in J.J. McCarthy, but now you get to right the wrongs of that and show just how far you've come against that same Vikings team. And I think that's why this schedule, it lines up nicely for a team that's learning the ropes, for a head coach learning the ropes, for a quarterback in his first year in a new system. All of that lines up to say, this is how much better we are than the first time they played the Vikings, where by all accounts, except for maybe the Skull accounts, they should have actually won that game.
That's the other part of this too, is number one, you're in this situation because you didn't do the thing you were supposed to do in week 1. But we're no stranger to that part. That we know. Like that we know how to address mentally. We know how to talk about it. We understand what happens when an opportunity doesn't actually happen for the Bears that should have. That I understand. What I don't know quite how to handle yet is a team that for real, could make the playoffs.
Also, the Vikings are a better football team than the 4-5 record that's put out there. I feel like yes, they're coming off a loss to the Ravens, but we saw what the Bears did against the Ravens, and the Ravens are obviously a team desperate to have to pull off a winning streak of some kind just to get into the AFC playoffs. But remember, a couple of weeks ago, they went to Detroit and did that thing. They beat the Lions in Detroit.
That's it. It's that this is such a confusing season in that, number one, we talked about this yesterday. The NFC North is not the best division in football. And it's not the best division in the NFC this year. That, I think, belongs to the NFC West. And I think that 3 playoff teams likely come out of the NFC West. But if that's the case, that probably means that the Bears aren't in it. That's the hard part about reconciling all of this, too. So, that for where the Bears are in their relative situation with a first-year head coach, even though this is several years in for Ryan Poles, it's 2 years in for Caleb Williams now almost. There are pieces here where you say this isn't still a rebuild. Ryan Poles never wanted to call it a rebuild in 2022. But the fact of the matter is you earned the right to be in this discussion today. You earned the right to be talked about today.
The thing that haunts you, and you mentioned the fact that the NFC West looks like the best division in football so far this year. And the Niners, if the playoffs started today, they would be out, and the Bears would be in.
And the Bears have a game against the Niners, next to last game before the end of the season.
But what if I told you that 3 teams from the West were to make the playoffs, and the Bears still made the playoffs because the Packers didn't make it? Have you thought about that yet?
I think we should.
Because they've got 2 games against the Packers, the Bears do. And let me tell you something. As long as they don't get swept by the Packers, that becomes a very real possibility when you look at the Packers schedule.
And just get ready. We're going to talk about this for the rest of the season because, again, the Bears have earned the right to be able to have that discussion. I'm going to rewind back to, and you mentioned the Packers. Think about how dominant they looked against the Lions in week 1. How they stifled that offense. How Micah Parsons just looked like a bat out of hell. Running all over the field, chasing people down, changing the shape of that game for the Lions, destructing their game plan, even though, the sack number total may not show it, but you saw the video. You saw what you saw. And think about how the Bears had lost at home against the Vikings and what you were thinking about the division then. And that's not the case now. That's, as you just said, some truths that we saw in the league when it came to who we thought would beat who. When the Lions lose to the Vikings, for example, but then they double up the Commanders the next week. There's more parity in this division than there was last year. And I think that that's going to affect how we feel about this week in and week out. It's going to be a roller coaster for the rest of the season. Buckle up.
It doesn't have to be a roller coaster. Just win this week, win the following week. You're 8-3 heading into that Black Friday game, and everything feels good.
But you don't also want to tank in December. You don't want to limp into the playoffs.
No.
Especially when Ben Johnson said that the offense is going to look better in December than it did in September. That theoretically what they're building is going to be more fully realized on the field. You're going to be sitting there going, they could have scored a touchdown on this drive. They could have marched down the field a little farther, moved the chains more on this drive. It's going to be that kind of evaluation. That's what happens when the higher expectations come in.
You know what the real blessing is here for all of us right now in this moment is that when you talk about the expectations changing if they get a win in Minnesota on Sunday, the expectations have already changed as far as what you expect every time the Bears offense takes the field. You expect them to get first downs. You expect them to score. It's just a matter of, do I expect a touchdown or a field goal? That's where the baseline has moved to such a positive point where this offense is now undeniable that it exists in a positive way.
I think we've gotten some really good discussion here, both on our text line and on Twitch. Twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. Connor O'Donnell mans the Twitch chat. He put up that graphic if you want to see it, link to it in the chat. Jacob Stutz, Max Curtis are also part of our video team. And then Ray Diaz, Robbie Triano, Brandon Fryer are our producers. You can call us 312-644-6767, and you can text us 312-644-6767. Same number. And 919 says, Layla, my answer would be when we play a good second and third quarter. That middle eighth that you're talking about, that Ben Johnson refers to as well. That encompasses that discussion. The text says, just play good versus wanting to tear my hair out on offense. D has to prove that they can stop an opponent's drive consistently. Bend, don't break isn't enough. That's true. The best defenses in the league, they don't just stifle you in the red zone. But stifling teams in the red zone will get you into the playoffs.
That will get you wins, and wins are what ultimately you count up. And my favorite text on this text line in this first segment is from 847 at the top, Layla. The NFL is still in an illusionary state. I trust nothing. In most other years, we'd have a pretty good idea. I think that's spot on. And that's what makes the NFL so great. Because week to week, you don't know what you're seeing. You didn't expect the Miami Dolphins to destroy the Buffalo Bills last week.
It really was a destruction.
Yes. There are so many examples of teams that you thought weren't good beating other teams. And any given Sunday has really come into full bloom over the last month or so.
I mean, there are some truths. I think they just mostly lie with the teams in the AFC. I think there is a reason that Drake May is now getting legitimate discussion for the MVP candidacy. And I want to talk about that with Danny Parkins at 1. I think that the Colts are every bit of their 8-2 record, and they doubled down at the trade deadline and wanted to add. So they're going for it. I think the Denver Broncos record not only reflects that their offense doesn't have to be spotless clean, but that their defense is helping them be so successful at 8-2. I believe those things. I believe that those teams outright in the AFC are showing you why they've earned the discussion. But when the best record in the NFC is 7-2, whether it's the Eagles, Seahawks, or Rams, the discussion is more wide open. We expected that. That's the fun part of this is you get to hope. You get to look at your team on a playoff graphic on November 12th, and it's okay. It's okay to ask, what's it really going to take? Welcome to leveling up.
There's 4 teams I believe will make the playoffs in the NFC. After that, I don't know. Those 4 teams are the Eagles, the Seahawks, the Lions, and the Rams. After that, I don't know. Although the Bucs are pretty close just because their division's terrible. So
yeah, I was going to say I still think Tampa Bay makes it out of the South pretty easily. But then... And yeah, let's talk about the Packers disappointing at 5-3-1. Let's do it, because it's fun, and I like it. Coming up next here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score, we have to shift gears because there was a lot of talk that came out of the GM meetings in Las Vegas out of Cubs front office brass, Jed Hoyer and Carter Hawkins. But similar to us saying that we have to change our mindset when it comes to the Bears, do we really have to when it comes to the Cubs? Let's examine what they had to say and how you might feel like you've been in this position before. Next.
Mark Grody, part of the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show on The Score.
I remember the first time I called The Score, I had to call Doug and OB. Like, I was like, is Urlacher for real? And Doug Buffon told me, yes, Mark, Brian Urlacher is for real. And this was like his third game, I think, ever. And I was like, yes, that's just what I wanted to hear from Doug Buffon.
Mark Grody, a lifelong Chicago sports fan and longtime Score guy, talking Chicago sports every day on the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show, right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Hey, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one very easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Now, that's what I call a return on investment. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Philip Blaze, Senior Mortgage Advisor with Preferred Rate, one of Chicagoland's largest full-service mortgage lenders. With over 25 years of experience in the residential mortgage industry, I am well-versed in conventional, FHA, VA, and reverse mortgages, as well as down payment assistance and investor programs. If you're in the market to purchase a new home, refinance your existing home to pull out some cash to pay off high interest rate debt, or make home improvements, call me today. I'll be the one who answers the phone, and in most cases, you will have a pre-approval the very same day. If you prefer to work with someone local, dedicated to exceeding client and realtor expectations, call Philip Blaze with Preferred Rate. 630-935-6466. That's 630-935-6466, or apply online today at philipblaze.com.
Preferred Rate is a division of American Pacific Mortgage Corporation, NMLS 1850, Philip Blaze, NMLS 1002984, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick promise.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger, Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening. Because health is a long game, and it's yours to win. Now here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi. Learn more at Depend.com.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
If you want more than headlines this Bears season, listen to the Take the North podcast. I'm Mark Grody, joined by Dan Wiederer. We bring you honest, unfiltered Bears talk 3 times a week, and we're not afraid to be critical when it's deserved or certainly give credit when it is earned. With insider access and perspective that brings you inside the Bears locker room, Take the North is your home for Bears conversation that keeps it real. Listen to and follow Take the North wherever you get your pods.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Travis Hunter's bid to be a true two-way NFL star just hit a major setback. The Jaguars rookie is done for the year after knee surgery, raising doubts about whether he can handle both offense and defense long term. His last game was his best, his first touchdown in a blowout loss to the Rams. But you have to wonder if Jacksonville gave up too much draft capital chasing a unicorn. I'm Maggie Gray.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
How are you responding to this outside media pressure from all over, saying that the Cubs need to spend more, that they're not up to what a big market should be?
It's the first I've heard it, so I'm glad. I don't read it, so it's just not my concern at all. None of that narrative, none of that noise, as you said, it doesn't have any impact. Listening to it doesn't make us any better.
That is Bruce Levine talking to Jed Hoyer. So Bruce is in Vegas, huh? We sent Bruce to Vegas for the GM meetings. That's neat.
Wow.
I wonder what he's doing over there besides, talking to everybody. He hanging out at Circa at the pool. Bruce likes a pool.
I can't picture the way you're describing it, but I get it.
I've seen Bruce at the East Bank Club pool before. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score.
He's part of the East Bank Club
cult
or whatever.
Cult.
I call it East Bank Cult, EBC. That's what I call it. I know people who go there, and the way they describe things, I'm like, yeah, that sounds real cultish.
No, it's just a good place to work out and hang out, and it's got a pool. And occasionally I would run into Bruce there. So Bruce is in Las Vegas. Yeah, Bruce is in Las Vegas at the GM meetings and doing work for us. And I like how he asked the question to Jed Hoyer, and I think he was trying to identify with Jed's position in it versus, say, ours, a.k.a. the media pressure, or ours is in the fan pressure. Like, it's not just us. Like, I fully know that I'm part of it, but I know I'm not the only part of it. And when Jed Hoyer addresses this in a way that sounds way too familiar for me, like, I understand that you can have a plan and you don't have to acknowledge all parts of your plan. Like, for example, the Tucker discussion, them trading for Kyle Tucker, didn't come up until later, relatively speaking, in the offseason. But Jed Hoyer saying pitching is the priority. That's where I really have an issue. Because, yes, I do think that you need to address it. I do think that you can't live dangerously like you did in the playoffs, where you're having to one inning previously who you thought was going to be a starter or a possible ace for you. I get that. But when you decide that you're going to tell people that you want to focus on pitching, but the elephant in the room is still the free agent who's going to set the market in Kyle Tucker, who was on your team this past year, who you traded Cam Smith, Isaac Paredes, and Hayden Wisniewski for, I'm going to need you to also talk about the offense as well. It wasn't enough. It hasn't been enough. The second half of the season, we saw what happened.
I think when I hear Jed talk about it, I understand where he's coming from. Because, yes, pitching should be always a priority. You can never have enough arms. I understand that part of it. I think the problem with Jed is he looks at the stats from last year. You know what he sees, Layla? He sees an offense that scored the 5th most runs in baseball. That's true. That's undeniable.
The
Only 4
totality,
teams, yeah,
if
the
you
totality. How many times did he use the word totality in his postseason press conference? They scored 793 runs. That was 5 less than the Blue Jays. That was 13 less than the Milwaukee Brewers. And only the Yankees and Dodgers scored more than those 4 teams. So I'm looking at it like that. The problem, as you mentioned, post All-Star break, the Cubs were 20th in runs scored.
You know what you saw.
And so maybe you could call it recency bias, but I would say it's more of where you ended up as opposed to where you were in totality. And the second half of the season combined with the postseason numbers tells me the Cubs need a more consistent approach. They need to change their hitting profile. And I understand he's got a whole bunch of guys under contract, so he feels like it's settled what we're doing position by position. I would argue you could upgrade at some of those positions.
No, absolutely. That's part of it too, is your stars aren't hitting as well as other teams' stars. Like your top guys don't match up. Unfortunately, you didn't have enough offense to beat the team up the street from you, who also boat raced you at the period you're talking about, the second half of the season.
They beat you in the regular season. They beat you straight up in the postseason. And I think the bigger thing is when he talks about the offense and not having the same urgency as the pitching, you're also missing the guy you said was your best player last year. There's no guarantee he's coming back. In fact, no one thinks he's coming back in Kyle Tucker.
So the quote that when I saw come across from Marquis that said, we're going to have an active offseason, largest focus will be on pitching. I think that's obvious. No, it is not obvious. You could argue that both are true. How are you going to fill the hole left by Kyle Tucker offensively? And you kind of got a taste of it in the second half of the season, and that was familiar for a lot of people watching. You know, that's part of this too, is that we know what this team looked like without him producing. And when PCA, the league caught up to him, so then what was your answer? And your answer wasn't enough. Your answer was overperform expectations, outperform it, whatever you want to say. There weren't enough runners on base. That it wasn't just the stress of trying to figure out who was starting for you once you advanced past the wild card. It was very much also, are you going to get run support?
The question I have for Jed Hoyer as it stands today is, how much are you depending on guys already within the organization to take a big step forward, much like Nico Horner and Pete Crow Armstrong did to a degree last year when you're looking at Matt Shaw at third base, when you're looking at whether it's Owen Casey, Moises Ballesteros? How much are you depending on your offense improving, being the guys that you know who they were last year and know they have room for growth, that their growth is going to be the answer to your offensive woes? Because if that's what they're leaning on, that is a mistake.
So I know people were skeptical about that phrase that was mentioned yesterday from the Bears, hope, belief in the known. I feel like the Cubs are somewhere in the hope and belief stage.
They're not in the known yet?
No. Let's listen to Jed Hoyer talk about when he was asked about the offense, what he wanted to do.
I guess what I'd say is we're going to look at everything. I think we can get better in a lot of areas. You know, if you're not the best at something, you can get better. We can certainly we can look to get better offensively, but I feel like from an offensive standpoint, you know, we can kind of play a game tomorrow if we needed to. You know, that we have players at every position, whether move Sayed back in the outfield. You know, we have all those spots, and so. Will we look to move things around? Will we look to add? Of course, but it's not. The level of urgency is not nearly as high as on the pitching side. I think we realize that we need to add.
Is that when you use the word opportunistic offensively?
Yeah, exactly. We'll look at a lot of different angles offensively. Like I said, we can get better. We should try to get better. But like I said, if the status quo is in a pretty good position, I think the pitching wise we need to make additions and we need to get better.
But here's the math though. Here's the math. You extended Shota Imanaga a $22 million qualifying offer. And because of the stipulations surrounding his contract, if another team wants to beat that, they're going to have to give up a compensatory draft pick. So you up the ante real good for any other team who'd want to pay him. If they have Shota, you have Colin Ray, who you just extended. Also, you have the established starters in Justin Steele. You have Cade Horton, who just finished second in National League Rookie of the Year voting. You have Jamison Tyone, who was the pitcher you could depend on in the postseason. So how many is that?
My favorite part about what Jed Hoyer just said is that he knows position-wise they can play a game tomorrow. My question in response to that is, can you win a game tomorrow? I'm not sure that is something that he's taken into account. Yes, you can put a lineup out there.
Who's producing offensively for you in this scenario? I just need to know. Who consistently is the bat? Because you're talking about putting Seiya in right field. Owen Casey, last we saw him was in concussion protocol.
I think Mo Baller would be the DH in tomorrow's game that he's talking about.
Moises Ballesteros is your you feel confident with that? You think you can beat the Brewers in a 5-game divisional series with that?
Can you win a must-win game tomorrow against the Brewers? That's
Might I remind you about PCA second half numbers while we're here?
You could do that.
I have a list for you. I have a list for you that I will rattle off right now on November 12th of the Cubs bats that I'm the most confident in. Michael Busch. That's the list.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it?
Like without Kyle Tucker, who is
and
the
he
Cubs
wasn't,
best?
Nico? And he wasn't allowed to hit against lefties for most of the season.
I can't get Nico?
An amendment. Yes, Nico is consistent. I'm sorry. What I had in mind was power. Power.
Oh, I was going to say.
Nico will get on base.
Nico is the man. He's going to get on base. Much
like,
respect to Nico Horner. 100%.
Tell me which Cubs you think will get on base for somebody else to bring home. Consistently.
So without Kyle Tucker, you would say Nico Horner is the Cubs' best hitter.
I would say Michael Busch is the Cubs' best hitter.
Well, that's where it's like, I look around the NL, you look at the Dodgers. Who's their best hitter?
It's the guy who leads off.
Who else played in the World Series? The Blue Jays. Who is their best hitter?
Yeah,
look at all these major teams. They got a bopper. If we're going to say Nico Horner is potentially the Cubs' best hitter, that's not good enough.
But guys, you know my formula. You know my if I'm a GM formula. Stopper, bopper. Everything else I fill in the gaps. And I'm probably not giving Andrew Kittredge back for cash considerations.
No, I'm
Where's
good with
that money going?
I'm good with that. That's going towards more pitching and also maybe hitting. But now that I've heard Jed Hoyer speak, it's just going towards starting pitching.
Okay, but let's look at this. Matthew Boyd was the name I forgot to mention. And he doesn't deserve a forget. I'm sorry, Matthew Boyd. I'm sorry to do that to you.
Forgot your dad? It's not even Father's Day.
Our dad. He's the dad who stepped up.
He is the dad who stepped up.
So then there you have it, right? You have Justin Steele. You have, right now, still listed on depth chart for the Cubs is Javier Assad. So then Shota Imanaga gets the qualifying offer. Colin Ray's in this. So we're talking about 6 or 7 starting pitchers. So how are you addressing pitching?
Colin Ray's not a starter. Listen.
But that begs the question. Who is this a bullpen acquisition discussion? Because the Cubs, as an organization, don't do that.
No, I think it's a combination of both. I think they're going to sign a top level bullpen arm, one of those. They're going to sign they're going to attempt to sign a top level arm out of the bullpen. Who knows? The Dodgers might step in and pay that person more. I saw that happen last offseason. Did you? So also with the starting pitching, they might sign a Dylan Cease type, Valdez. There's guys, but I think. Ultimately, Colin Ray's a bullpen swing guy. Justin Steele's not coming back for the start of the season, and you can never have enough arms. So I don't have any problem with them shuffling in arms. I'm just saying address the offense as well.
You can never have enough arms, but the problem is they don't have enough money. Like, we know that. They don't have the Dodgers budget.
We don't know what their budget is yet, though. So maybe
Which also concerns me because history would indicate that that's not a confidence-building discussion.
It's the Bellinger money. They're going to spend the Bellinger money. You're good.
Remember when they were going to spend the Theo Epstein money? Like when Theo left and they were like, oh, where's this money going to go on the payroll?
Well, we got some postseason games at Wrigley Field that should generate income, right?
And maybe, yeah, he addressed the offense, but for pitching to be the first priority... Whew. All right, let's do more on this coming up next. We mentioned Shota Imanaga. We should hear what Jed Hoyer had to say about it because I'm still not understanding. like actions aren't necessarily matching what we're hearing. So we're going to try to figure out how it all kind of gets put together in a way that makes more sense. More from the general manager meetings. More Cubs talk next here on Rahimi Harris and Grody on The Score.
Big show for you today on Spiegel and Holmes. Kenny Mayne is going to join us at 3 o'clock. We've got a Bears hit at 5 with Mark Grody. Plus, we're going to turn the page and get you ready for Bears Vikings. On top of that, we'll take a look at the North. And there's stuff going on with the Cubs at the GM meetings. We'll share that with you as well. Spiegel and Holmes, 2 to 6 on The Score.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Chicagoland Roofing Council. Chicagoland Roofing Council provides exceptional service in all facets of the roofing and waterproofing industry. If it's time to go solar, call a professional solar roofing contractor to guide your solar roofing system selection. Find a highly skilled roofing contractor at chicagoroofing.org.
Ready for action, basketball fans? BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, is giving players another reason to hit the court this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to every basket, every slam dunk, and every buzzer-beating shot with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and same-game parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like Dark Mode 2. Log into BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, all throughout the basketball season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER, 426-2537, or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Hey, Chicago, Thanksgiving is coming fast. Make it easy and delicious with Wild Fork. From whole turkeys to tender breasts, plus duck, lamb, ham, and beef roast. We've got every centerpiece and side covered. Shop in store or have it delivered right to your door. Enjoy turkey starting at $1.28 a pound. Smoked spiral sliced ham at $3.28 a pound. Or boneless lamb leg roast at $4.98 a pound. And so much more. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
Hey, Chicagoland, get with a winning team. The all-new Toyota on Edens, one of Chicagoland's fastest-growing Toyota dealers. Score big savings in our fresh line of 300 new 2025 and now 2026 Toyotas. And servicing your current Toyota has never been more convenient with extended service hours, including Saturday service, plus Uber pickup and drop-off. The best way is right off the expressway at Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
Hey y'all, it's the Rocket Roger Clemens here. Spent a lot of time pitching heat. Years later, the pain in my joints remind me of those days, but I'm not looking to sit still, and I definitely am not interested in going under the knife. That's why I chose QC Kinetics.
Not just for elite retired athletes. QC Kinetics gives everyday folks joint pain relief using regenerative treatments that work with your body to help repair joint damage.
No surgery, no long recovery, whether it's your knees, hips, shoulders, or back. My friends at QC Kinetics will help you get moving again so you can get back to doing the things you love.
QC Kinetics medical professionals will look at your x-rays or MRI to determine if you're a good candidate.
I trusted QC Kinetics to help me feel like myself again, and I'm proud to recommend them to you.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
All right, everyone, huddle up. It's 3rd and long, and the IRS is showing an all-out blitz on us. What's the play? The play is you call PJN Tax Solutions Group. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more, we may be able to settle your entire IRS debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Is the IRS intercepting your paycheck? Have they thrown a flag for delay of game on your bank account? Dealing with the IRS on your own is a no-win game. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. PJN Tax Solutions Group is a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. When you draft us, you will not have to speak or meet with the IRS. Call PJN Tax Solutions Group now, 630-415-5296, so you don't get sacked by the IRS. Once again, 630-415-5296, or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
This November, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0 interest for 5 years.
Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore,
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larder, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus. Listen to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on the Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Largest focus, I think, will be on pitching. I think that's obvious. Is I'll look at our depth chart. That I think we're in pretty good position on the position player side. On the pitching side, we're thinner, and so I think that's going to be our focus. And I expect to explore trades. I expect to explore free agency. I expect to be really active.
That was Jed Hoyer talking to our Bruce Levine at the GM meetings in Las Vegas. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. I think your roster's pretty set with both. It's just a matter of how you want to deal in and out of this. And for him to say pitching is the main concern when, for example, your starters, one's going to get healthier in Justin Steele, and Colin Ray just extended. As we mentioned, they extended the qualifying offer to Shota Imanaga. So for somebody else to get him, it's going to require that more and a draft pick. That's where this gets hard to figure out. And I don't know. I don't know how you talk like that when Kyle Tucker, as we all know, is most likely not walking through that door.
They have to address that portion of it and figure out what they want to do to supplant the offense that's going to be missing without Kyle Tucker. That's where I disagree with the priorities. I get it. Priorities are always to add pitching. That's always going to be the priority. And they need top of the line swing and miss stuff when we talk about pitching. That's the specific type of pitching. They've proven they can go out and get guys that you can spitball with and can pitch a third of a season, a fourth of a season out of the bullpen and help eat innings. Outgetters, if you will, but they need elite pitching. But as far as offense goes, Layla, if Kyle Tucker doesn't come back, when Kyle Tucker doesn't come back, someone's going to have to fill that void.
And this isn't just a typical void. His production in the first half of the season was how they made the playoffs to begin with. Like I saw somebody on Twitter say, remind Marshall that the Cubs won the season series with the Brewers. What about the important series? What about the second half? You know, the things you saw when, say, you had to get used to life without Kyle Tucker's bat being powerful. That's what I'm concerned about. You know, the realistic situation and the playoff games that ultimately matter the most. That's what I'm concerned about. How do you get past that? How do you get to the CS when you lose Kyle Tucker, who was, 6.5 WAR offensively?
Kyle Tucker was...
And you want to focus on pitching. I get that. I'm sure Craig Counsell did not have fun trying to schedule his pitching staff in the playoffs.
No, but Kyle Tucker was great when he was healthy. He wasn't healthy enough.
But he's still part of the reason they got there.
No, absolutely. The first half of the season, the part of the season they're talking about, the part that allowed the Cubs to win the season series,
yeah.
That was Kyle Tucker doing Kyle Tucker things.
Right, so he's not going to be here. So...
I think
factor that in and then tell me how you feel. Like, you could lean on that season series from this year all you want. Like, tell me about your April. Tell me how much that matters to you in September and October when you're trying to make the playoffs in advance.
I think the key part to look at here when you're trying to figure out what Jed Hoyer is trying to do, I believe trades, multiples, are coming. And I do believe someone who was a regular in that Cubs lineup If you really are serious about making sure the offense can do close to what it did last year, someone is getting moved and they're making room for more bopper. And you said bopper and stopper, right? They're making room for another bopper.
Yeah, I was told that they were going to be very active at the trade deadline this year.
That's a good point.
And then I saw tumbleweeds roll by. And then I saw Michael Soroka and Andrew Kittredge.
Kittredge was good.
He was. That was a good
Soroka,
pickup, which is why I'm kind of annoyed that he's not here.
Hold on, I got to see something because you just made me remember
And Willie
something.
Castro.
Who was good for like 2 weeks. Or actually, it wasn't even that he was good for 2 weeks. We saw a lot of him for a couple of weeks. How about that? Is that a fair statement to make? He played a lot until he didn't. Soroka, how many games do you think he pitched in for the Cubs? How many games do you think he started?
Well, he was injured for 4 weeks.
So just throw a number out there.
His most appearances were in the playoffs. And that's not even ultimately how they ended up using him. What, one? He started one game for them, I think.
He started one game.
Yeah.
And he appeared in 6 regular season games and 2 playoff games.
Yeah.
That was your big acquisition. I wish you could see on Twitch, YouTube, wherever you watch Layla's face as I break it down to you. So when you say something like, remember, they told us they were going to be very active at the trade deadline, that's what they got. And they had a reason for it. They said, well, it just didn't materialize and the things that people wanted for the players that we wanted. I don't think the price has gone down on any of those players that they were targeting. When you're talking about some of the best young starting pitcher, whether it's a Mackenzie Gore type, you go down to Miami and look at a couple of their starters as well. I don't think the price is going down. That's why I think they're probably going to move a guy, whether it's Matt Shaw, whether it's one of these young guys who contribute a little bit. It could be an Owen Casey. It could be a Mo Baller. They're going to probably have to move one of those guys to get the upgrade they want on offense.
I mean, that's the thing. You're going to have to part with somebody who it is going to be painful to part with if you really want to improve this thing. And with Matt Shaw, we know the years of control are absolute gold. And we know that the second half numbers made it look like he's got a real future. How much are you willing to bank on that when it comes to what you expect him to hit like in this upcoming season? And if you were in the market for Alex Bregman, did sending Matt Shaw down to the minors and then bringing him back and having at least his second half numbers show potential, did that do enough for you, the GM, to say this makes us happy at this position on the field offensively? And that's the part that I'm still... They have a lot of holes in this thing when it comes to offensive production, consistent offensive production. Pete Crow Armstrong is going to have to do a lot of work to try to beat the league adjustment that was made to him. Right field is still a gigantic question mark. Seiya Suzuki slumped when Kyle Tucker slumped. And I don't think that those two are unrelated. I think he does better with protection in the lineup. But if that's the kind of protection you need, how much can you rely on his bat yet again?
I wonder, above all else, if they'll get players who allow the lineup construction to look different when you're not leading off Michael Busch. You know, like Nico Horner should probably just lead off.
I mean, are you comfortable enough with starting Michael Busch every day against lefties? You know, that was a discussion that stretched out into July, August.
I think they are. I think we saw that. That's the one evolution as far as the way that Craig Counsell viewed Michael Busch that we did see take place from the start of the season through the playoffs. Remember, in the playoffs, he was out here hitting. Didn't matter who. I love that.
And, you know, the first thing I thought of with some of these trades, the pie in the sky is probably not going to stay in the division, and that's Peralta. And then how much do you believe the discussion surrounding the Tigers' intent to trade Tarek Skubal, or that they would listen to a price that was right for them?
I don't know that it makes sense the Tigers would trade Tarek Skubal in the offseason, but I will tell you this. If they are willing to do it, the Cubs should be at the front of the line offering whatever. All the prospects, all the whatever. Because that guy can lead your staff, and now we're not asking questions about starting pitching like we are right this second.
Would you trade PCA?
What are you talking? See, this is why we
can't trade Nico Horner. Because if you think the Tigers, a team that was one game away from the ALCS, is going to just take prospects, you're crazy.
Yeah, but you know what else? Every GM starts out, if somebody wants something from that GM, saying that stuff. Like, welcome to baseball. You know that.
But I'm saying, like, there's another team that is going to trade a better player to get Tarek Skubal. If you're going to offer just prospects, good luck.
Who's the better player? Tell me the better player that's getting traded from another team.
Better than just prospects?
No, a Major League Baseball playing player. A player who played a full year of baseball, because that's what you just asked for.
Well, name a contender, and I'll name a player.
Mets. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, see, I could do this all day. San Francisco Giants. I can just start naming teams that need frontline starting pitching.
But if you think you can just get away with trading us Mo Baller and Owen Casey, you're crazy.
I'm not saying just Mo Baller and Casey.
Yeah,
that's not what we're
But
saying.
you're right. It would have to be big league talent for big league talent.
You'd
That's
have to give
always
us
the
a
price,
Seiya Suzuki
right?
and Nico Horner. And
Guess what? They'll give you Seiya Suzuki. They'll give you Seiya Suzuki.
Would the Tigers even want Suzuki's salary?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
we need a bopper.
Tigers are willing to pay. They're just not willing to pay that much for a guy in Tarek Skubal, how much he's going to make when he's a free agent.
I still think the whole thing is wild. Like the fact that we're even discussing this after Tarek Skubal wins the Cy Young, and he like that whole thing is that to me is silly, but all of it is up for discussion if you really want to do this. But I don't have a lot of indication that you really wanting to do it means the league is going to meet your particular demands. And that's my rub here. Coming up next, we go back to football talk here on Rahimi Harris and Grody on 670 The Score. A lot of news in the NFL, and no better person to talk about it all with than Mike Florio, creator, editor-in-chief of Pro Football Talk, joins us next for his weekly appearance here on the show.
Bears fans, it's week 11 and the 6-3 Bears are heading to Minnesota looking to get payback against the Vikings. Can the Bears continue to find ways to win and get their first division win of the season? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears Vikings right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
The all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade has arrived at Scott Levy's Rosen Hyundai. Over 25 are available with stunning new styling, 3 rows of luxurious seating, and the latest in safety technology. The 2026 Palisade is the SUV you've been dreaming of. Experience it for yourself. Scott Levy and his team invite you to be one of the first to test drive this incredible new vehicle. He has them ready for you at both Rosen Hyundai of Kenosha on Highway 50 at I-94 and Rosen Hyundai of Algonquin on Randall Road. Get behind the wheel of the all-new 2026 Palisade today. Buyrosen.com.
Hi, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Layla to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/LEILA. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Chef IQ Sense is a must-have wireless cooking thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your chicken, fish, or meat, whether on a stovetop, oven, or grill. It is built to withstand extreme heat. The probe is inserted into your food and connected wirelessly to an app. Once you've selected your desired doneness, the app alerts you when to take the steaks off the grill and even alerts you when to flip them. It's that simple. Order the newly released 3rd generation Chef IQ Sense. Now with so many upgrades at chefiq.com. Enter the code word SCORE for 15% off your order.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose vasectomy clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
The premier name in bridal and engagement rings here in the Chicagoland area is Rasny Jewelers. If you're ring shopping, Rasny Jewelers is your destination for exceptional quality, far from the big corporate chains, the diamond wholesalers, and the online sites pushing mass-produced diamonds and settings. With Rasny Jewelers, you'll own a natural diamond that has inherent value, a diamond that's been handpicked for maximum brilliance, and a diamond she will be proud to wear. Guys, she's going to look at that ring every day for the rest of her life. Make the right decision. Rasny Jewelers is a name you can trust. Their team will guide you every step of the way, sharing their expertise so you feel confident in your choice. Rasny Jewelers, Chicagoland's local jeweler, Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and Chicago's Gold Coast. Online at rasny.com.
Plenty of sun today, but breezy with a high of 53.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
More Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
It's about time delivery worked on your schedule. Same day, next day, or scheduled in advance. However you plan it, the Home Depot delivers the whole job. From drywall to doors, plumbing to paint, we'll get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larter, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now is a man who's got a massive brain.
Mike Florio.
He used to be a lawyer, then he decided to take his talents to the internet.
NBC Sports.
I'm sorry I'm late. I was talking to Robert Kraft.
That isn't the time for an airing of grievances.
Pro Football Talk.
I got a lot of problems with you people. Now, you're going to hear about it.
On Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
We talk to him every Wednesday at this time. The creator, editor-in-chief of Pro Football Talk. He is at Pro Football Talk on X. And he joins us via Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score, and the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline, CircaLasVegas.com. Always good to talk with Mike Florio. Mike, how are you today?
I'm doing great. How's everybody out there?
We're okay. I'll tell you. I will confess to this. It's been a long time, as you know, since the Bears were in a legitimate playoff graphic. And the first one got released, the playoff picture with the possible seeds. And yeah, I know it's still November. But the Bears were on there, and it got me thinking a little bit. We were talking about which division you think is the best in the NFC. I think it's the West. I know there's a lot of football to be played, but just to have the Bears on that graphic, Mike, was pretty scintillating.
I think top to bottom, the North really is the best, but there are better teams right now in the West when you've got the Seahawks and the Rams who have a showdown this weekend that somehow is tucked into the regional 4:05 p.m. Eastern, 3:05 p.m. Central kickoff. That should be a showcase game. The number one seed could be riding on how that Seahawks-Rams two-game series goes this year. But, I was thinking of this the other night as I was watching the Packers play and the game was struggling to hold my attention. When you look at the teams that are in the playoff mix, okay, the Eagles are going to win the East. The Lions are probably going to win the North, although who knows at this point. The Buccaneers are on track to win the South. Seahawks or Rams in the West. You look at the teams that are going to be competing for the 3 wild card berths. Packers, Bears, Vikings, maybe the Panthers, but losing to the Saints on Sunday is almost disqualifying right there. And then you have the 49ers plus the team that doesn't win the NFC West. So you've got 6 teams, 7 at the most, circling 3 playoff spots, and the Bears are very much alive for one of those spots. That's all you can ask for in the middle of November, is to have a chance to find your groove, improve as the season goes, which the Bears have already done, and carry that all the way into January. Maybe steal the division from the Lions. If nothing else, get one of the 3 wild card spots and hope you can capture some magic when the postseason rolls around.
Mike, and this is what I've been trying to explain to people here in Chicago. The advantage the Chicago Bears seemingly have is that they're the ones with the most upside. We know what all these other teams, the ones you just described, that are competing for these wild card spots, and even the division lead are. And with this Bears team, because it is a first-year head coach, it is a quarterback in his first year in the system, it would seem that they have so much more they could be between now and the end of the season.
Oh, you're right. And we've already seen the improvement. You start 0-2, you go 6-1 in the 7 games since then, and not every win is pretty. But look around the NFL. How many blowouts are there? How many teams that look like they should walk through the door and get an easy win have to fight and scratch and claw to emerge with the victory? Getting the victory is all that matters. And that confidence that comes from getting a win, it builds momentum, and it gets players to buy fully into what Ben Johnson and the rest of the coaching staff are doing. And that's critical in the first year of a new regime. You want the players to believe that all that stuff they've heard from day one is true, and it's accurate, and it leads to good results. And carrying that momentum into Thanksgiving and beyond. Bill Belichick says football season starts at Thanksgiving, but you still can end your season before Thanksgiving if you haven't won enough games. But all of that success that the Bears have had will position them well to be competitive each and every week down the stretch. And then we just see how all the dominoes fall. We see how the rest of the games go. And there's a very good chance at this point that when it's time to give out the playoff spots, the Bears will end up having one of them.
Mike, after the trade deadline, acquisitions for a lot of teams got to play on Sunday. Who do you think really made a good move when it came to acquisitions at the deadline?
Well, without question, when you consider what they gave up and what it looks like they're going to get, Jalen Phillips with the Philadelphia Eagles, he just looks like a different person. And maybe it's the uniform, I don't know. But when they showed him on the sideline on Monday night, I almost didn't recognize him. In that Eagles uniform, he just has a different aura to him than he had with the Dolphins. And it helps when you've got other great players on the defensive line that will attract attention like a Jalen Carter. Makes it easier for Jalen Phillips to do his thing. Had a huge impact right out of the gates on Monday night. And when the Eagles have been great, they've had not just a great pass rush, but a complement of players who can rotate in. If you have guys who are fresh throughout the game, who are taking on 5 offensive linemen who are basically the same 5 guys, they're going to wear down when they've been dealing with this onslaught of pass rushers who are just coming in and coming after you and running by you. And adding Jalen Phillips could end up making a huge difference for the Philadelphia Eagles when it's time to get to the postseason.
Mike Florio is the editor-in-chief and the creator of Pro Football Talk. He joins us each and every week right here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Mike, the Caleb Williams talk is just bubbling at this point because of the 4 comeback wins he's already led the Bears to. I know the competition has not been great, but do you feel like there has been a shift nationally on what Caleb Williams can be now that we're seeing him kind of come into his own?
Well, there should be, because these are the games that help a player believe in himself, and they help the players around him believe. And when you get to those moments again, you calm down, you have faith, you focus on the task at hand. He told me after the Bengals game, he said to the teammates, they left us too much time. We don't have to do anything crazy. Don't try to do more than you're capable of doing. Let's just go out there and do our jobs. That kind of calming influence gets guys to believe. And when it works, that makes them more likely to respond to whatever he has to say the next time around. So we saw it again against the Giants, the 10-point lead that got wiped out. That kind of thing makes everyone believe. And what it also does, I firmly believe, the opponents, when they come up against the Bears and they have those leads late, when you know that the Bears have this institutional ability to wipe out a double-digit lead late in the game, you start to get a little tight and you start thinking, we're going to be the next ones. And I think you combine those two things, it sets the stage for the Bears to keep doing it week in and week out.
Mike, I also want to ask you about not just the trade deadline as we've discussed, but just a team that you think, based on either the strength of schedule that remains, the weakness of schedule, maybe is what I'm more thinking, that might get themselves out of a record that is not indicative of who we've known them to be. I say that because Marshall and I talked during the break about maybe the Ravens being that team based on who they have coming up. The Chiefs obviously are of mind when it comes to that. Is there a team that you think maybe is truly better than their record that's actually going to start to show it soon?
Well, you mentioned the Chiefs. It's basically a playoff game for them this weekend in Denver. They're 5-4. They're coming off of the bye. This is a must-win game. They could find themselves not even in the playoffs. I mean, it could come down to a tiebreaker with the Jaguars that gets the Chiefs on the outside, all because of that stupid play where Trevor Lawrence fell down in the Monday night game, week 6, I believe it was, and scored the touchdown and got the win. That tiebreaker could end up haunting the Chiefs if they don't start winning some games. I'm very intrigued by it because I had written them off. When Joe Burrow showed up at practice earlier this week and he explained to reporters he thinks they have a path to the playoffs. And it's crazy on the surface, but it's not. They're 1 game behind the Ravens, 2 games behind the Steelers. They've already beaten the Steelers once. They have the Steelers again this weekend. They have 2 games against the Ravens coming up. One of them is on NBC and Peacock on Thanksgiving night. And I'm not just picking the Bengals to hype that game. I'm not contractually obligated to do so. I'm just glad that that game all of a sudden feels like it could be consequential and meaningful and significant. And the Bengals have a way to pull an inside straight here and win that division because one of those 4 teams is going to go to the playoffs. Even if none of those 4 teams have a chance to make it as a wild card, one of them is guaranteed. And we know the Browns, forget about them. But the other 3, any of the 3 could make it. And the Bengals play enough of those opponents to control their fate and try to force their way to the division title. So that's a team to watch. They had 2 ugly losses going into the bye, games that they could have / should have won. They can get a little lift here. And if Burrow comes back for Thanksgiving night, that could change everything.
Oh, yeah, Mike, you may not be promoting the game, but what about these dance numbers that you're continually becoming a part of?
I was drafted into that effort. I avoided it the first 2 weeks. One of my son's friends dropped a comment on one of the videos saying that they needed me in there. So I did it one time for fun, and now...
No, you're the star now, Mike. I've seen the videos where you are the featured... You're the featured guy.
I don't know how it happened. I don't know why it happened, but it is fun. It creates a little levity. It's something that we kind of joke about, we look forward to, and we do a podcast taping right after that, and it really loosens everyone up for the podcasting to have gone through that exercise right after halftime every Sunday night.
Choreography brings people together.
It really does, Mike. I'm very impressed with your moves. I want to say that. I don't know what I thought you would be, but you have exceeded whatever my expectations were. Meanwhile...
Yeah, be careful. Be careful. There's an insult lurking somewhere.
No.
In how you're setting that up.
I think it was the exceeding expectations.
I said all that to set this up, though. Expectations...
The bar was low.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Expectations can be low for some, higher for others. You know who's not meeting expectations right now? The team behind the Bears in the standings in the NFC North, one Green Bay Packers squad. Mike, tell me I'm crazy when I say this. I don't think the Green Bay Packers are making the playoffs.
It's amazing to think how it's changed. They get Micah Parsons on August 28. They thumped the Lions week 1. Thursday night of that same week, they beat the Commanders. One of the starting offensive linemen said, we could go undefeated. And since then, they're 3-1. So... And they've had 2 straight losses at home, during which they've scored a total of 20 points. I think one of the most significant developments here, and it goes back to something that new team president Ed Policy said in June. Both Matt LaFleur, the head coach, and Brian Gutekunst, the general manager, have contracts that run through 2026. Policy said they're not going to get new contracts before this season. He also said he's not a fan of lame duck situations. So after this season, there's going to be an up or down. We're either going to extend these guys or we're going to move on. And if they don't make the playoffs, I don't know what's going to happen with the Packers. Matt LaFleur was asked after the loss the other night, is he coaching for his job? And he gave the standard answer you would expect a guy who has no control over his future to give. But the reality is, what happens down the stretch is going to go a long way toward determining whether or not the Packers decide to move on from LaFleur. And he becomes instantly an intriguing candidate for another opening. Maybe the Giants, maybe one of these other jobs, maybe back to Tennessee, the team he came from as offensive coordinator when he took over the Packers in 2019 or thereabouts. So I think the Packers are in danger of not making it to the playoffs. They're the mirror image of the Bears. The Bears lose the first 2 weeks, and then they find the gas pedal. The Packers have the gas pedal the first 2 weeks, and their foot slipped off of it, and they can't get their foot back on it. So yeah, two teams trending in very different directions.
Our segment with Mike Florio, the creator and editor-in-chief of Pro Football Talk, is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today.
So, Mike, Layla and I were debating this yesterday, and I know you're going to have your pulse right on it, or excuse me, your fingers on the pulse of this. Who's got the hottest seat right now around the league? I thought it was Mike McDaniel. We thought it was Mike McDaniel. Of course, he comes up with a big win against Buffalo. Who is it right now that's in the most danger?
Well, yeah, beating the Bills 30-13, and then he did that victory lap by the bar, the known Bills Mafia hangout in Miami. That was just all-time petty, and I like it. Beyond that, with Daboll gone, is there somebody right now who is on the verge of possibly being fired during the season? I think Jonathan Gannon in Arizona, after the way they got splattered by the Seahawks this past weekend and where they are right now as a team, I'd be keeping an eye on that for a possible in-season change. McDaniel, if the wheels come off for the Miami Dolphins. But there are other guys out there that, what's really going to happen when the season ends? And I'm always sensitive to talking about it because it affects so many different people. It affects so many different families, but it's also the life that they've chosen as head coaches. And one of the reasons they're compensated what they're compensated is this is part of the hazard that you accept when you take one of these jobs. Every year, 6, 7, 8 coaches are fired during or after the season. And, what happens in Pittsburgh after the season ends? Is it time for a mutual pardon? Could Mike Tomlin be traded to the Giants? What happens if the Ravens end up going the wrong way? With John Harbaugh, he's been there a long time. At some point, maybe it's a fresh start. And one team, and look, they lost to the Dolphins 30-13 when the Dolphins weren't just on the ropes, they were through the ropes. They were one leg through the ropes and falling out, and the Bills lost, and they looked ugly in doing so. And with Sean McDermott, the coach, and also Brandon Beane, the GM, at what point does ownership say, we've had 8 years of Josh Allen, we only have so many years left, we haven't gotten to a Super Bowl, it feels like we're stuck in the mud here, we got a new stadium coming next year. If the wheels come off for the Bills, I don't know, because it all comes down to what ownership decides to do, and maybe ownership's okay with it. Maybe ownership's okay with being a contender and being competitive, and they don't want to risk taking multiple steps back by hiring the wrong guy. But that's just a situation that's worth keeping an eye on, because that loss to the Dolphins was ugly. How can you make the case for the Bills to be a Super Bowl team if they go to Miami and lose to a downtrodden Dolphins team the way they did? That's something to really watch, and they have a very feisty Buccaneers team coming to town this weekend.
Well, Mike, also, this is on Pro Football Talk, that Mike McCarthy is the early betting favorite to coach the Giants. I'm very curious as to what happens with McCarthy. He was a big name here that was discussed. If Ben Johnson was 1, I feel like McCarthy was either 2 or 3 when it came to the conversation.
And he's been successful. He's got a great record. He won a Super Bowl. Now, he's benefited from Aaron Rodgers and then Dak Prescott, but still, he has been a successful head coach everywhere he's been. And when you consider where the Giants have been since their last Super Bowl win to cap the 2011 season, they've been horrible. They've been among the worst teams in the league. So this hire is going to be critical because they think they have a franchise quarterback in Jackson Dart. And I'm a big proponent of pairing a young quarterback with an offensive coach, because if you get a defensive coach and things go well, what happens? The offensive coordinator becomes a head coach somewhere else, just like Brian Daboll. He got the head coaching job in New York because of the work he did with Josh Allen, working with a defensive head coach in Sean McDermott. So having that offensive pedigree and having shown that he can do it, the Giants have rolled the dice 3 times since firing Tom Coughlin on guys who had never coached before. And it is a fundamentally different job to go from the guy who draws up the X's and O's in the privacy of his office without having to deal with all the other stuff a head coach has to deal with. And Ben Johnson has learned that, and he's thrived in that role. It was a little shaky early on, but he has managed that role well. That's the kind of guy that you want, a guy who's proven he can do it. And there is no Ben Johnson out there this year, So maybe you look for an established guy who's been a head coach, who's been successful, to try to get the most out of Jackson Dart.
Really quick, Mike, you talked about the Mike Tomlin to the New York Giants. Tell me why the Buffalo Bills couldn't trade for Mike Tomlin if they wanted to part ways with Sean McDermott at the end of the year.
Well, I said last year when the Bears were looking for the job, and it may have been on this show.
Yes.
The Bears should call the 49ers and see what it would take to get Kyle Shanahan, because it felt like last year, maybe it's time for a fresh start for both sides. And look at what a fresh start did for both the Eagles and Andy Reid after he had been there over a decade. And I just think that pathway is never explored as carefully as it should be. What would it take to get a coach from a team that may otherwise be thinking about the possibility of making a change? So whether it's Tomlin, whether it's Harbaugh, whether it's Shanahan, whoever it may be, I think the Giants, in the same way that every team maintains a list of all positions and all the players that they would go out and try to get if they have a need on their roster, when it's time to look for a coach, why not expand the universe as broadly as possible and consider coaches with other teams and possibly be willing to part ways with draft pick compensation to get a guy who's a proven winner who may just need a change of scenery, and then boom, everything changes for everyone, whether it's the Bills, whether it's the Giants, whether any team that's looking for a coach. I think that needs to be a path to a new head coach that is used and explored far more often than it currently is.
We love talking to Mike Florio, especially when it comes to hypotheticals, and I think that's an appropriate one as the Bears get set to face the Vikings this week. Mike, thanks as always for the time.
Thanks, Mike.
Have a great week. Good talking to you.
That's Mike Florio, creator and editor-in-chief of Pro Football Talk. We didn't get to this because we were too busy having our own opinions yesterday with Mark Grody. There is an unlikely critic of the Bears, and he is qualified. And that's what makes this such an eyebrow raiser. So let's listen to that next here on Rahimi Harris and Grody on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. New teeth, new smile, new you. Save up to 95% at AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Save big money on new appliances when you shop at Menards. We have an excellent in-stock appliance selection from great brands at the best prices. Ready to take home today. Whether you want new laundry appliances or need upgrades for your kitchen, you'll be sure to find appliances that'll make your life easier. Visit Menards and save big money on appliances today. Plus, check out Menards.com to view all of our great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
If you're an experienced homeowner who's outlived your assets or your spouse recently passed away, you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local reverse mortgage lender. Alice, 90, widow, income of $24,000 a year, living in a $500,000 home with no mortgage. Alice's husband passed away and she was terrified about losing her home, so her daughter called Team Hochberg for reverse mortgage information. Team Hochberg reverse mortgage expert Jose Rodriguez helped Alice secure a reverse mortgage and access over $300,000 tax-free dollars to afford in-home health care. Let's review. Alice's husband passed away, she outlived her assets, and thought she had to sell her home. Team Hochberg's Jose Rodriguez helped Alice secure a reverse mortgage to afford in-home care and peacefully age in place. Team Hochberg has helped thousands of SCORE listeners, but they can't help if you don't call 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. That number again, 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. Lower.com, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 1124061.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family's banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-922-1284. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results vary. Consult with your tax professional prior to enrollment.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
Allstate's new home insurance is now better than ever. We're making getting the right home insurance that's right for you super easy with our improved online quoting tool. It explains how each coverage option works for you without the headache. Yep, you can start protecting your home in a matter of minutes. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Texas A&M is making a serious case for the #1 spot in the college football playoff rankings. The Aggies have 3 road wins over ranked teams, capped by a 38-7 rout of Mizzou. Yet the committee kept them at number 3. That snub should fire up the team, and with a resume this strong, the Aggies might be forcing voters to rethink who really deserves the top ranking. I'm Maggie Gray.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
But do you feel like there has been a shift nationally on what Caleb Williams can be?
Well, there should be, because these are the games that help a player believe in himself, and they help the players around him believe. The opponents, when they come up against the Bears and they have those leads late, when you know that the Bears have this institutional ability to wipe out a double-digit lead late in the game, you start to get a little tight. Sets the stage for the Bears to keep doing it week in and week out.
That is Mike Florio. We just talked to him. If you missed it, you can go back, listen on the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. We didn't get to it yesterday because we started to cook as a trio, Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, on the national conversation surrounding the Bears and how they're shaping up right now with the rest of the NFL. And this is actually a conversation that was birthed from something that Cam Newton had to say on First Take. The reason I give Cam a little more credit than the average is because, number one, he wasn't average in his career as a quarterback, far from it. So I tend to think that when it comes to his takes about the rest of the league, I like to hear what he has to say, which is why I was somewhat surprised that this is what he had to say about the Bears.
Who's going to tell the truth here? I mean, because
you the truth teller?
everybody on this panel,
You the truth
I'm
teller?
so disappointed.
Oh, wow.
I'm the truth teller.
That's a point.
I'm going to tell you right
Go ahead.
now.
Go ahead.
Who's going to tell the truth about the last 2 games you played, the Cincinnati Bengals and the New York Giants? And those teams know how to lose better than they know how to win. And that's what happened. Damian Woody, you're lying. Stephen A. Smith, you're lying. And I'm sorry, Shay, but I got to tell you the truth about your Chicago Bears. Because, no, nobody's giving this team hope in the NFC. Not when you got Tampa, Seattle, Los Angeles Rams, even the 49ers. No! Show me in the next couple of weeks versus the Eagles. If you try this type of formula when Ben Johnson says, we had it right where we want them, that's a lie. You play Green Bay twice. Then you got the Lions. Like, try that same recipe versus those type of teams and see if you don't doggone be reconsidering what you just said. This is not a winning recipe. You don't want to stay in a situation where you have to come back and say, oh, my God, the resiliency, we never gave up, we never wavered. Man, look, that's BS. Baloney. That's hogwash, Stephen Anthony. And you guys can keep marveling over Caleb Williams. Yes, he is a great talent. He can play in this league. But playing this type of way, where you're giving up leads and you have to, desperately come back in the fourth quarter, that's not going to work, bro.
First of all, when he said doggone, I nearly lost it, but then not the Stephen Anthony call for Stephen A. Smith.
The part where he realized, oh, wait, I'm on television, not my podcast. I cannot curse here, and regathered his thoughts to use lighter language. That's what I appreciated about it.
But here's the thing. Again, as I look at the playoff picture that Adam Schefter posted that has the Bears in it as the 6th seed.
Do you want to print out a giant copy of that and hang it on the wall? And then we can just update it every week? As long as the Bears remain in that picture. We could do that.
I've been
right?
Here,
we could do that.
I've been here for more than 10 years now. And it's a rare day when I see this. But the point is, Cam mentioned all these teams, right? Eagles, he mentioned Seahawks, he mentioned Rams and Bucks. Okay, you just mentioned seeds 1 through 4. What about 4 through the rest, huh? Huh? What about 4, 5, 6?
And last I checked, the Packers are behind the Bears in the standings, correct? He mentioned the Packers
What about
twice.
7, 8?
Well, 8, you don't want to go to 8.
Six,
this is the NBA.
Oh, yeah,
you
7, my bad,
yeah,
sorry.
you go to 8. There's no playing
8 doesn't
here.
count. Yeah, there's not playing. But yeah, what about 7, huh? What about, that's it. I mean, and right now as it stands, you're talking about the Lions. Well, Lions are 3. So he didn't say the Lions. He kind of did, but not in that breath. So you're talking about basically the NFC North. That's the division you omitted.
I understand why Cam Newton feels the way he feels about the Bears as a whole and talking about the sustainability. But
I don't think they're winning the Super Bowl. Newsflash. Sorry, guys. Sorry. If it happens, I think we'll have discussions and you can say, you were right. I'll be great about that. But that's not this discussion.
He wears a hat every day, and he did tip his hat to one Caleb Williams and admitted that guy is the real deal and he is the talent and he can do things. But the way that they're winning, having them right where we want them, all that stuff, I get why he's punching holes through that, the things that Ben Johnson has said in recent weeks. At the same time, they're 6-3. They've got the road right there in front of them to stay exactly where they are, which, as you mentioned, Layla, is not in the hunt. It is on the graphic. It is on if the playoffs started today, they would have a game on the road in Detroit.
They are in the seed. Yeah, they're in the seed discussion. And that's it for me is that, yeah, he named all the teams that I would name if you're talking about surefire playoff makers. It's the other teams where the discussion lies. It's the other 4, the 3, depending on how you look at it. And that's where it gets tricky. But Cam is, I think it's one thing to look at the progress of this team and talk about it in that vein, through that lens. It's another thing to talk about how you feel like they would fare against the elite of the NFC. Those are 2 different discussions. But if they make the playoffs as a 7th seed even,
no,
it's going to be pandemonium.
If they make the playoffs, they're out here doing things. No one said Bears. Well, I'm sorry. Very few people said Bears in the playoffs year 1 of Ben Johnson.
No. And think about how ludicrous it was to even think that they'd have an outright winning record. Think about the controversy that surrounded the concept of them having a winning record. Then double digits? Like, these weren't concepts that we were readily able to discuss.
I picked them to go 7-10. They're 1 away from getting the 7th win.
Not the color printer.
Oh, he got the color printer?
You use now, the color printer?
When you show it to Twitch. Show it to Twitch now, Layla.
It's glossy.
Show it to Twitch now. Put that in your scrapbook.
We're framing that.
Put that in your scrapbook,
This may be
Layla.
the closest we get, and I have to understand that. I have to take this with a grain of salt. But it's just not very often that I've seen this in my day.
And I think also Cam Newton,
Like you do in Mass.
he makes a good point when he talks about the fact that the Bengals and the Giants this season have found ways to lose games. Good teams find a way to win, bad teams find a way to lose. And so far, more times than not, the teams that the Bears have played, whether that be the Raiders or the Commanders or the Bengals or the Giants, have simply found a way to lose, allowing the Bears to have a window of opportunity. And Caleb Williams has been very happy to take that window of opportunity and run with it.
So how much of the roller coaster would you like to ride here? Like, do you want like the death
the
drop where it's just the cliffhanger and it's the Cam Newton take and then we go? Or do you want one with a bunch of little hills too?
I want to scream at the top of my lungs, go.
Okay, let's listen to Rex Ryan talking about Caleb Williams' ceiling.
He's a generational talent. I think people forget that. All right? He's a generational talent. And now you pair him with a heck of a football coach that, and like I say, he's going to get like this. He's going to keep climbing, guys. And when it's all said and done, is this a playoff team? It kind of looks that way.
All right, next up on the hills of the roller coaster, the sands of the hourglass, the days of our lives. Let's flash back to what Colin Cowherd had to say 8 weeks ago on the Herd and Caleb Williams after that loss to the Lions.
Sounds. But the further this quarterback gets away from the play script, the worse he is. He's like a studio musician having to go live or a stand-up comedian who's totally reliant on joke writers. His style in this league is not a timing style. And this coach craves it. This coach craves structure. Maybe there's a coach it works with. I don't think it's Ben Johnson. It also helps if you have composure. I don't think he does. He's like the news anchor and the teleprompter goes down. Oops. You know, I don't think this marriage is going to work.
He has a point about the timing being a factor in Ben Johnson's game. For more on that, you can go to Tim Jenkins' video, All Things QB on YouTube, because he talked a lot about the timing and the aspect therein.
That was quite a draw from 2 weeks of watching football with Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson.
It was a take, and I know that's part of the job. But listen to how Colin has changed his tune since. Let's hear what he had to say after the Giants win on Sunday.
The eternal question for the Chicago Bears is, well, why can't we figure quarterback out? I think you have. Two things that have always been true about Caleb Williams. Really durable, doesn't get hurt, and he doesn't throw picks. Let me add a third. He's clutch. So I think it's official. He's still growing, but the Chicago Bears have their first great quarterback.
Woo!
My.
What a heel turn.
Listen, and we change our takes too. I get that. But I think he's got a point when it comes to the timing element does need to get tighter. I don't think that people would disagree with that.
That's still true today.
Yes, and that's okay. But a lot changes in a very short amount of time. And that's what I'm here to illustrate. So today, I got this.
You know what the overwhelming thing
What happens if this is, do we throw darts at it at the end of the year if this is wrong? Or we'll be like, hey, remember that we had a hot day in November where we talked about the playoffs?
Oh, we
felt
burn it.
good.
We burn it.
We burn it, right?
Yeah.
That's a lot of color ink.
I'm keeping that.
I like it. I think it's beautiful.
Feel this.
It's a moment in time. No, I could see the sheen from here.
Yeah, but when you feel it.
No, I know. It's glossy.
Hey, hold it up again.
There's a lot of color ink, guys, for the playoff picture. Also, there's that whole, in this theory, they're playing the Lions thing, which at Detroit. So
then we get to see how far they've come if they end up playing Detroit in the playoffs, because that was the low point of the season.
Dollar
52
bet on this
21.
hypothetical game. Dollar bet.
We'll get to our dollar bet. You still owe me $1, Robbie. You owe me $1 right now. So there's that.
Dollar bet on the hypothetical playoffs.
So
we've reached the extreme of the take. We've become bots of ourselves.
No, I'm in. I think it's a beautiful thing to understand that timing thing can get better. So we always talk about margin for error and how here in Chicago we've been watching several seasons where there has been no margin for error.
You certainly didn't have this.
You know what the combination of Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams is creating? They're creating a margin of error. Right now it's very small. But guess what? The more they work together, the better Caleb gets in Ben Johnson's system. There will be more margin for error. So when we criticize Caleb and him not being perfect and all the little things he does, I'm not saying it's not going to matter. It's going to matter so much less because there's still going to be an effective offense at some point scoring over 30 points a game. 30 points a game. Do you hear me?
December. We got to figure out what happens in December. Will it be a December to remember, like certain sales events? Or will it be a December that reminds us of many other winters we have seen before?
Are you buying me a new car?
A new car!
That's what I took from that December to remember. I was
It's a
like,
catchy slogan.
Lego,
you know?
just give me a new whip.
Really, this is glossy and pretty. And I understand why the discussion has changed so much, because you get new information. That part of it I get. But you still have to play the games on your schedule. And yeah, were they pretty? No. The defense is, as we know, injured. Not just injured. They're very injured.
That's why the margin for error is so slim right now.
It's it can be a simple angle on a explosive play that is missed. You know, just the whiff, the being inches away from your one-on-one battle and losing it. So we know that the margin for error is little, but this sure looks like hope versus what hope, belief, and in the known. This looks like hope or belief to me.
Couple of comments from the text line. 708. I hope December to remember is better than Craig Tober. Okay, fair. And then 317. If the Bears miss the playoffs, just delete this segment from the FCC. Wow.
We'd have to delete the first segment too.
We've got the master of deleting things from the FCC coming up at 1:00. Danny Parkins himself.
But I don't think we're not defiantly saying, oh, they're in. That's not what this is. This is us having fun with what's out there right now.
847 says, come on, you guys. Cam Newton has a point. In order to get to the playoffs, they have to win 3 out of the 4 division games remaining. I, as a longtime Bears fan, will be honestly shocked if that happened. The defense will not be able to stop these good teams from scoring 30-plus per game. Sunday's game versus the Vikings will show the reality of what's coming. I will say this. They don't need to win 3 of the next 4 games to do that. That's not what has to happen. It's not what has to happen.
They beat the Vikings in Minnesota on the road on Sunday, and this is a different discussion.
Yes.
You're closer to this glossy pretty thing than you are the take that Colin Cowherd had against the Lions. That's where you're at with this.
I love finding out what's going to happen. When they're 8-3, we can revisit this conversation, and that they might be higher on that little graphic you got there.
Pretty sure we're going to revisit this every week.
Oh, so when they're 7-3, we'll do it the first time. Then again at 8-3. Got it.
So you think they're beating the Minnesota Vikings?
I think they can. Let me see what that injury report
You
looks
just
like.
defiantly said 7-3.
Let's see what that injury report looks like.
Yeah, this is crucial for today. Coming up next, you heard a preview of it. We got into quite the Tarek Skubal Cy Young discussion over the break right before the segment. So we're going to bring it to you because it also involves, of course, a former White Sox. We'll do it next.
Please make this personal.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on the Score.
Is Jordan Love versus Caleb Williams back on the table in terms of who is better now? Who's going to be better long term?
Forget about the in the hunt graphic. You're in it. You're not even in that section.
No, you're in the playoffs graphic.
Yeah.
You're in that one. Just told you, your matchup is declared and decided right now.
The bin bowl.
Yeah, you get to play in the bin bowl.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Play of the day, and the NBA is continuing to roll with one of the hottest teams in the NBA. We're taking the Knicks, laying 3.5 at home over the Magic. New York has rattled off 5 straight wins and stands at a perfect 7-0 at home this year. The Magic are just 5-6 this season, despite being favored in every single game they've played. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app. Please gamble responsibly.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS. Ethos.com/plan.
play.
Ready for action, hockey fans? BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, is giving players another reason to lace up and hit the ice this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to the goals, the checks, the face-offs, and the breakaways with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like Dark Mode 2. Log into BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL, all throughout the hockey season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER, 426-2537, or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I'm attorney Kevin Rowe. The insurance company's job is to pay you as little as possible. Our job is to get you every dollar you deserve. Call Lerner & Rowe today and let's make them pay. 708-222-2222.
Chapter 3000 Managing Attorney 114 East Sir Mash, Chicago. Some work may be performed by or referred to other attorneys.
The Chef IQ Sense is a must-have wireless cooking thermometer that eliminates under or overcooking your chicken, fish, or meat, whether on a stovetop, oven, or grill. It is built to withstand extreme heat. The probe is inserted into your food and connected wirelessly to an app. Once you've selected your desired doneness, the app alerts you when to take the steaks off the grill and even alerts you when to flip them. It's that simple. Order the newly released 3rd generation Chef IQ Sense, now with so many upgrades at chefiq.com. Enter the code word SCORE for 15% off your order.
Does this sound like you, where every step or reach is a reminder of what hurts? Oh, do I have good news for you. At QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli and her team taps into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged tissue. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics is giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment. And for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great time to book your free consultation. So call QC Kinetics today, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. This November, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0 interest for 5 years.
Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Hi, I'm Nick. And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box so that family memories would be safe and could always be enjoyed together.
And starting now, we're offering listeners early access to our best deal of the year during our $9 tape sale.
1 million families and counting have trusted Legacy Box to convert their aging media because Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your videotapes, film reels, and photos aren't protected unless they're on a digital format.
With the holidays approaching, don't wait. Simply fill your Legacy Box. We'll take care of the rest.
It's the most meaningful thing you can do this holiday season, and the perfect time during our best sale of the year.
Visit legacybox.com/value to get early access to our Black Friday sale and digitize your memories for only $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value. legacybox.com/value.
Rahimi Harrison Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
What time is it? It's halftime.
It is halftime. We spent a bunch of time talking about this lovely, pretty graphic that ESPN put out with the playoff picture after Week 10. And the Bears are on the playoff picture. Not only are they on this graphic, they're the 6th seed playing at the Lions. So if they beat the Vikings in Minnesota, is that enough for you to start to partially believe this graphic?
Absolutely.
Big if true. That's what we're trying to figure out. So it's nice to dare to dream every now and then. I would like the Cubs to do the same. Bruce Levine asked Jed Hoyer questions at the GM meetings in Las Vegas, and he said pitching was his priority. But when you look at the roster, it's hard to figure out where that pitching would change exactly, especially when they extended the qualifying offer to Shota Imanaga. We talked to Mike Florio as well, and we discussed the national conversation surrounding Caleb Williams and the Bears.
It's halftime.
How do I describe what I witnessed during the break that led to the discussion right after Mike Florio and before this segment? The Cy Young winners will be revealed tonight on MLB Network because they have the weirdest schedule when it comes to awards, and I don't think it commands any eyeballs, but this is how they do things because baseball. All of that said, the finalists are, in the American League, Hunter Brown of the Astros, Garrett Crochet, who needs no introduction, now with the Boston Red Sox, Tarek Skubal, whose name has brought up way too much trade discussion, and the Detroit Tigers. And then for the National League, it's Christopher Sanchez of the Phillies, Paul Skeens, and Yoshinobu Yamamoto of the Dodgers. So we started getting into a sports discussion earlier about what it would take to say trading for Tarek Skubal, which is apparently still very much an option, even with him being a Cy Young finalist yet again for the Detroit Tigers. And that's when we started to get into the bet as to who would win AL Cy Young. Here's the hard part. Garrett Crochet was the preseason favorite for this award, and he didn't really back off of that mark.
Listen, Robbie said Tarek Skubal was going to win the Cy Young, and I was like, okay, he might win, but are you sure? He's like, who else is going to win it? I was like, what about Garrett Crochet? He used to pitch for the White Sox.
He threw 205 in a third innings. Nobody throws that anymore.
Yeah, he did go over He also led baseball in strikeouts.
That helps too.
Robbie, why were you so surprised when I said Garrett Crochet? That's what I want to know.
Well, to me, it's like Tarek Skubal's best pitcher in baseball. No one else can compare. He is the GOAT. He is the one. He's the person that the Cubs should trade PCA for, so that's the person that I'm saying. I think Tarek Skubal is going to win, and I have a dollar bet with you. I think Tarek Skubal is going to win the AL Cy Young.
Is it a dollar bet, or is it really a $2 bet between you two?
No, it's a dollar bet because we have $2 bets we are processing right now that are in the window. One is for this, specifically AL Cy Young, Skubal versus Crochet. And Skubal may very well win. The other bet is one he's already lost. He's going to lose it for a second time, which is the Detroit Pistons over the Bulls. They play again tonight. You remember what happened the first time, right?
The Bulls got away with one, I think, the first time.
They got away with one? That's what we're doing? They didn't outright win the game?
They outright won the game, but it just wasn't expected.
I thought they played well. I put the dollar on it because I thought the Bulls and their style of play would do very well against the Pistons.
Giddy took over, yeah.
Giddy did take over
Conflicted
in that
Robbie.
Game. Here's where Skubal might have the edge. It's simply in the B WAR. He has a higher B WAR than Garrett Crochet. His is 6.4, Crochet's is 6.3. And the ERA is the edge as well. But the strikeouts in the innings for me, I'm sorry. I still love a 200-inning pitcher, okay? I think it's something that not only doesn't happen very often, it didn't happen as often as it should have. And now it's like practically non-existent.
Is it harder to say Skubal will lose just because he is the de facto? He is the reigning? It's hard to knock the king off when the king doesn't do anything wrong? Because he didn't do anything wrong this season.
No, he didn't. It would be really just if you thought Crochet was that much better. The bias probably comes in because he plays in the AL East. I hate to say it, but I do think that matters still.
Yeah, the quality of opponents, yeah, you're right about that.
I think one of the more interesting things that we talked about during that break is I said, hey, let's say I'm Scott Harris, you're Jed Hoyer. I say, I will trade you Tarek Skubal for PCA and PCA only. And what did you say?
I said, absolutely not.
That's crazy.
Okay.
Insane.
Do you understand how
Skubal's
contracts
got
work?
1 year left on the deal.
Best pitcher in
work?
baseball for the Cubs 7-hitter. Best pitcher in baseball, Cubs 7-hitter.
But he's not really the 7-hitter.
If you want to win a World Series next year when you have all your players on contract before they get off, you trade PCA for Tarek Skubal.
Okay.
What gives you a better chance to win the World Series, PCA or Tarek Skubal?
I'm going to do this one more time
Tarek
with
Skubal,
you.
boom.
I'm going to do this
roasted.
one more time with you.
Like playoff PCA, like what we saw, where he was not the same dude who we witnessed in April and May, with only 1 year of Tarek Skubal, And
You
how
could- you could
many
re-sign him. You
years
could
left
re-sign
on
him.
PCA?
You could re-sign Tarek
4
Skubal.
or 5?
Hey, Tarek Skubal love Wrigley.
Do you understand what control is? As in club control?
Control.
As in pre-arb? As in we're not even into the arbitration years?
This argument, yeah, I have control over this argument.
So
Boom, Rosie.
cost control is a thing, Robbie. That's why 1 year of Tarek Skubal is not worth all the years of PCA. Simple math.
I love that. It's just what happens. It's human nature. This is what happens. You try to get a player, and then the next thing you know, you've gone off the rails on a crazy trade.
Can we do an air shake though? I think that I think that Tarek Skubal is going to win the Cy Young. Dollar bet.
We already made the dollar bet. We're good.
All right, cool.
You owe me $1, by the way.
773 is
find
like the
$1?
text line is still. Does it still work? If I'm moving PCA for Skubal, I need a real top 3 spending guarantee. Did you say that to yourself last year when they traded for Kyle Tucker? Did you?
Yeah.
Did you?
Boom roasted.
You didn't even finish roasted the last time. You were just like boom roast. Coming up next, it is time for 5 on it. We have 5 hot questions, and frankly, one that is in the news, and it really makes you think. And I'm just going to leave it at that. You'll know which one it is. It's next on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score.
Tomorrow and every Thursday, tune in at 5 p.m. for the Four Winds Forecast with Dave Wanstead. Coach Wanstead will join the Spiegel and Holmes show to preview the weekend's games. And for your chance to win a $200 gift card to Four Winds Casino and Resort.
You know, he's got the arm, he's got the intelligence, he's got the athletic ability.
On Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Brought to you by Four Winds Casino and Resort in New Buffalo and South Bend. Your entertainment escape.
It's time for now a 2-minute timeout sponsored by Jewel Osco. Jewel Osco is a proud sponsor of 670 The Score, and we're talking to Tina Brown. She is the marketing director for Jewel Osco. And Tina, I'm going to ask you to put those headphones on too, if that's okay, so you can hear us. Perfect. Tina is joining us in studio today, probably because of how much money I spend at the Jewel. You guys also do a coat drive every year, and it's in partnership with the Bears. So how many years now, Tina, have you been doing this coat drive?
This year is actually our 37th year partnering with them on the coat drive.
Congratulations on that. What are the dates and where can listeners drop off their coats?
So we kicked off again this year in October, and it runs through February 16th. And listeners can go and drop at any one of our 189 Jewel stores.
Wow, that's a lot of stores.
It is a lot of stores. I was at my local Jewel store yesterday. So what are the dates you mentioned? And then also the location, as you mentioned, with the coat drive. Can other things be dropped off, though, besides coats? Like, say if somebody thinks that a pair of gloves might come in handy, or a scarf, or a hat.
Yep, all of those. So anything that's new or gently used, hats, gloves, scarves, coats, there's a need. We're supposed to have a really brutal winter this year. So there's a need for that. And honestly, any size. So kids grow out of it. You're just going through your closet and you don't like it anymore. Doesn't fit you. We'll take it.
Obviously a great cause, and it's been going on for years. What is your goal this year from a collection perspective?
So we're hoping to reach 25,000 coats. Yes, but we're overachievers. So we'd love to get more than that. Just there's a big need right now.
Jewel does a lot of charity incentives. I think about how my local one is also collecting for Holy Name Cathedral, for example. They do that for Thanksgiving. But I think it's important to just talk about why it's so important for what Jewel wants to do in giving back this year. Why that aspect of charity is so crucial to you guys.
So Jewel has been around for 126 years. We have 31,000 associates that live and work in the communities. So we're not just a grocery store. It's not just about selling groceries. It's about giving back to the community. Food is a big cause that we support, but there's many other things like the coat drive that we really want to make sure that we're giving back to the communities.
And if people might think, oh, I'm on the fence about giving this coat, what would you say?
Think about your child, going out this brutal winter with no coat, or, someone that is maybe down and out on their luck right now, and think about that and try to give back.
Yeah, and I think the adage, if you haven't worn it in a year or 2 years especially, then it might be time to part ways with it.
One in, one out. That's what we say in our house, right?
Yeah. Hard to do, but,
Yes.
but definitely a good goal, and it's going to a great cause. The Jewel Osco Coat Drive. If you want more information, you can go to jewelosco.com. Tina Brown, Marketing Director, thank you so much for joining us for this 2-minute timeout.
Thanks so much for having me.
That was
David
Tina
Haugh
Brown
for
with
FanDuel
Jewel
Sportsbook,
Osco.
the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. Right now, that's the perfect time to join. Yes, right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. What a chance. Bet on the players you love the way you want. Head over to FanDuel.com/score to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/SCORE. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
For 75 years, one Chicago family has turned moments into heirlooms and clients into family.
I cherish when I see in the store that somebody that my parents took care of. But when my kids are waiting on great-grandkids, that's the future.
At Rasny Jewelers, that's more than tradition. It's a family promise. And that feeling extends far beyond the showroom because every diamond, every detail is hand-selected by the Rasny family.
It's a diamond that's been hand-picked by my daughter, who's a gemologist, myself. We're going to the source. We're eliminating all the middlemen.
When you come to Rasny to buy an engagement ring, you already know that the quality of the diamond is going to be far superior than anything you can find anywhere else.
Family-owned, Chicago-born, built on 75 years of trust. Rasny Jewelers, where your story becomes part of ours.
And that's what our customers are, part of the family.
Shop suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago's Gold Coast, or online at rasny.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
$20 is $20, and at Old Republic, it gets you 2 full pounds of tender, fall-off-the-bone ribs. It's Rib Fest all month long. Get the best ribs voted by the Daily Herald. Old Republic in Elgin. Dine in, take out, or order online.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
It's time for 5 on. Layla Rahimi and Marshall Harris with Mark Grote bring you 5 topics on their mind today on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Number 1.
The Bears and the Lions are currently tied for first place in the NFC North. How long will the Bears hold on to their share of the top spot in the division?
Are they really tied, though, because the Lions beat them?
Identical records. They sit atop the division, but Layla,
why you
are correct. You
no,
are correct.
because I gotta control myself here. I'm sitting here next to this beautiful glossy color printout of the current playoff picture with which Ray posted. I don't know. It's at least if they beat the Vikings on the road, then they're at least in that spot for another week. pending the Lions would have to beat the Eagles on the road. So, do I like the Bears' chances of beating the Vikings better than the Lions' chances of beating the Eagles? Yes. Yes, I do.
Wait, say that again. Do you like the...
I like the Bears' chances of beating the Vikings more than I like the Lions' chances of beating the Eagles.
Okay.
What do you think?
Oh, my answer is... I think
so
they're
a
gonna...
week?
What?
At least a week.
It's gonna be at least 2 weeks.
The Lions play the Giants next.
Yeah, the Giants. So here's what's gonna happen.
James Winston's their QB now, you saw, because Jackson Dart's out with the protocol.
Listen very carefully. The Bears are gonna beat the Vikings.
Oh, so you're more confident than you were the last segment.
Even if the Bears don't beat the Vikings, the Giants are going to, or excuse me, the Eagles are going to beat the Lions. So it doesn't really matter. Lose or win, they're going to stay atop for this week. Then the next week, the Bears are going to beat the Steelers. But even if they don't, it doesn't matter because the Giants might beat the Lions. Yeah, I said that, Robbie.
Are we saying too many words here?
No.
I guess it's 1 week for me, at least.
Is that 1 week?
At least 1 week more.
2 weeks. I give it 2 weeks. And then they play the Eagles, and then that's when things go bad.
The Dawson's Creek theme song is stuck in my head right now.
How's that go again?
I'm not singing it. It's hard to sing.
Something about I don't want to wait.
Yeah, for our lives to be over.
Wait for my life to be over. That's
Something about Dawson and Pacey.
Why did that just come into your head?
Because it just feels kind of like that.
Like a teenage dramedy?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Back when the CW was in its bag.
That is a great way to look at it because the Bears are elevated from in the hunt to the actual playoff picture, which is essentially the cool kids table in the cafeteria.
I'm holding it up. I'm holding up the current playoff picture right now.
Teenage dramedy applies, in my opinion.
Are we sure we can use this much color ink in one printout at work?
We just did. It's already done. What's done
That's
is
our
done.
entire budget for the next year is on that paper.
We'd better cherish this thing because I don't know that we get another color printout here.
This is a special time. This is a special thing. The Bears have not been in this position in a long time. I thought it called for color ink.
2 weeks. I got at least 2 weeks.
Ray, why'd you use the color printer? Well, the Bears were in the playoff picture in week 10.
There's reason to believe the Bears can be 8-3, and if that happens, I think the Lions will be a game behind them, and then they're just in the driver's seat.
You're
outright.
right. You're right, Emotional Jag on Twitch. This is a lot of magenta toner. I don't know that we can handle this as a society. Okay, what's the next question?
Number 2.
How much of a difference would it make for the Bears defense to have a partially healthy TJ Edwards on the field against the Vikings on Sunday?
Big old difference. Scientific stat. Look it up. My main concern is I'm not here to hate on Noah Sewell, but TJ Edwards takes more efficient route to a ball carrier. He closes faster. And it's not just because of his physical traits. It's because of how he sees a game. And I think that there was a really good example, unfortunately a few of them in that Giants and Bears game where the Giants were marching down the field almost at will. And we saw some inefficient routes, I think, unfortunately on the part of the linebackers, just taking too wide of an angle perhaps, where that was the case, where they would extend drives based on getting into the second level of the defense and then going on to move the chains. So that's why I think TJ Edwards is so important here. Keep in mind, no Kyler Gordon, no Jalen Johnson, and you got to go out there and face Justin Jefferson and them. Jordan Addison, ring a bell? So I'm going to need all the help I can get. And I think in this case, TJ Edwards would help exponentially. It's not just a one wins above replacement for that guy. You know, I feel like in this case, that would be the baseball equivalent. So maybe it is the football equivalent. You have a much better chance of TJ Edwards winning the game, or the Bears winning the game if TJ Edwards is playing. You're going to need everybody to stop those playmakers in Minnesota.
I'm more worried about the running game of the Vikings than anything else because much like if Ben Johnson gets the lead and then he runs the ball, if the Vikings get the lead, they'll just run the ball. And then without TJ Edwards in there, I can see that going a whole lot better. Remember, no Dio Odingbo, who we know he's more effective in the run game than he is in the pass game as far as defense is concerned.
You're right. And the defensive end, mix that they had, Chris Williams out there.
12 snaps.
And it seemed like snaps that were pretty crucial to the game, unfortunately, where you're evaluating, going, wait, who's out here and why?
Austin Booker played a lot of that game.
Good for Austin Booker.
Austin Booker's not a run stopper.
Show me people on the Bears who are outside of Andrew Billings.
Javon Dexter is hefty in the middle.
Yeah.
Tremaine Edmonds makes plays.
Yeah, Tremaine can do. And
Montez
TJ Edwards.
Yeah, they have guys. Jaquan Brisker helps in the run game. Like, there's guys. It's just a matter of Dennis Allen's chess game and knowing that he's missing a couple of, knights, bishops, rooks. He's got a lot of pawns out there. Doesn't have his queen, Kyler Gordon.
Yeah, who can move anywhere.
Yeah.
That's...
But, CD.
Yeah. Do you know how I feel about Dennis Allen taking anger and turning it into unhinged blitzes? I love that. I want them all. But unfortunately, facing this Vikings team, you might be looking at a blitz look that then goes the other way for an explosive for one of those two wideouts I mentioned. Fear. Pain.
Number 3.
Third question here in 5 on it, Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Are you good with the NBA's new All-Star Game format? What's the All-Star Game format? Let me tell you. There are 3 teams. 2 are U.S., 1 world. 4 games, 12 minutes each. It's a round robin. Each team plays the other 2. There's a championship. Top 2 from the round robin meet in game 4. And the All-Stars. How many are there? 24 players, 12 from each conference, selected without regard to position. Wait a minute. Selected without regard to position. Are you good with the NBA's new All-Star format?
Absolutely not. It is trash. Nobody's signing up to watch a round robin tournament. And then the part that you didn't mention, Robbie, is that, well, because it's USA versus world, 8 players apiece, if there aren't 8 world players, or if there are more than 8 world players, and then that means there's not enough players for the USA teams, the commissioner just steps in and starts naming people all-stars. So while the one
get an all-star. You get an all-star.
The one good thing about
you
this,
in the crowd there,
long overdue, by the way, is that they decided to go positionless. That is overdue. Like, just give me the best 24 players, the best 12 players from each conference. But this doesn't add up. And you could end up having 27 or 28 all-stars. That cheapens the value of being named an all-star, because if you weren't named by the fans, it is still a number of games apparently for the fans. And it is still the coaches who do the selecting of the backups. It's cheapened what it was. Go back to East versus West. Everybody wearing their actual team's home or road jerseys. That means a team in white, a team in colored. And then Elam ending. What was wrong with the Elam ending? I thought that made it interesting because people had a designated target to get to in the fourth quarter. So people were trying to stop the other team from getting that target while trying to themselves get to that target. That was the best version.
I think the U.S. versus the world had to happen, but not like this. Not with 4 12-minute games. Can we not load manage the All-Star game, which is what this is? Like, you're taking the thing people hate the most, load management. I think it's necessary, but then you're using it in the thing you're trying to fix, which is the All-Star game. Like, what in the name of uncomfortable compromise happened here? And I'm with you on the Elam ending. I was actually thinking about that the last time I watched the All-Star game. I was like, wait, why did that go away? Like, why was that? Because you know what's going to happen is if you give people a target, they're going to try to hit it. So then you're just, your tournament brain, the thing that you've like honed since you were a child playing AAU takes over. And you're like, oh, we got a goal. Let's go try to meet it. And then there was at least the element of competition. I don't care how many points get scored in this thing. Nobody else does either. So why has this become a thing where we have to water it down in this way? I would have said USA versus the world in Elam ending. That's how I would have put it together.
Yeah, the USA versus the world thing. I guess I can get on board with that, but you got to figure out a way to not cheapen the value of being named an all-star. This is getting very Pro Bowl alternate-ish. I don't like that.
I mean, but does anybody really care?
I care.
But I'm saying, like, if you're the person who gets named the Pro Bowl alternate, like, all it does is you make some more money.
Remember who's never been a Pro Bowler, though. That puts it in perspective.
Well, there's the All-Pro.
Your guy, Joe Flacco.
Right, but there's the All-Pro designation,
He's never been that either.
And I think that, so in the NFL, I think the All-Pro designation helps separate it.
Well, just like All-NBA, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's the same idea. So that's why I'm just like, okay, so somebody made more money today. Like, you were probably making it anyway. As long as it wasn't for that weird behind-the-scenes thing with the Clippers, I think you're good, right? Technically, legally.
If they want the All-Star game to matter to the players, pay them more money. It's really that simple.
Number 4.
In honor of Nico Harrison getting fired yesterday, which GM in Chicago currently has the warmest seat?
So you say warm with reason, Robbie, because none of them are hot. Think about this. Jed Hoyer just signed an extension. Chris Getz isn't going anywhere, ever, again. Except to like Vegas for the GM meetings or something. So we know that he's a made man in White Sox land. And if you go by the previous GM and president of baseball operations, or VP in Kenny, what is that, 20 years? So maybe in 20 years that we revisit the discussion. Additionally, Ryan Poles just got extended. You know how I feel about that. If you don't, look it up on the internet over time.
And his team's 6-3.
His team is 6-3. He's got a coach who's known to win. Additionally, that leaves Arturas Karnisovas and Mark Eversley, who were just extended in the offseason, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so they're not. So then it comes down to
It's Jeff.
Pagliacca.
It's Jeff Pagliacca with the Sky. You know why?
It comes down to Jeff. Everybody who listens to our show named Jeff is like, wait, what?
Because there's a chance that the Sky start next season and Angel Reese isn't on the team. And let me tell you something. If that happens, you want to talk about fumbling the bag, the ball, whatever you want to fumble, that would be the ultimate fumble for the city of Chicago in terms of what the Sky had and what they don't have. There's a long line of players who have been fumbled away by the Sky. The most recent probably Kalia Copper.
Copper, yeah. And
fair?
then perhaps Courtney Vandersloot when she went to the Liberty, and then, she came back and then tore her ACL.
But you go back, Elena Deladon, we just start naming, Hall of Fame level players.
And she's an MVP.
Yes.
And do you consider it fumbling Candace Parker because she left to go to the Aces?
Nah, Candace was just doing whatever. She
got the championship.
You got lucky she's from Chicago. That's why she came here to win a championship.
And Candace will actually say she's from Naperville.
Well, yeah, that too.
Yeah, she will.
Well, Naperville's a hike. Let me tell you, it's not Chicago.
She's a G like that. But
because all the other people you just talked about, Layla, they're all safe.
Like safer than safe.
It made me.
And if they're not safe, they're getting paid no matter what.
It made me ask another question. Are we about to embark on another golden era of Chicago pro sports? It feels like we could have a whole bunch of teams in the playoffs in the coming years.
Somebody sent me a message on one of the social medias, and they were pointing out the appreciation that the Cubs, the Blackhawks, and we didn't even mention Kyle Davidson, but I don't think he's on the hot seat either.
You seen Connor Bedard lately?
Exactly, and he hired Jeff Blashill, so I feel like
everything's on the right track.
He's been given enough runway to work.
Absolutely.
If this season were not starting out the way it was, then maybe his name gets brought up in this, but I didn't even think about it because he got to hire Blashill and everything seems fine there.
And he has his franchise cornerstone for years and years to come.
Yeah, and the lines are being built around him, thankfully. So that's the hard part about this, is if there is a referendum to be had, it might take years.
Yeah, if it's somebody besides Jeff Pagliacca, I would say maybe Getz, because they got to turn it around at some point.
Well, in theory,
they have the most work to do.
There might be an ownership change, as we know.
Yeah, they had that most work to do. Yeah.
If the Bulls started 4-6 instead of 6-4, are we talking about AK here?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
Well,
that solves that.
Because 4-6 would still be against the toughest schedule in the NBA. And be like, 4-6.
We had one hot start, and we're like, AK is good again. He built a good team.
There's also just a history when it comes to Jerry Reinsdorf owning teams and how they move. And I know Michael is in charge of the Bulls, but because of the extension, they're not going to do that fresh off of an extension.
And remember how the last GM left the Bulls.
Number 5.
Last question here. 5 on it. Rahimi Harrison Grody. It's a life question. Do you clean your dishes before you put them in the dishwasher?
I don't even use my dishwasher. And I haven't in about 10 years.
You haven't used it for anything?
No. I hand
Wait, so you
wash
have one
all-
and you don't use it?
I hand wash all of my dishes.
So you got like do you soak them like pots and pans? You SOS, and what's your technique here?
All of the above, depending on the situation.
Okay.
Like I'll soak dishes, but then I also wash them immediately too, and I'll double wash stuff just in case sometimes. And that's probably why I can't grow nails, because they break, because I'm always exposing them to water because I don't use gloves, because it's quicker for me to just do my own dishes after meals and stuff. Keep in mind I'm single, it's not like I live with somebody. So for me, no, I wash all my dishes. And like water bottles and stuff like this, these are hand wash only. So, it's just, there's not really an element of convenience. By the time the dish would get to the dishwasher anyway, I might as well just use the slight amount of work it takes to actually wash the dish.
I do not clean my dishes before putting them in the dishwasher. I do rinse them off. That's different, right?
So when you, to clarify, so when you put them in the dishwasher, there is some remnants of the meal or food on the plate or the bowl or whatever, or on the fork.
I take the fork if I'm cleaning it off, and I just kind of clean it off into the trash can, and then I rinse it off. So there might be something, but there's nothing of note, I guess. I don't know.
The reason I asked this question is because I feel like I'm doing way too much work, where I will wash the dish completely and then put it in the dishwasher and rewash it as if the dishwasher is some sanitation machine, and it's not.
It is a sanitation machine.
It is, but it's like I did the job, and I'm just wasting more time putting this plate somewhere.
So is rubbing alcohol, depending on the finishes of the dish.
Yeah, I think you're good. Just better safe than sorry, Robbie.
What's the extent of how much food can you put on the plate before you put it in the dishwasher?
See, that's it. For me, I just end up practically washing the dish. So I'm like, I'll just take the extra 7 seconds here and wash the dish.
Yeah. Different if you got a family of 5 like I had growing up.
Yeah, well then, I used to unload the dishwasher all the time. Yeah. But then I had to wash all the stuff that couldn't be put in the dishwasher.
Pots and pans. And
then it still ended up being a lot of dishwashing.
Thanks for bringing me back to this PTSD of having to wash the dishes.
For some reason, for me, it's not PTSD. It's just life. I don't know. I don't embrace a lot of technology. I don't have a garbage disposal either at my apartment, so stuff gets thrown in the trash.
Wow.
Yep. I'm living large, kids.
Stinky.
Well, not if you just dispose of it on a regular basis. Okay, anywho, that's it for home hygiene. Coming up here on Rahimi Harris and Grody on 670 The Score. I know we talked about some crazy trades. We're going to do it again. This time in the NBA. Is there an aversion? The concepts of Anthony Davis going back to Chicago after Nico Harrison got fired has been brought up. But I think the reason that we don't take it seriously is because we know it's probably not happening. Let's examine why. And then there's another NBA star who's been somewhat linked to the Bulls that I think should be examined more. That's all coming up next.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Always talking Chicago sports with you, the fan. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2.
You're on with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. I love you. Love the show. 100%. Tony and Joliet, you're on the score.
Grody, it used to be the Bears. Every time I hear Bears, now I'm thinking Bears.
Kevin. You guys are really the voice of the fan.
Tune in to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hey, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one very easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Now, that's what I call a return on investment. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Philip Blaze, Senior Mortgage Advisor with Preferred Rate, one of Chicagoland's largest full-service mortgage lenders. With over 25 years of experience in the residential mortgage industry, I am well versed in conventional, FHA, VA, and reverse mortgages, as well as down payment assistance and investor programs. If you're in the market to purchase a new home, refinance your existing home to pull out some cash to pay off high interest rate debt, or make home improvements, call me today. I'll be the one who answers the phone, and in most cases, you will have a pre-approval the very same day. If you prefer to work with someone local, dedicated to exceeding client and realtor expectations, call Philip Blaze with Preferred Rate. 630-935-6466. That's 630-935-6466, or apply online today at philipblaze.com.
Preferred Rate is a division of American Pacific Mortgage Corporation, NMLS 1850, Philip Blaze, NMLS 1002984, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside information on your home team before they play the next game. The Insight on Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
O'Reilly. Trust the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the products for your next oil change. Right now, get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a Wix filter for $35.99. Plus, get a $15 gift card after rebate. Limit supply. See your O'Reilly Auto Parts store for details or shop O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Rahimi, Harris, and Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Mavericks fans aren't going to be able to chant Fire Nico anymore. The team finally did just that, letting go of embattled GM Nico Harrison. Harrison, of course, engineered the trade that sent Luka Doncic from Dallas to the Lakers. If he never gets another shot, he could go down as one of the most infamous NBA execs of all time, because Luka seems intent on constantly reminding everyone just how bad this trade was. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
We've got to find a way collectively to generate more space and more penetration. But it's just the way we're built. We got to do it collectively as a group. I mean, that's what it's going to be. We're going to have to create on our own that kind of help.
I think this is an appropriate background song because anytime we talk about trades, you know what happens. They just delve into crazy trades. They go off the rails. And the next thing you know, you're on a crazy trade kick. That's what's happening in the NBA. You just heard Billy Donovan. And the Bulls do play tonight, by the way. That's coming up right here on 670 The Score. Bulls begin their road trip against the Pistons. Pre-game coverage starts at 5:45. Tip-off is at 6 on The Score. And the Fitzgerald Bulls Radio Network, powered by heli forklifts, and the Bulls have been the recipient. They've been mentioned. How do you put this? There are people thinking that there's a chance, and there's always a chance in the NBA, that Anthony Davis could be traded to the Bulls. And then that came up because Nico Harrison got fired yesterday. And then also we know that there's a lot of discussion in Memphis regarding the status of Ja Morant. And other teams are trying to recruit him. You know, the Knicks fans have made a video. They want him. But the discussion about Ja Morant going to someplace like here, that's where it starts to take a turn.
The idea that the Bulls should trade for either Ja Morant or Anthony Davis is a bad idea. Let me tell you why. The Bulls finally have an identity. They seem to have a way of playing that is going to, one, keep rear ends in the seats, which I think is the priority. Can we agree on that? They lead the league in attendance. That's what they do.
Yeah, I don't think that's the absolute goal.
Oh, no. It's not the absolute goal. I'm just saying if we're naming priorities of the Bulls from a business standpoint.
It is one of the priorities, yes.
2, offers exciting basketball and winning basketball, as we've seen. 6-4 through the first 10 games, despite having the toughest schedule in the league.
Better than the Grizzlies' 4-8 record, which is why I think a lot of people are thinking this version of the Grizzlies, it might be time to pack it up and move forward.
Also, you have yet to see Kobe White play this season. And they've done this without their best scorer in Kobe White. And I think, first of all, you got to let Kobe White come back, prove he's healthy, give him a chance. Because one of the trade proposals I saw for Morant specifically was Kobe White, Zach Collins, Ja Morant. Without any draft
pick compensation,
which makes it enticing. That's what makes it enticing. But do you think Ja Morant can fit into what Billy Donovan is doing here?
Yeah, that's the part where I just don't see it happening.
But more importantly, and this is where I draw the line that I'm not willing to cross. Does Ja Morant coming to the Bulls add or take away to the development of Modest Buzelis? That is the question.
Yeah.
That is the linchpin in the deal. That's why I would pull the plug. I would not do this. You have a healthy environment in which Modest Buzelis can become the best version of himself over the first 3 years of his NBA career. Young player, right? A guy who had a year in the G League, but now he's getting a chance to get better. And we saw the improvement from the first half to the second half of last year, and now even to what's expected of him in year 2. I love this opportunity. And I think Ja Morant and the style of play, not to say he's not a great player, and he doesn't have superstar potential, but I think you're stunting Modest Buzelis' potential growth if you get him on this team with Josh Giddey, because how is the ball ever going to get in his hands?
Well, and just look at the numbers, right? You know Ja is going to get his when it comes to shot attempts. And he, on Sunday against the Oklahoma City Thunder, was 3 for 18, for example. That's not a lot of attempts relative to what we know Ja can typically do, but he's going to try to at least, any shooter is going to try to at least get theirs. And if they know that they're better than that, which he typically is, then you're going to try to take more shots. We've talked about trying to figure out this pace of play and how much ball there is to go around with this team. The passing would indicate that that's something that they're willing passers. You know, I think Ja is as well, obviously, but he'll also just take it downhill on you. And I think that's where the Modest profile overlaps, right? Like both of them see the basket similarly when it comes to being able to just drive down the lane, go up and try to make something happen, slam, whatever you want to say. Ja typically, you know, it's going to be a dunk, but that is where I see a bit of the overlap. I think Ja Morant leaves Memphis this year. Yeah. I don't think there's any doubt about that. You know, he got suspended for one game for conduct or detrimental previously. We know that there had been issues earlier, but the league had their own issues regarding him and suspension. But in this case, I just don't know if it's, what's the end game? Like, is Ja Morant worth the Bulls' end game? And that's why I say no.
Yeah, and so to me, it's very simple. Like, it doesn't fit what you're trying to do. And again, it's not a knock on Ja Morant, but timing is everything. You want to keep yourself available for a guy who can come in and fits the timetable of the Bulls and what they're trying to build here with Josh Giddey and with some of these other younger pieces. That's for the Ja Morant portion of this idea that the Bulls should make a trade. The Anthony Davis is a lot easier.
Well, okay, so FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score, they had on their Twitter, this was yesterday, and it got us talking. With Nico Harrison gone, the Anthony Davis era in Dallas might be over. And if that's the case, unbelievable. Like all of it is just absolutely unbelievable. So then a graphic was put up of AD. And of course, we know that because he's from here, there's going to be that it's always going to be talked about. It's always going to be conceptual. Who says no? Well, we do, because here's what they proposed. The Bulls receive Anthony Davis. The Mavericks would receive Vooch, Kobe White, Jalen Smith, a 2026 first rounder, and a 2030. Keep in mind, that's more than the Lakers gave up to get Luka Doncic.
What?
They only gave up one first round pick. That was the 2029. They also got AD, and Maxi Kleber was part of the deal as well. So the whole thing is kind of ridiculous, isn't it?
Yes. For that price?
And the Lakers got Maxi Kleber and Markieff Morris, too. That's what makes it so funny. Max Christie went back in the trade. But like the first round, 2 first rounders for AD when you didn't even get a first rounder in exchange for Luka.
I think the valuable lesson that you would hope that Acme, Arturas Karnisovas, Mark Eversley, learn from the Nikola Vucevic deal is you can't just be giving out first rounders.
The quotes from Nico after that trade are hilarious today, by the way.
They were hilarious at the time as well.
I believe that defense wins championships. Mavericks GM Nico Harrison told ESPN's Tim McMahon, explaining his motivation to deal Doncic for Davis. I believe that getting an all-defensive center and an all-NBA player with a defensive mindset gives us a better chance. We're built to win now and in the future.
He said that like they didn't have good players on defense. They had just gone to the finals. Their defense was good enough to get to the finals.
Gafford as their starting 5, and that is of no offense to Daniel Gafford.
Well,
but they didn't need AD to be able to do that.
I'm saying Gafford is a good defender.
He is. Rim protection is something that the Bulls could use right now.
And so the other thing about Anthony Davis is he's missed more games than he's played since being traded to Dallas. 1. 2, he's been very vocal about this one thing. He wants to play the 4.
630 says whoever proposed that AD trade is on drugs.
Yes.
And maybe the 4 part of it, that's a big aspect of this as well. That would be an upgrade at the 4 here, but not for 2 first rounders and the rest. Vooch and Kobe White and Jalen? Come on.
The Bulls can never win without a superstar, but they can snow the fans with this team, which completely has a low ceiling. Ja is a superstar, but Bulls wants seats filled. They would never go for him. I disagree with everything that has been said there. Like, you say it has a low ceiling. Have you looked around the East? This is my point. Have you looked around the East? Can we just wait for Kobe to be back before we just start jumping to conclusions? I think we've seen the bare minimum right now with the Bulls, as opposed to their actual ceiling.
One of the Bulls' best players is injured, and it's really hard to try to figure out who this team is without him. And when you know he's coming online, I don't know, in a mere matter of days, then you hold off on all of it. And I get it. Like we said, people do want to throw out there just trades, and the NBA trade machine exists for a very valid reason.
Sack machine.
And the trade machine, I think, is more fruitful even.
You're right.
But the trade machine said that the Luka Doncic deal wouldn't work. Did you know that? It got run through the trade machine and they said it wasn't enough asset balance.
Right.
So fire the guy a year later. Why fire him in the offseason when you can change the direction of your team? Why do that?
Anyway, Billy Donovan has this team headed in the right direction, specifically with the development of Modest Buzelis. And I look at him not necessarily on the same plane as like a Caleb Williams in terms of how important that is, but it's very important. It's very important. That could be a potential superstar. I'm not saying he will be one, but he has the tools and the makeup to believe that this guy could be an all-star at minimum.
I just don't think it's worth taking any of those concepts off the table for something that would drastically change how this team looks when you just spent how long trying to trade Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan isn't on this team anymore because you didn't like how it looked then. And I do think you need superstars, like a jaw-level guy to win in the NBA. I just don't know if the fit is right. There's also an interesting stat that came up via The Ringer we were talking about the willing passing that the Bulls do. According to Sport Radar, the Bulls lead the league in percentage of possessions that include 4 or more passes. How about that?
No, that's a great stat, and that is indicative of the type of basketball they've been playing. I want to read this comment because I feel like there is a large, maybe a majority of segment that feels this way. 630 says, Bulls fans are the worst. We're at best a 500 team, and after they lose to the Pistons, that's where the dialogue will head. The fact that we're already saying no to adding Ja Morant because of some kind of timeline tells you all you need to know about how doomed the Bulls are. Nothing has changed since last year. Giddey will never be able to create his own shot. The Bulls do not have a superstar that is needed in the playoffs. I disagree with a lot of what was said there, but I think a lot of people believe that. Listen, I'm one of the biggest front office critics of the Bulls and the way they've handled things, how we got here, the fact that they don't have the Pelicans unprotected pick. You can go down the list. But I think looking at what they have, Giddey on a nice contract, $25 million per year, on a cap that's only going up, he can be the third best team on a championship contender. You just got to get the other guys. I don't think Morant fits what they're trying to do right now.
Oh, Robbie's going to hate me for this.
Say it.
What?
Giddey's got a tradable contract.
Oh, God.
He does.
Why?
Because he does.
This is his home. He's your king, Chicago. Come
I know.
on.
I'm just letting you know that's a tradable contract.
It is a very tradable contract. PCA for Giddey? No? Okay. Scooble for Giddey?
Would Giddey create more offense for the Cubs? That's the real question.
And yes, 630, we do remember how we felt after the Bulls got bounced in a one-game play-in game last year. That was one game, though. I will say that. I think this team is a playoff team, as in top 6 seed, if not top 5 seed. That's what my counter to that. I know what Kobe White can do, and I've seen how good he can be at the end of games.
You got to at least see how this looks with Kobe before you make any decision about who to replace the personnel with.
Yeah.
If there is a deal to be had. But 2 first-rounders in return for AD when my goodness.
No.
When the Lakers didn't even give up the 1 for Luka.
It's a no for me, dog.
Come on now.
It's a no for me.
That price is going to follow a lot of people for a long time other than just Nico Harrison. Coming up next here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score, let's examine the sheer concept of being a quarterback in Chicago from a pressure standpoint. The reason we bring it up is because we want to go back to our interview with Rex Grossman from yesterday. And I think he said something very important that we should listen and consider when we talk about Caleb Williams. That's coming up next.
It's game night, Bulls fans.
To the rack, and he throws it down with a windmill right-handed slam.
Tonight, the Bulls are on the road to take on the Pistons. Pre-game at 5:45, tip-off at 6 on The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts.
Bulls win. What a ball game.
See red, Chicago.
Gear up for epic football games under the Vegas sun. Stadium swim at Circa Resort and Casino. It's amazing. Dive into the 6 temperature-controlled pools or relax in the luxurious lounge chairs, day beds, and the private cabanas. Private cabanas. That's where it's at. Feel the energy and catch every play from every game on our massive 143-foot screen. When it comes to watching football all season long, nowhere comes close. Grab your spot at Stadium Swim today at circalasvegas.com.
Hey, Dad, I gotta come clean about something.
Okay.
I only paid for a brand new Hyundai Tucson.
Oh, you might be on the naughty list.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends December 1st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card.
One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Congress had approved $60 billion for their swift IRS deployment. Now this army of IRS agents are seeking out their quarry, you.
This is the IRS! Come out with your money!
Scary commercial, isn't it? Unfortunately, it's reality. With the IRS's $60 billion increase in their budget and hiring 87,000 new employees, they're now sending notices to taxpayers' homes. Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more? Has the IRS garnished your wages yet? Have they levied your bank account yet? They will if you ignore them long enough. This is Patrick Noon of PJN Tax Solutions Group. We're a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. We're right here. Give us a call now at 630-415-5296. Once again, 630-415-5296. Or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
Coach Dave Wanstead here, and I want to tell you my good feet story. I'm a guy that likes to walk everywhere. When you're coming off ruptured Achilles and knee replacements, that puts stress on your feet. And I have tried everything with no relief until I stepped into the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk. Since I've been wearing the Good Feet shoes and supports, I haven't backed off my activities either. Sure, walking is the big part, but I'm using the elliptical, I'm biking. The Good Feet arch supports can help with foot, ankle, knee, hip, even back pain by properly aligning your body from the ground up. And they slip into the shoes that you already have. You can use your HSA or your FSA account to purchase your arch supports. Live the life you love, free of foot, knee, hip, and back pain. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com or just stop by a store nearest you. Locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
This November, Window Nation puts an end to your window problems. You'll save big, too, with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0 interest for 5 years.
Hurry, this sale ends soon, so schedule your free estimate right now at windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
More Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Imagine being a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit tremfya.com.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Do you think the coverage of you is fair?
Fair isn't my job to judge. But I wouldn't say that there's always truth to reports that come out. Typically, to be honest with you.
That was Mark Grody asking Caleb Williams on 670 The Score when we had him on live back in August if the coverage is fair when it comes to him. I feel like that was a little bit of Mark Grody's guilty conscience coming in there.
I don't know if he felt guilty. I think he just wanted to get perspective from the quarterback, QB1.
No, and he has every right to do so. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. Mark will join us from Hallis Hall at 1:25.
Bears.
In the meantime, we had Rex Grossman on, former Bears quarterback, of course, Super Bowl attending quarterback with the Bears. We had him on yesterday because he is doing a City Cruise event on the 21st with Alex Brown and Brian Urlacher. And we asked Rex about simply being a quarterback for the Bears and what that is like?
There's a lot of negatives. Everything you said is true, but there's also, you're in Chicago. You're playing for the Chicago Bears in the Super Bowl. You get drafted in the first round. You're in a beautiful city with passionate fans. And, a lot of them loved me. A lot of them didn't. But, that's just part of it. And during the 2006 season, our defense was playing so well and our special teams was making plays, and we would play great on offense. But when we didn't, I was the lightning rod, and the 670, the score was all over it. So everybody just was talking about, well, the defense is going to play great. Special teams is going to play great. We're going to run the ball decent. How's Rex going to play? So I became a lightning rod as big as it gets. So that was a little bit of pressure for sure, but the biggest pressure was on me to figure out how to play consistently well. And I was good at times, and, at times I wish I had a few things back.
Isn't this the story of the modern NFL quarterback, though? Like everything he just described, except for the part about the defense, because we're still figuring that out here in Caleb's run. But ultimately, Layla, Caleb, I believe, embraces this moment, accepts this challenge. He was drafted number 1 overall. That was his childhood dream. And he's in Chicago, a city where he knows they haven't had quarterbacks like this. And he had a chance to try to duck out. His dad asked him, do you want me to try to force this thing? And he said, no, I'm good. I accept it. And he's accepted the challenge. And every step of the way, he has gotten it done as far as development and getting us to this point where the Bears are now 6-3. And you're over there with a shiny, all-color graphic with the Bears in the playoffs.
Holding it up if you didn't see it earlier, because it is pretty and glossy, and we printed it out on color paper. The current playoff picture, of which the Bears are on it as a 6 seed. I also just want to say this. I think Rex Grossman, number 1, is buffered by time looking back, and the way he talks about it, I think, is a very mature and understandably so way of looking back at it. And he did go to a Super Bowl. That's the last time the Bears were in the Super Bowl. That is going to change the equation. And you and I both talked about this with him too. He was a fabulous college quarterback. Like, he had a resume that was outstanding going into it. Caleb Williams, a similar thing. But, Rex played at Florida. That was it. He didn't have the split like Oklahoma and USC. But the 24-hour news cycle now, and the way that the news is always just coming at you constantly. Like back then, you could turn on the Score, read the Tribune. And now it's coming at you no matter what you do. If you want to keep up with your friends on Instagram, there's probably a headline about you. If you want to open up and check the news about on Twitter about the NFL, it's a lot of it's going to contain you. I can't imagine what that part of it is like. But I think for Caleb Williams, at least, number 1, sit on the money you've made, and I say this a lot, but to make $10 million via NIL, that is a huge accomplishment. Not just winning the Heisman, but also your career already being multi-million dollars. That is as good of an indication as any that this is you've earned that, you've already earned so much playing quarterback, and nobody can take that away from you. So then you add to that the constant discussion about you. I just don't see as many questions about him now as we had even at the beginning of the season. I know we played that Colin Cowherd clip after the Lions game, but there's just not a lot of, I think Rex is right when it comes to if the rest of your team is good or if there are not a lot of other questions, then how much of the blame also gets placed on the quarterback? And I don't think we can talk about setbacks he has in his development. We can talk about how he could have had a better game. I can tell you about the things that I'm watching for. But that doesn't mean that I think he's not the person for this job.
The biggest thing for me, and even you just describing it, Rex Grossman didn't have to deal with the constant evaluation, the nonstop, the fire hose of media, social media, whatever you want to call it. I think the beautiful point is Caleb Williams is not Joe Flacco or Aaron Rodgers' age. He can't imagine what it was like without all that stuff because he grew up in an era in the social media where this is what he's used to. He's already conditioned to it. It doesn't matter to him because this is just the way it's always been. And that's why I think he handles it so well.
Well, also, when Rex Grossman and you and I turned on the TV every morning to watch ESPN, it was Sports Center. It wasn't First Take. And so you're not seeing your name get talked about for 20 minutes at a time where people are yelling at each other. When it's constant, when you have no place to go without hearing your name.
The Cam Newtons of the world weren't screaming and laughing and disparaging teams in their efforts to make the playoffs and calling them non-contenders as they are every single day. The only really place you got it, and you know what? Rex did mention this to us, the Score, right here on the Score.
Yeah.
That's where you got that kind of outlandish side of it.
Well, I think there's a lot of people making good points on our text line, too. Like, for example, 708 says, this is an audience that's most successful eye test locally for a quarterback is Cutler. And fair. And Eric Kramer is the leading passer of the organization. But I think part of the problem is when you're good, this is what happens. I remember when the national discussion didn't feature a Bears quarterback. We do live in the third biggest market in the country. And we should have high standards. And I don't want to take that away from anybody either.
No, I think that's what we're here for, right? And I'm here to see it all play out. And let me tell you something. I like the way this Caleb Williams story is going so far.
And 630, no, but he dealt with a bunch of Bobs saying Orton was the guy over him. That's probably worse. You know what? That I need to listen to. That I need to go back and listen to for sure. So that's a good point as well. Coming up next here on Rahimi Harrison Grody, a guy who can contribute to this, Danny Parkins. So we'll talk to Danny, the host of First Things First on Fox Sports 1. We'll do that next here on The Score.
Bears fans, it's week 11 and the 6-3 Bears are heading to Minnesota looking to get payback against the Vikings. Can the Bears continue to find ways to win and get their first division win of the season? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears Vikings right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Shop Jewel Osco for USDA Choice Beef Chuck Roast at $3.99 a pound, limit 10 pounds. Fresh Atlantic salmon fillets are just $5.99 a pound, limit 10 pounds. Plus, don't miss this week's hot digital deals on premium produce.
Hi, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
1-877-CARS for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The holidays are back at Starbucks, so share the season with a peppermint mocha. Starbucks signature espresso, velvety mocha, and cool peppermint notes, topped with whipped cream and dark chocolate curls. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
This is Carrie Cooper. It was a small complex of bungalows in the LA neighborhood of Echo Park in the early 70s. The gigging and collaboration between Linda Ronstadt, Glenn Frey and Jackson Browne was the beginning of Southern California rock. More at FocusOnRock.com.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose vasectomy clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
Buying a diamond today can feel like navigating a maze. Corporate jewelers push pricing games. Lab-grown diamonds flood the market, losing up to 80% of their value in 1 year. Online outlets push poorly cut stones that lack brilliance. It's risky, and your investment deserves better. That's why Chicago turns to Rasny Jewelers, Chicago's trusted family-owned diamond experts for nearly 75 years. We're your safe haven, offering only natural diamonds that hold value. Every Rasny diamond is hand-selected. And here's the Rasny promise. When you're ready to upgrade, we'll buy back your Rasny diamond for 100% of what you paid. That's not just confidence. That's integrity. Choose Rasny Jewelers for a diamond purchase you can trust. Backed by 7 decades of expertise, transparency, and integrity. 4 Chicagoland locations: suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, Chicago's Gold Coast, and online at rasny.com.
Winterland at Gallagher Way is back this holiday season with festive fun for all ages. From November 23rd through December 31st, experience the Chris Kindle Market Wrigleyville, ice skating, train rides, visit with Santa, and more. Admission to Winterland is free. Visit GallagherWay.com for more info.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
At Skechers, comfort is a technology. That's right. You don't just make a shoe and hope it comes out comfortable. It takes research, innovations, compounds, engineering, and so much more to feel so comfortable you'd swear you're wearing pillows on your feet. We have features like Skechers Air-Cooled Memory Foam and fits like Relax Fit, Stretch Fit, Wide Fit, Arch Fit, and so many more to make the shoe feel like it was custom-made just for your foot. Plus, we have hands-free Skechers Slip-ins technology. Just step it and go. Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever comfortable footwear is sold.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
I could do Stephen A's job, guys. It's not that hard.
Danny Parkins.
QB1 party! All are invited!
Host of Fox Sports 1's First Things First.
What did he prove? Is that the question?
Yeah.
That he is the one. He is the one. He is the answer to all I've wanted my entire life as a Bears fan. The Bears, plenty of reason to doubt them. Caleb Williams, no.
Former host of 670 The Score before he abandoned us.
That's a Caleb Williams custom, baby!
Jersey number 1 is going to the Raptors.
You guys made it seem like as Chicago Bears fans, we had our guy, Danny Parkins, all these guys.
Danny Parkins on 670 The Score.
Wait.
We love talking to Danny Parkins. It happens every week at this time, 1 o'clock on a Wednesday. Check Danny out on the newly expanded First Things First from 4 to 5 on Fox Sports 1. He is at Danny Parkins on X, and he joins us via Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. Hey, Danny, can I show you something?
Please. Yeah, of course.
Ray printed it out on our color printer. He used the color ink for this.
Wow, you guys got a color printer. Things are going well.
Look at this. It's the playoff picture, and you see where the Bears are?
Yeah, I can kind of see that, but they're the 6th seed, right? They would have the Lions and a Ben Johnson revenge spot.
Yes, but isn't it weird to just see this? See this on November 12th?
Makes me nostalgic for the In the Hunt graphic.
Or that's your Fox company's graphic. They do the best job with that, and I love it because it has like 12 teams on it.
what don't we do the best job with over here? Am I right? Yeah. The in the hunt graphic is listen, if the Bears just become like a perennial power, one of the unintended consequences and a small casualty of being a superpower is we will never be in the hunt graphic again, which is I'm gonna have like a wistfulness to that. I'm gonna miss that a little bit, but somehow I think we'd be able to soldier on if it was like, man, are the Bears gonna have home field advantage throughout the playoffs or merely win the division and be a 2 or a 3 seed? Like, I think we'd get over not being in the hunt graphic.
Follow me on this, Danny. The Bears are indeed in position to win this division. They have a chance because I'm looking at everybody else's schedule. I'm looking at their own schedule. It's really just a matter of if Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson continue to grow and also whether or not they get healthy people back on defense.
Yeah, I think it's a little right. I like the caveat at the end there. They can win the division. I don't think they will. I think that the schedule gets a lot tougher. I think Green Bay's defense is excellent, and while Jordan Love is inconsistent in a hilarious way, and they're suffering some injuries on offense, I do think, their 3 losses, they allowed 10 to Philly, 16 to Carolina, and 13 to Cleveland. Like, Green Bay's defense is going to win them a lot of games. And then Detroit, I still think, is the best team in the division. So I'd be very, very surprised if the Bears won the division. But there's a path, as you mentioned. And part of the reason why you hire Ben Johnson, there's a million of them, and this is just somewhere on the list. But one of the reasons is familiarity with the NFC North. Like, the Bears obviously could have beaten the Lions last year on Thanksgiving. They could have beaten the Vikings in that game that went to overtime last year when they scored 27 and Caleb had 340 and 2 touchdowns and no picks. They could have beat Green Bay both times. One was on the blocked field goal, and then the other one they did win in Week 18. So even if they are going to be an underdog in the Packers games, in the last Lions game, like, they can win those games as an underdog. So yes, there's a path to winning the division, but I wouldn't pick it right now.
Well, and Danny, we asked this question to begin our show, and we had some fun with that playoff graphic because it is not in the hunt. And I did ask the question, if they win on the road at Minnesota Sunday, especially because that's the team that they've seen once already this season, how much does that change your expectation and evaluation of this team?
That's a good question. I don't know what could happen in that game that would make me change my evaluation of the team. Because, like, if the defense balls out, I assume most of us are going to be like, well, yeah, J.J. McCarthy's just not that good, maybe ever, or certainly yet. And then I think we're at the point where we are expecting the offense to be somewhere between average and great, and we'd be surprised if they were really bad. So I don't know if there's anything that could happen against Minnesota that would make me change, like, the overall outlook of the team.
Well,
Was there for one of you guys?
Well, I think it's more of the expectation that this team should make the playoffs if they move to 7-3 on the season.
Yeah, right. Listen, we can game out all of these scenarios, but it is worthwhile to remember that, Green Bay lost to Cleveland and Carolina. Miami blew out Atlanta and blew out Buffalo, and then got blown out in the 2 games in between them, including one of those to Cleveland. Like, Buffalo beat the Chiefs thoroughly and then got blown out by the Dolphins. Like, it is such a week-to-week league that, like, if the Bears get to 7-3 and beat Minnesota, that doesn't mean they won't lose to the Browns. That's just how the league works. And I don't think they are. I mean, they would have lost to the Giants probably if Jackson Dart didn't get hurt, right? Now no one's going to remember that if they get to 10 wins and they make the playoffs, but that's just part of how it goes here. So maybe it sounds like you guys are a little bit. I don't even think I'm pessimistic. I am wildly enthused by what I am seeing, and it's been so crazy entertaining. But I don't really feel like I am yet watching a great football team. I feel like I'm watching a really improving offense and a really exciting football team, and one that is 6-3, but probably pretty easily could be 3-6. And like, that's the huge middle class that is the NFL.
No, you're right, but I don't even think they're a good football team. I just think they're a team with a winning record they're bum slayers. They've beaten a bunch of bums. But my point is, Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams have more chance to improve over the course of these last 8 games than anybody else because they have not scratched the surface on their actual potential yet. They're still a work in progress. Most of these other teams, we know what they are.
So you think I don't know. I wonder if that's like hometown like bias, right? Like I mean the Lions changed their play caller this week. Like after losing an offensive coordinator and a defensive coordinator. So like do the Lions fully know what they are yet?
Yeah, I think they're the class of the division. That's what they are. I know what they are.
Right, but you would agree that if the Bears changed their play caller, that would be a massive story, right? And that would be that would be a massive change. Not just because it's Ben Johnson, but like that's a big thing that like the Niners think they're going to the playoffs. Will Brock Purdy play for them this year? That's a pretty big thing that could change the complexion of how we look at who the Niners are over the course of the year. So I think that we're 10 weeks into this thing. A lot of things are going to change between now and the end. But the truth is, you and I are in agreement. Detroit is going to make the playoffs. I would imagine we're in agreement that even the loser of Rams Seahawks, I think both of those teams are going to make the playoffs. The Bucks are going to win the NFC South. They will be in the playoffs. And then the Eagles are going to win the NFC East. So that's 5 NFC teams that are locked. And then it's Bears, Packers, and Niners. And depending on what you think of Carolina, 2 of those 3 teams will make it. Like that's what the Bears have accomplished at this point in the season. It's 2 out of 4 or 2 out of 3 teams for 2 spots.
No, and I feel like that is fair. And that's kind of why I wanted to bring it up to begin with, is because I think questions like this do help people evaluate the team. I'm with you. There's a lot about the NFC North that I still think is at least up in the air as far as it's not the same confidence that you can evaluate these teams with that you had last year. You know, like you mentioned, we see Dan Campbell calling the plays on the sideline. I thought that the Micah Parsons trade meant that Green Bay was a Super Bowl contender, and we've seen how inconsistent they have been. In fact, we were playing cuts on the afternoon show from callers in Wisconsin talking about how good the coach is in Chicago. You know, there's a lot that's undecided.
Love that bit. That's a great bit. Out of town sports radio is a great bit. I love that.
It is. And like that was Tanny just listening to post game calls, and like that. Not only does it show, number one, how things have changed, but also number 2, I don't think there's a lot of truths to be had in the division right now that you can lean on.
Yeah, it's a very competitive division. There's very good coaches. I know everyone wants to write off J.J. McCarthy yet, but we'll see. He's played the least of all of those guys. It's a very, very tough division, and I like where the Bears stand. Like, I like the Bears coach. I like the Bears quarterback. I like a lot of talent on the team. If Kyler Gordon and Jalen Johnson both come back this year, I mean, that's a real potential boon to the defense. I don't think it solves everything, but I think it's a real reason for optimism. So yeah, I mean, there's a path here where the Bears make the playoffs and then are very dangerous in the playoffs if the offense improves over the next 8 weeks, I think, to what Marshall was driving at earlier, as much as they did in the last 10, like this team could be pretty damn scary at the end of it. Can I ask you guys a question?
Of
by
course.
The way? Okay. It feels like, and I'm not sure if you agree, and I don't know if this has been talked about at all locally, it feels like we're nibbling around the edges of a decision regarding Caleb Williams that might impact how Bears fans refer to him for the next 15 years. And that is, people are starting to talk nicknames. Like Iceman seemed to come out of that little video with the Bears. I saw someone commented and called him C. Willie. I really like what I said on TV, but I'm obviously biased because I said it. I think he is the one, and you could play that clip of Morpheus at Soldier Field, because he does his Houdini acts of escaping sacks and evading pressure. It's like Neo in the Matrix dodging bullets. I don't know, and I like if you can play a clip of a movie that everybody loves on a stadium jumbotron, and the whole crowd goes insane. So like, imagine like if, let's say, like The One like caught on, and then like the Bears are down 4 with 90 seconds and 2 timeouts left, and they just put on the jumbotron Morpheus going, "He is the one," and then it cut to Caleb Williams running onto the field. Like the place would go ballistic. And I also kind of like Iceman, because you could be like, "That's right, Iceman, I am dangerous," and like Val Kilmer could like click his teeth. Like I think there's like real potential here, but we can't do C. Willie. We can't allow that to happen. And I just feel like we have to nudge fans in the right direction on what this nickname could become.
Well, the problem is it's Theo Benedette who's leading the charge on C. Willie.
I don't like it.
He said we call it C. Willie time because he's just as cool as ever in the fourth quarter. So when it's the left tackle, doesn't that get the biggest vote here?
The irony, Danny, is that Theo Benedette and his lack of consistency and protection in the passing game has allowed him to have those opportunities to play the Neo character.
Yeah. Layla, I think if Darnell Wright was leading the charge, that would carry a lot more weight with me than Theo. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like, should he have more of a say in Caleb Williams' nickname than me? I don't think so. Like, I actually am not positive that he should. And so I just don't want us to rush into a decision on this. I don't want anyone to make a wrong decision. Mm-hmm. You can't choose your own nickname. It's often given to you. Like by the way, Victor Wembanyama, it goes by Wemby. I kind of thought Big Vic was better. I thought Big Vic was better. I lost out on that one. Like his Instagram handle is Wemby. Everyone's calling him Wemby. I lost. I'm willing to lose the vote, but I would suggest The One or maybe Neo, like a Matrix style theme. But again, I'm just a humble servant of Bears fans here, you know. So I want the discussion to happen because I don't think we can allow it to be C. Willie.
Let me kick back.
Iceman can't be it because that's Paul Wall. So we're not doing that. So The One may be better.
Iceman is Val Kilmer in Top Gun.
The Iceman is Paul Wall.
Listen,
Iceman is Val Kilmer in Top Gun.
No, I understand both of your references. Let me just back up and say, why does he need to have a nickname in this manner? Why can't Caleb itself be the nickname? Here's why. It's biblical, right? And so it's of biblical proportions. And if you know who Caleb was in the Bible and his role in getting to the promised land, which is where Bears fans want Caleb to take us, I think that fits. It's one name. Sometimes, like, Mike was just Mike, okay? Caleb is just Caleb.
Listen, I don't know that we're ready necessarily.
No, I'm not putting him on the same level as Mike.
Well, because he was also Air Jordan. It's not like he did not have nicknames. And by the way, to your point though, Marshall, most NFL quarterbacks do not have nicknames. Like Mahomes doesn't have a nickname. Josh Allen doesn't have a nickname. Lamar Jackson doesn't have a nickname. Like they are more like Prince, like it's just Lamar, Josh, Mahomes. Like we do normally Stafford. And now it can't be Williams. So to your point, it would be Caleb. Like it would be like that. That is normally how QBs go. But back in the day, like Broadway Joe for Joe Namath, like there is precedent for it, is all I'm saying. And when I saw C. Willie, I became very, very concerned. And I thought this is a big issue for me.
C. Willie's too close to Free Willy, and that's the first thing that comes to my mind. I don't want to go down that path.
Yeah, Free Willy was a good movie. It really tugged at the heartstrings.
It did.
Like, wasn't there? But like, should there have been an easier way? Like, could he really have cleared that wall? I feel like the bloopers, the alternate ending of Free Willy, is that whale just jumps on a wall and dies.
Wow. That got dark very quickly.
Very Simpsons ending out of you.
I'm just saying, that's
You're
what
not
would have
wrong.
actually happened. No whale could have cleared that wall.
I just want to point out that C. Willy has nothing to do with Free Willy. It's Chili Willy, the little penguin. This does not help the cause of the C. Willy nickname.
Oh, yeah, I knew. Chili Willy is a penguin. Yeah,
I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah.
It doesn't help. Doesn't give it any cool points.
So you just wanted to...
He can't be C. Willy. I'm not going to allow it. That I will openly campaign against.
But the one is your vote. That is or you're saying you initiated this the once campaign.
On. You want to go toe to toe against Theo Benedette for this? I mean that.
Say again.
The
you want to
Canadian
go toe to toe against Theo Benedette for this? Is there a physical matchup involved?
Well, like obviously no. But a battle of like wits and influence and like public sway. Like I think I'm willing to possibly engage with him on that. Like, you know what I mean? Like I don't know him at all, but like again, like I feel like my megaphone against his, like I've got a shot in that battle is all I'm saying. And like no disrespect to Theo, I just think we can do better. That's all I'm saying. And by the way, if Caleb loves it, then I'm on board. I'm willing to lose. I just don't want us to like, oh wow, Theo Benedette commented on Instagram and now our quarterback is C. Willie. Like that's just not enough for me.
I'm just happy we're able to have this conversation because that means wins are piling up and Caleb Williams is becoming the player who he was destined to be as the number 1 overall pick.
And also the Bears got a coach fired, Danny.
Yeah. Bears did get a coach. Right. And by the way, we should be willing to have this conversation anyway. Like this is what and the analysis is whatever. Like everybody watches the games, you have your opinion, you're not gonna be like, this is the bread and butter of what we do here. And I think it matters. I think it matters. And so again, most likely he will just be Caleb, which is great. It's a sweet name. There's never been anyone else who's been Caleb. I get it, but it can't be C. Willie. It can't.
That's the bottom line. It just can't. That's the takeaway here. It cannot be C. Willie. That's where you draw your line in the sand.
Yeah, and you guys, and Grody needs to be going around to people at Haugh and asking how many people call. Like, can we get some boots on the ground reporting here? Like, who can we text? Like, who can we ask? What does DJ Moore call him?
Ray's on it right now. He's going to.
What does Roma Dunze? What does Roma Dunze call him? What does Antoine Randall call him? Like if they all call him C. Willie, then the battle is lost. Like the war is over, and I'm late to it. But I wanna nip it in the bud prematurely if it's just one guy on Instagram. That's what I'm saying.
I think technically it was a press conference, right?
Yeah, like it was an actual
press
scrum.
Availability.
All right, fine. Whatever it was.
I know what DJ Moore calls him. Bossy. That's what DJ Moore calls him.
Yeah, he called him boss. That's true. That's a good point.
So he might be the boss.
He's the first one who speaks on the track.
Yep.
In the words of Khalees. All right, Danny, we'll continue to try to figure that out. But I kind of like the idea of people just calling him what they want to. I'm not here to gatekeep.
Well, that's the difference between you and me.
At least you admit it. At least you're self-aware and know what your standing is. Appreciate it. Damn
straight. Hey, by the way, again, it's your show and I'm a guest, but like you can call him whatever you want between 10 and 2 on the score, right? You know what I mean? So like I'm just saying, I'm calling him the one. I don't care if it's an army of one calling him the one. When he gets, how did he escape some of those sacks?
No, that's fair. That was very Matrix. Very Matrix. Right? Yep.
Like he sees the game differently. Everyone else is slow. He is fast. We've been waiting for him forever. It's a revelation. At the beginning, it was rocky and inconsistent, and he didn't totally believe, but then he evolved over the course of the movie. Then it was a franchise-altering thing that spanned multiple generations, kind of changed the way we viewed cinema in many ways, a signature thing. Like, he is the one.
Draws a lot of parallels to how AI is going to use humans in a few years. No, I feel you, Danny.
Yeah,
it's not bad at all.
There's going to be a spin-off. It's going to be John Wick in 20 years.
Thanks, Danny. Enjoy the next upcoming hour that you can watch Danny, by the way, 4 to 5 p.m. on Fox Sports 1. That is newly expanded First Things First. So we will enjoy him there as well. Danny, thanks for coming on.
Can't wait. We'll do it again next week. See you guys.
Yes,
thanks, Danny.
We will. Maybe we'll have an answer by then. Danny mentioned him. Mark Grody next with the very latest from Haugh, including following up on a question we had as a show. We'll do it next.
Mark Grody, part of the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show on The Score.
I remember the first time I called The Score, I had to call Doug and OB. Like, I was like, is Urlacher for real? And Doug Buffon told me, yes, Mark, Brian Urlacher is for real. And this was like his third game, I think, ever. And I was like, yes, that's just what I wanted to hear from Doug Buffon.
Mark Grody, a lifelong Chicago sports fan and longtime Score guy. Talking Chicago sports every day on the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show, right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop the Black Friday Now sale at Grand Appliance for Black Friday deals like LG counter depth refrigerators starting at just $15.99. Visit grandappliance.com or your local Grand showroom to save all month. It's Grand Appliance, appliance expert since 1930.
Hey, it's Mully and Haugh here for Window Nation's end of the year sale. This November, you'll save big with 50% off all window styles. Plus, you could get 0% financing for 5 years, and Window Nation will include their professional one-day installation.
Window Nation's proven quality windows are so good you'll actually save money on lower utility bills and come away with a lifetime warranty. Window Nation even has an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Don't miss out on 50% off and 0 interest for 5 years. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com to get started.
Kohl's has 20% off gifts that are so good, your family might think you read their minds. Check off your list now with cozy, thoughtful, and stylish gifts that will make them say, how did you know? Yep, with these presents from Kohl's, you're gonna leave them feeling impressed and convinced that you're a psychic. Shop Kohl's for an extra 20% off gifts that are the perfect fit. Select styles. Offer ends November 22nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or kohls.com for details.
Hey, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one very easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Now, that's what I call a return on investment. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Think about it. You take thousands of steps every day. Shouldn't every single one of them feel amazing? Well, with Arch Fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins, they can. Skechers teamed up with podiatrists to design a shoe that provides amazing arch support for all-day comfort. And best of all, you get all this comfort, stability, and support with the ease of Skechers slip-ins technology. Just slip them on. There's no bending down and no struggling to tie your shoes. Just step in and go. Try Arch Fit hands-free Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever comfortable footwear is sold.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside scoop on your home team before they take on their next opponent. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Not available in all states. Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary. Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program may only have to pay back a mere fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-474-1811. 800-474-1811. That's 800-474-1811.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Texas Tech football moved up to number 6 in the latest college football playoff ranking. Surprising that they're that high, but when you look at their season, they should probably be even higher. Committee Chair Mack Rhodes said on ESPN they weren't converting at a high enough rate in the red zone. Okay, but none of that's going to matter because the Red Raiders are likely going to the playoff, and once they get there, even schools from the bigger conferences are not going to want to play them. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Bears. Mark Grody, covering the Bears for 670 The Score.
Could I get a couple minutes with you here, man?
Man, I ain't even talking today, man. I'm sorry.
Okay.
We'll go next to Mark Grody from The Score.
How gratifying is it when you win that battle and get the football thrown to you? What?
Host of the Take the North podcast.
Mark Grote, WBBM. Kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though.
Mark Grody.
Baked potato.
With Rahimi Harrison Grody on The Score.
You ain't my beer.
Okay.
Mark Grody is our Bears reporter. He is the co-host of Rahimi Harrison Grody, and he hosts the Take the North podcast, TTN. He does it all for us and covers the Bears right here on 670 The Score. And he joins us via Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. Mark is not tucked away in some sort of closet today at Soldier Field. He is out there with a Bears background. Mark, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm in the Bears official interview room that we are in on a daily basis, unless the crowd expands or if it's a special day, then we go into one of the auditoriums. But that is the place from which I am broadcasting today, and it's good to see everybody because sometimes I don't have enough time to set up for our Twitch folks. So here I am out here at Haugh, and a little bit of news to start the day, or at least I'll just call it an update on Kyler Gordon and Jalen Johnson. And per Ben Johnson, the Bears head coach, he said that they should be able to get both of those guys back, Kyler Gordon and Jalen Johnson, at some point at the end of the season, according to Johnson. But still, Johnson says, to be determined on when those clocks will start clicking, as he put it. Ben Johnson said, and this is heartening to hear. I mean, Jalen Johnson is in the building, for those that were wondering. He's in the building today, as a matter of fact. And Ben Johnson said he chatted with Jalen Johnson in the weight room again today, and that Jalen Johnson, and I know people have been seeing him on social media, Jalen Johnson, per Ben Johnson, is expected or excited with where he is right now, and that he's hopeful that he's going to be out on the practice field in the near future. That does leave things a little bit ambiguous still. That is certainly not close to being exact, but it's a little bit of optimism. On Kyler Gordon, guys, The Bears are still thinking, Layla, that it's going to be a short-term IR stint for him, which in a short term is 4 weeks for Kyler Gordon, having missed this last game. So there's still optimism. You know, I'm assuming that Gordon is a little bit ahead of Jalen Johnson. That's the real wild card, Jalen Johnson. But Kyler Gordon could be back in a few weeks.
Well, that's it to me is Jalen Johnson. Anything for me is a bonus to see him playing before the end of the year. That would be a huge bonus. But the Kyler Gordon update, the initial quote that a lot of people had was back at some point before the end of the season, to which you're saying, well, that's not the shorter version of injured reserve. So I'm glad to hear there was some clarification there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there had been a lot of gray area, and there probably was actual gray area. And I don't think this is one of those cases where the Bears were holding back on information or trying to gray area us. I just think it's these are two injured players, and you don't know how fast they're going to heal, and you can't really get a projection until you start to hear from the players, hear from the trainers, hear from the doctors. And obviously they have, and there's just a little bit of optimism. And obviously, with the Bears being 6-3, there's going to be a little bit more injury. There could be more risk taking than there would have been if the Bears weren't in a position, as they are right now, to compete for the NFC North title.
Mark, I hope that you have found a way to get some clarity after being thoroughly confused about this whole living in the known thing. Can you confirm that you have some clarity?
I think it was one of our most popular topics yesterday.
It's interesting. Yeah, I'm shocked at how many people like texted in and like have messaged since then about it.
It's living in the known.
Yeah, so this is interesting. Now I'm going to let you guys listen to what I have here, and I can't wait to hear your interpretation of it. I was talking to Robbie beforehand, and he asked me if I got to the bottom of it. Robbie can chime in here on this as well. But that's about halfway into the press conference today. I did ask Ben Johnson about what players have been talking about, and I had assumed, echoing Ben Johnson about living in the known, I was wrong. Listen to this.
How do you define living in the known? Because it's something that a lot of the players are uttering to us when they talk about these games and the opportunities they've had.
I can't take credit for that because really Antoine Randall is such an integral part of what we're doing. Really, the entire coaching staff is doing a phenomenal job. They really are, and yet L's got an opportunity each week on Fridays to come up and talk with the team in the team meeting, and that's something he kind of struck on a few weeks ago, and it's really started to carry through for us, where he's talking about you start with this hope going into the season, and then you start pulling away with some of these wins, and you start believing in what we're doing and the progress that we're making as a team, and then you get the next step is knowing what's going to happen next. And so it's really, I think he's been the one behind that movement. I'm glad the guys have really resonated with what he's said. It's kind of the vision of this coaching staff. You bring in all these guys with so many different experiences, from playing at this level to coaching here for a long time, and I think each and every one of them has had a profound impact on our team.
Well. What are you going to say to the guy who's from here, huh, Grody? It's one thing if other people say it, but now you got to go up against Antoine Randall L.
Oh, you're saying to me just because Antoine Randall L comes into Halas Hall with 7 immediate Bears to his name that I have to bow down now to Antoine Randall L? No. I can't wait to talk to Antoine Randall L about this. I haven't had many opportunities this year just because of the simultaneous nature of the interviews that go on, that I haven't had a lot of talks or speaks with Antoine Randall L this year, but you bet I will. I'm still not sure I understand it.
I thought it was explained the same way we explained it to you yesterday, actually, based on what he's saying about you're hoping, and then you're starting to believe with more results, and then you know. And
Mark,
then you know.
Let me use another example. Let's try it with Cubs free agency.
Oh, no.
Or the Cubs at the trade deadline. There's hope, there's belief, and there's the known.
What do you know, though? I got it. The hope and the belief. I was like, we're on a roll here. And then he said, like Ben Johnson, I think quoting him or paraphrasing at the very least, knowing what's going to happen next. How do you know what's going to happen next?
You know based on the past and what's happened.
Really?
Well, also just
in the NFL?
But I took it to mean like when he says, especially Caleb Williams, when he was talking about like, we got to have a perfect week of practice to beat this team, or they're not confident in X, Y, or Z plan. And this time they're like, no, we know we can do this. We have a plan. People have roles now. Everybody seems to be functioning much more properly. So that's what I took it to mean. Like they understand what the assignments are.
And you heard Ben Johnson say, once the wins start coming, you now not just believe and hope, you actually see the results, and now you know what has to happen to get to the desired.
And the Cubs hope that they would get.
Don't add in what has to happen. He said knowing what's going to happen.
Yes,
that's where I get triggered. Yeah, that's where I get
triggered. Okay, this is about you not believing in the Bears.
But like
that's
for example, the Cubs.
No, it's not. No, Marshall, that is incorrect. Don't put that on me.
The Cubs hoped they would get a pitcher at the trade deadline. Then they got one, but I don't know that they know that Michael Soroka was going to make the biggest difference for them.
Is Shota
didn't know what his velocity
back?
was.
Is that what I heard from
We're
Ted
trying
Hoyer
to figure.
today?
They got the qualifying offer given to him, but then another team would have to swoop him up, and they would have to give up a draft pick. But
I don't think they want him. I don't think, even though Jed Hoyer's talking about the relationship, I don't think they want him. I don't think they want that
Well,
back.
if you didn't want him, you wouldn't give him the qualifying offer. So
Good point.
Cubs hit might be
Good
2
point.
words. It might be 1 word. We'll find out
but
later.
that's my parallel.
Is that where we're heading? Oh man, God, they won a playoff series this year, and you're giving them 1 word.
I
Marshall?
said
Oh,
maybe.
man.
I said might be. Meanwhile,
Okay.
I know this time every week we get kind of a check-in on what the head coach is saying about the quarterback. What can you tell us about the latest on Caleb Williams' development?
Yeah, a lot of questions about Caleb Williams's ability to improvise, his elusiveness in avoiding sacks. That was a big topic of conversation out here today. But I want to zero in on what Ben Johnson said about, look, man, when the special moments are happening, or I should just say the off script, the improvising, nobody knows what's going to happen when Caleb has the ball in his hand, and there's a fine line, and there can be some conflict to it as well. Here's Ben Johnson on Caleb's improvising.
When you see Caleb do some of these things at the last second, spin, kind of backwards out of the way, in your head, are you sitting there going, oh, look out? Or are you living and dying with, he backpedaled 6 yards in the middle of a scramble the other day?
I'm thinking I'm the best coach in America. Have a play call, wouldn't it? No, I think that's the beauty behind what we have going right now is, as a coaching staff, we try to get that primary receiver open as much as we can, and sometimes the defense doesn't cooperate with you, and so Caleb knows that if we can't get 1 to 2, or if he's feeling the pressure, that he can still make us right, and we can still have a good play. So I think that's a cool thing about where we're at right now.
What did you make of that, Mark? Because I'm trying to figure out. I know we're not there yet, but are we getting closer to being there yet?
When you say closer to where?
To being end result of where I want Caleb Williams to be as far as running this offense in the fashion that Ben Johnson wants it, and to be doing everything he wants, whether that's throwing, running, or making better decisions between the two things.
Well, I took 2 things out of it. Living in the know. That's number 1. That's how I interpreted that. Number 2 is it's where we all are. It's where we all are with Caleb Williams. And that is
where we're at in terms of good?
Where we're at in terms of good. Yes. Yes. No, I will expand further than that, or else that would be really tragic for me and for the radio station. But I think he's where we all are, as in, you want to see the special. You want to see him do the spin moves. But if there are guys open downfield, and even if it's at the last second, you want to see him fire the ball down the field and find the open guys. And look, it's a fine line. And there's no way Ben Johnson isn't still learning and trying to figure it out on the daily basis, what he has in Caleb, what he should allow that he wouldn't allow other quarterbacks to do. But there are still coaching points every single week where they're sitting down and they're watching the tape, and Ben Johnson is saying, did you need to get out of the pocket right there? Did you need that? I mean, or could you have thrown it to this guy in the flat? Or did you see this guy open down the field? So I do think he is in a lot of ways, while much more advanced than us, in a similar place as a lot of people that are watching Caleb Williams and trying to build this perfect concoction and mix of playing within the structure, but then also doing the special when that is allowed or allotted to you out on the field. But really, it all comes down to living in the now, in the know. Yes.
See, now you're mocking the thing that you followed up on, and you took it seriously enough to follow up on it, but then you didn't like the answer.
Well, what am I come out here and lie to you guys? I didn't dislike the answer. It was just the hope, the belief I get. Knowing what's going to happen next, I don't get, because nobody ever knows what's going to happen next in the NFL, especially on a team that is learning, a team that is developing in so many different ways. So, look, I don't want to look like I'm poo-pooing. I love that they have this motto, but I just personally, as a, I'd like to think of myself as an intellectual. I like to learn things and know things and really interpret them.
It's projecting based on what has happened.
All I wanted was for him to qualify as I think
Layla thinks I'm being difficult.
No, I think you explained it. I actually think
from.
You explained it the best yet. Then
okay.
No.
Yeah. Well,
no, I
cheers
actually
to you, Layla,
appreciate your commentary on it.
and appreciate you and credit because it was Marshall who came up with some ideas yesterday. I get it. But Layla is the one who said, let's explore this topic. And here we are, day 2, still trying to interpret.
Sounds like we need a day 3.
I have a feeling
Can't wait
that
till you talk to the players.
I don't think we have to come to a consensus. Yeah. I know what they were trying to say. That I'm confident about.
I don't.
But I also laugh because I know that the hope and belief thing applies to a lot of what happens now just around us in sports. So I feel like there is some good points to be made about the first 2 parts for sure.
Yes. Oh yeah. Hope, belief, go for it. Put that up all over the place, cheese it up real good, make that your motto. I don't care what you have to do, acronym it. That's cool, whatever. But I'm just a reporter trying to figure something out. And who knows? Maybe I'll have a little something for the afternoon show today once I get myself into the locker room. We'll see where that adventure takes me today.
What's really scary is if it's a philosophical question. Then we've got a whole ball of wax to deal with. Then we'll spend more time on it than we did our grades. Mark Brody, we appreciate your time as always from Palace Hall, and we look forward to your next Bears hit. What time is it today?
Today's next Bears hit will be at 5 p.m. on the Spiegel and Holmes show today.
Ooh, all right.
Yes.
Well, we have that to go with. So, Mark, we'll look forward to it then, and we will talk to you soon.
Okay, guys, live in the known. Bye.
Bye, Mark.
Bye.
You just fade out there. Coming up next here on Rahimi Harris and Grody on 670 The Score. If you thought that was out there, just wait until you hear what Joe Burrow had to say about crystals. Yep. We're going to do that next.
I'm thinking I'm the best coach in America.
Big show for you today on Spiegel and Holmes. Kenny Mayne is going to join us at 3 o'clock. We've got a Bears hit at 5 with Mark Grody. Plus, we're going to turn the page and get you ready for Bears Vikings. On top of that, we'll take a look at the North. And there's stuff going on with the Cubs at the GM meetings. We'll share that with you as well. Spiegel and Holmes, 2 to 6 on The Score.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Imagine you fix a turkey this Thanksgiving that's so delicious, your guests will talk about it for years to come. Does it sound too good to be true? It is not. And the secret I have for you. This year, order a Green Circle Heritage Turkey. Layla Rahimi here for Second City Prime Steak and Seafood. And I asked the owners, Chris and Susie, what makes this bird so special? Well, for starters, it's delivered fresh, never frozen to your doorstep the week of Thanksgiving. That matters when you're trying to cook a bird properly. Skip the low-quality frozen birds at the grocery store and choose a fresh Green Circle Heritage Turkey from Second City Prime. All the turkeys are raised free-range and antibiotic-free. They're fed a diet of surplus vegetables from farmers markets and wholesome gluten-free grain, including corn and soy from the farmer's own mill. From start to finish, these birds are treated and fed well, and the result is a supremely tasty turkey this Thanksgiving. You don't want to be the person they're saying that they like the turkey too, but you know it was dry because you couldn't get the cooking on it right, because it happens. Eliminate that possibility. Hurry, the deadline to order is November 15th. Just visit secondcityprime.com, SECOND, cityprime.com. Orders of 200 or more ship free. Visit secondcityprime.com. That's secondcityprime.com.
Officer, could I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends December 1st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial of our all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card.
One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
Designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying... Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Kick off football season like a pro with the world's largest sportsbook at your fingertips. Circa Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way it should be. With high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Other books may charge you just to get on the field. But with Circa Sports, every play is yours to call. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, everyone, huddle up. It's 3rd and long, and the IRS is showing an all-out blitz on us. What's the play? The play is you call PJN Tax Solutions Group. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more, we may be able to settle your entire IRS debt for up to 85% off the original amount owed, including penalties and interest if you qualify. Is the IRS intercepting your paycheck? Have they thrown a flag for delay a game on your bank account? Dealing with the IRS on your own is a no-win game. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. PJN Tax Solutions Group is a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. When you draft us, you will not have to speak or meet with the IRS. Call PJN Tax Solutions Group now, 630-415-5296, so you don't get sacked by the IRS. Once again, 630-415-5296, or visit our website, pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEBNOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Listen to Rahimi Harrison Grody on the Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. And Mike Florio was on earlier with us. He talked about quarterback Joe Burrow, which reminded me of a video that ESPN Bengals reporter Ben Baby had put out on Instagram. Joe Burrow is nearing a return, and in the meantime, we should have known. We should have known he's a crystals guy.
There are some theories that crystals may be involved in the healing process. What do you make of that?
Doesn't everybody have crystals? I got some crystals, yeah. I mean, I can't imagine it did, but I guess you never know.
Your face.
I love it, actually, because you know what? Lean into it, Joe Burrow. You're back. You're on your road to recovery. You're going to be back Thanksgiving weekend for a big game, I believe, against the Ravens. And you know what? Lean into your crystals. Wear a crystal around your neck. Like, just do your thing, Joe Burrow. You know why? Because Joe Burrow, he deserves better.
He's an outside thinker, that Joe Burrow. He thinks outside the box.
He deserves better. Deserves better than that defense he's been paired with for the last however many years. Deserved better than that offensive line he had the first 2 years. Why
that
do you think
was
he
a
gets
choice.
hurt?
They made a choice to go after receiving rather than offensive line
I'm talking about
help.
early Joe Burrow, though.
I know. I am too.
He needs help. He's a great talent. He needs help.
It's getting close to my Save Luis Severino sad piano. Are you on the Save Joe Burrow sad piano?
I don't know. It's becoming crystal clear that he needs help.
I do love it, though, especially when people will really hype up the question about something fairly relatively innocuous in the large scheme of society. And then it's like, hey, rumors have it that you've been doing X, Y, and Z. And it's like, oh, this is a big deal. And then the person's like, yes, and? Oh, it's not a big deal? What? Contrast. I love that. So I feel like Joe Burrow did that really well in that moment. Do your thing, Joe Burrow. If the crystals help you, just tell us how you do it. Give us some tips. I'm always interested in life.
Also, get off the IR on my fantasy team. Can you come back to life? Now,
So
Caleb
that's
Williams
what
and Matt
this
Stafford
is.
are my other quarterbacks, so I'm fine. But it would be nice to have Joe Burrow available to me as well.
Do you guys have any like hippie things that you believe in as well, like Joe Burrow with crystals? Like I know a lot of people believe in horoscopes or believe in their astrological signs or believe.
Don't get
or
me
anything like
started.
that.
Don't get me started.
Okay, so I didn't really until like some things happened that were like super direct and uncanny, and I was like, okay, maybe there's something to this, but I just don't think that your birthday determines your personality.
Right. The amount of women that have come at my neck because of when I was born is just insane.
Well, that's because you're a Gemini.
Well, but I'm a May Gemini, not a June Gemini. June Geminis are the crazy ones. I'm quite sane.
You know who's a June Gemini?
Who's that?
Half of the show coming up next.
Lawrence? Oh, is that why you just
The
looked at me
way
like
he
that?
just ran into the
Yeah,
window
June
of the
Geminis are
studio to
crazy.
stare us down.
It's well documented.
If you get a text from a girl saying, "Hey, what time were you born?" Run. I know for a fact.
No, I've answered that
been
question. I've done well
there. I
on
have
that.
too, but then like I get like a ooh bad time. It's like I have no control over that.
But that's kind of the point.
Yeah.
They
And you know
want
what's great about that?
Do you know how many people want to blame other people for things that are not under their control? How much time do we have
But
in
the
this
fact
show?
that someone won't be with me because I was born at 11:20 is insane. That's where I don't understand.
When I was younger, I liked the challenge of convincing them that, hey, you should give me a shot, despite what the horoscope, the astrology, and all of it says. Now I'm just like, next.
Here's the thing. I just don't know what I don't know. So I'm willing to understand that that could involve other things such as geology aspects in life and for, say, measuring the stars in ways that I don't understand.
Did you say geology because of the crystals?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, we live off of oil. That's a big deal to a lot of people. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Stones are important.
I just try not to cast the first one.
There you go. Caller 6 to the Scores contest line, 312-540-0670-0670 will receive a pair of tickets to Football After Dark after Moretti's in Bedford Park on Tuesday, December 2nd with special guest Nashawn Wright. I am hosting. So these are always a fun conversation. I got to do them last year, and they are sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com and brought to you by Remy Martin, VSOP. This is my city. So let's talk to one of them, June Geminis, next on Rahimi Harrison Grody on the Score of Spiegel and Holmes in transition.
Hippy dippy baloney.
Bears fans, it's week 11 and the 6-3 Bears are heading to Minnesota looking to get payback against the Vikings. Can the Bears continue to find ways to win and get their first division win of the season? Stay tuned to the Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears Vikings right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hi, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did
you know you can donate real estate too?
It's the season to come together over your holiday favorites at Starbucks. Warm up with a creamy caramel brulee latte, get festive with an iced gingerbread chai, or share a velvety peppermint mocha. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
This is Carrie Cooper. It was a small complex of bungalows in the LA neighborhood of Echo Park in the early 70s. The gigging and collaboration between Linda Ronstadt, Glenn Fry and Jackson Brown was the beginning of Southern California rock. More at FocusOnRock.com.
At Rasny Jewelers, it's the same family for 75 years.
Stan Rasny, CEO at Rasny Jewelers.
To be owned and operated by the same continuous family for 75 years is something that is very powerful and unique.
Daughter and third generation owner Christine agrees.
Rasny Jewelers is truly a family business. You can be in any one of the 4 locations and typically always find a Rasny somewhere in the building.
Indeed. In an industry that's been taken over by corporate stores and online retailers, it's refreshing to know there are still local family jewelers who are still providing exceptional quality, personalized attention, and true expertise.
I cherish when I see in the store that somebody that my parents took care of. When my kids are waiting on great-grandkids of the same family, we're a family business developing the future with the next generation.
Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicagoland locations, suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago's Gold Coast, and online at rasny.com.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Winterland at Gallagher Way is back this holiday season with festive fun for all ages. From November 23rd through December 31st, experience the Chris Kindle Mark at Wrigleyville. Ice skating, train rides, visit with Santa, and more. Admission to Winterland is free. Visit GallagherWay.com for more info.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score.
It's living in the known.
The debate of our time. Thanks to everybody who listened and texted us and called. And thanks to Ray Diaz, Robbie Triano, and Brandon Fryer. Thanks to our video crew, Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, and Max Curtis. Thanks to Mike Florio, Danny Parkins, and Mark Rohde. And I don't know, I guess we'll just thank Rex again because he contributed to the show today. So thanks again to Rex Grossman.
Yes. Sexy Rexy.
Yeah.
A guy with a nickname.
That is a whole nickname.
Yeah. The other guy's just Caleb, and I'm good with that. Although we got some good submissions on the text line.
We did. What was the one you read?
I can't remember. How you have to scroll back down. But not C. Willie. How about that? Let's start with.
I get it.
No, but you can get it, but not get it. Not C. Willie. And then what was the other one? Well, Danny wants him to be called the One. I'm not really feeling that.
What about C Murder?
Oh,
C
Lord.
Note. That's what it was. You just reminded me. C Note.
C Note is good.
I like C Note.
C Murder.
Okay,
Those
that's
are the
in the
voices-
fourth quarter. Murder your ass.
I have a
And
feeling
then
we're
come to
going
the post game
for
show
that.
and just be or the post game press conference, be like, "Murder was the case that they gave
That's
me."
all you got to
Murder
do.
was the case that they gave
C
me.
Murder. C Murder is in the house. You should walk up there and be like, "C Murder is in the house."
Haven't we had discussions about how we know the kids will not go as hard as we do? Have you seen the video of the kids listening to Eminem and being like appalled?
Yes, and there's definitely some appalling stuff from Eminem, but I've also seen videos of the kids looking at old school rap, like the dexterity of some of the vocals of rappers, and being like, "Wow, this is kind of amazing what I'm hearing right now."
Well, because you can understand it.
There's that part, old man. Yes.
Call me all you want.
I love the exposure of like classic rock or prog rock to like the young African American jazz drummers,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
who are like, "Oh my God, what is this?" Like, but really, any kind of clash like that, where somebody is seeing something out of their wheelhouse, but they have big ears and they're hearing it, is great.
I reached out to Jay Illa this morning because every now and again I'll be like, man, because he's a genre bender. That's what I like to call him. Like when you go to a Jay Illa show, like he's a genre bender. And Chris Stapleton has a song called I Think I'm in Love with You, where he is channeling Al Green. Like you can just tell that Al Green was the inspiration. And I'm like, Jay, for one of your grown and sexy sets, grown folks, like I feel like you might be able to blend this in somewhere.
What'd he say?
He's like putting on the headphones and listening to see if he can make it a match and let his mind go crazy.
Right.
I like it. That's Lawrence Holmes and Matt Spiegel, by the way.
Thank you. Good night.
They're here. Transition is brought to you by Old Republic Kitchen and Bar. Old Republic Kitchen and Bar. Ice cold beer, legendary food. Hi, guys.
Hey, we had such a fun conversation at 5 o'clock yesterday based on a Mike Mulligan comp for Caleb Williams being taught by Ben Johnson. Mully had said that Caleb is a great jazz musician who's being asked to lead the orchestra. And I was like, why didn't I think of that? That's awesome. Let's talk about that. And then we ended up with this list of like great jazz musicians who did go on to lead orchestras, like Benny Goodman or Count Basie or Duke Ellington
and Benny Agbayani
or Wynton Marsalis or whatever. It's a small list of people who could actually do that, but it's a good list, so it's kind of a perfect comp. I love that comp from Mully and the conversation that ensued.
Are you there? Are you saying Caleb's going to be in that?
I'm saying
bucket?
I'm saying that's the process. That's what we're watching. That's a big ask. I'm just trying to live in the process, Marshall,
Okay.
and not
in the known.
That's the thing. Or you could be like Colin Cowherd and spout a different certainty every 4 hours about Caleb Williams.
Playing those sound bites back to back.
Thereby losing any credibility that still remains for some people who didn't realize he's just a contrarian by convenience.
The problem
anyway.
is he, in those different takes, weeks after week, it's the whole new information, you evolve your opinion, but sometimes, it's a sharp right turn and then it's a U-turn, and that's what makes it a little more difficult to absorb.
It's this belief that your opinion has to be like definitive about the next 10 years every time you offer it.
Well, it's also the concept of everything hinging on one aspect of quarterback play, which just isn't the truth. Like, if you're not good at the timing thing now, that doesn't mean you won't be good at it later. And additionally, just call different plays.
You know what I love that Rex Grossman said to you guys yesterday? He understood eventually that if you have a bad game, for that whole week, you're a bad player.
He told a lot of truths.
But I thought just that concept, imagine being that person. If you're a bad player the whole week that you have the bad game. That's a crappy existence to have to lead.
I thought you guys did an amazing job with that interview. I thought it was great. I'm glad that we played 4 minutes of it back yesterday. And I was telling Speaks, as someone who covered Rex and really liked Rex, hearing him kind of come back out of the shadows and into the light was awesome. And I thought you guys handled it amazingly.
I think the thing is, like, Mark obviously grew up watching him. Grew up is not the right word because they're peers, but
came up.
Yeah, and I think, like, Marshall and I, like his college career, that was very formative when you're watching modern
Finished
football.
second for the Heisman.
Yeah, and there's an inherent respect I had for Rex Grossman before he even got to the Bears because he balled out at a time where, he's just a little bit older than I am. So if you're in high school, like watching his college game, you're like, oh, this guy's legit. Like that's somebody you just inherently looked up to. So it wasn't surprising, at least to me, seeing him succeed at the NFL level the way he did. Like being away from it, there's just a lot of inherent respect for the career there.
And it was interesting, like back in those times, what people were trying, the battle that was going on was, well, Kyle Orton's safer. Like he's safer. Like he's not going to make the oh my God mistake. He's also not going to make the oh my God completion.
He's not going to even make the attempt. But yeah, he's not going to make the play or the thing. Yeah, no, it's true. I was looking at Rex's stats. It was a different time, which is a crazy thing to say, but like the heyday of modern...
It was 20 years ago,
the heyday of modern quarterbacking with the change in the rules and some of the advancements in the scheming and the short passes and like all that. He's at 54%.
Yeah.
In his best year. 54%. Like you get benched at 54%. For
are
good.
you even in the league?
I don't think you play.
Go look up Joe Namath's statistics, and
grim.
that guy's in the Hall of Fame.
But this is 20 years. 20 years to be thinking about this.
And what are
stuff.
the attempts per game too? That's a big part of it. Like we're talking about that's why I wanted to ask him about the difference because it was so vast at the time where he was specifically playing. That was the beginning of like zone read. That was the beginning of like Rich Rod really shaping offense. So in the college game, it was so vastly different at that time from going into the NFL.
Yeah, and he was a Spurrier guy. And so
it's superior to you.
You go.
That is an established nickname.
You go from you're the reason that the offense moves to no one wants you to mess it up. And that's what those Bears teams were built on back then. It was strong running game, take the ball away, crazy defensive talent, all of that stuff. And it was like, well, is Rex good enough to elevate the Bears offense? And can he be okay with maybe not being the star of the offense? And that push-pull that was going on the entire time that he was a Bears quarterback. And them looking to see if they could replace him. He also got hurt a lot, which was another issue. And there were a lot of Bears fans who were like, man, he'll never be healthy enough for the experiment to work. And by the time they had finished with the Super Bowl in 2007, it was like, are they moving in a down trend? And you did start to see some of the zone read quarterbacks make their way up. At the same time, Cutler's 2009, right? 2008 when he gets drafted. And that guy was SEC Player of the Year on a 5-6 team.
Well, and the difference was still at the time the college quarterback versus the NFL game, and it was a massive difference. And now it is, but it's about different aspects of the game. It's more about, as we know, timing and a couple of different things. But at the time, those were two totally different offensive systems.
Right now in the NFL, there are 19 quarterbacks who have a completion percentage of 65 or better. All of 2006, there were 3. Peyton Manning, Tony Romo, and David Carr had a good year that year in completion percentage. But from 19 to 3, that's only 20 years.
20 years is a lifetime.
And for the NFL and the way that offense is picked up. So when Ben Johnson says he wants 70%, he's that's a very small list.
Quick pass game, extension of the run game, ups the percentage. You start to see guys like the idea of getting the ball out faster, keeps your quarterback safer.
There are 5 quarterbacks right now in the NFL who have completed 70% of their passes.
Sam Darnold, one of them?
Sam Darnold is one of them.
Because it was 4 last year, so Stafford, obviously.
Stafford right now is not that high. He's at 67%.
Okay, I was close.
So Sam Darnold.
Is it Goff still? Even though
Goff is number 1 at 74%.
Sheesh.
74.
That's insane.
Goff is 74% completion rate. Drake May at 71.7, folks. Sam Darnold, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson.
Well, and also, do you remember when completion?
Lamar!
Well, that But when high completion rate was a talk down about stat because that was the West Coast offense function.
Well, right,
Oh yeah, well it's a bunch of dink and dunk passes, and you're just trying to get a high completion rate.
To your point, Chad Pennington was 4th in 2006, and that was the guy everybody's like, oh, he's just throwing shorties. Yeah, the numbers are good.
And West Coast offense was an insult.
Well, Chad didn't really have, whether through injury or just genetics, didn't have the arm really to do some of that stuff. But with Rex, to get back to Rex, he did. Like some of the throws that Rex Grossman made, you're like, oh my God, like this is what it's supposed to look like. But there just wasn't enough of them, and there weren't enough weapons for him, and it just never happened. But he was always a good dude. And I felt like, not that he ran out of town in shame, but I always felt like he didn't feel welcomed. So the fact that through these city cruises, he has seen people welcome him, and you guys did a wonderful job of making him feel welcome. It warmed my heart, quite honestly, because I was there every day, and I was hearing it every day on the Score airwaves, people hitting me up in the city and having to kind of be in his face and talk to him about some of this stuff. It was really great to see him be somewhat at peace and have a great understanding of what he viewed his life as Bears quarterback to be like.
The hot take industrial complex has expanded exponentially since his time as a quarterback.
100%.
And we talked about the fact that Caleb Williams, because we brought back some of that interview to describe what Caleb Williams is going through and how Rex Grossman was dealing with that, and talked about like, well, in the Score, they used to, shred him up.
We were social media.
Yes.
Back then.
And so now the Score was like a thing, but now it's just everywhere. That same type of scrutiny and magnifying glass, microscope, however you want to describe it, it is everywhere because everybody and their mama and their grandmama has an opinion, and they let it be known, whether it's on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, wherever.
I haven't seen a magnifying glass in a long time. I really only used it to try and burn ants.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew that's how that sentence was going to end.
That's all I did.
Isn't that a sign?
What
yes,
of
it
being,
is.
of being
It
a
is.
serial killer?
Tanny, you're our expert on serial killers. Does that fall under?
It's either that or being a kicker for the Steelers.
Well, that's what I was doing. I was reaching over, searching for Mike Tomlin, as I'm one to do.
I mean, if they're fire ants, I'm good with it.
Well, yeah, I didn't know
Other
what kind
ants,
of
like I don't know.
Killer mentality.
And our kicker is a serial killer.
Yeah, that's right. So that's what Chris Boswell does with his magnifying glass. But see, I mean, like, I had one as a kid, but like, what was I supposed to use it for?
You
That's
read
all-
the fine print on stuff.
I
and
guess
then,
so.
like,
Look at stuff.
yeah,
Okay.
people use them for like jewel examination. Like if you've got a piece of jewelry,
I
they
don't
have
think
that
he had any
magnifying loop.
Dog killer mentality.
No, the A Jules at that time that he was looking at that closely.
No.
But still, it's
Except
science.
the-
they're really handy.
Except the one that Tanny was working at. I used to go to
The
that
Jules
jewel.
is?
The Jules.
With a magnifying glass,
and
you're
I
walking
could-
around.
Let me just see what's going on here.
Was that the one on Broadway? Is
That was the one on Broadway.
It's a good
Yeah, my
one.
posse's on Broadway there. Dan Bernstein was a shopper there, as was Minnie Minoso.
That's the one.
Antonio
That's-
Alfonseca.
I can't get enough
What?
of the image of Minnie Minoso doing autographs out of the trunk of his car in the Jewel parking lot, right?
He'd have him loaded up. And my mother also worked at the same Jewel, and she said that Minnie Minoso would sign his checks. The great Minnie Minoso.
Oh.
I love that.
Yeah, the guy rules.
So
Okay,
there was,
I used to walk him around the store
Right?
when he was looking for stuff. As he got older, I'd help him find stuff, and it was awesome.
There was
a Hall of Famer.
There was a legendary
Man
Cuban
of the
band,
people.
a legendary Cuban band. I forget the name of it that played at Martyrs in the '90s, and my buddy Ray, who owns that rock club, had them all set up to play, and it was a big deal that they were in America playing. And Minnie Minoso was waiting in line to get in, and my buddy said, "Minnie, come on!" And he brought him in. He brought him up to the green room. And when this band realized that Minnie Minoso was in their green room, they literally dropped to their knees and bowed to the man.
Yeah,
he was freaking
a huge deal.
royalty in Cuba.
That's all believable.
Yeah.
He was somehow humbled to a fault. Like his greatness, his humility, and just his everyday madness was overwrote. I think a lot of people understanding his greatness.
I did a video for the White Sox and on celebrating Minnie.
I remember that.
And I
Well
got
done.
my friend Vivian Garcia, who is a well-known gigging a guitarist and singer in the city of Cuban descent. And she's not a big sports fan. But when I said, listen, I was thinking we could do like a Cuban guitar thing in the background. And she's like, well, I don't really do sports. I was like, it's for Minnie Mignoso. And she was like, oh, I'm in. Let's do it. Let's put all of this together, and I'll learn the chords that I need to learn to make sure that this video pops off. That's how big a deal he is.
Did you ever hear Yoan Moncada talk about the White Sox and how he viewed the White Sox being from Cuba because of Minnie?
No, because they had the whole Cuban connection to the White Sox.
And it was this random video, and Billy Russo was a translator, and just the way he said it brought tears to my eyes when you realize how much he meant to so many people who didn't have a lot of examples. And it was just incredibly heartwarming. And if I could find that video, I'll send it you guys' way. It was one of those where I was just like, this is really heartfelt from Yoan Moncada. The way he talked about him, you can see it. It's celebration.
Speaking of the Moncada era White Sox, I don't know if this won't come up today during the show, but did you guys see the Lucas Giolito thing from yesterday?
No.
And the Angels?
No.
The Angels did not know about Lucas's divorce proceedings before they made the trade. And so he struggled when he got there, and later he admitted, I was going through stuff, and I was not my best self, so the Angels did not know about this when Rickon traded him to the Angels.
It's not good pro scouting.
No.
Wow.
No, you probably know that.
Pro scouting.
I know, because isn't there also that White Sox tale about somebody getting, one of the 05 pitchers getting served divorce papers, at the ballpark or something?
That was Jose Contreras. I think that was 07, I believe.
Okay,
yeah, I was
you.
there. Yeah, it was not a good day for him.
You were there when he got served?
I was there.
You served Jose Contreras his divorce papers?
I hated to do it. I was like,
Hey,
thank you
man.
for your service in 05, but
He's been served, all right.
Look,
right here, the serving was worse.
Tanny
Right here.
had to gig, man. He's working at Jules. He's working as a processor. He's doing all the things. My hot take is that My Posse's on Broadway is the best Sir Mix-a-Lot song. That's my hot take.
We'll see what Kenny Mayne thinks about that.
I was not ready for that.
Yeah, you guys have Kenny Mayne coming on?
We do have Kenny Mayne coming on. He's got a new podcast. We need a fourth. And he's just a funny man. He's a funny and smart
Mr.
sports
Funny Man.
observer
In this
of the
game.
passing scene.
That would be a record. Oh, yes. I like Kenny Mayne.
Yeah.
He's going to be on the show. So is Mark Grody. He's going to give us a Bears report. We are also we had an open segment, and I went to go to get my tea, and I was looking because I keep getting notifications. Speaks, our Packers segment yesterday has brought out some feelings in people.
Uh-oh. We were drinking salty Packers tears.
I was talking about it to Danny.
A lot of people are right there with us.
Oh,
and
good.
there are some Packers fans that are like, yeah.
Oh, all right.
I was surprised.
Oh, so it's been not negative feedback. It's just been honest, I'm with you.
It's been fun feedback, and seeing Packers fans be mad at their coach and mad at their quarterback. There's some shocking names inside the comments, too. When you open it up, and the first comment you see is Charles Tillman saying, yes, they should be afraid. These are the things.
Well.
How the turntables. Yes.
No, that was a great segment. I mentioned it to Danny because I was like, Danny, here's what's going on in Green Bay. Oh, my God. Wisconsin is happening. That's a Mike Tyson reference, guys. I know how to pronounce this stuff.
It's pretty awesome. Okay, so along with Kenny Mayne and Mark Grody, we're going to talk about that Packer segment. We're going to turn the page today at 4 o'clock. That is something that we are going to do. But when we come back to start the show off, I heard you guys talking a little bit about it. Matt Spiegel is on fire about something that he heard Jed Hoyer say, and he would like to talk about it. So we will share, and I imagine there will be some Cub fans that go amen, hallelujah to it next here on The Score.
Compassion is more than just care. It's commitment. At UI Health, your story guides us, shapes us, and inspires us. And we're with you every step of the way. Whether it's your stroke emergency, your cancer journey, or your transplant victory. At UI Health, our care heals, our care saves, and our care triumphs. Find expert care for your journey at uihealth.care.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Chicago, it's David Haugh from The Score here, and you know I'm all about staying connected no matter what, and nobody does it like Verizon. I'm talking about the best 5G in Chicago, and with Verizon, everything just works. Need to check traffic before your commute? Boom, instantly. Trying to snag that impossible dinner reservation? Consider it done. This isn't just fast, it's America's most reliable 5G network, keeping you connected to what matters most. And get this, right now, when you bring your own phone and switch to Verizon on Unlimited Welcome with AutoPay Plus, taxes and fees, you can get a single line for just $50 a month. You heard that right. The best 5G in Chicago for just $50 a month. So if you're ready to experience the difference with the best 5G network around, stop by your nearest Chicago Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score. Report dated 2H2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
This segment is sponsored by Bet365. When it comes to sportsbooks, Bet365 has it all. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus, must be located in Illinois.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
The premier name for bridal and engagement rings in Chicagoland is Rasney Jewelers, with locations in Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and Chicago. Visit Rasney.com.
Don't live one more day with agonizing joint pain. QC Kinetics has solutions that will give you relief without steroids, harmful drugs, or surgery. The consultation is free. QCkinetics.com.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. So the NBA has another format for its floundering All-Star game. 2 teams of U.S.-born players and 1 of international stars will battle in a mini tournament in L.A. in February. How do I RSVP no? The format is not the problem, it's the player's commitment. So until the NBA tells me how it's fixing that, I'll be busy that day. I'm Andrew Bogish.
No, you won't. This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Okay, here we go, sports fans.
Afternoons on the Score.
Mike Mulligan made a musical comp about Caleb Williams, and I was like, damn it, why didn't I think of that?
The play call is trying to get the player to buy into his scheme. Caleb as a player is almost like this great jazz musician, and now he's trying to lead the orchestra, and those are contradictory ideas.
Caleb is a jazz musician who's being asked to lead the orchestra. So, like, now be the conductor.
Conductor, we have a problem. Conductor, we have a problem. Conductor, we have a problem.
But you just got to be rock solid. They got to trust you and your stability and your leadership and your time. You got to always be on time. They look to you to be on time. So you can't be a guy who's like fancy free and playing around. You got to be locked and loaded. I think it's a beautiful musical analogy from Mike Mulligan.
If you deliberately sabotage my band, I will like a pig. Now, are you a rusher, or are you a dragger, or are you going to be on my time?
I think about the Bugs Bunny skit with the opera singer, with Ben Johnson being Bugs Bunny and Caleb being the opera singer.
Leopold.
Where Bugs is like, no, get up here. No, get on up here. Let's see it.
La, la.
I need a conductor, but I got a guy who thinks he's Coltrane.
It's one of the nicknames Murph called me.
Oh,
no. Are you trying to steal my woman? I beg your pardon. You heard me, Coltrane. Coltrane? What? Did you just call me Coltrane? No. You didn't. No. Okay. But if I did, you wouldn't be able to do anything about it, would you?
The official adventures of Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons 2 to 6 on 670 The Score.
Welcome. It is the Spiegel and Holmes Show. We've got you until Bulls basketball tonight. That's right. They're in Detroit. So we are cut short by a couple of minutes. And then we'll get you to Bulls basketball. There's a lot for us to do on the show today. The GM meetings are going on, so we got to check in with the president of baseball operations for the Cubs. That's happening momentarily. There will be a ton of Bears conversation and NFL conversation on today's show, including a reaction that I wasn't expecting from something that we did yesterday, but we'll get to that later on. Alex is here. He's tall. Tanny is here. That man is Matt Spiegel.
It is a great day because Scott Boras is delivering puns about the biggest names in baseball, and Chris Tannehill has dissected them all and will deliver the comedy genius, the stylings of Scott Boras, literally standing on a soapbox at the GM meetings.
Is Richard Hightower opening for him?
Oh, man, now that's a hell of a double bill right there. But no, you know who stands right next to Boras and offers the immediate responses?
Bruce.
The cackles, the initial cackles will be that of Bruce Levine. You'll hear that stuff in the 4 o'clock hour.
I'm looking forward to that.
Me too.
Because now it's made, for me, it's gone from being annoying. It's worked all the way around to being hilarious.
It's like when Johnny Carson used to flub a line in the monologue, and then he would just stand there and look at you until you realized he was in on the joke of how bad the joke was, and eventually you'd laugh again. Folks, if you get that Johnny Carson reference, make sure your affairs are in order.
Please make sure that your affairs are in order.
Please take care of your business.
We have to tell people that too often, which means maybe we should get our affairs in order.
Boy, that's a good thing. That's a good point by you. We will get our affairs in order. Jed Hoyer's getting his affairs in order, or is he? Or is he, Lawrence? The GM meetings have begun. The baseball people are there. They're all hanging around. They're talking about stuff.
Vegas at the Cosmo.
Dude, have some fun, shall we?
It's a good time.
And the awards show is there. Our buddy Roy Wood Jr. hosting that awards show. He's been demoted to co-host now, in his
Mookie
words.
Betts does everything well.
Roy, we're going to have to let Mookie co-host that with you.
Roy, we were looking at the tape, and how can we keep this guy off the field?
He's too good.
He's too good.
He's converted to shortstop. Now he's converting to host.
Yeah, you're going to have to move over to third base.
All right, whatever.
Fine.
I'll be your Max Muncy. So Jed was talking about what the Cubs' needs are, and it is pitching, and they're going to go after pitching, and they're going to be creative as they hunt pitching. Okay, I'm here for that. I think you need it. Everybody thinks you need it. And you're trying to get to the next level. What he doesn't think they need is offense, and I just don't get it.
Largest focus, I think, will be on pitching. I think that's obvious. As I look at our depth chart, that I think we're in pretty good position on the position player side. On the pitching side, we're thinner. I feel like from an offensive standpoint, we can kind of play a game tomorrow if we needed to. That we have players at every position, whether move Sayed back in the outfield. We have all those spots, and so will we look to move things around? Will we look to add? Of course, but it's not the level of urgency is not nearly as high as on the pitching side. I think we realize that we need to add. We'll look at a lot of different angles offensively. Like I said, we can get better. We should try to get better. But like I said, if the status quo is in a pretty good position, I think the pitching wise, we need to make additions, and we need to get better.
So you need to get better on offense too, sir. Mm-hmm. You lost Kyle Tucker.
Not yet, but probably.
You'll be losing Kyle Tucker. There are 5 teams that have a shot for Kyle Tucker, maybe 6. Maybe there'll be a mystery team. Call it 7. I don't think you're one of them. I don't think that's going to happen. Nobody else around the league does. So, okay, you're going to survive that by moving Seiya back to the outfield, and I feel better about Seiya defensively than I have, and you're going to have,
a space open for a DH-type player.
Are you going to Owen Casey, Moises Ballesteros, going to have roles on this team? I'm cool with that. But you got to get better, and you have to at least get to where you were without Kyle Tucker, and assuming that's going to be the case and we could play a game tomorrow. Yeah, you could field a team tomorrow. You got to get better, and you should be having way more of an active mindset on offense. And I'll give you the position, Lawrence. I'll give you the position. It's third base. Don't just get married to the Matt Shaw idea because you feel better about him at the end of the year than you did in the first half, and you want to prove to the world that you kept the right guy when you sent Cam Smith to Houston, or whatever your reasons are, or that Matt Shaw is a good soldier who played really good defense and did show you some potential. That's all nice.
And did the stuff, went to the minors and worked on some things, and there were moments you're like, oh, I think he's got it. And then there were moments you're like, he ain't got it.
You don't got to hand that guy a job just because you feel like you want to hand that guy a job. You can go out and get better, and it doesn't have to be Alex Bregman and some 5-year, $150 million deal. It could be.
Although that would be nice.
Sure, but how about Eugenio Suarez and a 2-year, $60 million deal? You're telling me you wouldn't consider that? Are you only? How about the Japanese third baseman who can also play first, who's posting, that legit power hitter in his late 20s? You're telling me you're not even going to consider these things? That is foolish. Third base is a spot where you could get better any number of ways, and Matt Shaw could be what he would be on the Dodgers or what he would be on the Mets, which is excellent depth, phenomenal depth. A guy who might play a lot, could play a few different places perhaps, but the bottom of your roster does not just have to be role players that you use once a week. They can be good players who can play all over for you, like the good, seriously perfected rosters do. Don't just hand the dude the job. And there's not a lot of other spots, but you know what you do have, by the way? You got a lot of spots where the projections are going to say they're going to regress. Every projection is going to say that Carson Kelly is not going to give you what was basically a career year. Every projection is going to say that most of your guys are going to regress. That guys like Michael Bush, you're going to count on another 140 WRC plus season for Michael Bush? I'd like to believe it.
I feel okay about Michael Bush more so than Carson Kelly.
Are you gonna count on Pete Crow Armstrong to be everything that he was over the season in total after showing you what he showed in the second half?
These are legitimate questions, dude.
You're gonna count on Nico Horner? Maybe.
Yes.
Okay. All right. There's your guy.
I always count on Nico Horner.
But I mean, seriously, all of the projections via Steamer, I'll tell you, that's one, have everybody regressing except Matt Shaw. All of them. They have Carson Kelly dropping. They have Bush dropping. They have Nico dropping a little bit.
I mean, Dansby is a guy that, not that his numbers were great, but he is getting older at the position that stresses you the most.
Every single 2026 Steamer projection for your position players has them regressing, except for Matt Shaw. You should be trying to get better in free agency and then via coaching like the Blue Jays did. So don't tell me you're set. I didn't like hearing that.
Clearly. You were upset, sir.
I was upset hearing that. Come on, man. This is your windows right now. Go get better. Go get better.
I agree with you. You know my feeling on this.
I suspect I do.
Bully these hoes.
I knew it was coming.
I'm waiting for the Cubs to do it, and they just won't do it.
Well,
and I agree with you that the position that I think you can get better at right field / DH, depending on how you're constructed.
Of course you could. Moises could be a bench bat. Casey could be a 4th or 5th outfielder bench bat.
But third base is where your offensive hole is. And maybe Shaw ends up getting better, and it becomes a Michael Bush situation, and you're happy with the guys that you've got at the corners. I just feel like the time is now.
Yeah, the time is now, man. I'm not trying to harsh on Michael Bush or on anybody that showed you some possibilities last year. I'm just saying you ought to be thinking about getting better.
I don't like that he said that publicly
Me neither. He did say it will be open and whatever, but like, seriously, is everything going to be on a 1-year expenditure? Like, are they not going to do 2 years even? And if they do that, are they not going to do it for position players? Is this what I'm led to believe here?
Okay, so catch everyone up on this, because we've been talking about this as a whole thing throughout the season. But let's say that you've been a Bears drunk Cub fan for a while, and you're like, wait, what are those two guys talking about? Why would the Cubs only do 1 year?
Because after this coming season, there's bound to be a work stoppage of some kind as they negotiate a new collective bargaining agreement. And there is a thought that they're going to push for a salary cap and a salary floor, and they'd be willing to even miss a season while they wait that out.
So no one, well, not no one, but the Cubs might not want to be in a position where they have already given away long-term contract money without seeing what the new reality is going to be.
Correct. And there's going to be a bunch of franchises that act with that theory in mind, and there'll be a few franchises that do not. And it makes this offseason interesting in that way. So is it only a 1-year deal for some of these guys that they're going for? Is Jed that hamstrung? I don't want to believe that.
Well, that's why like the Eugenio Suarez thing is interesting to me. Because, yes, it's an older player, but it's a productive one, and he's got something that you need, some slug at a position where you could use some slug.
And he's old enough that you could probably get away with the 1-and-1. Probably get away with the 1 year, and then he's got an option on the back end.
Jack up that money in that first season and be like, hey, what do you think?
Yeah. So if that's a possibility, would you say that we're set? You know, if you're even going to consider that, would you say we could play a game tomorrow?
And they could.
They could. I don't know if they win that game tomorrow.
Well, the last time we saw them, they didn't.
Depends who's pitching, I guess.
And they needed, well, they didn't really hit in that game either.
No, they didn't.
So that's a thing.
All right. So there's your baseball.
Here's Blanco.
Folks, here's Blanco. Is Lawrence Holmes code for, we're just going to have to live with that. Like, all right, next guy's coming up.
That's Hawks. It's a Hawkism that I use in everyday life. If someone says, all right, I'm like, here's Blanco.
Here's Blanco. I didn't know we had it. All right.
Tanny has everything.
I got the full thing on my computer somewhere. Like, I think the whole exchange.
If Hawk said it, Tanny has it.
Yes. And so it's essentially what it is. Like, all right, we're done with that conversation.
So if anyone says all right in front of me, I always respond with, here's Blanco.
That's great. It's kind of, like I like to say, when everybody's got different ideas, I like to say, and candlesticks make a nice gift. Okay, let's go. Let's break.
Bull Durham.
Yeah, to wrap up the Mound Conference and move on. Back to the ball game. There's Blanco.
Exactly, Tanny. When we come back, we were talking about winning ugly. And after we talked about winning ugly, there was an example of winning ugly. Are the two things connected? We'll explain next here on The Score.
Listen to Spiegel and Holmes on the Odyssey app, no matter where you are or what you're doing. Unquantifiable but undeniable truth, led by two guys with an unmatched work ethic.
Work harder than just about anybody in the business.
So whether you're catching Spiegel and Holmes live afternoons 2 to 6 or using the rewind feature, use the Odyssey app.
It's just like, oh, like everything here is great.
And take Spiegel and Holmes with you everywhere.
I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Penn State travels to East Lansing on Saturday to take on Michigan State. Even though MSU has not been good this year, Penn State is a 7-point favorite on the road as a winless team in conference play. Off the heels of a crushing loss to Indiana, I could definitely see this game being a letdown for the Nittany Lions. Give me Michigan State +7. I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In on the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today and please gamble responsibly.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Imagine you fix a turkey this Thanksgiving that was so delicious, your guests will talk about it for years to come. Sound too good to be true? Well, it's not. This year, order a Green Circle Heritage Turkey. Layla Rahimi here for Second City Prime Steak and Seafood. I asked owners Chris and Susie, what makes this bird so special? For starters, it's delivered fresh, never frozen, to your doorstep the week of Thanksgiving. Skip the low-quality frozen birds at the grocery store and choose a fresh Green Circle Heritage Turkey from Second City Prime. All turkeys are raised free-range, antibiotic-free. They're fed a diet of surplus vegetables from farmers markets and wholesome gluten-free grain. From start to finish, these birds are treated and fed well, and the result is a supremely tasty turkey this Thanksgiving. But hurry, the deadline to order is November 15th. Just visit SecondCityPrime.com. Orders of $200 or more ship free. Visit SecondCityPrime.com, the word SECOND. That's SecondCityPrime.com.
Coach Dave Wanstead here, and I want to tell you my good feet story. I'm a guy that likes to walk everywhere. When you're coming off ruptured Achilles and knee replacements, that puts stress on your feet. And I have tried everything with no relief until I stepped into the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk. Since I've been wearing the Good Feet shoes and supports, I haven't backed off my activities either. Sure, walking is the big part, but I'm using the elliptical, I'm biking. The Good Feet arch supports can help with foot, ankle, knee, hip, even back pain by properly aligning your body from the ground up. And they slip into the shoes that you already have. You can use your HSA or your FSA account to purchase your arch supports. Live the life you love, free of foot, knee, hip, and back pain. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com or just stop by a store nearest you. Locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
Imagine being the wizard of your own home. With Xfinity, intelligent self-healing Wi-Fi fixes problems like magic. It boostifies speeds to your devices when you need it most and makes your favorite Wicked content sparklify on every screen. All while a spell of protection helps keep your family safe online. When you're out in Oz, Xfinity Mobile joins Wi-Fi and 5G to keep your phone connected from here to the Emerald City. If you had the most intelligent Wi-Fi from Xfinity, everything would work together for good. And now you can cast a spell to stop time and keep your internet bill steady for 5 whole years with the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. No contracts or commitments with amazifying equipment included. Xfinity, imagine that. And see Wicked for good, only in theaters November 21st. Restrictions apply, select plans only. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet.
Pros don't just show up, they prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This holiday season, Target has your back with irresistibly cool gifts for everyone on your list. For the trendsetter, start with affordable beauty kits and gift sets. Need something the whole fam will love? Grab snugly matching fits in every size and style. And for the thrill seekers, don't forget the hottest toys and tech of the season. Target's got you covered with the best deals for endless fun. Shop in store or online, and step into the holidays with Target. Restrictions apply.
Voted Best Ribs by the Daily Herald. Get a full 2-pound slab of award-winning fall-off-the-bone ribs for just $20. It's Rib Fest, all month long at Old Republic in Elgin. Dine in, take out, or order online.
Hell yeah! And I know it wasn't pretty, but don't apologize for a win in this league, guys. Don't apologize. We did what we had to do.
Winning ugly, shout out to Bubba Sparks, is a thing that has been done by the league's best team for a couple of years now with the Eagles. They win ugly, Speaks.
Yeah, they really they win. It's what they do.
Yes.
Jalen Hurts often will have weeks where he doesn't produce for large portions of the game in terms of gaudy numbers and an offense that moves the ball, but they find a way, don't they?
They do, and I know that it's led to some conversation about A.J. Brown and whether or not he's happy. And if you have a player that is winning football games and making all the money, because he got all the money once he got traded from Tennessee, and winning a Super Bowl, if he's not happy, that's not you. That's him. That if you can't see that, look at this thing that you're part of. I get it is not always aesthetically pleasing. The brand of football that the Eagles play. And I bring this up because of what we talked about with the Bears. That there seems to be a test of whether or not it is aesthetically pleasing when the Bears win. And I look at the Eagles and go, I kind of like them being like, we don't care.
I think a lot of their fans do. I think their fans get worried. Their fans see it and they're like, man, we're paying a lot for this offense. Like, it's a very expensive offense there in Philly with the Barkley money and the Hurts money and the A.J. Brown money. Devontae Smith get paid? I think so,
As
right?
he should.
Yeah. So, like, Lane Thomas, who got injured the other night, but, like, they do find a way, but I wonder if their fans go through it or not. I think, look, your point is incredibly valid, especially at this time of year, man. That you just find a way and keep the record where it needs to be until hopefully you find yourself and play your best ball. Isn't that the Chiefs' way over the last couple of years too?
The Chiefs seem to be doing it in a different way where we're like, oh well, yeah, and you're right, but I'm saying that with them, because of Mahomes, it might look a little bit more wrapped, like a better wrapped present, because Mahomes does one crazy thing a game that makes you go, oh my God, I didn't know the quarterbacks were allowed to do that type of stuff. But at the end, it's the effectiveness. It's easier to accept when the team wins it all. And I get that. When it comes to us talking about that as it pertains to the Bears, if you're sitting on a Super Bowl ring or a Super Bowl appearance, it's easier to accept, yeah, they're winning ugly, and when the time is right, they'll do what they need to do to win. I just look at the Bears and with the promise of jetpacks, and I know that plays a role too. With the promise of jetpacks with the quarterback, if the quarterback is able to engineer a win when it looked like you were going to lose, sure, I would prefer that it would be easier. But if at the end of it, you have the guy that's able to pull your ass out of the fire, that means something to me.
They had 183 net passing yards, did the Eagles in Green Bay. 13 first downs. They gave Saquon Barkley the ball 22 times, and he had 60 yards. 60 yards on 22 carries.
He did come up with a big catch, though.
Yes, there was a 28-yard gain that he had. But, and A.J. Brown only targeted 3 times, continuing that.
But when they were trying to put the kill shot together, he was the kill shot.
And we've seen that all year, where they will go to him to be the kill shot. Hey, man, Howie Roseman said it after the deadline when asked if they thought about trading A.J. Brown. He said, he's too important to winning. That's what it's about. It's the threat and fear that having a guy like A.J. Brown can provide. It's, Rome Odunze got like a little starter crash course in what it's like to be a capable wide receiver in the NFL and not get targeted at all, not get used, but have your team win. And Rome responded beautifully.
Yes.
And we're not surprised, having known about Rome what we thought we've known since he was scouted from Washington. I remember hearing some incredible things about him. I agree with you that if A.J. Brown's got a problem with it, it's on him. But the lesson to be learned here for Bears fans is like even the Super Bowl winner has to do what the Bears have done the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, and you have no control over your schedule. I saw it posed the idea of this morning on one of the nationals on ESPN. They were like, are the Bears good or was their schedule easy? And other than 3 games, the schedule that they play is the schedule that every team in the NFC North plays. Now, maybe you have gotten lucky at the times that you've played them, but you thought you got lucky at the time you played Baltimore and you lost. This league is like that. And so you should never apologize for wins. Like, never. And seeing the Bears in a position where people can dream, and you can look at the last 8 games, and for me, the number is 10. Can you find 10?
I agree.
You find 4?
From now, can you find 4?
Can you find 4 out of the next 8? That's up to you on how you feel about it. I do think that this week should be a game that we expect them to win.
We haven't turned the page yet, Lawrence. I don't know
My
what you're
bad.
talking about. I have no idea what kind of game you're talking about. We're going to turn the page later on. We're also going to talk to Mark Grody with the latest from Haugh at 5 o'clock. We do have an injury report, though. Josh Blackwell practiced in full so after the concussion, so that should help special teams. Cole Kmet, limited, practiced. Dominique Robinson, limited. So maybe he's back to help defensive line depth. DeAndre Swift.
Cole Kmet did work last week. We haven't talked about it enough, and we've talked about it. He did work last week. So if he's getting one of those, hey, man, take an extra day to get yourself right days.
But at least it was limited. That extra day thing you're talking about, the Bears Wednesday tradition now.
Grady Jarrett.
8 different players.
Who got it?
Kevin Byard got rest.
Old.
Jaquan Brisker got a back. He didn't practice. Grady Jarrett, rest.
Old.
DJ Moore, shoulder.
And probably rest. Old.
Rome Odunze, ankle.
Young.
That's right. I know, but the last 2 weeks he's done the Wednesday no practice thing, right? Tyreek Stevenson, shoulder. Jade Walker, concussion.
Don't like that.
And then TJ Edwards, again, did not practice with the hand and the hamstring. I don't like that. That's the one that's most concerning to me.
You'd love to have him back for this game. You'd love to. But if not, you can make do. I know this could be played on a loop at some point. I just don't think the kid in Minnesota is good.
McCarthy? That's who they're playing? We haven't turned the page
Oh, you're
yet.
right. My bad.
What about 9? Maybe your thoughts on 9 during Turn the Page.
It's a different guy. Completely different guy.
Different guy.
Different mindset.
Just like Parkins and Spiegel was a different show than Spiegel and Parkins.
Very different show.
I call him 9. 9 comes out and
That's a man talking about himself, for the record.
You see the faces that he makes when he gets in the those are mean faces after
Feisty.
throwing for $130.
Scouts love that when you show him a different face.
He has a good face. He's got a pretty girlfriend. It means he's got confidence.
He's had pretty much the same girlfriend the entire time, like Mike Gundy said about.
Pretty much.
Pretty much.
Pretty
There were
much.
some times.
There was a time. They were on a break there for a while, and that's a long story.
Speaking of long stories, let's talk about Kenny Mayne.
Yeah, Kenny Mayne is a hilarious and interesting human, and we should discuss things with him.
If you love Kenny Mayne, and even if you don't, you're going to love this segment next here on The Score.
let's go, man.
Tomorrow and every Thursday, tune in at 5 p.m. for the Four Winds Forecast with Dave Wanstead. Coach Wanstead will join the Spiegel and Holmes show to preview the weekend's games. And for your chance to win a $200 gift card to Four Winds Casino and Resort.
You know, he's got the arm, he's got the intelligence, he's got the athletic ability.
On Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Brought to you by Four Winds Casino and Resort in New Buffalo and South Bend. Your entertainment escape.
FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Hey, it's Speegs. FanDuel's the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel's the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So, bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Matt to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Matt. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Losing my dad, a Chicago police officer, was the hardest thing my family ever faced. The holidays felt impossible, but then in walks Santa and Mrs. Claus, alongside the Chicago Police Memorial Foundation. They brought gifts, cheers, and the promises that my dad's sacrifice will never be forgotten. This December 6th and 7th, they'll visit 24 children. We know what that day means to those families. Help us keep that promise. Your generosity brings them a much-needed smile.
Learn more at cpdmemorial.org.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
After an accident, you don't want another headache dealing with the insurance companies. Let us get you all the money you deserve. Call 708-222-2222. That's 222-2222.
Call 222-2222.
Jonathan Faust, managing attorney, 114 East Cermak, Chicago.
Do you know why a jeweler who sells you a lab-grown diamond will never agree to buy it back from you? It's because they know it's worth far less than what you paid, and it's losing value every day. At Rasny Jewelers, we only offer natural diamonds, made from the earth, not a machine. And we will make you this promise. If you buy a diamond from Rasny, we will buy it back from you when you decide to upgrade and pay you 100% of what you paid us for that same diamond. You see, a Rasny natural diamond has real lasting value. It took billions of years to create. You can wear it, upgrade it, hand it down to the next generation, and the value will always be there. Come to Rasny Jewelers and learn the facts. Let our experts explain the difference. We're all about educating, building relationships, and protecting our customers, providing real value and peace of mind. Rasny Jewelers, 7 decades of integrity, transparency, and trust. 4 Chicagoland locations: suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, Chicago's Gold Coast, and online, rasny.com.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive. These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose vasectomy clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick promise.
Ready for action, basketball fans? BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, is giving players another reason to hit the court this season. BetMGM is adding extra excitement to every basket, every slam dunk, and every buzzer-beating shot with special promotions, new features, and more. Log in throughout the season to find odds boost tokens, no sweat tokens, and same-game parlay boost tokens in your account to amplify your winnings. Enjoy enhanced product features like Dark Mode 2. Log into BetMGM, an authorized gaming partner of the NBA, all throughout the basketball season to see what's new. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER, 426-2537, or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Illinois only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 7 days. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score.
Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons on The Score.
Okay, we have a fantastic guest today.
Who?
My uncle. Somebody's coming in later.
Kenny Mainsky, former ESPN SportsCenter anchor, now a current SportsCenter anchor, I believe.
I'm unemployed, but next time somebody hires me, I'm employed.
Your SportsCenter, what was the year of when you and Dan Patrick were on what year was that? 90?
Like 97 to 99-ish.
I was 10, but I remember, I was 10.
Now the Cardinals and the White Sox. 8 up, extra innings, same score, 11th, Ventura. It's a homer, it's gone. He has successfully reached the target 18 to 39-year-old audience. 10-8 White Sox. Ventura is the hero. He comes up big, 2 homers, including the winner.
Everyone makes a big deal out of the SportsCenter catchphrases, but honestly, we make this stuff up right on the spot.
It's never iffy if it's Griffey. That blows.
And because the catchphrases are so organic, it keeps the show fresh.
I am the most popular player in all the land.
Being on SportsCenter does take its toll. Once we finish a show, we do it all over again for the overseas market.
Buenas noches, amigos. Me llamo Kenny Mayne.
Dos vidania. Menus are Voot, Boris Patrick.
Voot, Kenny Mainsky.
That's Danny McBride. He plays Kenny Powers on the runaway HBO hit Eastbound and Down. So effectively, we have 2 Kennys out here.
Can we just get on with it? Can we just do this?
I know we're still going to be friends long after this is done, but it's been a pleasure.
Hey, just last thing. Last time we did the interview together, you told me to go heavy in the cryptocurrency game. I did. We're down 40%. Then I lost my job. Gretchen just wants a new comforter. You, Aaron Rodgers.
I love you, Ken.
Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons on The Score.
Great to have Kenny Mayne back on the show. He joins us on the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa app today. Check out Kenny's podcast, We Need a Fourth podcast, with him, Brian Baumgartner, and Cooper Manning. Kenny, thanks for joining us. We appreciate you.
That's quite a sizzle reel. I don't even have one that good. I need to borrow that, see if I can get some work. Although, it's funny hearing the old clips. I feel like I sound normal on half, and then some, my voice is really weird and high. Maybe the tape oxidized over the years, or maybe I was nervous back then. I don't really know. But I tried to get on a Zoom with you guys, but I feel like in the middle of it, North Korea was hacking my computer. Like, it got really weird. I just wanted out. And I went automatic shutdown, had to restart.
Yeah.
And then my password to open my computer is open computer or something. Like, I don't know. pretty much very hackable. But yeah, here I am on a phone.
Yeah. All right. Well, that'll work. We'll accept the phone. Yeah. No. Back then, Kenny. I mean, in those golden days of Sports Center, I think you sounded normal, but nobody sounded like you. I mean, that was the thing. I think I told you this before. First time I saw you on TV, I was convinced that an anchor hadn't shown up, and that the producer had to go on and just wear whatever suit was around and had this like weird, irreverent, unrehearsed delivery. And I was like, this is a momentous night. But no, that was you and your whole bit. That was my introduction. So good job.
Yeah, appreciate it. You sent me that tape. It's funny. I was just thinking of this the other day, and I think starting on ESPN2 was a great benefit, because no one was watching, and even our bosses and nobody cared. Just go out there and fill time. And it let us do a couple years of really experimental, our version of Second City or whatever, right? Like, the equivalent. And we'd stay late. I did a thing called the Sports Smash. It was either me, Bill Pito, Stuart Scott did it for a while. Then he moved up and I came in, and we just got to do games, but do it in kind of a silly way. So then when I got on ESPN regular, I just kind of kept doing it.
To be able to experiment at that level is the dream, isn't it, Lars? To be able to just play around like
yes,
that?
100%. That's why people love Kenny. I'm curious, Kenny, is there something that you guys tried that failed, but you're like, if we would have been given more time, it would have popped?
Yeah, the time I smoked a bag of weed right before that was so dumb, and it was a bad. No, I didn't do that. I'm kidding.
Yeah, you could build a podcast around that now. I'm sure people do, actually.
Doug Benson has built a whole act on that.
That's right. Doug's built an entire brand on that.
Yeah, it's his whole thing.
Yeah.
I think that's a good question, because I don't know. I mean, yeah, did we have failures? Absolutely. We did some where we tried stuff, and in fact, the one that was the most famous failure that we turned into a good thing, admittedly, during the holidays, we'd kind of shoot a quickie story, get it wrapped up and take 5 days off. And I wouldn't say we mailed it in, but it wasn't our best. And it was with the Jets kicker, Nick Folk, who apparently had some distant relationship to the original Pilgrims. If you go back in his family tree, that part was real, right? That part was real. And then we went and tried to do a really dumb skit where he's wearing a pilgrim outfit and punching turkeys. I don't know what the hell we did. There was one part where I was supposed to fall into a fire, but because of my wrecked ankle, I can't, just do it quick. I had to kind of it's like at yoga where it takes me 4 minutes to get into the next position. They've already moved on, right? So it was horrible. We were embarrassed by it. It's just a running joke with me and my friend Matt Doyle, who made it with me. The end of the line was just "Happy Thanksgiving, everyone." Not even a joke, just "Happy Thanksgiving." So anytime either one of us does something horrible, the other guy texts them and says "Happy Thanksgiving." But then what we did is we capitalized on it and took that horrible story, went to Green Bay the next week, and had Aaron Rodgers make fun of our horrible story, and it just kind of washed the plate clean. At least we felt it did.
Kenny Mayne's podcast is We Need a Fourth. It's with you and Brian Baumgartner from who people know from The Office, and with Cooper Manning. So, whenever you're doing a group pod, and you guys will bring in a fourth, and you'll talk about golf, and you'll talk about whoever the person is as the fourth. But whenever you do a group hang like that, it's comedy, it's improv. Can you make fun of Cooper Manning about Arch Manning's game from week to week? Or is that just a complete red flag? Don't go there. What's the comfort level about that if Arch has a tough week?
Honestly, it's referenced sometimes, and he handles it great. Nobody's out to attack his son. He's obviously going to turn out okay. They've had not the season that was expected, but they're winning some games now. Yeah, he's a good parent that way. He doesn't interfere. I'm sure he supports him. We talked briefly about it, but it's only popped into the show rarely. It's not like a thing we're going to dog him out by any means if he has a bad game. And Cooper's funny. I like to describe him as the more handsome and intelligent of the Mannings. And the great part, Brian, who played Kevin on The Office, I'd never met him in person. I knew Cooper from before, but the first time we all three were together as one was in Scotland. We got flown over to do this golf event for 4 days at the Old Course and Jubilee and what was the other one? The Castle Course. They had Vince Carter there. They had Austin Reeves of the Lakers, Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart, Fat Perez, the country club adjacent guys, all these golf influencer types, right? And Travis Matthew brought us over as just sort of like a little golf convention, right? But it gave us this great opportunity to play together, clown around together, make fun of each other. And I think it was really essential in getting the vibe, our mood together. And we do pretty well for not having worked together. We're mostly remote, right? Like I'm at my kitchen and Kevin's at his mansion, in the upper hills of Del Mar somewhere. And Cooper owns like 9 hotels. He could be anywhere. He had to break in one time. He had bad Wi-Fi. He's dumber than me. Let's just say that about technical things. And needs a lot of assistance on how to record yourself on QuickTime and export it and all that. But one time his Wi-Fi wasn't working, and he drove to a friend's house, broke into the guy's house because he knows that guy had good Wi-Fi. So we've had those occasions, but it's been a blast doing it, and Smartless is behind it, so it's nice to get their endorsement, and we hope people end up liking it.
It's a Smartless family podcast. We need a fourth. You can find it and check it out.
Kenny,
Anywhere
I know
you get your podcast.
Thank you for finishing that.
I know that you care a lot about the game of golf, and I know that people's love of the game of golf probably won't change. I am curious on what you think of where professional golf is at this very moment.
I mean, I'm not expert on the exact ratings, how it's done, but, I know more from the people I talk with. You know what I mean? You hear the feedback. Oh, did you watch that? Did you watch that? So my friend group, my circle definitely, I don't kill myself to watch every round every week or anything, but the big ones for sure. I went to the Ryder Cup, which was a mess. But, I think they're doing fine. They got a superstar, Scheffler. Everybody loves seeing him, what he can do every time. You got the other competition, Rory pulling through in the Masters. Like, I don't know. I think it's still pretty exciting. And one would argue historically golf is kind of a boring watch. Unless you love golf, then it's really exciting. Sort of like my wife doesn't love baseball necessarily to sit and watch it on TV. She'll go to a game. She's bored to tears pitch by pitch of a 3-hour game or a 9-hour game, that one game. But I'm like, no, every pitch matters. Every single pitch is consequential when you get to the playoff level, and that's kind of how it is in golf. So if you like the sport, you play the sport, even if you're very average, it's kind of cool to watch how these, elite players, do what we try to do, but do it in a wholly different way.
Did she watch your wiffle ball documentary and appreciate your relationship with Ken Griffey Jr.? Like, can she get to that spot at least?
Gretchen, did you like wiffle ball? Yeah, she was there for the whole ride. So the story on that, not for those who don't know, when Ken Griffey was a rookie, I was in Seattle television. I had just started doing sports a couple years before, and Griffey and Harold Reynolds showed up at the Seattle Science Center. I don't even know what the purpose of meeting there was. We could have met anywhere, but that's what we chose. And they had a wiffle ball speed pitch. So Griffey and Harold did too, threw wiffle balls, and I had that tape. It was now a 35-year-old tape sitting in my basement or something. And I ran into Griffey, and he brought up the fact that we had thrown wiffle balls 35 years ago. And it just hit me in the moment, like, if, Willie Mays of our day, right, one of the greatest players ever, if he's still thinking about that day, then I'm going to figure out a way to think about that day, and did sort of a day in the life. What happened? What's the truth of what happened in that wiffle ball throwing? We got Ken Burns to be in it. We got some Pearl Jam music. We put together a silly little half-hour documentary. And then subsequent to that, I made a stand-up that precedes showing the movie. So I've done that a few times. I did it in Vegas a couple times, New York City once. And hopefully, the president of Netflix is one of your loyal viewers listening, wants to talk to me about exploring further options.
I would love that for you. I feel like that would be a really good thing, for sure.
He or she, I don't care. I don't really care. Well, I mean, I think the whole thing is a show. We think the movies turned out well. People laughed at the right times of my little childhood stories. And so it hasn't gotten off the ground, but I haven't really fully tried yet either. So that's kind of my quest right now, besides doing this podcast.
Well, Kenny, we've had this big conversation on our show about quarterback development because we live in a city where Caleb Williams is the quarterback of the Bears. And watching what's happening with Sam Darnold is really interesting. He goes into a file that we talk about all the time with Baker Mayfield being one of those guys. You're like, well, we thought maybe he wasn't good, but maybe it was environment that made him not good. I'm not sure what to think about it other than I feel like quarterbacks aren't given enough time and or love to figure out who they are. And I get why it's the rookie pay scale that everyone wants a quarterback be good as soon as they can be so they can build the rest of the team until they have to pay the quarterback. How do you view this watching what Darnold has become over the last 2 seasons?
What does that have to do with my stand-up show trying to sell it to Netflix? I thought we were still on that, but we'll switch to. And I remember one of the last times I worked with you guys, I told you be patient with Caleb. Saw him play. Our daughter just graduated from SC, engineering student, and she stayed out in LA. There's nothing to do either with my stand-up show, but she did come to my Vegas show, so she is connected to that. What was the question? Oh, quarterback development. Yeah. But I saw Caleb play a bunch in person on TV. You know, just superior athlete, makes all sorts of crazy throws. Look at Peyton Manning's numbers when he was coming in, right? Look, Aaron Rodgers sat for 4 years behind Brett before he got to play. Like, there's all sorts of different ways. And sometimes when the young ones just, all right, we picked you high, get out there and do it. It's a really hard job, right? It's probably the hardest job in sports. And there's so much to learn. The game's moving even faster than it did in college. And sometimes, like you were saying, in a very comprehensive question, it's like there's circumstantial things that impact how well a guy does, right? Because, Joe Montana, I love him. I still think he's the best. He played in a different era, did what he did. But he also had Bill Walsh and Jerry Rice and John Taylor and Rathman and Roger Craig and, Brent Jones. Had all these, right? He had all these good players around him, good defense as well, given the very best opportunity, and he succeeded. It takes nothing away from the fact he was a very good quarterback. I still think the best. But another guy gets put in a situation where they give up too soon, and then, like you said, with Baker's a great example. Darnold's a great example where, well, stick him somewhere else. Looks like he actually was pretty good the whole time. So, yes, they are impatient. They get rid of people mid-season. They fire coaches mid-season, and it's just kind of the nature of the league. But fortunately, there's 32 teams, and the good ones are still going to shine at some point.
So, at the risk of asking another question that's not about your stand-up or wiffle ball, how do you, a Seattle human, can you help us contextualize the death of Lenny Wilkens the other day? Because we haven't even touched on that. That is a basketball legend, an assistant coach on the Dream Team. I forgot about that in '92.
Oh, yeah.
Just a tiny little chapter on that guy's life.
If I'm not mistaken, tell me if I'm wrong, there might be somebody else by now, but he was the first, for sure, 3-time Basketball Hall of Fame, right? Because player, coach, and then he got one for being the Olympic coach as well. I just was trading notes with Gary Payton, and he was so, elated to get that chance. Lenny was his guy in the Olympics. Like, that meant so much to him. He's just loved. I can't say enough about him. I knew him from a distance because growing up, he was my favorite player. I'm that old. And then they traded him for Butch Beard to Cleveland. He comes back with Cleveland now, and the whole place sold out and went crazy in support of Lenny to show him, we missed you. And there's nothing against Butch Beard. It was just that Lenny was Lenny. Then he comes back. He was the coach of our one title team in '79. I got to know him later when I moved back to Seattle, and I got involved with his charity. He was helping with healthcare in Seattle, the Odessa Brown Clinic, and he would have this big golf tournament and fundraiser, gala dinner and all that. And I got to host that or participate a few times, and just got to know him as just the warmest, classiest, kindest guy. His basketball at that point, was just the background. That was, he was that guy. But none of that mattered as much as it's cliche. But who he was as a man mattered a whole hell of a lot more than who he was as a player or a coach. So it was tough to hear the news. I know he wasn't doing well recently. So it wasn't like we're anticipating it, knowing at some point it was going to happen. But when it did, it was really shocking. It really hurt. So that was just a few days ago. So I'm glad you guys are paying a little tribute to him. One of the greats in basketball. He's so revered and so respected and loved, and what he meant to Seattle. And he'd been more recently helping a Native American organization, giving opportunities to youth, in that community, those communities, and really had put his heart into that. But just the greatest guy. I can't say enough good things about him.
Are there other people that you encountered that inside of sports that you feel like made you a better person?
Jamal Crawford, for sure. I mean, another Seattle guy. He's like, next in line. He's the new elder statesman, even though he isn't that old. You know what I'm saying?
We had him here. We had him here with the Bulls, and now he's taking a bigger role at NBC as an analyst. So that's interesting to think about.
He's done great too. He's a smart guy, knows the game inside and out, and you can tell he does the work too. He doesn't, there have been some others who don't realize what the job entails, right? They just come in on their fame, and you got to do a lot of work. You got to know who's on the court and what the trends are and so forth. But he's just such a basketball head, period. I think he could show up blind anyway and really give great commentary. But no, he's just one of the nicest, kindest guys that I've ever met.
Your style still resonates, and we have people that are interacting with us live. They're like, man, I miss Kenny. I love what he used to do on SportsCenter. And I know that I don't want to see people do an imitation of Kenny Mayne when they're working at a national or local place. But I do feel like there are two guys that carry your spirit that are still on ESPN. When I watch Gary Streisky and Randy Scott, those guys are okay with being weird. And I've enjoyed them. And when I watch them, I go, those are guys who grew up watching Kenny Mayne, and I can tell.
It's funny you say that because I'm really good friends with their producer, a guy named John Deaver. We play golf all the time, and he said the same thing. Like, after you left, those two kind of did it in the direction of what you always did. So I take that as a compliment because I think they're both very good. I've been on their show once or twice as a guest, promoting this or that. But yeah, they have fun, and like you said, they don't have any fear is the key thing. Like, do your thing. Don't worry if other people aren't going to get it immediately, and hope it sticks with those who do.
That's a pretty good legacy right there. I mean, not that I'm not writing you off, not setting you off to pasture, but if the legacy is go ahead and be weird and just go ahead and, I mean, I try to share that with young broadcasters all the time, or like people are like, oh, how do I get ahead in the business? Like, I don't know, but just whatever makes you different, go ahead and lean into that. All right. Cause we got a lot of people who don't do that.
I think and it wasn't always that way. Like when I first got there, even though, like I said, we were, given a lot of rope to do what we did over on ESPN too, there was still scrutiny, especially when I went over to ESPN regular, that I was too far afield from what they wanted. There were certain bosses that didn't get it. And I never quite understood it because I always thought the guys that I grew up watching were very funny. And Bill Patrick, for that matter, Dan Patrick, Keith Olbermann, the list is long of people who did it a fun way, yet got it right. It was always like, first do no harm, right? Get the names right, the scores right. And I don't know. It's all subjective, right? What's too far or what's not. But I don't think I ever did much different than how I'm talking to you right now, except I had to get the names right? We just be yourself. So I just didn't quit on me, even if some people wanted it to be changed slightly or reined in slightly. Mm-hmm. You kind of nod and, okay, sure, I'll do that, and then go back to what you did like 3 days later. But it wasn't an act. It was just, it's just how I look at the world. And I always said, we had serious stuff we covered. I grew up in journalism. I still consider myself, when I do interviews like that, background is helpful. But when it was just a highlight, you're supposed to have fun, give creative calls on the highlight and make up your dumb lines for the dunks and whatever you did. But I would say I would take serious things seriously and less serious things less seriously, right?
Oh, that's aged well. Mel Brooks tells a story in his book about after the Blazing Saddles premiere, the head of the studio pulls him aside and says, I have notes for you, and gives him this litany of notes, and Mel writes them all down. He says, yes, sir. Absolutely, sir. And he writes them all down, and as he leaves the meeting, he rips the notes into a million pieces, just throws them in the air. Because screw you, I made my thing already. It's done.
I mean, I don't think I took it to that degree. I tried to take some of the notes, but yeah, I mean, when we did our fake football stories, I did that for NFL Countdown for 10 years or more. and occasionally they wouldn't get a joke, or they'd think it was too far or whatever. And we got smarter over time, and we would add one we didn't care about, just like, here, we're going to do this. No, you can't do that. Okay, you're right. We'll pull it back. And then we get to keep the stuff we really wanted. So it was a little trick of the trade. There was one famously when, you remember the incident with Joe Namath and Susie Colbert when, he probably should not have been on TV that day.
Struggling.
But years later, I did a story celebrating the 100th anniversary of the forward pass, because when football started, they didn't pass, right? It was a new wrinkle. And so we were celebrating the fact that the pass had come into being 100 years ago. And I got Joe Namath to say, I'd like to kiss the guy who invented the forward pass. Susie signed off on it. Oh. Joe did it and signed up, and then they killed it.
Oh.
What the hell,
If you get the buy-in from Susie, you got to do it. That's great. For more great stories like this, you should listen to, subscribe, and rate with 5 stars the We Need a Fourth podcast with Kenny Mayne and Brian Baumgartner and Cooper Manning. Kenny, as always, this was a delight. Thanks so much for joining us.
Hey, do you have a hard break to go to? Because I got one more thing for you.
Go for it. Go ahead. We're already late for the hard break, so go ahead.
You know what? Go ahead, run the commercial. I'll tell you guys, and you can pretend to me that it was on the air.
Okay.
Like, however you want to do it.
No, you go now.
All right, we'll be right back.
Wait, am I still on?
Go ahead.
No, you got it.
We're Veterans Day +1, right? We have a foundation called Run Freely. It's runfreely.org, and one big word. And we raise money and get veterans in these devices. Same device I use because I got a wrecked ankle from football. And the guy in the Seattle Times just did a great story about us, and immediately got a donation where the next veteran's up right away. So we mostly are raising $1 at a time, $10, or whatever people send in, then we appropriate the money to go buy the next device. And fortunately, right around Veterans Day, we got to call the next veteran and say, guess what? Come out to Seattle, you're next. So it's been a thrill doing that. We've helped about 60 veterans over time. And if people want to look up our story, it's runfreely.org. It tells the whole story.
Thanks, Kenny. We appreciate you. Have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you so much.
That's Kenny Mayne from the We Need a Fourth podcast.
A little bit later on this hour, the Bears might be getting some reinforcements back on defense in the coming weeks. But first,
the Pope has a list of movies. We're going to talk about that next on The Score.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Always talking Chicago sports with you, the fan. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2.
You're on with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody.
I love you. Love the show. 100%.
Tony and Joliet, you're on The Score.
Grody, it used to be the Bears. Every time I hear Bears, now I'm thinking like Bears.
Kevin.
You guys are really the voice of the fan.
Tune in to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment is sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
FinishingChicago.com's decorative finishing contractors can transform your commercial spaces for staff, tenants, and customers alike. Our contractors' dedication to safety ensures everyone, including the assets of your building itself, are taken care of from start to amazing finishes. Visit FinishingChicago.com for your free list of decorative contractors specializing in decorative painting, wall covering, drywall finishing, glass systems, and custom signage. For a great finish, start with FinishingChicago.com.
It's that time of year again, hockey season and cold weather. As a proud partner of the Chicago Blackhawks and Chicago's hometown tire, Atturo knows just what drivers need for this climate. Check out the new all-weather category of tires available from Atturo. Offering year-round performance, all-weather tires are your safest bet for any season. Get your vehicle ready for winter with a new set of Atturo tires. Visit Atturo.com to find performance within reach at your local independent Atturo tire dealer.
I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. Businesses with seasonal workloads know just how important it is to have reliable banking behind you. Business owners like Annie Leslie agree.
Hi, I'm Annie, president and owner of Raimondi Drilling Corporation.
We have been providing soil and bedrock drilling and sampling services across the country for more than 50 years. In 2004, my company needed a loan to complete the largest project in the history of Ramondi Drilling. Due to our seasonal income, our previous lender wouldn't approve the loan needed to perform the work. Cornerstone, however, was just the bank to step up. Since then, Cornerstone has been there for us, from offering advice to cash flow monitoring to protect our financial stability and give us peace of mind that our hard-earned money is safe.
Thanks, Annie. For more information about how Cornerstone can help your business, visit our website at cnbtc.bank.
Member FDIC.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So, while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It's easy for players to blame their teammates when things go badly. It's also the opposite of leadership, which is what makes Draymond Green's comments on the Golden State Warriors and their inability to play at the level he'd like so frustrating and perplexing. Yes, he has a well of success and the rings to prove it, and that should come with the understanding that you don't call out your teammates, you show them the way. Be better, Draymond. I'm Bill Ryder.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Good vibes, baby.
Afternoons on the Score.
It's amazing. It literally is incredible to think that there's a guy from the south side of Chicago that is now in the Vatican sitting there and makes a lot of decisions that affect so many people's lives and just seems like a really good human being.
It's AJ Przinsky talking in this new Pope Leo documentary that's out there. The Vatican, working with the Archdiocese of Chicago, has produced a documentary about Pope Leo's connection to Chicago. I wonder if this is all connected with Chuck Swirsky being there, with Alexi Giannoulias being there. Like, this is like
the
Chicago.
The only thing I'm
week.
disappointed with, I couldn't bring you Aurelio's pizza. And he laughed because he's a big fan of Aurelio's pizza.
Yeah, he is.
Alexei! Yes!
Pope likes Chicago food a lot. He likes the pizza. He likes a lot of stuff. You know why?
Who doesn't like our food?
Yeah, it's like breaking news. Guy from Chicago likes Chicago food.
That's right.
Yeah.
And Chicago. Because no one loves Chicago more than someone from Chicago.
We'll tell you all about it.
We will talk your ear off about how and why we love this place.
Yes, yes, yes.
And here's our little secret place that we'll hip you to if you want to go check it out and you want to be dope.
Yep. I saw a new donut place coming that made me think. Dat Donut?
Dat has been around for forever.
But they have a new one, a new outpost.
Where?
Coming. I'll look that up. I'll get you that information.
You know what's fun about the Dat Donut on 83rd and Cottage Grove?
What's that?
It sits in a place where there's also a barbecue place in the back.
Let's go.
So, like, if you want to go to Uncle John's and get some barbecue, it's in the same building as Dat Donut over on 83rd and Cottage.
Lakeview by the Wellington Brown Line.
No way.
The Wellington Brown Line station, right next to it, is getting a Dat Donut, Chatham's most famous hand-cut donut.
Man, I might have to go.
There it is.
Soon.
Well,
I love that place.
I don't know if you see the Pope there soon, but Tanny, what is this? Is this the Pope's movie list?
This
Or
is the Pope's 4 favorite movies.
Oh.
Any guesses?
Hold on.
Like, I can't participate because I've seen the clip.
Is it F1? No, that's Caleb Williams' favorite movie. Pope's 4 favorite movies. Conclave? No way.
Passion of the Christ?
Good Will Hunting.
It's always a good guess. Shawshank Redemption.
Running scared. And then he can just solidify himself as a Chicago dude.
The Blues Brothers. How about the Blues Brothers?
Mean Streets, the Criterion release, though.
Sure. Eyes Wide Shut? Unlikely.
Probably.
That one's also getting a Criterion this month. Very excited.
Wow.
Very excited.
Probably not.
9.5 weeks. Pope a big fan.
All
9.5
right,
weeks.
Speeds.
I'm just guessing movies.
All right, here we go.
My 4 favorite films. It's a Wonderful Life. Jimmy Stewart from 1946.
So we'll react after each one.
Okay, I mean, it's a classic. It's not my money. It's your money. It's not the bank's money. I mean, it's a wonderful, wonderful life and movie.
I cry every time they read the letter from Sam Wainwright. Every single time. Because that was his man's, and his man's didn't forget him when he got rich, and he was in trouble, and Mary called him, and Sam was like, you know what? How much you need?
Yeah.
You need $8,000? Here's $25,000 in 1946 money.
Should have guessed It's a Wonderful Life. Now I see where we're going, understandably. All right, go ahead.
The Sound of Music from 1965 with Julie Andrews.
It is a wonderful movie with a brilliant soundtrack that resonates.
It's a Wonderful Life.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh.
Yodel, yodel, yodel.
Sound of Music is a good one.
You ever go to Music Box when they replay that and they do the sing-along?
Damn Skippy.
Yeah.
Sing-along Sound of Music at the Music Box is an absolute banger. Go ahead.
Ordinary People. The year was 1980. The stars were Donald Sutherland and Mary Tyler Moore.
Directed by Robert Redford and based up here on the North Shore. Based at either Wilmette or Winnetka.
There's his Chicago Connect.
Yeah, big time. Ordinary People is, oh man, that's a heavy,
Is
heavy movie.
Love Jones number 4?
Peoria Matt says Showgirls via text. That's a terrible guess.
I mean, it is our first black pope from Chicago. Love Jones might be on the list.
But yeah, that was a bit of a curveball, don't you think? Ordinary People? Like, I would not have guessed that.
Not Ordinary People. That's a different movie.
That's one that you don't want to see. And if someone says, hey, I got a way to show you this movie.
No, don't take it. Do not watch Ordinary People.
Don't. Remember
Ordinary
the time. Is
People.
Rudy number 4?
Oh, that's a good guess.
La Vita è Bella, 1997, Roberto Benigni.
You know what? I do not know that movie. Avite Bella.
I know it. I just haven't seen it. You probably know from the American title of it. You know, Life is Beautiful.
Oh, it's Life is Beautiful.
Yeah, which I haven't seen. Yeah.
Oh, it's pretty. I'm an idiot. Life is Beautiful is a brilliant movie that I really want to show the Roopster. It is a Holocaust movie. But
of course it is.
I know.
Right up your alley.
But it's brilliant and thoughtful and sad and funny, and he won the Oscar and climbed all over the theater when he won the Oscar. It's a brilliant movie.
Since we're here,
that's a good list, Pope.
Since we're here and we're
It's a
talking about
damn
movies,
good list.
I would like to let the listeners of the Spiegel and Holmes show know what my partner is getting ready to do. And if you've ever had a thought that maybe Spiegs was a good guy, this will cement his place as a bad guy. Okay?
I've never seen Predator, and it angers Lawrence Holmes. It angers a lot of people that I've never seen Predator, and I willingly have chosen many times to not watch Predator.
That's the part that bothers me. It doesn't bother me that you haven't seen it.
Right.
It bothers me that you're just like, I'm not going to see it because everyone says I should see it.
Yeah, I'm leaning in.
This fool said to me, hey, should I go see Predator's Badlands? And I'm like, you son of a bitch!
This new one. It's a sci-fi horror movie. It's PG-13. got a lot of tomatoes, very high rating. I could just go see Predator Badlands. Do I need to watch the other 13 movies? Or even the first one?
Here's what I would say. Yes, you need to see Predator. But before you go see Predator Badlands, I would tell you should see Prey.
Okay.
Which was...
It's in the family? It's in the Predator family?
I think it's the best Predator movie, by the way.
Nah.
No?
I'm not going to see it now.
There it is.
Now that you told me to see it.
You got it, man. Let's go, Predator. Let's go, man.
Well, we saw that movie and it sucked.
There is a Matt Eberflus nickname for every segment. Mang, Kenny Mang. Let's go, Predator. Who's the Predator? Is it Tremaine?
It's got to be someone with either braids or
Tremaine,
dreads.
So it's
Grody's
Tremaine.
guy, Maine.
Maine. It's because he's got the big reach and the dreads. That's enough to get you.
How do you know that? How do you know that about Predator?
What?
Huh.
I've heard.
Okay.
I'm totally going to go see Badlands just to piss you off.
He is. He's going to do it just because. You got to go just for the handshake alone.
Man.
Son of a bitch.
You son of a bitch.
I already talked to Spiegel. Like, a day after the Super Bowl, you're watching Predator. That's if Lawrence is going to be with us. Or he's going to sabbatical.
He's going to Montreal.
A little too early for me. It'll be 4 feet of snow in Montreal in February. Hawks going there anytime soon? Might be a reason to go.
I'll tell you what.
Here's Blanco. When we come back, let's talk about the Bears and them maybe getting some reinforcements. It's next on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
You want to know what the problem is with the whole idea of they need pitching? Yeah, duh, they need pitching. But how did they get run out of the playoffs? Our offense broke. That is what happened to the Chicago Cubs come playoff time. Well, now we're going to go get some pitching. I got news for you. You do need pitching, but you need hitting too.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kick off football season like a pro with the world's largest sports book at your fingertips. Circa Sports Illinois. It's sports betting the way that it should be, with high app limits, low holds, exceptional customer service, and no bet fees ever. Other books may charge you just to get on the field, but with Circa Sports, every play is yours to call. Start betting like a pro from anywhere, anytime in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circasports.com. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
This segment is sponsored by Chicagoland Roofing Council. Hey, Chicago, we all need a checkup every once in a while, including the roofing system on your business. If it's time to check on your roof, call the Chicagoland Roofing Council, Chicago's roofing professionals, serving Chicagoland, Northern Illinois, and Southern Wisconsin. Learn more at chicagoroofing.org.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
For all the planned.
Okay, it's on my calendar. See you then.
And the unplanned. For your healthiest days.
Woo! Nice catch!
And the days when you need us most.
Oh, let's get you back in bed.
It's time to enroll in or switch healthcare coverage. And Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is here to support you throughout all of life's ups and downs with member benefits like preventive care, plus access to leading doctors, hospitals, and specialists, all within a reliable network that gives you confidence for every part of your wellness journey. So no matter where life takes you, go with a trusted plan that'll help take care of what matters. Open enrollment ends soon. Visit needcoverageil.com or call 800-605-7000 to sign up for health coverage today.
For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, your crown's disappearing. Maybe hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. Well, I've got good news. It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with the monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have. But what about regrowing your hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to their world-class physicians, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and I personally recommend them. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or go to advancedhair.com.
You know that expression, put a little spring in your step? Well, whoever said it must have been talking about Glide Step hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with Glide Step, you get a pillow-like soft landing, then an explosive takeoff. It makes walking feel effortless. So springy, it's almost like you're floating. And speaking of effortless, have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins technology? Just step in, and instantly your shoes are on. No bending down and no touching. Try Glide Step hands-free Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning, and you too can be so much more.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Matt Bowen.
Tom Brady cloned his dog. Do you think it's possible he's going to clone himself? Your thoughts?
I don't even know what to say, Steve. I'm telling you what, I've been doing the score for what, 16 years. That's the question I was the least prepared for in my life.
Afternoons on the Score.
Happy birthday to Matt Bowen today. Shout out to our guy.
That's awesome.
We love Matt Bowen.
He's a good man. He's a good man.
Happy
Smart,
birthday, Mike.
Smart as hell on the football front, and a delightful man to have as a colleague here at the Score.
I agree wholeheartedly.
We talked to Matt yesterday and asked him what you do when you've got
when Kyler Gordon comes back,
yeah,
and you've got C.J. Gardner-Johnson playing well, and he's kind of limited in where you can play him.
He's not an outside corner. He's played a little bit of safety, but he's really a nickel. So here's what Matt said about the possibility of asking Kyler Gordon, the guy you talked about as a great nickel all offseason, to play outside when he comes back.
That's a great question, and I'll tell you what, because right now I think the Bears, especially going this week against Justin Jefferson, I don't know how much man coverage they're going to play. Because right now they're not matching up very well in the secondary. They're just not. Stevenson had a couple tough reps versus Slayton the other day. Look, I know he made a great play on the one-handed catch and the fade ball, but he also beat him on a corner route where Stevenson had bad eye placement, gave up leverage. So if you believe that Gordon can play outside and play press man, that might be something you discuss in the building.
So that's interesting. And then there's the other one. There's our guy.
Jalen
Johnson had core muscle surgery north of the groin. Is that core muscle?
Awful.
Oh, dude. Thought to be out for the whole season, but maybe not, says Jalen Johnson. And there he was on his Instagram They said Jalen was out indefinitely. Nah, is what he said on the quote. So maybe Jalen's trying to, stoke the fires, get people excited for the idea of him coming back.
Our friend from CHGO, Adam Haugh, he asked Ben about Kyler and Jalen.
Can you give any update on the status of Kyler and Jalen, just in their recoveries and how far away they might be from?
Yeah, I think we should be able to get them back at some point. End of the season here, but kind of to be determined on when those clocks will start clicking here. I just saw Jalen in the weight room, so he seems like he's excited about where he is right now, and he's hopeful that he's going to be able to be out on the practice field here in the near future.
Tyler, you initially said short. It would seem like it would be a short-term IR. Is it
correct? We're still thinking that. Okay. Yeah, we're still thinking that. So I can't tell you exactly when, but hopefully in the near future here.
So that's a little bit of a backtrack because at the beginning it sounded kind of alarming when he said end of the season for Kyler because Kyler's on a 4-game IR stint. It could be longer than that, but it's a minimum 4.
So he's got two more games to go from that, and then you imagine. Actually, it makes sense. 2 more games to go on IR, strictly from a rule standpoint. Then the 3 weeks to ramp up, hoping that it would take him less than 3 weeks to ramp up. You are talking about the end of the season by then. You're talking about game 15. If it just goes strictly by next 2 games plus 3 weeks, you're
that's 5 weeks and you've already played 9 games. It's a good point, Lawrence. It's a good point. Your math is excellent today.
Simple math I can do.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Where do you struggle? When the math gets harder?
Yes, I'm not good at math overall, but simple math, short division and stuff, I can do that.
Ruben has reached the point where I can't help with his homework.
Oh, no.
Oh, dude. Dad, I got
you lasted a couple more years than I did.
Dad, I got geometry homework. You want to check this out?
What got you? What got you, Tanny?
Oh, just when I heard the phrase "new math," I was always terrible at math. Hence, why I'm here. But
that's usually how it works.
You hear new math, and you're like, okay, so I was not good at it to begin with, and now I have to do it a different way. Yeah, I'm out. I'm tapping out on
By
math.
the way, did you know? Because I do it, and I know that you're a Duolingo guy too. Duolingo has math.
Why would anybody choose to do that?
I'm trying to get better at it.
I mean, there's so many options for time wasting on your phone.
I think that's a pretty good option.
I mean,
yeah.
It seems more useful than just doom scrolling.
Whatever, Alex. Okay.
Don't they have chess too, right?
They do, but the chess part I got.
Duolingo has chess?
Yeah, you can learn. I mean, it's important to learn how the pieces move, like some of that stuff, and so that you can go and play. But
yeah,
I almost got scammed the other day. There was a targeted ad, and it was like
Solitaire.
No, Alex, I'm praying on your downfall.
Stephen A. Smith, Solitaire.
Yeah. So the premise was, hey, 10-minute history lesson on art, anything else history. I'm like, oh, that's better than just scrolling and you look into the company. It's like, oh yeah, it's a money grab, and they'll they'll take your money.
They'll get you
and your information.
They will get you.
And there's all sorts of stuff on YouTube if you want. Here's what I would say if you were looking for just something educational.
Yeah.
Geography Now.
Oh, really? That's cool.
You ever seen Geography Now on YouTube?
I've not.
All you do is you pick a country, and then they've done like all the research on it, and you get like 15 minutes of you learning about this country, like the currency, the makeup of the people, whether or not you want to live there, like that sort of thing. Shout out to Barbie.
There you go. I almost got scammed the other day when a Nigerian prince who's down on his luck asked me if I would forward him some money. It sounded like a great idea. He told me that I'd get it back because he's a prince after all. I didn't do it though. So thank you for your concern out there.
Well, one of us did. And I expect that money tenfold. I'm very excited.
Hey, the Nigerian princes here in Chicago, they build restaurants. Shout out to Izzy Adonijay.
How about it?
That's right.
How about it? See, he's got a couple now in the South Loop.
I've been to both, and they're both pretty great.
Mm-hmm. Good on you, Izzy.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Duolingo has music, too. If you wanted Speaks, you could do that. You can learn about music. I think you got it covered. I think you got it mastered.
I mean, there's always new music to hear. There's always new things to learn.
That's not what they're doing.
Theory,
like
music theory,
rudimentary stuff,
that's
like reading notes, that sort of thing.
I'll ask the boy.
And then you can, follow along. You can get their special keyboard if you want, or you can just play it regular on your phone.
You know, from a Nigerian prince.
Duolingo is not paying us, by the way.
No, they're not.
We just happen to do it.
We go from a Nigerian prince to the home of Prince as we turn the page.
Oh, snap!
Let's go. Now it's a party. Let's turn the page. Finally, we can talk about the Vikings. Next on The Score.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
What really is going to refine this team? What is going to prove that the first 9 games weren't a mirage to you? Reward in the NFL. And we know that that means playoffs, number one, for the teams who try. Are you ready to embrace the concept of being not only in the hunt, but on the graphic that's got the real playoff contenders?
Well, it's here. You don't
seeds.
Just accept that it's here.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Hey, it's Spiegs. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Matt to sign up today. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Illinois. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Coach Dave Wanstead here, and I want to tell you my good feet story. I'm a guy that likes to walk everywhere. When you're coming off ruptured Achilles and knee replacements, that puts stress on your feet. And I have tried everything with no relief until I stepped into the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk. Since I've been wearing the Good Feet shoes and supports, I haven't backed off my activities either. Sure, walking is the big part, but I'm using the elliptical, I'm biking. The Good Feet arch supports can help with foot, ankle, knee, hip, even back pain by properly aligning your body from the ground up. And they slip into the shoes that you already have. You can use your HSA or your FSA account to purchase your arch supports. Live the life you love, free of foot, knee, hip, and back pain. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com or just stop by a store nearest you. Locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
What if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to the devices that need them most. That finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that keeps you gaming in the fast lane, even when the whole family is banking on bandwidth. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Hey, let's face it, a lot can change in 5 years. Kids grow taller, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi? It would stay reliable and the price would stay put. The Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Xfinity. Imagine that. Select plans only. Restrictions apply.
If your garage floor looks lousy with stains and cracks or a bad epoxy job, right now you can get 50% off. labor and installation by the holiday on a new Comer and Cross garage floor. Call them now because 50% off labor and installation by the holiday. It's going to end soon. So here's the number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. It's guaranteed to never chip, crack, show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever, and they make it so easy. Comer and Cross employees are all professionals. They don't use any subcontractors. They're in and out in one day. They'll fix your cracks and pits perfectly, and they even take your stuff out for you. For 50% off labor and your new Comer and Cross garage floor installed by the holiday, call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to Comer, C-O-M-E-R Cross.com.
Sunshine this afternoon, partly cloudy tonight, low 35.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented by your local Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! This hour is being brought to you by Joel Osco.
Don't you guys do a Turn the Page segment?
On Wednesday.
It's time to turn the page.
Turn the page Wednesday.
I don't know when I turn the page.
And then you got to turn the page real quick.
We just haven't been able to, turn the page.
That's what you have to do. You got to turn the page.
I think now we all can move on.
Looking ahead to this week's opponent.
We're going to take the North and never give it back. Because we need to know when to turn the page.
There I go. Turn the page.
That's right. On Wednesdays, we turn the page and we get you ready for the Bears' next opponent. Right before we turn the page, Speegs, one of your questions about the Giants was answered.
Tell me.
Jameis is starting this weekend.
They fired Dable. Did they cut Jamie Gillen yet?
Not yet.
Okay. That'd be the third piece of the three questions. Oh, my God. What
Now
a
we
world.
can turn the page.
There are 4 teams in the NFC North, but somebody would have to take a step back for the Bears to really have a legit playoff chance, and maybe it's the Minnesota Vikings, who are 4-5, but they have played decent ball some weeks, not decent ball other weeks. They are a confusing batch. Right now, they are 9th in points per game in the NFL. They're 12th. Yeah, they're 12th in total offense, 13th in yards per play. Crazy. Passing yards per game, 20th though. Rushing yards, 24th. So they've got some weird stuff going on offense because their quarterbacks have been all over the place. J.J. McCarthy, who calls himself 9, is bad after the first 15. How about that, Lawrence? His EPA and his stats in the first couple of drives are really, really good when he's running the stuff that Kevin O'Connell has designed. But after that, the interception rate, the sack rate, and his EPA have gone way, way down.
He is tough, though. He's tough. He plays tough. He is athletic. And those things do matter. We saw it play out on Sunday. You have a guy that is willing to pay the price and make some plays, they can make some plays. But he's just not far enough along, I think, for it to matter this season for the Vikings.
Defensively, Brian Flores' crew has given up the 13th most yards allowed per game. In terms of points, they are the 4th best scoring defense in the NFL. They're a weird one. I remember when Caleb called him king of the zero blitz, and he never zero blitzed even once in week 1. They will show you a lot of different looks every time you play Minnesota.
They'll line people up at the line of scrimmage and then drop 7 people. They'll make it look like they're in zone and then send everyone. Brian Flores is a crazy person in the best possible way.
Ben Johnson scouts the Vikings for you, and it sounds like this.
Man, you look at this team that we're about to play, and a lot of respect for their coaching staff. I think O'Connell, he was the coach of the year last year for a reason. He always has his guys playing, and they're in all these one-score games, and they usually find a way to come out on top of them. Got a lot of respect for Flores. He's done it at a high level now since you entered the division. Gives you all kinds of problems. You got to be on your mess for all 60, 70 plays on offense to have a chance, and it's as mentally fatiguing as it is physically fatiguing for our guys. So quite a challenge. They do a number of things really well. We're 0-2 in the division. They're 2-0 in the division right now, and we're going up to their place, which is a very hostile environment. We're a different team than we were week one, and so is Minnesota. This will be a completely different matchup as far as I'm concerned. I have, the trust level is grown for a number of players in our coaching staff. I think we really can hang our hat on a number of guys now at this point and feel really good about what we're going to get on game day. And so, and then you look at offense, we're running the ball a little bit crisper and cleaner. I think the backs have a better feel for what we're asking them to do. The O-line is starting to gel. I think Caleb's got a better understanding of what we're getting done. And then on defense, it's really the same thing. I think the longer you're in the scheme, the more comfortable you are in terms of what the coaches are asking to do. I think we've up front done a better job of trying to play physical and shed blocks. And that's got to show up here for the second half of the season.
The respect for the Vikings coaching staff is clearly returned from Kevin O'Connell towards Ben Johnson. He has a lot of respect for the way that the run game has found itself and is completely different than the first time they play. He also talks about the Bears' bounce back after their loss in Baltimore.
They're running the ball. They're running all the complementary plays off of their run game. I think their O-line has really gelled when you watch them. I think the acquisitions they made in the offseason, I think their right tackles, Darnell's turning into one of the better right tackles in football. And they were able to kind of solidify that left tackle spot that seemed to be kind of up for grabs there for a little bit. But they're playing, they're gelling. And then I think what that's allowing them is not to be so drop back oriented in the early downs. You're seeing a lot more of the deeper play actions. You're seeing a lot more of the keepers, the movement game, the screen game off of their run game. And, what we've got to try to do is stop that run game and force them to be a little bit more of a one-dimensional team, by putting them behind the chains, 1st and 15, 2nd and longs. What I've challenged these guys for, even going into last week, was we need to start showing at this point in time in the season that we've got that, competitive stamina to do it week in and week out consistently in games without the lapses of times in games where we allow our opponents to recapture momentum if we have it, or it becomes further and further away from our grasp. And that's where we're at in the season. And it's great to have the response. And I know our guys will put together a heck of a week of practice and be ready to go Sunday. But we've got to start seeing it consistently to give us a chance to get to where we want to get to.
It's going to be interesting. We'll have a couple days to really talk about this matchup and the specific challenges. Suffice to say, Kevin O'Connell is trying to be patient and give confidence to his young quarterback because that's his game, but it's getting tough from week to week.
It's a question that I've had in my mind for a couple of days, and I know that we'll have a chance to explore it at some point, like really thoroughly. How does Ben Johnson react to a loss against a division opponent? How do you change? How do you not change who you are and what you're about after watching the film?
It's interesting because do you just try to do the same stuff and think you're better at it?
And you might be because of the reps, because that was the first game of the season. Like, well, what's different about you? What thing did you pick up on? Was there a little something that you go, I got your ass now? Like, now that I've seen it against my system with these players, I have a better idea on how to counteract this.
Let's get specific about that tomorrow. Really think back to that week one loss where J.J. McCarthy buried the Bears in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, it was not fun. It was not fun at all. So that is the Bears' next opponent, the Vikings, noon on Sunday. Meanwhile,
in the north,
the Lions are at the Eagles Sunday night, and I don't know if people recognize this, but Dan Campbell has been calling the plays, and their offense has been, what did they put up, like 550 yards or something on Sunday?
It was the first week Dan Campbell took over, and, he had praise for the OC, who's still doing his job, but Campbell just wanted to get them in rhythm a little bit more.
Here's what he said about it.
Well, you want to know that, like, for me, you just want to know that they got your back, man. Your back's covered, and that your blind spots are covered. And I feel like with this staff, it's all covered. It's about me doing my job, what I need to do then to make sure that we're on point. There's things I got to get better at, and I will. And that's what this staff does. That's what Johnny does, man. Johnny's an asset for me, man. He gives me critical information as it pertains to some of the tendencies going into the game, tendencies during the game, past game, things to look for, things to go to, and either I take them or I don't. Same thing with Hank Fraley. I took input this game from John Morton, from Hank Fraley, from Scotty Montgomery, from David Shaw, from Tyler Roll, from Choice, our running back coach. I mean, so, man, this is collaborative, and we're all involved, man. And I need every one of those guys. I think there's some things I can delegate. I think it's more about the totality of preparing for the game now and seeing all three pieces and how they work together and how you really want the game to go. But that doesn't mean that I can't really, it's every week I'll get more efficient and I'll get better, at knowing what to do with my time, and I got to be more efficient in some areas, and probably delegate a little bit. Look, don't forget, Ben, I called those games. I called whatever that was, 8 or 9 games. I don't remember what it was in 21. While he helped me, but he watched, he learned, he saw how I ran it, how I wanted to run it, what I was looking for. And then it evolved. He evolved it from there. He took it. He knew exactly what I wanted. And, by the middle of 22, I didn't have to say a word. I mean, he was. And so that's kind of where John is right now. That's all. It's good. And sometimes that's the best way to really know what somebody's looking for is just going through that. So, look, I just feel like it's the right thing to do right now. And I'm going to do it. Am I perfect? No, I'm not perfect. Players are going to have to bail me out. They bailed me out yesterday on a couple of things. Jared Goff bailed me out. So the staff bailed me out. But that's what teamwork's about, man. We got to all help each other out.
Man, I love that dude.
There's a lot there.
That's fascinating, man. So, yeah, that he called plays for 9 games of Ben Johnson's first year as an OC and then gave it up to him. Apparently last Monday, after they lost to the Vikings, he sat John Morton down and had an honest conversation with him. But nobody knew that Dan Campbell was calling plays in the media till they saw him during the game on Sunday with his glasses on. He was wearing glasses, looking at a play sheet and talking in the headset. And people were like, I think Dan Campbell might be calling plays. What do you guys think? And they asked him about it after the game. That is among the leaders as a team in total points per game. But Dan Campbell didn't like the identity he was seeing, and he took right the hell over.
I really like that on multiple levels, including the idea of what leadership and accountability can look like. This isn't going the way that I envisioned it. I'm going to talk with the guy that might be having a hard time catching the rhythm, and I'm going to say, look, I want you to watch how I'm doing this, and that's what I want from you going forward.
And in the meantime, I'm going to need you, and I'm going to need all of these guys and players. I'm going to need you because I'm not perfect. I'm just going to try this because I think we need it.
I'm going to lift you up. I'm not going to air you out. We're going to lift you up, and we're going to give you an opportunity, and I'm going to let the public know, hey, the guy who's a genius, the guy that everyone is talking about how great a job that he is, this happened to him, and he more than overcame it. He's now one of the highest paid head coaches in football. So it doesn't mean that it can't work. But let me be more specific and show you exactly how I want this done.
It's amazing. And there's a way to do it, and do it with honesty and directness. And
integrity.
And integrity. When you've set that up in your building, then all sorts of things are possible.
Speaking of integrity.
I know, but that's a big game. Sunday Night Football, hopefully a banger. Lions at the Eagles.
Packers are at the Giants on noon, so they're going to Jameis can taste that W. Matt LaFleur tries to answer the question of what's going on with the offensive struggles.
That's a great question. I don't think I'd be answering the question if I had the answers for it. I think when you look at it, a lot of those situational ball, we just weren't clean and had, whether it was penalties, there was a drop there on a fourth down. I'll always look at myself first and foremost. Are we putting the guys in the right place? We have opportunities to throw completions. I don't think they played soft zone the majority of the game. I would say in the second half, they started to man us up a little bit more, and they're just kind of waiting for you to mess up, and unfortunately we messed up way too many times.
And if this is totally off base, tell me, but I don't feel like your offense has struggled to this degree since the first half of 23 when Jordan was first starting out as the starter. And then you told him he had to let it rip, and then you said you had to let it rip as a play caller. With the way defenses are playing you, can you do that and be a little more aggressive or whatever it might be to try and get something going, or is that an unrealistic idea?
Yeah, I mean, it takes every facet to open things up, and until we do a better job, really in every phase of the game when it comes to offense, it's going to be a struggle. So we got to coach better, we got to play better.
I understand you guys are 5-3-1, still have a playoff spot right now, and you're going to say you're always coaching for your job, but you don't have a long-term extension. With the way things have gone this season, do you think you're coaching for your job?
I'm not. I'll leave that for everybody else to decide. I'll just focus on the day-to-day and trying to do. I feel like you're always coaching for everything in this league. That's just my mindset. It's always been that way. You can't ever exhale. You got to always be pushing, and that's just my mindset. So, and that will be my mindset until they tell me not to coach anymore.
That's scuffling Matt LaFleur.
Oh, not as snippy. Notice that.
Yeah.
Really gave some thoughtful answers on what's going on with your, not Mr. Snippy all of a sudden. Doesn't want to talk about Halloween.
I don't give a if it's Halloween.
I bet he would give a crap this week. He'd be like, yes, it is Halloween. You're exactly right. It is. It's a wonderful holiday. I wish you all joy and peace.
I want to take a moment to say happy Thanksgiving to you and your loved ones, everyone in the media who I adore.
I look forward to reading your surprisingly good-natured columns, even in this tough moment of my season, which is not my last, I hope. I mean, that's up to other people. But
I hope your kids got all full-size candy bars.
Yes, they did.
I brought in gift cards for everyone here.
Granted.
Just to say thanks for covering our team.
I was given those gift cards for appearing on Chicago's Sports Tonight on a now-defunct network, but still, I did bring them in for you and tell you where to go to dinner.
Who would do that?
I don't
That's
know.
how you know you're joking. No one would do that.
No, nobody would get that done. Packers at Jameis Winston and the Giants, coached by Mike Kafka here in the NFL.
Let Jameis cook.
Yeah, might as well.
As long as it's not crab legs.
Dude, Russell Wilson demoted after that performance. There was no chance of Russell doing anything of consequence in that game.
No,
it's too bad.
It is too bad.
It's over for Russ.
But at the end, he still goes home to Sierra. And a whole pile of money that the Broncos are paying him.
Hey, man, if you think life is just about money and a really gorgeous wife, then,
And their lovely kids and
Oh, yeah.
faith.
And
That was kind of the interesting thing on the sideline. Jameis and Russ praying before Russ came into the game. And then it didn't work. But they are rich in spirit, and that's a good thing.
And money.
And at the bank.
Limited.
He's very limited.
There is our look at the North. The North Division, which is led by the Lions and the Bears as of right now today.
Tied for first place.
Tied for first place.
That's right.
Now take the North and never give it back.
I haven't taken it yet, but when they do, the hope is that they'll never give it back. When we come back, it's become a rite of passage. It's a thing that we look forward to every year.
When Shecky Boris steps out and bumps Richard Hightower from his set at the Chuckle Hut. When the big dog shows up.
When he wants to eat, the big dog gets to eat.
You let him eat.
Scott Boris from the GM meetings has got stuff to say about some of your favorite players. And I imagine jokes. We'll find out next here on The Score.
It's It's game night, Bulls fans.
To the rack, and he throws it down with a windmill right-handed slam.
Tonight, the Bulls are on the road to take on the Pistons. Pre-game at 5:45, tip-off at 6 on The Score and the Fitzgerald Equipment Bulls Radio Network, powered by Heli Forklifts.
Bulls win! What a ball game!
See red, Chicago!
This segment is sponsored by Pre-Flight Airport Parking.
Next time you fly out of Chicago O'Hare Airport, park with Pre-Flight off-airport parking. Download the Pre-Flight Parking app or visit preflightparking.com to book affordable garage parking 4 short miles from O'Hare Airport. Before your next flight, park with Pre-Flight.
Hi, it's Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. If you're in the market for windows, we do things different than those other big window companies. No subcontracted labor, no 3-hour-long sales pitches, simply the best product made here in Chicago with the best installation and best warranty, all at the lowest price. Deal directly with me and call the Chicago Window Guys at 847-881-3060 and check out our 5-star reviews at ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
It's that time of year again, hockey season and cold weather. As a proud partner of the Chicago Blackhawks and Chicago's hometown tire, Atturo knows just what drivers need for this climate. Check out the new all-weather category of tires available from Atturo. Offering year-round performance, all-weather tires are your safest bet for any season. Get your vehicle ready for winter with a new set of Atturo tires. Visit Atturo.com to find performance within reach at your local independent Atturo tire dealer.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. Right now, that's the perfect time to join. Yes, right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. What a chance. Bet on the players you love the way you want. Head over to FanDuel.com/score to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/SCORE. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Oh, hey, welcome to gift wrapping. Whoa, Zoe Saldana.
Hey, can you wrap these, please?
Wow, iPhone 17s. You splurged.
At T-Mobile, you can get 4 iPhone 17s on them. It's the perfect gift for everyone.
I'm the worst. I only got my mom a robe.
Well, it's better than socks.
So I have to trade in my old phone, right?
No, at T-Mobile, there's no trade-ins needed when you switch. Keep your old phone or give it as a gift.
Incredible.
In fact, wrap up my old phone, too. For my Aunt Rosa. Forget that. Aunt Liz will be jealous.
Sounds like my family. Drama.
Oh, I got it. I'll give it to my abuela. I'll take reindeer paper with, hey, where are you going?
To T-Mobile. Thanks, Zoe.
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Get 4 iPhone 17s on us. No trade-in needed when you switch. Plus 4 lines for just $25 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 4 eligible port-ins on essentials for well-qualified customers. Auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end in balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 256 gigabytes, $830 required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside information on your home team before they play the next game. The Insight on Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
This is Zach Gelb with Honesty Sports Minute. With quarterback Jackson Dart in concussion protocol, the Giants against the Packers on Sunday will turn to Jameis Winston instead of Russell Wilson to start, and it's clearly the right call. And if you've been paying attention to the NFL the last few years, you already knew before the season started that Russ was washed. The question is, does Russ know that he's cooked? Because if he does, he would hang it up at the end of the season. Because the longer he tries to prove he isn't, the tougher it will be for him to make the Hall of Fame one day. I'm Zach Gelb.
Spiegel and Holmes Show Flashback.
You know, I think Chicago got the comforts of a full belly. Owners are clamoring for us to, let's make a deal on Jordan. And I think all owners are very, very aware that he's worthy of, a Monty Hall. When it comes to the polar bear, we're not in contract hibernation. And, he has power. So I think Chung Hoo's going to bring K-pop to the MLB. I think Reese's Pieces fits all team puzzles. I would say that in the pitching Autobahn, it's pretty much Mach Schnell.
Can I ask you a question about that?
I'm going to go through my speech.
Yes, sir. How many more do we got?
I'm like Trump in court.
That's Scott Boras from last year. It's just absolutely outrageous. Chris Tannehill circles this every year. Alex, when does Scott Boras speak? The GM meetings are happening.
It's the only time I ask a question in the group thread. What time is Scott Boras today?
You literally planned your day around being able to edit this. He spoke at 1 o'clock. You had lunch early? Is that what you did? Or
Early lunch, early commute in, yeah. And I managed to persevere, even though they shut down the express lane going towards downtown.
I think the listeners think that he's kidding. No,
yeah,
he's not kidding.
It's my favorite segment of the year, and
He's not kidding about that either.
And if we have time, I even have. It's the only job I would leave for is to be one of his writers.
He's got writers at Boras Corp, clearly, and they work hard. And then he goes to the lobby where the GM meetings are taking place, and the super agent Scott Boras has a lackey put down a giant wood crate because he's so short and he needs to rise above
That's
the crowd.
enough lackey.
He ain't coming for no haircut.
It's John Lackey, which is amazing. And Bruce stands right next to him as his Bud Abbott, and then Lou Costello Boras
Abbott
delivers these. Taddy, do you want to set him up, or should we set him up? How do you want to do it? It's your day.
Yeah, I mean,
congrats.
It is funny though, just looking at the totality, and as I was listening, his client list is not as strong. Maybe it's just not a great year for his clients. So, I mean, but he still's got, he has Cody Bellinger still out there. So here's him talking about Cody Bellinger, who is typically he starts with like his most coveted assets first and foremost.
Really, he's the only 5-tool free agent outfielder. And when you look at season 25, I'd say among all the free agent outfielders, he was the top gun of the class. He was defensively certainly a versatile viper in the outfield, playing both first base and all three outfield positions. He was kind of offensively a middle lineup Merlin in the sense that he felt that providing power and production. The other thing about Belly that's kind of unique for a guy his age, under 30, he's played in all three markets. LA, Chicago, New York. And so really, in many ways, he's an Irvin Maverick, without a doubt. When you think about what he's done in an LA market,
Iceman.
It's kind of Hollywood ringing for, a championship, MVP. He was kind of a Windy City Wolfman and getting the comeback player of the year. And in New York, he was a true Iceman, cooling any thoughts that he couldn't hit behind Judge. And the other thing about Bellinger this year is that he doesn't have that the qualifying offer is that, that goose is gone. So he's really out of it. So I think that, when it comes to Bellinger,
oh God,
there's no question that, the teams have a need to belly proceed.
It's really all about how much you can take.
I've had about enough.
I was so lost in all of it, and I just have one note if I missed it. If I didn't miss it, here's my note. Did he say Hollywood?
No, it's sitting right there for him.
He's right there. He did. Okay, so we did get Hollywood
Okay,
and Wolfman.
I told you I had about
We
enough.
got Viper. We didn't get Jester, right? We didn't. But we got Merlin.
We got a lot,
and we got Goose and Maverick.
All right, let's see what we got for Pete Alonso.
We didn't get Slider though, did we?
No, I didn't hear Slider.
And that's laying right there for him too. Because it's baseball.
It's always next year.
Belly gets another 1-1, just so Boris can use more jokes. Here he is on Pete
There's
Alonso.
no doubt that Pete's pursuers are primed to pay the power piper.
Oh, Lord.
Pete picked a perfect period to play preeminently at a primary position. A playoff parched plethora will pounce to participate in the poll. Pete possesses a pachydermian-like perseverance. I mean, he has a nature about him that is so. And don't get me wrong, power, production, punishing pitchers. They're fully aware of his skill, but what I think they most pay attention to is the core element of what he can do to provide a team that consistency of 40 home runs, power, and production. And because they're just not finding it. They're finding a lot of players in the market that are somewhat there and somewhat not.
What would you say about
Pull or plunge. When you look at the number of first basemen that can play 100 games, you'd have to rank Pete right up there in the top 7 or 8, because there aren't many first basemen that can play first base and keep the position. They just don't want to play people there. Forgive the pun, but it's become a platoon.
Really?
Except for Pete.
We will not forgive the pun, sir.
That's all you do. I'm about done with my peas, I think.
Yeah, we're about done with your piece, too.
He was done 30 seconds into that and went on for another minute.
Don't worry, folks. There's only 6 more.
Whatever you say, Chris.
Let's keep going with Alex Bregman.
Like in Boston, we learned a lot about Bregman in 25, because in Boston, prior to 25, they had a lot of lineup do not holes. And certainly prior to 25, Boston has been a kind of a club that's been has Duncan well below the playoff line. So I think it was a bad roast in Beantown, and certainly and give the owners credit in 25. They went out and spent some Starbucks to bring in a Bregman blend that led them to the playoffs. I'm sure the Boston fans don't want this to be just a cup of coffee, and no one wants a Brexit. So I think all teams learned outside of Houston that if you want to have someone that's going to lead a championship army, there's no better general than the Brigadier.
Oh, God. Do you think he's ever signed a client just for the shtick?
Yes.
Just for material?
There are a lot more generals that are better. Isn't a brigadier general a one-star general? I believe that's correct.
Texter says, I'm starting to hate baseball because of this.
No,
Hell yeah.
Don't hate baseball.
Wait till you hear the ones I wrote.
Don't hate baseball.
Was that canned laughter after the Brexit joke?
No,
that was his biggest pop, I think, of the night.
Yeah, that was his
Brexit?
biggest crowd pop.
I got to know. Let's ask Bruce who was laughing and who wasn't laughing. Here's Zach Gallen getting discussed.
Available starting pitchers is pint size.
Oh.
So we know that a lot of teams are going to be courting Gallen.
Really?
So
yeah,
there's not an ounce of truth to the idea that Gallen couldn't fill up a rotation. And certainly, you know, if you if you want a pitcher, why not Gallen?
Why not a Gallen pitcher? I'm picturing the boardroom. Scott, I've been thinking about Zach Gallen. This one writes itself. I'm going to go that angle. Okay, all right, sounds good. All right, everybody's doing their thing. Who's on Hee-Sung Kim? Who's working that one?
I think Kim is a hot song on the shortstop charts. No question.
Okay, because I'm real worried about...
The Japanese pitcher?
I'm real worried about... Yeah. Okay, keep going.
Tatsuya Imai.
He's 27 years old, so when most teams talk to me about Imai, they say, oh my. So he's that kind of guy.
Wow.
What a guy.
Imai, by the way, rumored, Jeff Passan wrote that would be the perfect move for the Cubs if they got the 27-year-old Japanese righty Tatsuya Imai.
Who plays third base, right?
No, he's a pitcher.
Pitcher.
Yeah, he's a pitcher. I think 178 Ks and 165 innings last year. High velocity righty from Japan.
The guy who says I'm starting to hate baseball, like, no, man, this has got to bring the love back. This is, it's so stupid that it's brilliant. Like, that's what
he's going for. He's hoping that
it's come all the way around
on the continuum that you're talking about.
Where before he was trying to get that stuff in on the sly, and now it's like, screw it.
It's just leading with
Let's just go.
I mean, he is the de facto president of the Major League Baseball Players Association. Like, the power in this man is enormous, and he's using that power for yucks.
Okay, so next we've got Ranger Suarez.
Suarez has got true four-pitch command. I mean, he's really what you'd call the zone ranger.
The zone ranger. Come on, that's pretty good, actually. I like that one. It's not the Lone Ranger. He's the strike zone ranger. Uh-huh.
And Tarek Skubal is not a free agent.
But that's a Boris client with 1 year to go. Hot topic in trade conversations.
The fans in Detroit want the Tigers to build a Tarek Barrack. You know, they Little Caesars running around town saying "Sai." So it's
Sai. I don't get it. Anybody get it? Anybody help me? Tarek Barrack.
Did he say slice?
That's what I thought he said.
Slice.
He was talking about Little Caesars.
Pizza. Ah, okay.
Can we hear that one again?
Sai.
Let's hear it again.
You're right. Pizza. So Sai, because he's probably going to win back-to-back Sai.
The fans in Detroit want the Tigers to build a Tarek Barrack. You know, they Little Caesars running around town saying Sai. So it's
it was Sai.
Very good, Alex.
Very good, Alex. Thank you. Very good. Tanny, how would you rate this year's crop of Boris jokes?
Look, it's always a 10 out of 10, A+ every time because it's once a year, so it's never bad, So I love it every time. It's amazing.
He's a farmer. This is his crop. This is his crop of jokes this
exactly.
year.
And we need it. You know what I mean? Like, we need it for sustenance. You guys want to hear what it would sound like if he represented White Sox players?
Oh, yeah.
I'd love that.
You got some?
I do have some. It's no secret when you see a player as skilled as Mydroth. When his free agency race begins in 2032, the chase is on.
Really is.
And
everybody will be going crazy for Chase Mydroth.
When you look around the league at the catcher position and you talk about teal, opposing teams are seeing red. And opposing pitchers and fans are feeling blue.
I didn't know this was the assignment. I so would have played along.
He's gonna do. He did this for every man on the 40-man roster.
Speaking of the catching position, it is a premium position, and if I were a GM around the league, I'd certainly be saying, "Yo, Caro, Edgar." What else?
Tanny's Duolingo just went.
In terms of the starting pitching arms race, every team's looking to beef up their artillery, and there's certainly no more powerful weapon than Jonathan and his cannon. These are White Sox players, folks.
Who will never be represented by Scott Boras. I mean, maybe Kyle Teal.
When you look at the White Sox core, it's certainly a Fab Four. And they have their share of hits. And it's always a hard day's night when pitchers face Lennon.
Oh, it's beautiful. I think I speak for the lumbering first baseman when I say you should Tim Elko F yourself.
Oh, well, in terms of dependable relievers in the American League, Frazier Ellard certainly had his manager calling again. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, that's God's work, ladies and gentlemen. Now, what we need to do is record you next year.
Well, Bruce is going to see me standing next to him next year. I want to see it live.
Bruce, I'm coming out for the GM meetings. I only need one thing from you. I need you to give me your spot next to Scott Boras.
Don't worry, Tanny. I'm sending air checks to Scott Boras right now.
Listen, I will make this commitment right now.
Oh.
I will pay for your hotel room to go to the GM meetings next year.
Yeah, I think it's a great call.
No BS.
You deserve to be there.
No BS. I will pay for all I want is an actual still photo of you next to Scott Boras as he's doing his bits.
You got to bring a drum set so you can do the rim shots for him.
You know what?
Same texture, by the way, says, Taddy's having this much fun. I now love baseball again. You brought it back. Good job.
There's got to be, you've got to be able to have that on your phone, right?
The rim shot?
Like we've got air horn. So
absolutely.
Someone should just do, like one of the assembled media should just do that. And maybe not even say who's doing it.
Yeah, just
do it.
Just let it happen there. You can't disrespect Scott, or else you never get an interview again.
Oh,
God bless you, Chris Tannehill.
That was great.
Coming up at 5 o'clock, Mark Grody will have a Bears hit. That means Ben Johnson, who spoke today, Caleb Williams spoke today as well. And we're out of here a little early for the Bulls and the Pistons at 5:45.
Speaks, yesterday we did a red meat section of the show where we were kind of laughing a little bit at the Packers, and it was all in good fun, right? A little tongue-in-cheek.
It was delightful.
Some people took it very seriously. Some people didn't take it seriously at all.
Uncle Biff gonna make Thanksgiving a problem.
Yes, and it was delightful for once to go in. I'll never say this again. It was great to go into the comments.
Glad it was you.
It was great. There are some treats in there, too. We'll share with you next here on The Score.
Bears fans, it's week 11 and the 6-3 Bears are heading to Minnesota looking to get payback against the Vikings. Can the Bears continue to find ways to win and get their first division win of the season? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears Vikings right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
For so many, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, your crown's disappearing. Maybe hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. Your identity
is lost.
Thank you. Well, there's good news. It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. Alex, see me. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have. But what about regrowing your hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to their world-class physicians. It's not maybe your hair will regrow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and they come highly recommended. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 872-217-AIR. That's 872-217-AIR, or go to advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Helzberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Helzberg.com for up to 50% off.
This season, some gifts don't come wrapped in paper. They come wrapped in trust, commitment, and integrity. At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise, especially during the holidays. That's why we created the Patrick Promise. Now through the season of giving, enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select new 2025 models. Here at Patrick, we stand by our word, just like the traditions that bring us together.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio to sign up for your 7-day free trial of our all-access plan, over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
On the days when you're thriving.
Come on, everyone. You're almost there.
The nights when you need us most.
Mom, I don't feel good.
And every moment in between. As a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois member, we are committed to helping you stay covered at each stage of life. Whatever challenges may come your way, our mission is to be here for you and your family, so you can feel confident as the new year approaches. Visit standbyouillinois.com to see the steps you'll need to take to renew your coverage. And with nearly 90 years of experience, you can expect personalized guidance throughout the process, helping you stay covered into 2026 and beyond. We thank you for trusting us on your health and wellness journey through it all. Visit standbyouillinois.com or call 866-575-2583 to renew your coverage today.
Hey, it's Brian Baldwin here. Makita knows that pros never settle. Get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. When you shop Makita at the Home Depot, these tools don't just meet expectations, they redefine them. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly designed to deliver precision job after job. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best, available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
You think you understand how this business works, but you don't.
Landman, TV's biggest phenomenon, returns to Paramount Plus. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone, starring Billy Bob Thornton.
You have to know the rules of the game and bend them, and you really have to know them to break them.
Demi Moore.
I want success. Get it for me.
Andy Garcia, Ali Larter, and Sam Elliott.
You don't even know the game you're playing, do you?
Landman, new season, streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus.
When you look at some of these other teams, I'll tell you who's got a really good coach, you guys. The Bears. And you just better admit it, because I'll tell you, Ben Johnson, the coach of the Lions, the coach of the Rams, the coach of the 49ers, these teams take on the personality of their coach. You can see it. They're aggressive, they're not afraid of anything, and they have this attitude like they're going to win. And the Packers lack all of that.
So we shared that yesterday, and we shared some other stuff from the Packers postgame show, which Chris Tannehill was up till, past midnight listening to from Monday night's game, which was absolute trash. And the Packers lost, and now the Bears find themselves in a tie for first place in the NFC North. And we had a little bit of fun with it because it's been a long time since a Bears fan can really be like, no, our team is competitive. Not just the one-off of beating them at the end of the season where the Packers are going to the playoffs and the Bears are going home.
We know that this may just be a moment in time, but we're hoping that it is that thing that people have been dreaming of, frankly, for decades, where you're passing that team of the North that has had Favre and Rodgers, and now is Jordan Love the next one? Maybe not. And maybe Caleb Williams is the guy. Either way, you're ahead of them right now in the standings. Matt LaFleur is under fire, and the Bears coach is a superstar. It's a great moment, without a doubt.
It's a great moment, and we put it out there on social yesterday. And I kind of usually if we have clips from the show, I put it out there for people to consume. And I have never seen my mentions pop the way that they've popped in the last 24 hours about this, about something that we posted on the show.
What do you got?
Well, it's just fun to go in there and see Bears and Packers fans kind of going after it, and Packers fans being like, you know what? Yeah, I actually do feel this way about the Packers and LaFleur. And I am upset that the Bears look like they're getting better while the Packers look like they're getting worse. Like, that's fun. And then I opened it up because I was like, what is going on? And like inside the mentions of this thing. And one of the first things I see is Charles Tillman is at the top of the replies in the comments. And he said he posted a GIF that was like, they should be afraid. So now you got Charles in there.
Charles is out there playing along.
And then people reacting to Charles.
Uh-huh. That's more credibility than us to even throw Charles out there.
But Speaks, it's been liked almost 12,000 times.
Wow. That's crazy.
There are almost 500 comments on it.
This is the Instagram post?
Yes.
Wow.
And there are
500 comments. So you got Packer fans, some pushing back, some agreeing, and Bears fans, some spiking the ball. I would imagine most Bears fans are spiking the ball.
It's been shared almost 4,000 times.
Oh, that's amazing. This is when we'll end up hearing from like friends around the country when something goes mildly viral like that.
One of our friends around the country is in the comments. Our guy Robbie from Circa. He's in the comments talking about the Packers.
Made its way there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really, I'm glad that this, that it was fun. That it was really fun.
Well, I love this idea that maybe, just maybe, this upcoming holiday season, it is the holidays, right? Spiro Ditas sent us there.
I think the snow sent us there.
Yeah, it's true.
After Spiro.
And the Mix also sent us there. And Target, the day after Halloween, sent us there.
Always wonderful to see, especially this time of year as we're into the holiday season. It's the holiday season.
Tell you what, it makes the song a little more palatable if I can make fun of Uncle Biff and his Packers fandom by serving him up that sweet potato with the blueberries in there you were talking about. So give him that blue and orange side dish. Make him stick his Wisconsin face in there, Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Uncle. This could be that holiday season where it gets more fun to talk about the Bears. Could be.
You might be there.
LaFleur is, I think LaFleur is really good. I got to be honest. I don't get it. I don't. Is it love? I guess it's love.
I think
from week to week, the inconsistencies.
I think the general consensus from the callers that I've heard over the past couple of years, every time the Packers exit the postseason, I'll listen to these post-game shows. People believe that he is riding on the Aaron Rodgers legacy, and that's the only reason why he was successful to begin with. But there's a contingent of people that's what they believe.
That's weird though, because you have to do it on the field, and he's had so many moments where he actually has done it on the field. He puts the ball into harm's way. Maybe he's gotten scared. I'm going to really try and watch him in detail on Sunday and really try and dive in, because I always kind of respected that he puts the ball in harm's way sometimes, because at least he's being aggressive and he's a young quarterback and sort of the Josh Allen mold. But maybe he's gotten afraid and he's tucking it sometimes in the pocket. Maybe he's not trusting himself and trusting the offense, because there have been lots of times where he looks tentative, and you can't live in an NFL pocket like that.
I think that both LaFleur and Love are good.